Chapter 2702, Design Revisions. The initial review and respecification session was a great success. Once it got going, the mech designers of the design department all provided their input on what they thought about the performance of the derivative products of their current design projects. The Bright Warrior Mark I version B design came under intense scrutiny. While it was technically unfinished, it was functionally complete. Originally, the design teams working on this project thought they would just spend a month or so to put the prototypes through their paces and optimize the design based on the results. This was no longer the plan. Vase was so dissatisfied with the performance of his mech forces that he wanted to make sure that they carried their weight in battle next time. The differences in performance had become especially stark when the mech designers all watched footage of the Larkinson mechs fighting side by side with Glory Seeker and Crosser mechs. Whereas the latter two were roughly able to match the Fredaman and Traitor clan mechs blow for blow, the Larkinson mechs were like kids trying to enter a sports match played by adults. The others just thought that the Larkinson mech forces were rather cute. The budget mechs fielded by the avatars of myth, living sentinels and so on were so lacking in strength that the reputation of the Larkinson clan should have been in shambles if not for some redeeming factors. The only bright spots for the clan was the excellent performance of the Transcendent Punishers, the Valkyrie Redeemers, the Prime Mechs and most notably his battle networks. These were the only reasons why the Larkinson clan reluctantly managed to retain the respect of the powerful Crossers. Of course, this was not a sustainable pattern. The Larkinsons urgently needed to carry their own weight in the expeditionary fleet or else it became untenable for them to maintain a leading position within the alliance. It didn't matter if Vase possessed more MTA merits than Patriarch Reginald Cross. Battle strength was the ultimate indicator in whether they would be able to survive in the chaotic Red Ocean. Without the strength to fight against strong opponents, the Larkinsons didn't even need to bother with passing through the Beander Gate. Their rivals and competitors could easily squash them whenever they wished if this was the case. Every version of the Bright Warrior IB aside from maybe the Lancer mech configuration is deficient in terms of offensive power. Vase opined, the Rifleman mech configuration needs a more powerful rifle. The Swordsman mech configuration needs a better weapon and a more powerful means to exert mechanical power through its limbs. While the need to improve the strength of the Space Knight configuration is not as great, it still shares a common root with the other ones so it will get stronger anyway. The needs of every configuration was different from the others, so it was not easy to suggest changes that improved all of them at once. What was particularly challenging was that the Rifleman mech configuration possessed different priorities from the melee mech configurations. The mech designers had to be very creative about making changes to the modular components instead of the base platform. Fortunately, Vase had the assistance of Gloriana and Juliet. Both women excelled at different aspects of technical design and provided workable solutions to many of the identified problems. Overall, each configuration received comprehensive upgrades to their damage potential. Vase outright decided to raise the design budget by a fourth in order to allow for enough improvements to turn the Bright Warriors into a real threat against second-class military-grade mechs. This was not a cheap decision to make. Vase felt a bit reluctant to increase the price of what was supposed to be the foundational mech of the Larkinson clan. To put it bluntly, the Bright Warrior IB was the beginner mech model that many new recruits were initially supposed to pilot. While the mech model was rather bland and lacked pronounced strength, they were designed to be the ideal mechs to get new mech pilots accustomed to fighting alongside other Larkinsons. Once the mech pilots leveled up, for a lack of a better description, they could move on to piloting the high-level mech models of the Larkinson clan. The Transcendent Punisher, the Valkyrie Redeemer, the Giant Killer and the Ferocious Piranha all fell into this category. Each of them were advanced machines that could deliver much better performance due to their superior specs and vastly higher skill ceilings. Of course, their skill floors were raised as well, so inexperienced mech pilots wouldn't be able to use them at their full potential for quite some time. That was very obvious when Vase compared the performance of the Ilvanan mech pilots with the performance of the Destiny Hammer mech pilots. The latter were the real deal. Their marksmanship, control, knowledge and other traits were truly the most impressive that Vase had ever witnessed from heavy artillery specialists. The duel between the Transcendent Punishers and the Destiny Hammers clearly exposed that just providing good mechs to his mech forces was not enough. It was better than doing nothing, though. After a long and fruitful discussion, the mech designers made many significant revisions to the Bright Warrior IB design. The Rifleman mech configuration received a larger and more powerful laser rifle. Why do you insist on keeping it paired with a laser rifle? Gloriana asked. With the Bright Warrior's current design budget, we can easily retool the design so that it can accommodate positron rifles or other types of energy rifles. Many of them pack a significantly greater punch than pure laser weapons, which is exactly what we are looking for in this revision. The expressions of most of the assistants showed that the rest were wondering about this as well. There are 3 reasons why. Vase replied. First, the energy efficiency of laser weapons is considerably higher than those other fancy guns. They don't inflict much damage per discharge, but they can keep going. Their damage output over time is very high, which makes them very suitable for battles of attrition. All of the other Larkinson mechs that our clan will be utilizing will be tailored to our prevailing mech doctrines. This means that we will be trying our best to fight quick decisive battles that do not drag on for days. This also means that we will have few mechs that can take part in an endurance race. The Bright Warrior IB should be one of them due to its suitability with the living sentinels. I think it's better to design a dedicated rifleman mech that excels at attrition battles. His wife remarked. We don't have the time to design redundant mechs. The Bright Warrior IB may not perfectly fit this role, but it does the job well enough that we might as well proceed in this direction. Vase partially agreed with Gloriana, but he simply couldn't help it. After they completed their current round of projects, they had to begin with designing their expert mechs straight away. There wasn't any room to design any additional mechs. Let me continue with the other reasons why I favor sticking with laser weapons. Their high accuracy and lightspeed characteristics makes them very easy to use. Our mech pilots can quickly become battle effective with the rifleman mech configuration if it is armed with a laser weapon. Laser weapons were considered basic and even primitive by second-class and first-class mech pilots. While they were not completely unjustified in their beliefs, the laser technology was highly scalable, which meant they could still perform decently at higher levels. As someone with a third-rate background, Vase felt much more at ease with laser weapons than positron weapons. That was not to say he disliked the latter. He successfully incorporated them in the Transcendent Punisher design. It worked for this particular mech because it possessed so much capacity that Vase could easily put in a lot of support systems to deal with the higher demands of positron weapons. The Bright Warrior was different from a heavy artillery mech. Its capacity was much more limited, so it would come under heavy strain when paired with a positron rifle. Its deployment time would suffer a lot as it would rapidly expend its energy cells in battle. This was not what Vase wanted to see in this particular design. There's also a third reason why I favor laser weapons. He spoke. We have special tech and solutions that make our laser weapons a bit more effective than normal. The difference is just significant enough to make it worthwhile. If not for Luminaire tech and the illustrious one, Vase would have settled with positron weapons instead. This was because stronger and tougher second-class mechs were very good at defending against normal laser weapons. The weapons wielded by the Bright Warrior needed to pass a minimum threshold in order to make them viable against opponents comparable to Fredaman elites. Once Vase pushed through this decision, the other mech designers helped with how to increase the threat level of the rifleman mech configuration as much as possible. It was definitely going to be widely used as soon as the Bright Warrior IB design was complete. In the initial stages, this would become the primary ranged mech of the Larkinson clan alongside the Transcendent Punisher. Once the design department released some additional standard mech designs, a significant amount of mech pilots would transition over to more powerful and specialized mechs. However, the living sentinels would still be sticking with this model, so the rifleman mech had to be strong enough to remain relevant for at least a decade. Vase smiled wider and wider as the Bright Warrior IB design incorporated more and more improvements. Not just the rifleman mech configuration, but the other configurations received various enhancements as well. While they didn't look very exciting, he estimated that all of the changes to the original design elevated its performance by 10 to 20%. This was not bad. In the end, the Bright Warrior IB project was extended by another month in order to provide enough time to incorporate all of the revisions. While Vase really didn't want to delay the completion of the project, he didn't want to rush it either. He would rather wait an extra month if that was what it took to obtain a proper design. In the next couple of days, Vase held discussions on the other design projects. The auxiliary mechs such as the Blinding Mech and the Cherub didn't really get to show their potential during the Battle of Reckoning. The lack of data meant that the mech designers had little to add to these designs. Fortunately, they still had the ferocious Piranha IB, which performed admirably under the circumstances. The Piranha Prime piloted by Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson and one of the prototypes piloted by Rayla Larkinson really showed what it was capable of in different circumstances. Tusa showcased the potential of the ferocious Piranha as a solitary harasser. At one point in the Battle of Reckoning, Tusa single-handedly paralyzed the Corundian giants. As for Rayla, she employed the ferocious Piranha as an offensive support mech. The footage of her and her mech in action showcased a shrewd way to use the mech in combination with other mechs. She isn't even getting close enough to launch attacks. Kedis stated the obvious. Rayla is just weaving between friendly and enemy lines. When her mech approaches any formation of hostile mechs, the ferocious Piranha only sticks around for a few seconds before darting back to friendly lines. Some might call this cowardly, but Vase didn't really mind this tactic as long as it was effective. The ferocious Piranha is a valuable asset. Only by remaining intact will it be able to employ its glow the fullest. Look at the reactions of those enemy mech pilots. While the Freedemon mech pilots are strong enough to resist most of the effects, their reaction time and judgment still becomes impaired for a short moment. That is enough to doom some of the offensive mechs. One of the frustrating aspects about Rayla's approach was that her arrival and departure was unpredictable. The enemy mech pilots constantly had to remain on guard for her eventual arrival. Yet when the ferocious Piranha finally approached, the Freedemon mech pilots were still caught off guard due to their overthinking. Vase laid out what he learned from Rayla's fighting methods. So far, our premise surrounding the ferocious Piranha is that we expect it to be deployed in squads or larger units. That's why it's called after a Piranha. However, we have not considered an approach like this. If we want to make this mech fit in seamlessly in units that consist of other mechs, then we need to make some tweaks to its design. Chapter 2703. Sitting on a bench, so all of our upcoming mechs will become better, but it will take at least an extra month before our mech pilots will receive the final versions. Kedis nodded. Yup, the previous battle has truly been an eye-opener for us. Aside from Gloriana and Juliet, the rest of the design department didn't really have a good grasp of high-level second-class combat. I think Vase and the others thought that they wouldn't be fighting against this caliber of opponents too soon. Venerable Joshua chuckled. Vase should have known better. He's a trouble magnet. He's making waves wherever he goes, so there are bound to be people who want to get rid of him. We're not playing a virtual game here where our opponents get stronger step by step. Well, we all know better now. I look forward in seeing these new mechs in action. They sound quite promising. Both of them sat together on a bench in the forward observation chamber on the first deck. It was a large, expansive and idyllic garden that provided any visitor with an abundant amount of space to relax or engage in recreational activities. Since the forward observation chamber was limited to officers, VIPs and other high-ranking personnel, there weren't many clansmen around. In fact, there were a lot more pets than humans scurrying about. Woof! A black pit bull eagerly wagged his tail as Kedis ruffled his head and neck. Meow, meow, meow. A young cat rolled onto Joshua's lap and exposed his belly. When Joshua rubbed it, the pet softly purred. The pets didn't belong to the couple. They were taken care of by other clansmen. It was just that when their owners were on shift, the cats and dogs didn't have much to do in their cabins. Most of them preferred to spend their time in the larger communal areas on the ship. Every time Joshua and Kedis visited the observation deck or the city deck, they became inundated with pets. Joshua especially attracted them on a regular basis. They all brushed up against him to leave behind their scent or begged for pats. It was fortunate that Joshua never got tired of the attention. As an expert pilot who was expected to shoulder the burden of defending the Larkinson clan against powerful opponents, he could use the distraction. We never really got to be together after the battle until now. Kedis said as she adjusted her puffy beret on her head. Are you doing okay? We won, didn't we? I'm already happy with that. It's a shame that so many of our clansmen died. I felt like I could have done more to prevent them from dying. The battle was way too big for you to achieve more. You did the best you could. I know. I'm not doubting myself or anything. He replied. I am just trying to figure out how I can perform better next time. The Valkyrie Prime is a great mech, and what I was able to accomplish with the Hexers back then is indescribable. The moments where he became an integral part of two battle formations was one of his best moments so far. He would always remember the times where he turned the tide of the battle by wiping out a swath of Fredaemon with the first try and disabling Venerable Ganso with the second try. He even looked forward to doing it again. A part of Joshua wished that some other enemy would come and provoke the Larkinson clan. That way, he could get back into the Valkyrie Prime and lead another battle formation. Enough about me. How are you doing? Are you making any progress towards becoming a journeyman? Kedis grinned. The Battle of Reckoning is a goldmine for me. I have access to lots of footage and analyses on the performance of different sword-wielding mechs. I'm so happy that Venerable Dice managed to show her strength against the Jeanne d'Arc. My sisters held a huge grudge against Venerable Foster. It's great that we managed to avenge the sisters we've lost, but it doesn't bring back the dead. She gently nodded. The Sword Maidens are still as small as ever. Aren't the Sword Maidens training a batch of several hundred women? That's true, but it will take at least several years or so to whip them into shape. It's not enough to be a female swordsman mech specialist. They need to be truly dedicated to the sword and our way of life. In battle, every sister must be able to trust each other without reserve. That not only takes time, but also considerable pressure. Not every trainee will live to the end of our training program. In fact, the harsh demands of the Sword Maidens to their fellow trainees was a source of considerable controversy. The Larkinsons generally wanted every clansman to be treated well. There shouldn't be any room for excessive abuse and mistreatment within their ranks. That put the Sword Maidens in an awkward position. The training regime they devised back when they were still pirates may be cruel, but it was reasonably effective at producing powerful mech pilots. In the end, Vase personally had to grant them special permission to run their training program the way they wanted to. As far as he was concerned, the Sword Maidens could do anything they wanted as long as the hopeful trainees agreed to subject themselves to the difficult circumstances. Joshua frowned when he recalled what he heard about how the Sword Maidens raised their sisters. Are the Sword Maidens still intending to pit their prospective members against exo-beasts while armed with nothing but a greatsword? Of course, why would you ever think we would stop with that? It's the ultimate test that separates true Sword Maidens from those who are too weak to be relied upon in battle. Isn't that over the top? Kedis sighed and patted his arm. Maybe it sounds crazy from the perspective of someone who grew up in civilized space, but the frontier is a completely different environment, at least back before the Sandmen swept the entire region. There was no room for weaklings back then. You also have to take the training environment into account. The recruits we picked up from settlements and space stations were usually women without any prior training or preparation. Their genetic aptitude or other talents were almost always poor. How can you possibly turn them into strong Sword Maidens like Venerable Dice or myself? By training harder than everyone else. The Sword Maidens developed an effective method that worked well under the circumstances. Sure, the drop rate was not light, but those who passed our graduation ceremonies were always dependable. That is a quality that is exceedingly rare in any lawless region like the frontier and the Nixian Gap. Though Joshua was swayed by her arguments, he still disapproved of the Sword Maidens. His appreciation for life made it difficult for him to accept that trainees had to be subjected to so many risks in order to succeed. What are the recruits like? Eager, hardworking. You have to keep in mind that the Sword Maidens don't pay too much attention to talent or foundation. That means that mech pilots who aren't good enough to get selected by the avatars can always approach the Sword Maidens. As long as they are women, right? Well, there's a bit of a discussion about that within the ranks. Given how urgent it is to replenish our ranks of mech pilots, some of my sisters have started to suggest we should open our doors to men. What, really? Kedis did not look as if she was kidding. It's just a discussion for now, so don't think it's already set. Personally, I'm not sure it will work out. We sisters trust each other to a large extent exactly because we're in a sisterhood. If we begin to take in men and other genders, I'm afraid we'll lose the closeness we had before. The Sword Maidens will never be the same if we embrace this change. Joshua didn't know what to think on this matter. The part of him that was in favor of equality supported opening up the Sword Maidens. However, their all-female identity was clearly a point of strength for them, so losing that would dilute their fighting spirit. Maybe your sisters should just continue like this. It's not as if the men in the Larkinson clan are stuck in a dead end. Maybe we need to raise an all-male force in order to counterbalance the Sword Maidens and penitent sisters. I don't see how that's useful. Kedis snorted. Besides, who will lead this new group? Vincent Rickelin. Nah, Vincent is already an expert candidate. He should be focusing on his own training. Hey, of all of the mech pilots who broke through, it had to be this guy. It must be his custom mech. Joshua guessed. I took a look at it as it's one of the few mechs designed by Vase that I never got to pilot. It had a unique glow and a special touch that's considerably different from his other products. It's a pity that I'll never get to pilot, it seems. If you really wanted to, I can gather a crew to fix it up. I'm not Vase, so I can't restore the mech to its original condition, but don't underestimate my abilities. You don't have to do that, Kedis. I know you are busy with trying to reach Journeyman and all. The Adonis Colossus is not a mech that suits your tastes. He was already resigned to placing the Adonis Colossus in the list of LMC mechs that he never experienced. The achievement hunter within him felt quite annoyed with this, but it couldn't be helped. As they continued to chat about other matters, they grew more comfortable in each other's presence. It had truly been too long since they set aside their responsibilities and spent some time alone with each other. I won't be able to meet with you very often in the coming weeks. She warned him. My workload has increased due to the recent changes. Vase wants us all to redo a significant portion of our design work. Didn't you get an exemption in order to concentrate on trying to advance to Journeyman? I need this, Joshua. She looked at him with a fiery passion. Being able to work on the swordsman mech configuration of the Bright Warrior is a great opportunity to prepare for designing my own swordsman mechs. I'm still laying the groundwork for my Monster Slayer design. Once I embark on this project, I want to be familiar with every aspect of designing a second-class swordsman mech. This is going to be my first true breakout work. It will define the direction of my future designs just as how the Desolate Soldier design has shaped the subsequent designs of Vase. Kedis had a feeling that she had an opportunity to turn her Monster Slayer into an iconic mech. As long as she put in the effort and prepared as best as possible, the mech she designed with the Sword Maidens in mind would become their defining machine in any duel or land battle. Her main concern was that the longer she delayed, the longer she might remain stuck as an apprentice. While she was still young for a mech designer, she didn't want to lag too far behind Vase. Whenever she saw Gloriana and Juliet cooperate with Vase on an equal basis, she felt jealous. Her competitive nature didn't allow her to linger behind for so long. One way or another, she vowed she would advance within a year from now. Just like Vase, she did not want to waste too much time. She suddenly dove into Joshua and planted a kiss on his cheek. Whoa, what's the occasion? Hee, it's nothing. I just felt like it. I feel our relationship is moving too slow. We haven't gone out on an actual date yet, you know. We're too busy and our schedules don't always overlap. We'll have time in the future. Once all of the excitement dies down, I think we'll have plenty of opportunities to spend time with each other. I hope so, Joshua. I hope so. Kedis trailed. Chapter 2704. Head start. The prime mechs I've developed are not as practical as you think. Not only can they only be applied onto living mechs that conform to my design philosophy, they also rely on extremely harsh material requirements. If you have taken a look at the notes I've made, I only found 2 exotic materials that match my requirements. I'm not sure how available they are, but I have a hunch that one of them can only be found in the Nixian Gap. The projection of Master Willix did not look happy when she heard that. The woman tapped impatiently with her feet. Vase did not hold this secure conversation on the spirit of Bentime. He did not dare to install such an advanced first-class device on the most important vessel of his fleet. He decided to keep the Dark Break module aboard the Scarlet Rose so that he wouldn't feel that Master Willix was secretly snooping on him all the time. You have created an unprecedented product as far as I am aware of. She spoke in a measured tone. I have searched throughout our database and I do not believe that any other mech designer has created anything that matches the characteristics of your prime mechs. In my judgment, there is great value in a mech that bridges the gap between standard mechs and expert mechs. Yet the practicality of your innovation is seriously in doubt if it is limited to the use of rare and exceedingly specific exotics. Vase nonchalantly shrugged. I never intended to revolutionize the mech community by propagating this new kind of mech. It's purely a stopgap measure to give my expert pilots something to play with until they finally receive their long-awaited expert mechs. There's no reason for us to keep our current prime mechs anymore. I think I will probably attempt to integrate some of their principles in the expert mechs. He never intended to hide his prime mechs. It simply wasn't possible considering that they had just taken a starring role in a battle involving 16,000 mechs and more than a dozen expert pilots. Even so, the Fredamen, Praetors and planets weren't eager to advertise their catastrophic defeat. They not only came across as the bad guys, but also got defeated by incomprehensible methods that made the Larkinsons look dazzling. He didn't know to what extent his opponents had spread the battle footage, but he was sure it had already landed in the hands of important organizations like the MTA. As Master Willicks rapidly read through his mostly honest reports, she became more and more discontent at her inability to reproduce what Vase had come up with. In the perspective of the association, Prime Mechs actually held a lot of value considering that it was possible to combine it with expert mechs. Yet even the greatest inventions in mech design was worth nothing in her eyes if it could not be reproduced by others. She wasn't shy in making her displeasure known. Your selfish approach to your work is acceptable if you are just a journeyman, but when you advance up the ranks, you will need to shake that mindset. When you become a senior or master, you are no longer just a maker and seller of products. Mech designers who reach these heights must assume greater responsibilities. Spreading knowledge is a core responsibility that not even pirate designers dare to ignore. I don't see how that is relevant to me considering that I am decades away from reaching that point. There is nothing wrong with starting early. Master Willicks advised. Let me fill you in on a little secret. If you establish an entirely new school of thought within the mech industry or pass on your teachings to your apprentices at your current stage, you will begin with a considerable head start once you finally become a senior. In the more optimistic cases, you shorten the time it takes for you to advance to master by at least several decades or even centuries depending on your circumstances. Vase widened his eyes. The implications of her advice was actually game-changing. He almost couldn't believe that Master Willicks shared this secret so casually. If he understood it correctly, this must be a key approach that gave mech designers a greater chance to realize their design philosophy before their lifespan came to an end. For example, if a random mech designer progressed normally, he might need to reach the age of 350 years to reach master. It was not that easy for anyone to live that long. Even seniors struggled to extend their life by 2 rounds. What if the mech designer could only live up to 320 years after he exhausted all of his means of prolonging his life? While there were ways to live longer than that, the cost was too prohibitive. Ordinary seniors were very unlikely to be able to afford the required treatment. Therefore, a gap of several decades could easily change the fate of many mech designers yearning to realize their design philosophy. The difference in status between seniors and masters was so enormous that the former would probably be driven to do almost everything to go a step further. The Skull Architect was a prime example of how this yearning could drive seniors to desperation. Vase scratched his smooth-shaven cheek. I understand your underlying message, he slowly replied to Master Willicks as his thoughts were still churning. The problem is that my design philosophy is not very transferable. It is based on rare preconditions that I haven't found in any other mech designer. While I am in the process of experimenting with nurturing at least one aspirant, I don't think it will work out. As I'm sure you have already learned, it takes a very specific outlook on mechs and life in order to grasp my unique design philosophy. Vase didn't need to ask whether Master Willicks succeeded in imitating his design philosophy. She wouldn't have issued her advice if she was already capable of designing living mechs herself. Fortunately, the esteemed MTA mech designer acknowledged his circumstances. He wasn't to blame for developing a design philosophy that was incredibly obtuse and difficult for others to adopt. Master Willicks crossed her arms and shook her head. I hope you have taken my previous warnings into account. The more unique and deviant your design philosophy, the harder it is to progress it once you reach senior and master. You are making your career trajectory steeper by going off the beaten track. It's worth it, though. I never would have enjoyed the success I have now if I chose to pursue a more conventional design philosophy. It's impossible to stand out in the mech market if I don't offer anything different from my competitors. This was an old discussion, so they quickly moved on after they made their stance clear. Let's head back to the topic at hand. She looked at him with an intrigued expression. My backer has expressed greater interest in your work. Despite the lack of practicality of your latest innovations, the fact that she recognizes your effort is a great honor. Ah yes, the supposedly unidentified star designer paid close attention to the work of a single journeyman. Yeah right, even if Vase was bluffing the MTA by pretending to be the disciple of Mr. S, he seriously doubted that one of the top figures of human civilization would even bother spending more than a single second to study his mechs. I feel very honored, he replied flatly. Don't be cheeky, Mr. Larkinson. I am being very serious. It would help if you actually told me who this star designer actually is. So far, I only know she is a woman. That cuts down the list of possibilities, but there are still dozens of names, and that applies only to the known ones. The master smiled coyly at him. You can keep guessing. It is not my place to reveal her identity. What I am allowed to tell you is that she is currently preoccupied with matters of great import in the Red Ocean. If you manage to reach the dwarf galaxy, she may make some specific arrangements for you. It would be a shame for you to meet with disaster because you were too careless. Vase immediately frowned. He didn't hide his adverse reaction to the possibility of meddling. I already told you that I work at my best when I am free to explore the cosmos. I get my inspiration from visiting many different sites and going through a lot of unique experiences. The situations of Feist have all stimulated me in developing much of my better works. We are not ignorant of that. Any possible intervention from us is not as serious as you think. We are only looking out for you, Vase. The battle that you have just fought is a situation that I do not wish to see from you again. Vase awkwardly coughed. I'm working on it. Our mech forces will become a lot stronger in the short term. I already have some great designs in the pipeline that will greatly alleviate our lack of quality mechs. He briefly explained his upcoming mech designs such as the Bright Warrior IB. He might as well take advantage of the situation and see whether he could obtain feedback from one of the best mech designers that he knew of. Even a casual word of advice from a master was enough to transform a mech design. As Master Willix calmly listened to his impromptu presentation, she did not offer any strong response. Your mech designs suit the purpose of your clan. A mech design does not have to sound exciting to be effective. Was that all? Vase expected to hear more, but the master didn't even bother to go in depth about any aspect of his upcoming mech designs. They talked a bit about other matters. Master Willix inquired a bit about his future plans. Vase hesitated for a moment but decided to voice one of the uncertainties that had been bothering for some time. I'm interested in paying a visit to the Smiling Samuel Star Sector. The people that live over there have developed an interesting society. It would be remiss of me to ignore their distinct culture when my route just happens to pass by this star sector. Master Willix raised her eyebrow. Hardly anyone expresses interest in the customs and way of life of the natives of Smiling Samuel. The Vulcan Empire is a highly insular state. Unless you are a heavy gravity variant human yourself, you will not be able to gain entry. Vase grinned. I'm aware of the difficulties, but I have never shied away from a challenge. I've already ventured into the Nixian Gap, and while the trip was very dangerous, I've harvested a lot of useful insights along the way. It's a pity that not every star sector hosts such an abnormal region of space. Much of the galactic rim is just an ordinary void. Smiling Samuel is one of the few truly interesting places that offers a strong contrast to normal human space. He received a skeptical look from the MTA master. I hardly took you for a fan of their stout mech designs. I'd love to examine their dwarf mechs up close. Vase sincerely claimed, though he added a bit of exaggeration. Their deviating body structure alters how they perform and how they are being utilized. I don't think I'll be able to visit a dwarf haven like the Vulcan Empire in my subsequent journeys, so I'd be remiss if I miss out on exploring these fantastic mechs. I see. I must say that you have a bold taste of mechs, Mr. Larkinson. Why did you feel the need to share this particular desire? I'd like to ask if you can help me obtain passage in the star sector. Vase finally asked. While I'm already working on it, I heard that organizations like the MTA and CFA can issue special passes that can make the Vulcanites back off. Can you arrange a pass for me? I'd like to be able to travel freely in the star sector. This was a bold request. Master Willix clearly didn't anticipate that Vase would make such a random request. She was rendered speechless for a moment. Chapter 2705. Star Striders. While Master Willix clearly wasn't prepared to consider Vess's sudden request, her eyes quickly cleared up. She looked as if she just realized something that explained why he felt the urge to go on a sightseeing tour in a star sector claimed by dwarves. I shall look into it, she slowly replied. As far as I am aware, only long-standing associates are eligible to obtain the passes you are referring to. Each normal human that enters the Smiling Samuel star sector is another source of instability. The local heavy gravity variant humans do not take pleasure in hosting another guest from outside, particularly when the visitor is of the taller variety. If you can't arrange a pass for me, I'll find another way to get in. I'm not giving up on Smiling Samuel so easily. I might be leaving the Milky Way for good, so I want to experience at least a couple more interesting places in my native galaxy before I depart for another one. I've heard that there are other organizations who can arrange free passage to third parties. Willix frowned. Do not act too hastily, Mr. Larkinson. Smiling Samuel is of significant interest to our association. A number of my other colleagues have long presided over the developments that take place in this special star sector, so they hold jurisdiction over any matters related to it. They will not be pleased if I approach them with your request. In other words, Smiling Samuel was someone else's turf. Even if Master Willix held more prestige within the MTA, it was not a trivial matter for her to approach another department. Just like every other transgalactic organization, the Mech Trade Association was split up into many different branches and hierarchies. It was impossible to centralize so many different operations and impose total uniformity in every single branch. This meant that the regional bosses who were in charge of specific branches still possessed considerable autonomy in their seats of power. As long as the MTA branches exercised all of their necessary duties, they possessed some latitude to pursue their own policies. The general idea behind this approach was that those on the ground knew better than some faceless bureaucrat sitting in a luxurious office 100,000 light-years away. While that wasn't a wrong assumption, the distance between the sector headquarters and the core institutions of the MTA could easily give the former an opportunity to take some liberties. While Master Willix didn't say any of this out loud, her troubled response caused Vase to imagine what must be going on behind the scenes. Even if his guesses weren't entirely accurate, they should at least touch upon the truth. Vase already knew that the MTA was divided into rivaling factions. This proved that for all of its greatness, the association was still prone to the same shortcomings that plagued any organization run by humans. As long as humans were selfish, they always pursued their interests even if they weren't supposed to. Vase did it all the time. After issuing his request, the call eventually ended. Vase didn't particularly enjoy chatting with his patron from the MTA, and he was sure that Master Willix had better things to do with her precious time. Before he left the Scarlet Rose, Vase paid a brief visit to compartment G13, which still held the automated Briar alloy production line. Even after Vase used many months' worth of accumulation to construct the dazzling prow of the Spirit of Bentime, the renewable source of Briar alloy still churned out tons of useful material without interruption. As Vase gazed at the escape pod that effortlessly slid inside the hot forging machine, he came no closer to lifting the veil of its creepy occupant. Who is Cassandra Briar? This wasn't the first time he asked this question. The more he thought about it, the more he had the feeling that he was neglecting a very serious matter. Yet no matter how closely Vase tried to examine the escape pod and the mummified corpse inside, this not quite dead which kept mystifying him. Her existence and the fact that she continually regenerated without fail was a complete aberration to his life. She showed up without warning and haunted him for reasons that he couldn't even begin to guess. His spirituality grew stronger and he developed a bit more insight into the nature of spiritual energy. He developed a deeper comprehension of life and became more adept at manipulating it with his growing toolbox. Yet despite all of this growth, he came no closer to answering this lingering question. How long can this continue? Vase wondered. Years, decades, centuries. He did not dare to think he could keep exploiting Cassandra Briar's powers for more than a decade, let alone a century. In a century, I can probably buy Briar alloy in bulk. There is no need for me to rely on this absurd loop to spit out valuable materials. What would happen if he decided to shut down this production line? Would Cassandra Briar enjoy a reprieve that allowed her to take revenge against Vase? I won't let that happen. His experiences with dangerous entities like Nixie taught him that he needed to solve them one way or another. If he gave them too much time, they might be able to turn the tables. Still, Vase was not at that point yet. Briar alloy was still useful to him and he could still benefit from having free source of this material. I'll decide what to do with you when I am close to entering the Red Ocean. He decided. I don't think I can smuggle you through the Beander Gate without getting noticed by the authorities. The Gate Consortium and the Big Two thoroughly swept every starship that was slated to pass through the Beander Gate. This was a necessary procedure as the massive but incredibly precious Beander Gates weren't immune to damage. It would be a tragedy if terrorists managed to blow up the only gate that allowed humanity to enter the Red Ocean. While Vase was sure the Big Two gathered enough phase water to build another gate by now, it was immensely costly to do so. So far, the Gate Consortium hadn't published any plans to build another greater Beander Gate. Vase returned to the Spirit of Bentime and went about his work. He invested a lot of time in fleshing out his revised mech designs. Meanwhile, the Golden Skull Alliance continued to travel further and further away from the site of the battle. It didn't take long for the expeditionary fleet to complete its previously planned detour through the vicious mountain star sector. After curving around and passing through another sector border, the damaged and diminished armada of starships officially entered Majestic Teal. This was a different environment. While Vicious Mountain was dominated by a single regional superpower in the form of the Garland Empire, Majestic Teal was split up into smaller states that were usually called associations due to their origins. In the view of people like Vase, Majestic Teal came under the sway of corporate-like entities. While the local second-rate states, such as the Life Research Association, the Heavensward Association and the Harmony Association weren't run like companies, they still retained traces of their past incarnations. What is interesting about Majestic Teal is that no local state is truly dominant. Major Verl explained to him during a meeting. There is nothing comparable to the Garland Empire here. In addition, the Star Sector split up into greater states like the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony. What we have instead are more than a dozen small to medium-sized states that are strong enough to hold their own but aren't threatening enough to swallow the entire Star Sector. Vase found this odd. It's rather amazing that this has lasted for centuries. I would have thought that at least one of those states would have succeeded in taking over their neighbors before launching a war for supremacy. Majestic Teal doesn't have a tradition of waging total war. It's quite similar to Vicious Mountain in that regard. The reason why this is so is different, though we don't need to explore that considering we are just passing through. They didn't meet in order to discuss the history of Majestic Teal. Instead, they gathered in order to discuss the impending arrival of the mercenaries that they contracted on an expensive monthly contract. Tell me about the fellows who will be arriving soon. Major Verl waved his hand, causing a projection to appear that depicted the logo of the mercenary organization. It depicted a purple star field where a man was walking off into the distance with his back facing the viewer. Vase had no idea why such a symbol represented the name of a mercenary organization with a fixed base of operations. The Star Strider Security Group is a massive commercial enterprise that offers security solutions to clients on both a short-term and long-term basis. Verl began. It's a reputable and upright mercenary organization that has never acted shady, at least that we know of. Its headquarters is located in the Grand Loxic Republic, which is a very powerful second-rate state in the Winged Serenade Star Sector. That last part was important. Winged Serenade was the administrative center of the Yena Star Cluster. It received greater investment than its neighboring star sectors, so its development level was considerably higher. This also meant that any organizations that were rooted there possessed a lot of power and influence. This was one of the many reasons why no one wanted to stir up trouble with the Star Striders. Do we know which unit within the Star Striders are assigned as our bodyguards? Major Verl nodded. We do. The Star Striders informed us that they have dispatched their 14th Fleet, otherwise known as the Infinity Guards. That's an audacious name to take. What are they like? As their name suggests, the Infinity Guards are defense-oriented. While they are lacking in mobile and flexible mech units, they are known for fielding an abundance of medium and heavy mechs that excel at defending fleets or fixed positions. Ah, I see. We can't ask them to perform raids or act proactively, but they are very difficult to dislodge as long as they stand their grounds. That's the Infinity Guards in a nutshell. What is reassuring is that the 14th Fleet has successfully completed many assignments but only failed 4 times throughout their entire existence. The main reason for those exceptions is because they got caught up in larger conflicts where their enemies weren't cowed by the deterrence exerted by the Star Striders. No mercenary outfit was completely successful all the time. A few failures was normal and completely acceptable. Vase was completely assured by the low failure rate of the Infinity Guards. How many mechs are we talking about? The Infinity Guards comprise a total of 2 mech regiments or around 4,000 mechs. Their fleet consists of around 60 combat carriers with expanded capacity, so they are able to carry 60 mechs each. The flagship is a fleet carrier called the Indefatigable. She's nowhere comparable to the Aurelus, but she's considerably cheaper and easier to maintain. According to the Galactic Net, the Indefatigable is a second-hand starship that the Star Striders happened to acquire from a state that sought to dispose of her. She's aged but well maintained. Even if the Star Striders were based in Winged Serenade, it was a bit of a stretch for them to make use of assets comparable to military-grade hardware. The Indefatigable was still an overpowering fleet carrier against any non-state entity, and that was enough for the mercenaries. All of this sounds fairly impressive, but how much do they cost on a monthly basis? When converted to hex credits, their base pay amounts to 17 billion hex credits. Quote. You wanted the best we could get on short notice, Vase, remember? While it is higher than the prevailing market rates, the service provided by the Star Strider is the real deal. Vase slowly sighed. That's true. If we get what we paid for, then we shouldn't be afraid of any threat as long as the contract holds. Chapter 2706. Infinity Guards paying 17 billion hex credits a month for protection was a very high price. As long as Vase had enough time, he could raise a basic force that was just as strong. The best part about it was that as long as Vase paid all of the upfront costs, the monthly upkeep would be only a fraction as much. Sure, it was expensive to pay tens of thousands of personnel. Sure, all of those mechs cost a lot of money to keep in shape. Sure, the Indefatigable along with those combat carriers and support ships also cost money to maintain. Yet paying 17 billion hex credits to cover for protection for just a single month was a ripoff considering all the alternatives. It was just that those other solutions required time, which was something that the Larkinson clan and its partners were very short of. The Golden Skull Alliance wasn't the first to end up in this awkward situation. Conflicts happened all the time in human space. A lot of outfits, fleets and other organizations incurred huge amounts of damage after they fought against serious opponents. Even if these organizations possessed the means to rebuild their strength, their other enemies might not wait for them to recover. Pouncing on a weakened target after enduring an enormous beating was one of the best ways to achieve a quick and profitable victory. The galaxy wasn't fair. Without sufficient backing, there was no rule in effect that gave exhausted survivors a grace period to get back up to strength. This was where mercenaries came in. They already built up their strength and readily lend their strength to those who could afford to pay their rates. The client didn't have to invest any time and effort to borrow all of this protection. The mercenary corps had already done the hard work beforehand. The only contribution the customer had to make was to hand over enough money. Considering that mercenaries didn't demand anything except for money, it was a given that this was always a hefty amount. The costs ramped up massively as the mercenary organizations got bigger and bigger. Their greater scale and numbers allowed them to field more powerful mechs and more professional mech pilots. They switched out their light carriers for combat carriers and also began to acquire fleet carriers to give their forces a lot of extra intimidation power. At this level, the mercenaries were all about deterrence. While they were not shy about fighting, they generally disliked getting their hands dirty. Every battle not only entailed deaths, but also required them to repair or replace their combat assets. Even if the mercenaries were able to cover these costs by demanding extra payment from their clients, it was still an undesirable outcome. Therefore, large-scale mercenary organizations such as the Star Striders tended to puff themselves up as much as possible to scare any possible attackers as much as possible. That became clear as their 14th fleet finally arrived in the border system within Majestic Teal. When Vase studied the composition of this renowned mercenary force, he became somewhat impressed. What a heavy fleet! The high-capacity combat carriers were not only larger than the ones of the Larkinson clan, but also boasted substantially thicker hull plating. There was no doubt that they could all take a beating and still be able to venture onwards. There has to be a catch, he murmured. Mercenaries always counted the money they earned and the money they had to spend. It was highly unlikely for them to splurge on quality ships with higher upkeep costs. Soon, Vase figured out the shortcomings of the combat carriers of the Infinity Guards. They're slow. This was no understatement. The combat carriers were truly sluggish. Their sub-light propulsion systems simply weren't powerful enough to provide a lot of acceleration to the unwieldy ships. It took far more time for the Infinity Guards to travel somewhere inside a star system than other fleets. Vase even guessed that this was a deliberate choice. With these sluggish vessels, a client has to retain the services of the Infinity Guards for a longer period of time in order to get anywhere without being waylaid. The only reason why Vase wasn't more upset about this scam was because the combat carriers truly looked intimidating. Hardly any pirate wanted to try and pick a fight with just one of these tough bastards. The Indefatigable flew in the center of the fleet. The fleet carrier was much as he expected. She featured moderate armor, mobility and capacity. Already, the mercenaries trotted out their mechs from their starships. More than 1,000 mechs appeared in space, giving their customers a good show of what 17 billion hex credits a month was worth. Vase happened to be in the design lab when he studied the newly arrived Infinity Guards. Gloriana helpfully shared her opinion on the mercenary mechs. They're commercial-grade mechs, all right, she snorted. While it's clear that the designers know what they are doing, they were under obvious cost constraints. The Star Striders or the 14th Fleet in particular doesn't want to waste an excessive amount of money on servicing their mechs. In other words, they cut corners. Vase remarked. Exactly. Gloriana pointed at a beefed-up rifleman mech. Look at this mech for example. It's a stationary gunner that doesn't conform to the most dominant interpretation of rifleman mechs because it has to look larger and more intimidating than it actually is. All of that extra armor slows it down, which suggests that it can withstand a lot of damage. Is it, actually? Partially. Maybe. The armor is real, but according to our initial scanning data it's likely a bulk alloy formula. The protection is largely based on quantity rather than quality. I can already guess that the other mechs of the Infinity Guards are designed according to the same principle. It's cheap and easy to fix the damage, but I bet the mercenaries will try and charge us as if their mechs are clad with premium armor. Vase looked skeptical. I don't think such an obvious scam will work. That's a bit too brazen if you ask me. This is especially when there are plenty of mech designers in our alliance. Professor Cortez will never let himself get taken advantage of like that. Besides, the Star Striders can't go too far or else they will ruin their credibility. The reputation of the Star Striders was truly good for a reason. Perhaps they might act like other mercenaries and overcharge here or there, but Vase didn't believe they would outright seek compensation for something that didn't really exist. You'd be surprised what companies think they can get away with. Gloriana disagreed with her husband. Anyway, it shouldn't be a problem as long as we show that we are attentive. Shall we change and prepare for the upcoming meeting? Vase nodded. Let's go. They exited the design lab in order to prepare for their first formal meeting with the head of the Infinity Guards. Both of them changed into their formal wear. In the case of Vase, he wore a more elaborate version of his Patriarch uniform complete with cape. Gloriana opted to wear a sophisticated business suit in order to project a look that suggested that she meant business. The Hexer confidence she exuded while wearing this outfit caused her to look as if she was in charge instead of Vase. I look great, don't I? Click C. Meow. Hi. When Vase beheld her outfit, he briefly became confused. Don't you usually wear dresses to these official meetings? I dress according to the situation, Vase. Mercenaries will always try to upstage their clients. If our momentum isn't strong enough, they will gain the upper hand in our relationship and get a greater say in matters. We need to show that we are still capable of standing up to ourselves. The mercenaries may not be their enemies, but it was still important to establish mutual respect. Vase just thought that he was already capable of doing so on his own. He didn't need his wife to carry his weight. It wasn't as if he was a boy. Let's board our shuttle and head over the Hemington Cross. He coughed. I hope Patriarch Reginald is a good host. It'll be fine, Vase. Letting him host the initial meeting is a great choice. The first in-person meeting with the leaders of the Infinity Guards had to take place in the right venue. Since trust between the mercenaries and the clients wasn't solid yet, there was no way that Vase wanted to step aboard the Indefatigable. His paranoia simply didn't allow it no matter how trustworthy the Infinity Guards appeared. While Vase felt tempted to host the meeting aboard the Spirit of Bentime, a factory ship simply wasn't as impressive as a fleet carrier, especially one built for military purposes. The Cross clan may have fallen way below their peak, but much of their assets still reflected their prior glory. When Vase entered the shuttle with his wife and bodyguards, Calabast and Lucky were already waiting inside. Though Gloriana crinkled her nose at the other woman's appearance, she didn't take any further action. Instead, she sat down on her seat and began to cuddle with Clixie. Vase on the other hand reached out to Lucky. Hey there buddy, meow. The gem cat languidly rolled around on Calabast's lap. Vase coughed. You missed me, right? Meow. Lucky just closed his eyes and settled on a more comfortable position. It seems that your pet is fine where he is right now. Calabast amusingly said, haha, that's just because he hasn't been away from me long enough. He'll miss me eventually. After they completed their usual banter, they immediately moved on to the topic at hand. Who am I about to meet? The leader of the Infinity Guards is Colonel Amos Pendulum. She briefly explained. He is an experienced mech officer with military experience. He's a native of the Wing Serenade Star Sector and is aligned with the headquarters of the Star Striders. That was an interesting detail to Vase. I see. So he's the company guy who makes sure that the local branch is dancing to the tune of headquarters. You can see it that way. Calabast nodded. That is not to say that the relationship between him and the majestic Tealers that comprise much of the 14th Fleet is bad. He wouldn't remain in charge if he didn't command the respect of his men. What is important for you to know is that he possessed an aristocratic background. I believe he is destined for a higher position once he completes his tour in this star sector and returns to headquarters. That told Vase a lot. These kinds of high flyers were usually very ambitious. They received a lot of attention from the company and gained promotions a lot easier than those who attracted less attention. Of course, the price for being in the spotlight all of the time was that they had to deliver excellent results or at least maintain the illusion of doing so. When Calabast told him that Colonel Pendulum was only 43 years old, that confirmed his suspicions. A 43-year-old colonel, Vase frowned. Most of the officers of Met who are around this rank are a lot older. Colonel Ariadne Woden is twice as old, I believe. It's true that flag officers in established militaries or other armed organizations generally have to wait at least half a century before they reach this level, but mercenary organizations aren't as rigid. If Colonel Pendulum possesses real talent, then he may be up to the task despite his lack of experience. For some reason, Vase thought another explanation was more likely. Maybe that's true, but it could also be that this fine colonel comes from a notable family from Wing Serenade. With such powerful backing, he can easily secure one cushy job after another. Calabast pressed her lips. Nepotism is a decent possibility in this case, but the Infinity Guards still enjoy a good track record under Colonel Pendulum's command. That's true, but keep in mind that not a single force dared to pick a fight against them in the last 6 years. Vase poignantly pointed out. While he didn't go as far to believe that the Infinity Guards were mismanaged, he might have to revise his expectations of their battle readiness. Even if they trained diligently for all of these years, they were probably a bit rusty. Chapter 2707. Increased trust. When Vase stepped aboard the gargantuan Hemington Cross once again, he noted that the crossers had stuffed a lot of mechs in the hangar bay. Every ship in the expeditionary fleet was in the same straits. The Alliance picked up so much salvage from the battlefield that every space had to be utilized as efficiently as possible. In fact, a lot of mech stables, hangar bays and cargo bays were stuffed with ugly wrecks and broken parts. Of course, the crew of the Hemington Cross didn't haphazardly toss their salvage in the hangar bay used to greet the incoming guests. Instead, the best mechs of the Cross clan stood in neat rows. When Vase and his wife studied their appearances, they instantly recognized that they had been deliberately fixed up and polished to a shine in order to present a magnificent image. The sight of all of those military mechs that had proven themselves in battle was capable of impressing everyone, especially those who worked with them and knew about them. In fact, the more they knew about mechs, the more they appreciated the design and deadliness of these machines. What was even more interesting was that these standard mechs only served as a backdrop to the expert mechs of the hosts. The Amphies took up a prime position further ahead. The sturdy and dependable Knight mech with its iconic chainsword had been the only crosser expert mech to make it through the Battle of Reckoning intact. As the Miracle Couple and Cats moved closer, they eagerly studied the design characteristics of this solid machine. It's not the most sophisticated expert mech I've seen, but it definitely ranks at the top when it comes to sturdiness. Gloriana remarked. She possessed substantially more experience with expert mechs than Vase. Her experience in certain Hexer development projects gave her a more critical understanding of their design principles. I can tell that the Amphies is a senior grade mech, which means that a senior must have been its lead designer. This is obvious in how simple it is. While there is nothing wrong with aiming for simplicity, the mech clearly lacks additional features that can amp up the mech even further. Vase nodded in understanding. The previous battle showed that the Amphies possesses a distinct lack of mobility. While it doesn't have to be able to catch up to a light skirmisher, it could have benefited from having a short-duration booster system that allows it to jump on its opponents or catch them by surprise. One of the lessons he learned from the previous battle was that the weaknesses of any expert mech became a lot more impactful. In the case of larger forces, standard mechs which often fought alongside hundreds or thousands of different mechs. Different specialized mechs were able to cover each other's weaknesses, allowing them to make full play of their strengths. For example, the Transcendent Punishers were extremely vulnerable against melee mechs, but the Ilvanan mech pilots never had to be afraid of that because other Larkinson mechs would fend off these threats on their behalf. Yet at the expert mech level, it was impractical to depend too much on mixing and matching. The low quantities of expert mechs involved in battle meant that every powerful machine was vulnerable. This was especially the case when the opposing mechs were being piloted by expert pilots, who possessed the skill and acumen to exploit every identifiable weakness. Vase thought that the performance of one-dimensional mechs was quite poor in the previous battle. The Imperial Verdict was no doubt a lethal mech up close with its trident. Yet it spent much of its time trying to get within striking distance of the crosser expert mechs while fending off attacks from multiple directions. The Amphi's possessed stellar defense and a surprising amount of threat within the range of its chainsword, but the Predator and Planet expert mechs weren't stupid enough to let it approach. Hybrid mechs such as the Balvo's Rage and the Trost proved to be more flexible and more able to respond to different situations. Even venerable Damira Planet's Air and Tear displayed some enhanced mobility and ranged threat despite its excellence in melee combat. This was why both Vase and Gloriana soon dismissed the Amphis in favor of admiring the Balvo's Rage. Expert mechs were informally split up into different performance tiers. Low-tier expert mechs were the most common. They had to be designed with lower budgets in mind, so they utilized less resonating materials and didn't possess too many features. The Balvo's Rage was different. Its entire frame was packed with either stellar parameters or extremely useful features. It looks like Professor Cortez worked overtime to repair the battle on this expert mech. Gloriana remarked, "I can still spot some of the signs of hasty repairs. Its chest projector may look operational, but I'm sure that's only the case on the surface. In truth, its overall effectiveness may have dropped by as much as a fifth." Vase missed that particular detail, but now that his wife had pointed it out, he could see why she made this judgment. The Balvo's Rage was still a wounded mech underneath its shiny metal exterior. Regardless, it was still the best hybrid mech that Vase had ever witnessed with his own eyes. He was mentally running back the battle performance of this expert mech as he examined each and every known weapon system. Every aspect of the Balvo's Rage was meticulously designed. The more Vase studied it, the more he admired its nuances. It's amazing how the Balvo's Rage is able to accommodate so many integrated weapon systems. He expressed, the expert mech is able to integrate all of these armaments seamlessly without overly compromising its defenses. Its other parameters are also up to par, and it can even fight up close with a pair of handheld weapons. Perhaps its only true shortcoming is that it doesn't possess any supremely powerful weapons. Gloriana mentioned another weakness. Don't forget about its short endurance. In the previous battle, the mech expended much of its weapon systems, leaving it with relatively few options at the end. I think Patriarch Reginald demanded a solution that excels in fighting against other expert mechs, either in a fair duel or in a short brawl between mechs of the same level. It clearly does the job considering that it managed to fight against the Air and Tear on an equal basis. The two stopped their current discussion as they finally reached the greeting party. Patriarch Reginald Cross, Professor Cortez, Venerable Linda Cross and some other important crossers wore their best dress uniforms. Golden cords and epaulets embellished their white and pale blue uniforms. Impressive-looking medals rested on their chests as if to emphasize the battle prowess of their wearers. Vase felt distinctly underdressed in their company. While he still had a collection of old brighter medals, he felt it was too shameless to show them off. After all, the people he was meeting with wouldn't be impressed by awards given out by a pitiful little third-rate state. Still, he quickly suppressed this feeling. He was a mech designer. As far as he was concerned, his mech designs were his medals. Patriarch Vase, welcome back to the Hemington Cross. The leader of the Cross clan didn't appear to have sustained any lingering wounds from the previous battle. The older and larger man stepped forward and patted Vase on the shoulder. I truly feel vindicated for partnering up with you. The mechs your clan deployed are so remarkable that I truly cannot wait to receive an expert mech that has benefited from your input. If you can design a mech that allows me to slaughter the entire crew of a capital ship like the Orlus, I promise to fight your enemies unconditionally for the span of a decade. The other crossers in the greeting party looked surprised at their patriarch's spontaneous offer. Reginald clearly hadn't discussed this demand with the rest of his people. Professor Benedict Cortez quickly stepped forward. I believe that some of the capabilities displayed by the Larkinson clan are subject to very harsh requirements. We cannot expect Patriarch Vase to reveal his trump cards to us so casually. Isn't that right? Your guest designer is correct. Vase nodded, but then proceeded to display a slight smile. However, there is a possibility that I might be persuaded to offer some of my more exclusive services to your clan. Just take into account that the results might not be as drastic and the price will be steeper than you can imagine. That left the crossers with a lot of food for thought. While Vase wanted to keep his trump cards for himself at first, the salesman within him recognized a potentially lucrative business opportunity. Patriarch Reginald badly wanted to obtain the strongest expert mech possible. Vase just happened to have a couple of methods that could strengthen any mech in a unique fashion. These methods were not only strong, but unable to be replicated by any other competitor. As a result, as long as his services were attractive enough, he could keep teasing Patriarch Reginald with possibilities, theory driving up his desire until he was willing to give up almost anything to empower his mech. Of course, Vase didn't expect to sign a deal right away. He left his pitch at that and only answered a couple of questions. Can you truly enable our clan to perform an extraordinary group attack comparable to that of your penitent sisters and sword maidens? It's possible, but it only works for close comrades who are all uniform to a degree. Vase openly explained, they need to be closely aligned in thought, training, inclinations and so on. They don't have to be identical, but there has to be enough common ground to pool their strengths together. Also, there has to be someone powerful enough to enable this move. An expert pilot will do as far as I know. Professor Cortez carefully memorized the revealing information. This application reminds me of the neural networks of a certain Fredaman master. Is there any relation? I have a history of fighting against Master Huron. I had a few brushes with Master Huron's apprentice in the past. Vase calmly replied. She even showed up during the previous battle, along with 2 different applications of neural networks. It's a shame that I haven't been able to capture the Master's research data. You wouldn't be able to comprehend his work anyway, Mr. Larkinson. Neural network tech is exceedingly obtuse to understand to those who do not specialize in this field. It isn't good for your development to spend an excessive amount of time on studying the work of another mazer. You do not need to remind me. I am still focused on making my own creations rather than copying someone else's work. The two continued to chat about general mech designer topics. Patriarch Reginald quickly became bored as he could no longer keep up with the technical jargon. Fortunately, his boredom soon passed as the next guests arrived. Colonel Ariadne Woden, Venerable Brutus Woden and a couple of other senior officers of the Glory Seekers arrived. Good day, Patriarchs. The older woman tactfully greeted them all. I see your mechs are back in shape. We have been knocked down more times than we can count. We always get back up. Patriarch Reginald grinned. The relations between the Larkinson clan, Glory Seekers and Cross clan had warmed up considerably after the Battle of Reckoning. No matter what, fighting alongside each other brought them closer together. By combining their forces to take down their collective opponents, they learned they could trust their allies to cover each other's backs. This was an important development to Vase. It was better to fight alongside friends rather than a bunch of strangers. While he still cared about binding allies together through mutual interests, he saw hope of forging more permanent bonds. He didn't mind offering some extra benefits as long as his allies reciprocated. Besides, it was a good way to gain another batch of voluntary test subjects. Chapter 2708, Colonel Amos Pendulum. The Larkinsons and Glory Seekers arrived earlier than the guests of honor. The Infinity Guard's shuttle had to traverse a longer distance because their fleet kept a respectful distance from the expeditionary fleet. Even though they already signed a contract that was recognized by the Mercenary Association, they were still strangers to each other. This initial meeting was meant to break the ice and see whether the two sides would truly be able to get along with each other. If this wasn't the case, then it was better to cancel the deal. The contract already incorporated this scenario. If the clients changed their mind, they only had to pay a relatively modest fee to compensate the mercenaries for mobilizing their fleet and traveling all the way out here. Meow. Oh, I see. Their shuttle is finally approaching. Lucky and Clixie didn't do much aside from resting by the feet of their owners. They licked each other, sniffed the other people and remained on guard against any unanticipated threats. The shuttle utilized by the Infinity Guards looked grander and more embellished than the vehicles used by the Alliance. Markings that belonged to both the Star Striders and the Infinity Guards prominently branded the armored shuttle. The logo of the Infinity Guards consisted of rows of armored soldiers holding shields that were shaped like infinity symbols. The logo was designed in such a way that it suggested that there was an endless amount of identical soldiers. The colors of the Infinity Guards were purple and black. Ordinarily, this should have given them a serious and martial impression. However, as soon as the first mercenary stepped outside of the shuttle, Vase was taken aback at the amount of embellishments the lead figure wore. The man that could only be Colonel Amos Pendulum wore a peaked cap that was as high as his own head, an embroidered uniform that was bedecked with gold and was covered by over 30 medals of all shapes, sizes, colors and materials. Perhaps to most people, the leader of the Infinity Guards may come across as incredibly accomplished. His overflowing pride and confidence certainly helped convey a lot of strength. The other Infinity Guard officers weren't as extravagant, fortunately. They wore less medals, though they still wore fancier uniforms than Vase was accustomed to. What they lacked in pomp, they made up in professionalism. It was good to see that the rest of the 14th Fleet was made up of warriors who knew their business. Patriarch Reginald Cross stepped forward as soon as the honored guests almost reached the greeting party. Welcome to the Hemington Cross. We have been awaiting your arrival with great anticipation. Thank you for reinforcing us on short notice. It must have been quite a rush to mobilize your forces and reach our side as soon as possible. That's what you are paying for. Colonel Pendulum smiled, as much of his confidence was sapped out of his body. Though people like Vase, Gloriana, Colonel Ariadne, Professor Benedict and so on were mentally resilient enough to hold their ground against Patriarch Reginald's forceful presence, this did not apply to the latest people who arrived. Patriarch Reginald was the strongest and most developed expert pilot in the Alliance. His force of will was so domineering that it practically demanded the submission of those who couldn't withstand his will. Naturally, even weaker-willed individuals were able to mitigate the consequences after getting used to the effects. Otherwise, Patriarch Reginald wouldn't be able to get anything done if he met with his subordinates in person. Still, the first impression was the strongest. Even though Vase was the most prominent leader of the Alliance, they all agreed that Patriarch Reginald should become their spokesperson at this time. It turned out to be a great choice. Let alone Colonel Pendulum, the rest of his entourage all lost their momentum. Even though they were all grown men and women, they seemed to have been turned into kids who couldn't do anything in the presence of someone who was larger than life. To his credit, Colonel Pendulum didn't completely blank out. His social training was still good enough to compel him to maintain appearances. He even stepped forward to shake hands with the leader of the Cross clan. I have heard great tales about your plight. While it is a tragedy that your clan has fallen to this point, you have still been able to retain your legacy. With a proven war leader and expert pilot like you in charge, I am certain that I will be hearing about your return to glory very soon. Patriarch Reginald smiled. He felt flattered by the compliments. I appreciate your well wishes. We have gone through so much darkness that we have shed all of our weaknesses. Our enemies will rue the day they failed to finish us off. It's too late for them now. Under my leadership, my clan shall rise from the ashes and ascend to greater heights than ever before. As the Patriarch kept ranting about his hopeful vision for the Cross clan, Colonel Pendulum completely lost the opportunity to regain the initiative. Vase and the rest who stood a small distance away couldn't help but be a little disappointed. While the strength of the person at the top did not necessarily reflect the performance of his underlings, it was nonetheless a sight they didn't wish to see. Still, the meeting between the two leaders revealed some additional details. Colonel Pendulum was still someone who was trained to meet all kinds of forceful personalities. Even if he lacked enough exposure, he was eventually able to find a way to cope with the pressure. Once he regained his own sense of self, he stood a little straighter and diverted his attention to the other members of the Golden Skull Alliance. Patriarch Larkinson, Colonel Woden, it is a pleasure to meet the two of you as well. He grasped the chance to distance himself from Patriarch Reginald's strong force of will and moved to the other two leaders. The mercenary leader exhibited some of his slickness as he lightly bowed to the glory seekers. We don't see many Hexers outside of the Komodo star sector. The rest of the galaxy holds many different states, each of which have developed their own unique way of life. I have always become fascinated with people who go against the status quo. We are just passing through here. Colonel Woden spoke bluntly. We have no intention of imposing our order on the locals here. We are aware that our ideology is difficult for others to embrace. This is of little concern to us. We much prefer to enlighten those who take the trouble to approach us. This is much easier to do in the Red Ocean, where the powers haven't established themselves yet. The new frontier will be our true stage to spread our beliefs. Well, I wish you good luck on your endeavors, Pendulum said before he quickly turned to Vase. His smile widened. Patriarch Larkinson, your fame precedes you. Even my colleagues back in Wing Serenade sing praises about you. I heard that you have just unveiled some very fantastic mechs during the last battle. Though Vase felt flattered by the man's appreciative words, he did not lower his guard. I don't know where you got that information, but don't believe in all of the rumors. Our clan did indeed employ some new mechs and techniques, but they are not prepared for the market. That is a shame to hear. Pendulum expressed his disappointment. Our security group has long been interested in your products, but your mech company doesn't offer anything suitable for customers such as us. Your third-class mechs are no doubt powerful, but the Star Striders don't do business at this level. When will you be publishing your promising second-class mech designs? Thank you for expressing your interest, Colonel, but we cannot discuss our business plans at this time. Vase gently pushed back the inquiry. Entering the second-class mech market is a huge endeavor and not something to be taken lightly. We will not be offering any commercial second-class mechs anytime soon. You may have to wait a number of years before our company has grown to the point it is able to roll out more powerful mechs. Colonel Pendulum likely sensed the underlying meaning behind the message. Our security company has been in business for many decades. We can spend a few more years without benefiting from your products. I hope to hear the good news fairly soon, though. That time may come if some of our plans go right. Vase mysteriously replied. Once the initial meet and greet was over, the entire group moved deeper into the Hemington Cross. They passed by many spacious hallways and important-looking compartments before entering a formal dining hall. The compartment was richly furnished but conveyed a distinctly martial theme. Banners of fallen opponents, helmets of defeated enemies and pieces of fallen expert mechs took up positions of pride. Each of these trophies had stories behind them. Vase even recognized the centerpiece of the grand display. Hovering atop some pedestals were pieces of recognizable debris that originated from the Air and Tear, the Imperial Verdict and the Trost. When Patriarch Reginald approached his latest trophies, he smiled proudly and began to boast some of his feats to Colonel Pendulum. Though the Crosser Patriarch was undoubtedly beating his own chest, he also revealed some details about the battle that they hadn't publicized before. Vase didn't know whether that was good or bad. Still, at least the tales put the expeditionary forces in a good light. They had to fight against qualitatively superior opponents who came for the express purpose of defeating their old foes. The glorious battle impressed all of the Infinity Guards. They looked like they wanted to take part in it as well, but that was just because Patriarch Reginald glosses over the considerable losses. As bots began to fly in and deliver the first dishes, Colonel Pendulum turned to Vase and asked a question. There are a lot of rumors flying around in our circle. Is it true that you developed some sort of superweapon that could wipe out the crew of an entire fleet carrier at once? Vase hesitated a bit. How should he approach this question? Did you see that big golden capital ship in our fleet, Colonel Pendulum? It's rather hard not to miss such an excellent fleet carrier. Vase smirked. The only reason we managed to capture her intact and in such a pristine condition is because none of the crew were left alive to activate any of her self-destruct mechanisms. If just one Fredaman crew member survived, he or she could have at least blown the core systems such as the data banks and the valuable long-range FTL drives. He didn't need to say anything more. The truth was there for everyone to see. Colonel Pendulum and his command team all looked a little horrified. After all, if such an attack could affect a vessel like the Orlis despite her shield generators and thick hull plating, then the Hemington Cross or their own flagship were just as vulnerable. It took at least a minute for them to push aside the frightful implications. Doesn't this qualify as a superweapon to the MTA? A chief engineer of the Infinity Guards asked. So far, the MTA has not made any announcements concerning your recent battle or your exploits. Vase shrugged as he raised a spoon and took a sip of some thick vegetable soup that tasted far too bland to his taste buds. I have friends in high places. Besides, while my trump card is exceedingly powerful, its destructive potential isn't enough to wipe out entire cities. There are plenty of other mech designers and weapon developers who invented arms that can kill thousands of people in a city all at once. They aren't immediately banned from the onset. That is because the MTA likes to take its time on their investigations. That said, if the weapon is too powerful or used too often, the MTA may decide to issue their judgment within days. That's true, Vase acknowledged. He wasn't sure what the MTA thought about his battle formations. It was very powerful but also very destructive. In the wrong hands, it could easily lead to a lot of loss of life. Still, as long as the Larkinsons controlled this method, the issue shouldn't be a high priority. His clan just had to keep his battle formations in reserve in order to avoid raising the priority level on this powerful invention. Also, Vase had to make sure he stayed chummy with Master Willix. Chapter 2709, Parent Company. The initial banquet proceeded rather smoothly. It helped that the space between the tables was rather large in order to allow the Cross clan's latest trophies to take up the best space. As warriors themselves, the Infinity Guard officers all became fascinated by the debris and other spoils of war. They were especially impressed with the pieces that originated from the enemy expert mechs. Mercenaries generally didn't retain the services of expert pilots. They generally never fought against mech pilots of this caliber. They also found it too expensive to meet the needs of an expert pilot. If an outfit or group couldn't make an expert pilot happy, then much of their investment would go to waste if the demigod walked away. Perhaps the larger mercenary organizations such as the Star Striders may be able to afford retaining some expert pilots, but their 14th Fleet obviously hadn't benefited. Their roster was completely filled with standard mech pilots. There was nothing wrong with that. Though his recent experiences may have suggested otherwise, the vast majority of forces hailing from private individuals and organizations were pretty much in the same boat. As long as everyone was on the same level, there was no need to make excessive investments. States were fine with this as well. They hoarded as many expert pilots as possible and did not want to see any of them slip away in order to work for a bunch of mercenaries or something. The superiority of mech militaries in this aspect was one of the many ways they maintained their dominance over private forces. The latter could only dream of fielding expert mechs but would never make the decision to change this aspect. Unlike a military force, a private force had to generate a profit. Even if it didn't have to, it eventually belonged to an organization that had to be smart about its spending. The Larkinson clan was a good example of that. The LMC's current business success enabled the Larkinsons to invest in expert mechs. Yet business was volatile and the good times might not always last. Expert pilots also had their standards. A mercenary career was not the most glamorous or honorable that mech pilots could choose. Generally, only those who weren't good enough to serve in the military to begin with considered jobs in the private sector. Once an expert candidate or expert pilot emerged in the private sector, the state always moved to offer an opportunity to these previously unnoticed mech pilots. Vase had fallen victim to this treatment as well when they initially took away Janzi. Would she have ended up with a more mellow personality if she remained in his service? What is it about the mech corps, anyway? He muttered in confusion. On the one hand, it was able to facilitate the rise of a great expert pilot in the form of my Uncle Ark. Then they go on to produce absolute terrors like Ganso and Janzi. All three of them were Larkinsons, but the latter two somehow became awful for no reason. Was the mech corps incompetent or had someone in the ranks deliberately tried to sabotage the Larkinson family? That sounds like a stretch. He shook his head. As Vase continued to eat and chat with a couple of Infinity Guard officers, Lucky looked a bit dejected. The Cross clan provided Clixie with a bowl of alien fish that many cat species loved for their taste. As for Lucky, the hosts merely provided a portable battery so that a mechanical cat could plug in its tail and top off its energy reserves. Meow. Just bear with it, buddy. Once you go back, you can eat a proper meal. Meow meow. Vase ignored his cat and went back chatting to one of the chief engineers. Pelmid Nerd was the chief engineer of the Indefatigable. He was a relatively older man at 70 years old. While he was not one of those 150-year-old fossils who had lived through multiple generations of starship technology, he was still an incredibly knowledgeable man who possessed a wealth of technical knowledge on second-class ships. The Aurelus is truly a fantastic ship that I would love to get my hands on. He complimented to Vase. The quality of the materials used in her construction and the modern systems that I have been able to identify are all in the upper range. The Aurelus makes our Indefatigable look like a discount product. Are the Infinity Guards or your parent company interested in acquiring the Aurelus, perchance? Vase asked. The older man shook his head. Headquarters will decide. My superiors may ask for my input, but that is hardly the only voice they listen to. While I would celebrate if our fleet can turn the Aurelus into our new flagship, I shouldn't get my hopes up. A ship that incorporates so many advanced and demanding systems must have a very high upkeep cost. In other words, the Aurelus wasn't good value for money. Most organizations similar to the Star Striders weren't interested in acquiring her when they could already accomplish their goals with a more affordable capital ship. What are the capital ships in Majestic Teal like? They are no different from the capital ships that are typical in the surrounding star clusters. Chief Nerd responded. If I have to identify a distinguishing element, it is that we favor smaller and more affordable flagships. The economies of our star sector aren't poor, but their scale is not as big. The various states prefer to go for quantity over quality. I can see how that can be the case. Is there anything else that is notable about the local capital ship market? You can always buy a second-hand capital ship if you quickly need to expand your fleet. Visit any major port system and you can probably spot a number of capital ships anchored around a satellite. Is the demand for capital ships not high enough? Vase raised his eyebrow. I wouldn't say so. It's more accurate to say that the supply is too much. Quite a lot of factional struggles take place in these parts. Fleets regularly get defeated and their flagships sometimes fall into the hands of the victors. Just like the Larkinson clan, the winning side might not always want to take the risk of putting a captured ship to use. The security risks were too substantial. In fact, this concern was giving Vase a lot of headaches. Unless a vendor was able to provide some solid guarantees, Vase preferred to exchange the Orlis for a new order. The banquet quietly proceeded as the mercenary officers became more familiar with their clients and vice versa. The relations between the two had thawed. Once the Golden Skull Alliance established its might and prestige, there was no need for the Larkinsons and Crossers to throw their weight around. It was more important to establish a good working relationship with their new protectors. The Infinity Guards had to be able to mesh well with their clients in order to cooperate in any battle that might occur. Colonel Pendulum soon began to talk shop with Colonel Ariadne. The two senior officers discussed basic arrangements such as the distance the Infinity Guard ships should keep to the expeditionary vessels, how many mechs were allowed to get close, and other details. Once these talks came to an end, both sides affirmed their commitment to the contract. The Infinity Guards are proud to take on the responsibility of guarding your fleet. Colonel Pendulum spoke with an officious voice. We are eager to do business with you and serve as your companions during your stay in Majestic Teal. The meeting soon came to an end. Neither side was in a hurry to deepen their shallow bond. There was plenty of time to do that in the days to come. For now, it was more important for them to head to safety and remove the risk of falling victim to an ambush yet again. Once everyone returned to their own ships, the fleet briefly waited until every vessel cycled their FTL drives before leaving the star system. The mercs are actually quite decent. Vase summed up his thoughts. They're better than I expected. Gloriana didn't agree. I'm not sure that you should put too much stock in your first impressions. Mercenaries are much more skilled at presenting themselves in a good light than putting up an actual fight. You have a point, but I don't think the Infinity Guards are unreliable. Perhaps they were judging the Infinity Guards too harshly. The Star Strider Security Group was a private company. It was unfair to compare its fighting prowess to that of a state-backed military. After making it through the Battle of Reckoning, Vase had become too used to comparing his mechs and forces to that of the Fredaman. Their elite mechs and expert mechs had turned into his internal measuring stick. This was also why he pushed to overhaul his current design projects. Mechs such as the Bright Warrior IB had to do more than fighting against a typical military mech on an equal basis. It had to be stronger. Only by giving his second-class mechs an advantage would they be able to keep more friendly mech pilots alive next time. No more excitement took place after the Infinity Guards formally started their protection mission. The presence of these familiar mercs instantly changed the expeditionary fleet's security situation. Previously, whenever the Golden Skull Alliance emerged out of FTL travel, they always attracted the attention of scout ships that just happened to be in the neighborhood. Even though these innocent-looking corvettes were several light hours away, it was obvious that they were scoping the expeditionary fleet out. The owners of these corvettes may be plotting something nefarious. All of that changed once the Infinity Guards showed their presence. The 14th Fleet was a known presence in Majestic Teal, so the various forces that were showing interest in the foreign visitors tactfully withdrew their eyes. The obvious changes brought a lot of relief to Vase and the other leaders. Their decision to hire the Infinity Guards turned out to be the correct one. None of the locals wanted to provoke a fight against the 14th Fleet or its parent organization. Even if the Infinity Guards were beatable, what about the rest of the Star Striders? Their main fleet back in Wing Serenade was far more formidable than any of their branch fleets. Vase found this to be an interesting dynamic. The strength of the parent organization effectively sheltered its branches. He believed he might one day make use of it as well. After all, it might not be possible to keep his entire fleet together all this time. As the days went by, Vase no longer paid attention to the mercenaries and fully invested himself in his work. He focused much of his attention on completing the Bright Warrior IB project. By prioritizing this project, he hoped to be able to start with mass-producing the new Larkinson mechs as soon as the expeditionary fleet arrived at its first stop in the Life Research Association. The output of the Spirit of Bentime was not good enough to meet the demands of the Larkinson clan. Vase wanted to obtain thousands of his new Bright Warrior mechs, and that entailed purchasing a huge amount of raw materials as well as borrowing a lot of additional production capacity. A port system was the ideal place to make this happen. The abundant amount of trade and industrial development would allow the Larkinsons to accomplish all of their production goals as long as they paid enough money. It's also a convenient place to sell our salvage. Of course, the Larkinson clan and its allies intended to do much more than that. They needed to perform a lot of repairs and recruit a lot of replacement personnel. This presented Vase with a difficult question. Should he allow his clan to recruit second-raters? Previously, he resisted this decision. Talented and well-trained second-rate citizens were usually entangled with existing institutions. None of them were as clean and unentangled as third-raters. Vase glanced at the Larkinson mandate and shook his head. What am I worrying about? I have the Larkinson network. Spies and saboteurs won't get the chance to stir up any trouble. Chapter 2710. Rushing to completion. After several weeks of intensive design effort, the Bright Warrior Mark I version B project almost reached completion. It had not been easy. In order to rush the design work, Vase deliberately diverted additional design resources into the project in order to brute force its completion as fast as possible. Optimization work that most often required both design ingenuity and raw processing power. The former could be increased by allocating more manpower to the project, which he did. Not just Gloriana and Juliet, but many more assistants took part in performing the tedious work of solving all of the little faults and inefficiencies in the multiple configurations of the second-class modular mech platform. The latter was even simpler to solve, but that made it even harder for Vase. The spirit of Bentime's powerful ASTERAI core was capable of performing a huge amount of calculations every moment of the day. Additional processors took on this burden as well and served as backups in case the AI core became unavailable. The issue was that the factory ship also needed to draw on these capabilities in order to run billions of major and minor systems that kept the entire vessel running. On top of that, the other 5 design projects also needed to perform an immense amount of calculations to come up with better solutions to the myriad of problems they faced. Vase decided that finishing the next incarnation of the Bright Warrior design was more important than anything else, so he straightforwardly doubled its allocation of computing power at the expense of other priorities. Not everyone felt comfortable with this decision. Gloriana had a lot of words to say to him when he announced the change. "You're delaying the completion of our Hexer mech designs," she accused when they were just starting their session at the design lab. "Don't you care about the Komodo War anymore?" To be honest, the war did not occupy his thoughts as much as before. While he still wanted the Friday Coalition to lose, his own needs came first. Vase crossed his arms. "Gloriana, before we help anyone else, we have to help ourselves first. The Battle of Reckoning almost squashed us, you know. Think about what would happen if the Fredamen succeed. Not only would we all die, but the Komodo War won't be getting our upcoming Hexer mechs at all. So if you truly care about the plight of the Hexadric hegemony, you should help me finish this important design project once and for all so that we can get back to finishing our other projects with minimal delay. I'm not blind to the circumstances we're facing, but we're not allocating our design resources efficiently anymore. Piling twice as much mech designers on the Bright Warrior project won't double its progress. On the other hand, taking a few of them away from our other projects will slow their progress considerably enough that it will take at least several more weeks to finalize them even if we put back what we took. The Hex army can hold out for a few more weeks. The war is not a conflict that is decided in a matter of weeks or months. Besides, the hegemony is big and is probably working on other solutions. We're hardly the only ones who are trying to save it. Our next batch of Hexer designs are all auxiliary in nature, so their effect on the war effort will likely be subtle. It was difficult for Vase to placate Gloriana, but their safety was truly at risk this time. The only other way to solve their lack of powerful mechs was to purchase a huge batch of premium mechs from their upcoming destination. Neither Vase nor Gloriana liked this solution. The Larkinson clan should be making use of internally developed LMC mechs. Otherwise, what was the point of running its own mech company? Vase knew that his mechs possessed great advantages that could give his mech forces a decisive edge. He was so confident in his own work that he truly intended to replace any third-party mech in their roster with one of his own products over time. As for Gloriana, she simply wanted to control everything. She had no involvement in the design of third-party mechs, so they possessed plenty of glaring traits that scarred her eyes whenever she looked at them. The Princess Jekas, the Vima Sons and the Tamris Stellars had already sickened her to the point where she didn't visit the hangar bay on her own accord anymore. The Bright Warrior concept may be bland and full of compromises, but it was much less objectionable than mechs designed by other competitors. She craved control, and being able to put her mark on the Larkinson clan in this fashion was the best way to soothe her urges. In the end, Vase managed to persuade Gloriana to play along. She didn't have to agree with him, but she shouldn't get in the way either. I'm the principal designer in this department, he reminded his wife. It doesn't make much sense to give every project equal attention at this moment, so I've decided to shift resources around. That's all you need to know. I'm not deliberately delaying our Hexer Mech design projects. They'll just have to sit in the back for now. If you want to remedy this situation, then do your utmost to complete our priority project. She did just that. Due to how much time, effort and affection she invested in the Cherub, Blinding Mech and devious projects, she worked on the Bright Warrior IB project as if her life depended on it. The energy she displayed helped a lot in hastening its progress. All of their hard work eventually bore fruit. With the wealth of data provided by the logs and footage of the previous battle, their working conditions couldn't be better. Mech designers always worked best with enough supporting data at their disposal. The entire point about fabricating prototypes and putting them through their paces was to verify what worked, what didn't, and what needed to be fixed. Even though they only had a single battle to go on, the experiences the prototypes went through were so thorough and all-encompassing that none of the lead designers felt lost. Gloriana pounced on every irregularity in the data and obsessively tried to solve or mitigate them no matter the difficulty. There was no doubt that she contributed the most to the project at this stage. She even tolerated the necessity of working together with Juliet in order to accelerate the project by a couple of days. Now that she no longer behaved catty in the presence of the other Hexer Mech designer, it turned out that the two women worked quite well together. The collaboration between Vase and Gloriana was best described as a union designed to borrow each other's strengths while covering for each other's weaknesses. The budding cooperation between Gloriana and Juliet generated a different dynamic. Both of their interests and strengths overlapped to an extent. When it came to flight systems and anything related to mobility, Juliet held the upper hand against the Woden Scion, but that did not mean the latter had no way to be useful. On the contrary, when Juliet developed a solution that allowed a given configuration of the Bright Warrior to accelerate faster, Gloriana took a look at the proposed solution and solved some of the problems and shortcomings that the changes introduced. The overall result was that the mech's overall performance noticeably improved without introducing too many downsides. I'm quite impressed by how far we have been able to push the mobility of all four configurations. Juliet reported her progress to Vase one day. While Gloriana still isn't the most pleasant person to be around, we are doing quite well for ourselves as long as our thoughts coincide. You want to finish the project as fast as possible as well? Vase asked. Why wouldn't I? My fellow penitent sisters didn't suffer as badly in the last battle as the rest, but our numbers keep growing smaller. The best way to prevent us from losing any further sisters is to make the other mech forces stronger so that they can hold their ground much better next time. This Bright Warrior of yours will definitely help with that. Besides, completing this project faster allows me to get back to working on the giant killer design. Our penitent sisters need its firepower. That was another good reason to work hard on the current project. He thought about the opinions that others held about the Bright Warrior IB. Neither Gloriana nor Juliet exhibited much passion for the future backbone of the Larkinson clan. Aside from Vase himself, only a handful of assistant mech designers exhibited any passion in the mech design. Is the Bright Warrior IB a bad mech? He questioned himself. He didn't think so. It was a good performer by any objective measure. It just didn't have the pronounced strength and star power of his more flamboyant designs such as the Doom Guard, Valkyrie Redeemer and Crystal Lord Mark II. The reactions of the other mech designers reflected the reality that the mech industry and the mech market simply didn't care too much for boring but serviceable products. The Bright Warrior IB ticked all of the boxes, yet that was nothing special in the eyes of others. Even its glow was rather bland and lacking in distinct features. Whereas the Piranha Prime could destabilize any opponent that got close while the Valkyrie Redeemer could do something similar at a distance, the Bright Warrior merely boosted the sense of belonging of a Larkinson mech pilot. That does sound kind of weak. Vase belatedly admitted. The Golden Cat may be a key factor in increasing the cohesion of the Larkinson clan, but she was not that impressive when employed as a design spirit. She simply didn't bring as much benefits as some of his other design spirits such as the Superior Mother or the Illustrious One. It was not as if he considered the option of inserting another design spirit in the Bright Warrior IB. Yet every time he thought about it, he instinctively felt it was wrong. The Bright Warrior product line must remain as a pure representation of the Larkinson clan. The mech had to prove that the Larkinson clan did not necessarily need to borrow the power of other grand and powerful entities in order to hold its own. If the Bright Warrior mechs were weak, then that simply meant that his clan still had a long way to go before the machines actually became good. In a way, the Bright Warrior product line served as a mirror to the Larkinsons. It presented an unvarnished view of the actual state and strength of their clan. It doesn't matter if the Bright Warrior's glow is a bit lackluster for the moment. Goldie has already grown a lot and she'll definitely enjoy an even greater growth spurt now that we have gained a bunch of expert pilots. The high-quality spiritual feedback provided by Venerable Joshua, Venerable Janzi and so on invigorated the Golden Cat. Her strength and capabilities constantly rose every day. She was slowly catching up to the likes of Keelangso and the Superior Mother. Vase smiled. He no longer felt insecure about the Bright Warrior IB anymore. Perhaps the only spiritual aspect it was truly lacking in was that Vase hadn't succeeded in incorporating a working spiritual construct. My original Bright Warriors never managed to trigger the ancestral possession or ancestral assistance abilities of developed. He frowned. Their conditions were too harsh and Vase overestimated his capabilities. While Vase still felt that there was a chance those abilities had a chance of working, perhaps he should go back to the drawing board. Should he discard the non-working abilities and replace them with simpler spiritual constructs? What iconic spiritual feature should he add to the mechs instead? Vase turned his gaze towards the Larkinson mandate. What can you do these days, Goldie? Nya, Chapter 2711. Cat tricks. A spiritual cat materialized into view and flew onto Ves's lap. Goldie was actually quite a powerful spiritual entity these days. She not only possessed more spiritual energy, but she had also learned or developed more methods to harness her growing powers. Of course, Vase hadn't witnessed any of her new abilities. He just knew that she had become more versatile. Despite her increase in powers, she still possessed a young and playful demeanor. It didn't seem to matter that she was mentally connected to the minds of tens of thousands of Larkinsons, many of whom were adults who possessed complex and profound thoughts. Her overflowing cuteness was too much for Vase. He broke out into a smile and petted her back. Nya tilde nya tilde nya tilde, he he he. I'd love to play with you further, but I still have work to do. Now, Daddy Vase needs to know what you can do these days. Have you developed any remarkable powers that you can bestow to my mechs? Goldie looked confused. She tilted her head. Nya, just demonstrate your powers, please. Nya. Goldie reluctantly distanced herself from Vase and turned to face an empty bulkhead. She briefly inhaled before unleashing a small and sharp spiritual beam that didn't deal any material damage. While the beam penetrated through the bulkhead without encountering any hindrance, Vase saw that it wouldn't do much damage to anyone even if it hit someone. Obviously, she could have unleashed a stronger attack, but saw no need to expend too much energy and put someone at risk. How strong can you scale up this attack? He asked. Goldie spread out her forepaws until they became twice as wide as her head. Nya nya nya. Vase didn't know how strong that was supposed to be. This was one of the instances where he could really make use of a solid measurement of spiritual power or damage potential. Can you knock out a person with this beam attack? Nya, you don't even know. Nya nya nya. Oh, I see. You lack test subjects. Vase understood. It's good that you've restrained yourself. I don't want our clansmen to get hurt due to reckless experimentation. Anyway, even if your beam attack is able to threaten someone, I don't think it's very useful to pass it on to a mech design. Even though Vase was still in the dark about the actual effect of her beam attack, he already figured out some shortcomings. First, the attack was very simple. It directly discharged spiritual energy in the rawest possible form. This was an extremely wasteful method of utilizing its potential. It's as if a rifleman mech picks up a rifle only to throw it at the enemy. While such an act might inflict a bit of damage to an enemy mech, it was a horrible way to utilize the rifle. Vase felt that Goldie might be able to compress the energy or use some kind of other technique to increase the lethality and efficiency of her attack. However, this was not the time to explore these options. He wasn't really interested in passing on this capability to his Bright Warriors. The range of mech combat in space potentially stretched across many kilometers. From what Vase had witnessed, Goldie's attack lost cohesion fairly quickly, which meant it didn't appear to be practical unless the enemy was right in front. He already had more effective and efficient solutions at his disposal which could attack the mentality of enemy mech pilots. The death phase battle formation was the best example. What else can you do? Nya. Goldie subsequently formed a bubble around her glowing body. The golden barrier didn't look very substantial, but when Vase experimentally tried to pass a spiritual projection through it, he failed to pass the spiritual shield. This looks useful. Vase became a bit impressed. Keelangso must have taught you how to form a shield, right? The cat nodded her cute head. Nya, can it block any material attacks? Nya. Vase decided to test it out. He picked up a data pad from his desk and threw it towards the glowing cat. Nya. The physical object passed right through her shield and impacted her body, causing it to pop. Fortunately, Goldie didn't actually get hurt. She rematerialized her body and hissed at Vase. Nya, oh, sorry about that, Goldie. I thought that if it failed, the data pad would go right through your body. Nya tilde she quickly forgave him as she rubbed her head against his hand. Unlike Keelangso, Goldie didn't appear to be capable of forming a barrier that could defend against material attacks. While it appeared to be somewhat effective against spiritual attacks, it wasn't as if they were about to square off against entities comparable to the dark gods anytime soon. Goldie didn't specialize in defense, so her spiritual shield was fairly weak. The only noteworthy aspect about it was that it was fairly efficient, no doubt because of her excellent teacher. What else can you do? She began to show a bunch of other parlor tricks. She amplified her glow, demonstrated her multitasking ability, became almost unnoticeable and even managed to showcase her ability to extend her senses at a distance. Except for multitasking, I can already do these tricks myself. Vase crossed his arms. You have to show me more if you want to impress me. I haven't seen anything that works great with my upcoming Bright Warrior design. Seeing that he didn't take note of the abilities she displayed before, Goldie decided to become serious. She looked at Vase with a determined expression that only made her look cuter. As Vase wondered what she was trying to do, he sensed that the Larkinson network was actually becoming more active. Through his spiritual senses, he perceived that his bond received more input all of a sudden. Where is my underwear? I hate this hoverchair. Why is it taking so long to regrow my legs? This sword needs to be sharper. The surface thoughts of hundreds of different Larkinsons poured into his mind. Vase held his head in pain as he hastily put up a spiritual block. Warn me before you do that. Nya. Goldie didn't understand why he couldn't handle all of the incoming thoughts. I can't multitask to the extent that you can. You can really knock someone out by flooding them with so many distracting and disparate thoughts. It was too bad that this unintentional attack method only worked for those who were connected to the Larkinson network to begin with. It couldn't be employed against an enemy. Nya. Goldie looked downcast as she lowered her tail. It's okay. Just be more mindful next time. Can you connect the minds of multiple people together like this? For example, can you connect the minds of a squad of mech pilots together? Nya. She didn't sound too certain, but she thought it was theoretically possible. This brought a lot of interesting possibilities to Vase. Wasn't this just the spiritual version of the most basic application of a symmetrical neural network? If he was able to develop this method even further, he may be able to develop a mech unit within the LMC that could fight like the bloody herons. Vase quickly dampened his enthusiasm. It's too dangerous. He was not ignorant of all the risks involved. Even Master Huron had to work long and hard before he developed a viable framework that would allow mech pilots to link with each other without going crazy or incurring brain damage. The possibility still tantalized him, though. He planned to revisit the idea once he gained a better understanding of spirituality and how it interacted with the human mind. At his current level, he didn't feel confident enough to attempt something like this without sufficient knowledge. It would have been handy if I managed to obtain Master Huron's research data. He briefly lamented. He turned his attention back to Goldie. Under his encouragement, she began to display some other abilities. He already knew about her ability to facilitate communication between Larkinsons through the network she maintained. She had become more efficient at this, but there still appeared to be a range limit. Nya. So if I understand you correctly, you can pretty much allow me to communicate with any clansman as long as the Larkinson mandate is in the same star system. This was actually quite a useful feature. While the bandwidth of this connection wasn't high, it was a lot more secure. Of course, it wasn't perfect. Anyone who was sensitive to spirituality such as Vase may be able to intercept the spiritual signals and figure out their meaning. Goldie actually copied the core function of his upcoming Cherub mech design. The Hexer communication mech was designed to facilitate secure short-range and long-range communications through a sub-network of the Superior Mother. The spiritual cat was able to do this without relying on a purpose-built mech as long as it was limited to Larkinsons. This was a considerable advantage, but Vase was reluctant to implement it because it was related to a lot of secrets that he didn't want to spread. Still, it might come handy in an emergency. Look, I'm impressed at what you can do, but none of them fit the Bright Warrior design. I need you to showcase an ability that can truly fit the mech. It has to turn into a unique and iconic ability for the Larkinson clan. Nya, she thought for a moment while swaying her tail. While she developed a lot of new techniques, many of them were derivatives of her existing abilities or imitations of the abilities of other design spirits. This was not what Vase was looking for. Just like the Bright Warrior design, Goldie appeared to be lacking an advantage that was distinct and unique enough to define her. She needed to develop a signature move that could become as iconic as Keelanjo's space barrier or the Illustrious One's synergy with luminaire crystals. The two brainstormed for a time. Both Vase and the spiritual cat swapped various ideas. Despite all of the information that Goldie had access to, she didn't possess a lot of imagination. Part of that was due to her youth, but another reason was because she was a very different kind of existence. Vase was much better in this aspect than her. He considered the capabilities that she already showed and tried to generate ideas that Goldie was capable of implementing. After half an hour of experimenting and delving into Goldie's powers, he gained a much deeper impression of her capabilities. Her versatility was remarkable. This was a true strength as she was able to respond to many different situations. Aside from that, Goldie only truly distinguished herself from other design spirits when she leveraged the Larkinson network. Vase believed that this was the key to imbuing the Bright Warrior design with an iconic ability. Vase somehow went back to his original idea. For some reason, ancestral possession sounded perfect for this situation. It doesn't work, though. He found it ironic that his search to find a replacement for this failed implementation eventually brought him back to his starting point. It was absurd. Maybe I need to revisit it and try and see if I can make it work. He muttered to himself. If he wanted to make a serious effort, then he needed to perform an experiment. Yet that entailed using his Larkinsons as test subjects. Again, we're not in a crisis anymore. Is there really a need to put my own people at risk? Ah, who was he kidding? If he set his mind on an experiment, then he would definitely find a way to perform his studies. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I'll need to do it fast and discreet. The completion of the Bright Warrior project can't be delayed, so I only need a couple of successful test results to prove that my implementation works. Who shall become my test subjects? Chapter 2712. Vase the Network Administrator, why do you think the Patriarch called us over? Imon Ingvar asked. I know as much as you do, sir. I still don't know why I've been summoned from my school. I'm years away from graduation. Lainey. Larkinson looked very out of place in Vess's personal workshop. She was still a teenager who hadn't piloted a second-class mech for real. While she tried out some virtual mechs, the gap was still too big for her to display any battle effectiveness with such a formidable machine. At her current level, she was only reluctantly able to pilot third-class mechs. The Chiron had truly helped her in building up her fundamental piloting skills. Yet that was far from enough from piloting a Bright Warrior mech like the pair that were standing idle a short distance away. While Vase hadn't arrived yet to explain why they were here, Lainey already formed some guesses. She threw a glance at the older mech pilot standing next to her. While Imon Ingvar was not as well known as her sister, he was still an expert candidate in his own right. Imon was currently one of the strongest and most skilled mech pilots in the Larkinson clan. The only mech pilots who were able to beat him flat in simulation and live practice sessions were expert pilots. The former noble noticed her stare. He smiled good-naturedly at the mech cadet. How is your training progressing? Is the clan's mech academy to your liking? I'm doing really well in my studies. She grinned. In fact, I'm close to the top of the rankings in my class. While I'm not the best in terms of marksmanship or swordsmanship, my combined scores are the highest of all of my fellow cadets. Maybe that's why the Patriarch called me up. These mechs. They're the next Bright Warriors, right? That is unmistakably true. This newer version looks a bit different, but the relation to the older one is still clear. I've piloted the original Bright Warrior for an extensive amount of time. I even fought a number of battles with it. I still miss it in a sense. Its armor was really good, so it didn't matter if I made a bunch of mistakes. He was obviously disappointed by the decision to move away from Briar Alloy. The new Bright Warrior was stronger in every aspect, yet the feature that Imon loved the most was reduced. While he no longer needed a huge buffer to keep himself alive in a battle, he still missed what he could do with the old one. He wasn't the only mech pilot who felt this way. Yet what could they do? None of them controlled the supply of briar alloy. They didn't know where it came from, how much it cost and what they needed to do to buy this fantastic material. Mech pilots didn't understand anything about the logistical aspects of mechs. They just created wish lists and tried to see which mech ticked most of the boxes. How do you pilot the Bright Warrior effectively? The young lady asked. It was very rare for mech cadets like Lainey to get close to an expert candidate. How could she not ask for some tips? I can only speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel about the original version. He replied and jerked his head towards the two late-stage prototypes. I haven't had the pleasure of piloting this new version yet. If the replacement is close enough to the older model, then it won't be that difficult to pilot. It's kind of a vanilla mech. Vanilla mech, it's a good mech, but it's not a mech that decides how you should fight. It's an open-ended mech that stands at the middle of what mechs can do. This makes it difficult to steer it into becoming strong in any single area. Lainey looked fascinated as she listened to the experienced expert candidate. What do you mean by that, sir? Aimon smiled. The Sword Maidens dislike the Bright Warrior. Even if it comes in a swordsman mech configuration, those sword-mad women feel like the mech holds them back from performing their favorite and more extreme moves. It's the same for rifleman mech specialists. They would rather pilot a Crystal Lord than a Bright Warrior because the former is much more compatible with their fighting style. I see. The Bright Warrior can do everything, but that's also the reason why it doesn't excel at anything. That's just what is obvious from the surface. If your thinking only stops at this point, then you won't perform as well as you should. Aimon gestured his arm towards the pair of Bright Warriors. The mech doesn't push you into fighting in a specific or preferred way. I told you before that it's an open-ended mech. What I mean by that is that the mech is as strong as you make it. You need to find your own way to make the Bright Warrior work. The mech won't do this on your behalf like other mechs. For example, when you pilot a Valkyrie Redeemer, you're pretty much stuck with performing flanking and charging attacks. You can't employ it as a rifleman mech or a traditional spearman mech. Lainey gleefully absorbed Aimon's insights. While his advice wasn't too specific, he presented an approach to mechs that she had never considered before. Instead of allowing the mech to define her performance, she should instead seek to impose her own mark on the mech. Of course, this insight only applied to versatile mechs like the Bright Warrior. Eventually, Vase entered his workshop. Both Lainey and Aimon fell silent as they watched their leader approach. The Patriarch held the Larkinson Mandate in his hands. He looked at it with a smile before directing his attention to the mech pilots he invited for this occasion. Aimon Ingvar, Lainey Larkinson, thank you for answering my summons. I'm sure you are wondering why I brought the two of you here. Let me begin by stating that I have not made a mistake. I truly need you both in order to prove something that I have been developing for some time. Due to the sensitivity of this new invention, I can only ask for help from those who I can trust and can keep a secret. Both Lainey and Aimon felt flattered from his words. Obviously, the fact that he selected them both meant that he trusted the two out of thousands of other Larkinson mech pilots. That was a great honor. Still, there was something fishy about this situation. Lainey slightly narrowed her eyes. Sir, does this test of yours involve putting me in the cockpit of your new Bright Warrior? Correct. You're quite astute. Vase generously praised. The two prototypes you see before you are pretty much the final version of this new mech design. The problem is that the Bright Warrior design lacks a final element that can truly make it special. You are here today in order to help me see whether my attempts to put an extra touch to the design actually works out. While I can't promise you that this little test is safe, the implications for our clan are massive if every Bright Warrior can exhibit the same function. Lainey looked increasingly more skeptical. Sir, I can understand why you would want Mr. Ingvar to help you out, but I don't think I belong here. I'm just a mech cadet. I know. Vase grinned at her. His enthusiastic stare disturbed the aspiring mech pilot. It's exactly because you're not a full mech pilot that you're a suitable volunteer for this little operation. The more immature the mech pilot, the greater the contrast to an expert candidate such as Mr. Ingvar over here. If I invited someone older and more capable, then the gap wouldn't be as big. That makes it harder for me to see whether my new invention has made a difference. He didn't babble on for too long. Time was tight and his schedule was already packed. There was no need for him to explain every detail of his experiment. Once the mech pilots changed into their piloting suits, Vase commanded them to fly up to the cockpits of their assigned Bright Warriors. While Aimon did so without hesitation, Lainey still looked reluctant. It's okay. Vase softly said, I would never hurt you. This will be good for you. I promise. Please get into the cockpit so you can get this over with and return to your academy. Even though she felt some misgivings, Lainey did what she was told. After all, she couldn't say no to the leader of the entire Larkinson clan. As the mech pilots strapped themselves into their piloting seats, Vase set up his workstation in order to record and display the readings he cared about. Several minutes passed before he completed his setup and checked whether his mech pilots were in good condition. Once those steps were out of the way, he formally initiated his test. Imon, you go first. Activate your mech and interface with it. Don't do anything else once you're done. Will do, sir. No problems occurred as the mech booted up. Imon was an experienced mech pilot who quickly adjusted to the experience of piloting an updated Bright Warrior. Alright, Lainey, it's your turn now. He transmitted. I know this must be an intimidating experience for you, but it's not that bad as long as you don't try to do anything. I've already locked the controls of the mech so that you won't be able to move and damage something by accident. Lainey reluctantly activated her mech. Every time a mech pilot interfaced with a new mech, they first went through an adjustment session. The first time was always the most magical for this reason. Lainey became mesmerized as she felt as if her mind was wrapping around a mech that was much stronger and deeper than the Chiron. The latter was deliberately designed to be as light and accommodating to pilot as possible. The Bright Warrior IB was different. It was designed with well-trained mech pilots in mind. While it was supposed to be easier to pilot than Ves's more advanced mechs, Lainey soon discovered how much strain the grown-ups had to endure in order to pilot the Bright Warrior. GNN. Vase noted her increased strain but saw she was reluctantly able to hold her own. Once the lengthy adjustment session finished, the Bright Warrior no longer pressed on her mind as much. I'm okay, sir. I know. Please take some time to center yourself. I need you to be in your best possible condition before I start my test. Several minutes passed by as Vase performed various checks. Once he was sure that everything was okay, he brought forward the Larkinson mandate. I need your help, Goldie. Nya. The Golden Cat began to do something with the Larkinson network. As Vase switched to his spiritual vision, he noticed that she was attempting to form a new bond. Usually, every bond in the network passed through Goldie. She functioned as the server and gateway of the network. While there was nothing wrong with this, it did not allow any Larkinson to connect directly to another Larkinson. This was different. By forming a direct bond between Lainey and Imon, the two would soon be able to exchange thoughts and other mental signals with each other. This was very dangerous, but also very promising. Vase theorized that this was the best way to enable a demanding ability like ancestral possession. According to his guess, the reason why this ability never worked in the original Bright Warrior was because the channel was too limited. The answer therefore was simple. He needed to forge a direct connection between the source and the recipient of all of the piloting skills. There were less barriers in the way and the bandwidth was also considerably higher. Of course, this also meant that the damage would be much worse if anything awful happened. I feel something, Imon stated. Why do I feel? Lainey, is that you? Ah, Lainey immediately tried to grasp her head. My head is pounding. It's as if it's about to burst apart. Keep concentrating. Vase quickly said, don't lose your focus. You need to stay in control. I know you can do it, Lainey. I will try. Chapter 2713. Regulating input. The mood in the workshop became more tense as a critical moment took place. When Vase conceived of this experiment, he knew there was an element of risk involved. Each time he performed experiments that tied spirituality and the human mind together, the latter always had an annoying tendency to explode. Right now, the signs looked concerning. While Imon Ingvar's life signs were only slightly elevated, poor Lainey Larkinson's head must be enduring a great amount of pressure. Still, Vase wouldn't have selected her as his test subject without some assurances that he'd be able to keep her safe. Even though he could have put another random kid or mech pilot, she was the ideal recipient of this new technique for several reasons. First, she was young. Her mind was more malleable and could bend under stress to a slightly greater degree. Of course, her lack of mental development and piloting conditioning also meant her mentality wasn't as strong from the outset, so she experienced strain at a considerably lower threshold than mature pilots. Second, she was talented. Lainey's genetic aptitude was B, which didn't sound high but ranked in the top out of all of the potentates in the Larkinson clan. It wasn't easy to encounter someone with a genetic aptitude of A- or higher. The Hafner Duchy wouldn't have invested so much in venerable Relia Foster if mech pilots of her talent were common in human space. Genetic aptitude was not the sole factor used to judge mech pilots. Anyone who did would be making a very serious mistake that could prove fatal in battle. This talent indicator merely denoted the maximum load a mech pilot was able to endure and how easy it was for them to pilot mechs as extensions of their bodies. They needed to invest less time in order to master piloting skills, allowing the hardworking ones to become a lot better than those with lower genetic aptitude grades. That didn't mean they were assured of victory all the time. There were plenty of stories where those with less talent prevailed due to a combination of hard work, luck, calculation and circumstance. All the talent in the cosmos wouldn't save a mech pilot with great talent from getting defeated by 10 poorly talented mech pilots if all else was equal. Another factor that gave average mech pilots hope was that talent no longer became as relevant at the expert pilot level. While a good genetic aptitude still made it easier to advance up the ranks, the gulf between the top and the bottom narrowed. This was mostly because those with limited genetic aptitude always gained a huge boost in every piloting attribute. Large and complex mechs they couldn't pilot before suddenly became easy as their stronger minds and will were much more able to bear the strain. Vase personally paid a lot more attention to spiritual potential than genetic aptitude. As long as the latter was higher than AD grade, then a mech pilot was already good enough to pilot his mechs. Laney happened to be one of the few mech cadets who possessed spiritual potential at a very young age. From what Vase observed from many different mech pilots and other people, it was much more common for the lucky ones to develop spiritual potential in their 20s. The young woman was an abnormality in this case. Vase believed that she could one day bloom into a great mech pilot. If he helped her along when she was still in her academy days, then she would get a head start in becoming an even greater mech pilot. Whether the knowledge transfer is permanent or temporary, I hope she's able to take something away from this experience. Vase muttered. He had become more obsessed with the possibilities of ancestral possession now that he revisited the idea with a fresh perspective and greater insight into spirituality. As Vase kept his attention on Laney's various body and health parameters, he made sure to keep his finger on the abort button. While he had already programmed the prototype Bright Warrior to shut down on its own accord once its mech pilot underwent too much strain, it might be too late at that time. Vase witnessed plenty of head explosions throughout his experiments. Even though they happened rather abruptly, he believed he developed an intuitive sense of when something catastrophically wrong was about to occur. Whether his judgment was reliable or not remained to be seen. Hopefully, he wouldn't have to put his assumption to the test. It hurts, Laney cried out. Though Laney currently experienced a greater amount of mental strain than she had ever experienced in her life, Vase judged that she was still able to endure the pain. Her life signs were growing more volatile, but it had not yet reached any of the safety thresholds. Still, they were getting closer, so Vase might be forced to shut down this attempt before long if nothing changed. He frowned a bit. The bond is formed and the spiritual constructs of the two mechs have become active. Why hasn't the next phase commenced? The spiritual construct he rebuilt from the ground up was built by relying on his incomplete spiritual framework, his strong intuition and a heavy dose of intent. This construct was responsible for performing the various steps he conceived to enable ancestral possession. With Goldie's help, his two test subjects successfully established a direct spiritual bond with each other. This new channel was not completely open. Otherwise, Laney would get overwhelmed straight away by Imon's considerably more powerful spirit. Instead, Goldie continued to pay close attention to the new bond and carefully limited the signal transfer so that Laney would only receive the input that was necessary for her to improve her mech handling ability. Yet nothing seemed to change. Laney only became more and more pained as the new bond wasn't doing its job. Vase figured out a possible reason. He neglected the role of the source. He quickly turned his attention to the other mech pilot. "Mr. Ingvar," he shouted, "I need you to help Laney out. Don't just sit there in your cockpit while doing nothing. Concentrate your mind and set aside as many distractions as possible. Put yourself in a state of focus with as little fluctuations as possible. Your only thoughts should center around piloting the Bright Warrior in a calm and controlled fashion. Do this while at the same time imagining as if you are teaching someone." The expert candidate reacted with surprise, but quickly did as instructed. He was worried about Laney's distress, so he wanted to do everything possible to relieve her burden. His active involvement immediately changed the equation. Even though he wasn't able to clear his mind and concentrate as well as Vase, his mind became a lot less cluttered than before. This change altered the kind of signals he transferred through the direct bond. With the cooperation of her bright warrior mech, Lainey became much more able to process the foreign input she received. I miscalculated, he frowned. He already figured out a couple of factors that put undue strain on Lainey's mind. Piloting the bright warrior was already a burden to her, so adding even a modest amount of input on top of that brought her much closer to the edge. On top of that, the spiritual construct that was supposed to filter and regulate the input did not work as anticipated. If he used a normal mech pilot as the source, then the spiritual construct should have been able to process the input properly. Yet Vase didn't pick a normal mech pilot for a good reason. According to one of his theories, the strength of the source had to fit within a certain range. A mech pilot without spiritual potential was completely unsuitable to act as a source. Their weak spirits were almost fully tucked inward. It was impossible for Vase to draw any of them out and transmit signals through the direct bond. He needed to employ someone with at least some spiritual potential. Yet Vase didn't consider this option to be ideal because potential alone was not useful. Only when a mech pilot's potential had bloomed to an extent would they be able to do something with their spiritual energy. This was why Vase settled on expert candidates as the ideal source. With someone like Imon Ingvar acting as Lainey's teacher, he would be able to transfer enough skills over the direct bond. To be honest, Imon was not his first choice. He considered opting for expert pilots such as Venerable Joshua instead, but quickly realized that the strength disparity was too great. An expert pilot was directly capable of overpowering a direct bond, thereby smashing through any limiters that Vase had set and potentially flood Lainey's mind with an excess of input that would surely have devastating consequences on her mind. As the experiment quickly stabilized, Vase became relieved that most of his guesses and assumptions turned out to be accurate. Now that he handled some of the unexpected variables, the bond had stabilized and Lainey received a steady amount of mental signals that no longer pushed her close to the edge. "It's better, sir, but I still can't hold on too long." Vase contemplated moving on to the next step of his plan, but he hesitated. Lainey may have gained a reprieve, but she already went through a difficult ordeal. She didn't seem to be in the right state to put her enhanced abilities to the test. If Vase was working with a more disposable test subject such as a pirate or some other person he didn't care about, then he wouldn't have hesitated to proceed with his original experiment. Yet this wasn't the case. Lainey was someone who possessed a lot of promise and might go on to become one of the most powerful Larkinson mech pilots of her generation. He had already pushed his luck to a great extent. Just one bad occurrence could cause everything to tumble down. He suppressed his curiosity and urge to gather more data and made the prudent decision. "I am ending this session. Please stay calm," he told Goldie to dissolve the direct bond while he shut down various systems that enabled the current state. The two mech pilots shut down their mechs in a controlled fashion. Soon enough, Lainey breathed in relief as she no longer endured any pressure. When Lainey and Imon finally emerged out of the cockpits and lowered themselves to the deck, Vase left his workstation and approached his two test subjects. He quickly scanned Imon with his spiritual senses and did not detect anything amiss. That was to be expected. Lainey did not look so great. From a mental perspective, she looked like she had run a day-long marathon or something. Her mind had become shaky and she looked as if she was unable to regain her center. "Take the rest of the day off and go to sleep. You'll feel better after you've enjoyed a good night's sleep," Vase suggested based on his own experiences with excessive mental strain. "If that doesn't work, keep resting until you're back to normal." The young woman cradled her head as if Vase had whacked it with a stick. "I briefly felt as if I was a much stronger mech pilot than before. What exactly is this all about?" Vase smiled and nudged his head to Imon. "I'm sure you have already guessed the answer. What you have just tried out is a new and hidden feature of my bright warrior mechs. It's still a bit rough, so I have to tinker with it some more. While it's a shame that we haven't been able to see you in action, what you have just told me is highly encouraging. Did you really feel as if you became a lot better than before?" She nodded while glancing speculatively at Imon. "For a moment, I felt like I completely mastered the Bright Warrior despite the fact this was the first time I piloted it for real. All kinds of thoughts, considerations and even reflexes filled my consciousness." "Has any of it stuck?" Vase asked an important question. She shook her head. "No, sir, it's all gone now. However, I still remember a portion of the stuff that spoke to me the most. Even though I only grasped just 1 or 0.1% of what I became exposed to, I think I can become a much better mech pilot after I've processed what I've learned. Vase and Imon reacted with interest. If this was true, then Lainey definitely benefited from this brief experience. Chapter 2714. Lainey's Good Day. Chapter 2714. Lainey's Good Day. Vase frowned as he finished going over all of the logs and other data of his previous experiment. Clearly, a couple of aspects didn't go according to plan. He had already made some small tweaks to the spiritual construct embedded in the spiritual foundation of the Bright Warrior design, but that wouldn't do much against the faults he had just ascertained. His original intention for ancestral possession was to establish a mechanism where a much more skilled mech pilot was able to transfer his or her considerable piloting skill to a weaker recipient. While Vase ended the initial session too soon before it came to that point, Lainey's feedback suggested that she might have truly been able to exert more strength than her normal self. If Vase fixed some of the problems he ascertained before, Lainey would definitely be in a good enough state to make use of her temporary boost. He should feel happy about this result. Even if it was only a preliminary indication, the signs were all hopeful. He finally managed to improve an ability he conceived before into a workable state. It's just that the conditions of activating it are too harsh. He sighed. It needed the active and conscious cooperation of Goldie. If she was indisposed or unable to respond to the requests of the mech pilots, then who would be able to form a direct bond? This wasn't something that Vase could automate with his current skill set. If he attempted to tamper with the Larkinson network to this degree, it could easily warp and turn into a mess. Another difficult condition was that the mech pilots had to be very specific. Not everyone could act as a suitable source and recipient. The former had to be a mech pilot with spiritual potential or an expert candidate. The number of clansmen who fit in these two boxes probably didn't surpass 100 at this time. As for the recipient, they should be capable of handling the input. This meant that they needed at least some favorable combination of genetic aptitude, spiritual potential and other talent factors. If Imon's considerable piloting skill suddenly poured into a mech pilot who was unable to match Lainey's mental resilience, then an explosive result might easily occur. All of these limitations substantially reduced the practicality and usability of ancestral possession. Vase rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. The good news is that this is just an initial result. As long as I progress my design philosophy further, I will gradually gain new insights, formulate new theories and develop new techniques which can substantially improve the combat application of this ability. That would probably take years or decades to come to fruition. While that did not sound ideal to Vase, he found it to be an acceptable trade-off considering the incredible potential of this invention. It was very easy for a mech designer to improve the performance of a mech, but it was a lot more difficult to improve the performance of a mech pilot. This may prove useful in the long run, he concluded. It may even become a key feature of the Larkinson clan and the Bright Warrior mechs in particular. This is something that only a Larkinson can do. Vase cared a lot about that. Ever since he established his Larkinson clan, he constantly sought ways to make it more exceptional. Just like mech designers and mech companies, those who did not excel at something quickly got lost in the crowd. The competitors who merely settled for average wouldn't be able to leverage any unique advantages when it truly mattered. For example, the Larkinson clan would have undoubtedly lost the battle of reckoning without the various innovations he introduced. If he could introduce one more unexpected variable to the equation, then his enemies would make even bigger miscalculations. Above all else, Vase wanted to fulfill his desire to make the Larkinsons good at something. They needed a recognizable advantage that defined them as a strong force. I'm not sure whether ancestral possession is the right answer, but it's certainly a candidate. The development of mech pilots was crucial to his future plans. One of the ways in which the Larkinson clan fell short compared to more mature groups like the Cross clan was the lack of truly skilled and experienced mech pilots. While Vase had no doubt that his mech pilots would do great in battles involving third-class mechs, they were simply too inadequate in the previous battle. Therefore, a solution that could elevate his mech pilots quickly would be very useful even if it was only applicable in some cases. As Vase began to finalize the spiritual design of the new Bright Warrior based on his initial experiment, one of his test subjects experienced a very different day after she took a good rest. When Lainey woke up and had breakfast with her parents, she left her family's quarters and moved to the mech academy that was housed on another deck of the Spirit of Bentime. "Hey, Lainey," a fellow cadet called her as she stepped onto the grounds. "Where did you go yesterday? You look more tired than usual." "I can't say. I'm supposed to keep my mouth shut." "Oh, how mysterious." Despite her classmates' interest, the other girl knew better than to pry any further. Confidentiality was taken seriously in the Larkinson clan. Since their first class started soon, they quickly moved into the academy building and attended their first theoretical lessons. The reason why we have taught you math and basic physics in your previous courses is because they are necessary prerequisites to study mechanics. Now, I'm not talking about learning to fiddle with machines or being able to design your own mech. I know you kids hate being put through these lessons, but the understanding you gain from here will save your life one day. Usually, Lainey listened attentively to the lecturers. The Larkinson veterans the academy employed as instructors all possessed rich experience and a lot of insight in what truly mattered in the field of battle. We know you aren't nerds, so we don't expect you to achieve the same results as those who are raring to become an engineer or mech designer. In this course, we will build on Newton's laws of motion and delve into astrodynamics. They always had something interesting to say every day. The only issue was that not every veteran was cut out to be a teacher. Fortunately, the mech cadets could supplement their knowledge by reading their textbooks or attending an optional virtual class. Why astrodynamics? Well, anyone who fought a battle in space will be able to tell you why. Simply put, movement in space is different from movement on land. I'm sure you've experienced that when you've piloted virtual mechs and when you took your cute little training mechs out for a spacewalk. Now, you may have been able to learn how to control a mech in space through trial and error, but this is not a systematic approach. As Lainey listened to one of the instructors trying to teach a principle by drawing upon his experiences in one of the Bright Vija wars, she slowly began to frown. Turning around and flying in another direction is not as simple as pointing your mech where you want to go. You need to orient your mech at a steeper angle in order to counteract your existing momentum if you want to be able to turn more efficiently. Also, when you fight in the vicinity of a planet, you need to keep an eye on orbits. Everything has a tendency to curve around, and that is counterintuitive to humans like us who prefer to visualize everything in straight lines. Usually, the lessons taught by this particular Trueblood Larkinson instructor was rather obtuse to her and her fellow classmates. Oh, and you ground pounders shouldn't be snoozing during this class either. Any projectile fired in the air will get subjected by gravity and get pulled down. While artillery mechs and the like can precisely calculate the trajectory of a shell, your decision-making process will constantly be delayed because you are being held back by your mechs. If you can develop a good enough understanding of how projectiles arc at different gravities, you'll be able to make sound combat decisions several more steps in advance. As the instructor began to show numerous formulas and calculations on a projected screen, Lainey didn't have as much trouble in understanding the theory as she thought. Her old self would have struggled to stay on top of all of the numbers. She may be a fast learner when it came to piloting mechs, but she wasn't as good in all of these science lessons. Yet now, Lainey could follow the instructor without failing to catch up. While that didn't mean she could make use of the formulas like a pro, she possessed an odd sense of familiarity and understanding when she viewed them. It was as if she already knew how to perform complex maneuvers in space. Instances like these took place in her subsequent classes as well. When she and her fellow cadets donned protective suits and held rods that were supposed to simulate swords, she began to spar against another girl. Nikki also ranked high in their class. Lainey frequently squared off against her as she was one of the few sparrers who could give her a challenging experience. Yet as soon as Nikki lunged in, Lainey already adjusted her body and parried the incoming stab with relatively little wasted motion. Her body was already moving forward at this time. When Nikki hastily tried to recover and pull back her rod for a block, Lainey had already outpaced her and thumped her weapon against her opponent's chest at close range. "I slipped up," Nikki grumbled. Again. Once they launched their second bout, Nikki approached the spar more carefully. She circled around a bit and tried to find an opening to attack. Lainey didn't let Nikki have her way. Somehow, she knew that it was better to take the initiative and disrupt her opponent's rhythm. For this reason, she moved forward and launched a flurry of strikes. Nikki quickly had to throw away all of her considerations and became fully preoccupied with defending against the storm of attacks. At a critical moment, Lainey overextended herself a bit. This caused Nikki to launch a counterattack. She swept her rod to strike at Lainey's side. Yet before her weapon could hit the mark, Lainey's body swung backwards just enough to evade the incoming weapon. What? Lainey moved in a way she never thought possible. She quickly stopped her backwards motion and leaned forward again in order to stab out and strike Nikki straight in her sternum. The other cadet's protective suit briefly hardened in order to bleed off the force from the attack. Nikki wasn't hurt, but her pride simply couldn't accept the result. "What's going on, Lainey? Did you receive some private tutoring or something?" "Something like that." Lainey briefly frowned before she schooled her face. This was odd. As they fought further bouts, Lainey always managed to find a way to solve Nikki in less than 10 exchanges of blows. Normally, Nikki put up a much greater fight. Part of that was because of their relatively high skill, but another part of it was because they both knew each other's moves and capabilities. Now that Lainey began to perform her old moves more efficiently and pull out maneuvers that her classes had never taught, Nikki completely became outclassed. Nikki let out a grunt in frustration. "This is infuriating. How the hell did you become so good, Lainey? Who did you bribe to get tutored by an expert pilot?" The woman in question could only twitch her mouth in response. She could hardly explain the changes herself. Even though she felt uncomfortable whenever she pulled off a brand new move, it was strange that she always felt assured that it would work. This was not normal. Chapter 2715. The new standard. Vase leaned back on his chair and waved his hand. The projection showing Lainey's latest results and performance indicators in her classes disappeared. The comparison between her old self and her new self revealed a lot of remarkable differences. She's gotten better. A lot better. Lainey's performance improved in almost every aspect compared to before. In some cases, the difference was only slight, but in other cases, it was as if she had become a different person. While she didn't instantly turn into a mech pilot who was as good as Imon Ingvar, the gap between the two had narrowed by a significant margin. What Vase was particularly impressed with was that her scores in sparring sessions and simulated battles shot up drastically. She could never have improved so much if she merely gained a lot of knowledge. Whatever carried over after the experiment has integrated deeply into her mind. Vase concluded. Why was this the case? Vase came up with various explanations. Perhaps a piece of Imon was left behind. Perhaps the brief connection caused Imon to make a strong imprint in Lainey's mind. Perhaps Lainey's mind unconsciously sought to return to its highest state. No matter which possibility was accurate, the results did not lie. That didn't mean he considered his experiment to be a solid success. Far from it. Aside from the practicality problems that he had already identified, he also grew concerned about another consequence. How much contamination did she receive? Even though Vase and Goldie tried their best to limit the spiritual transmission to signals related to mech piloting, who knew what actually went through? What Imon transferred to Lainey back then was not pure piloting theory. Instead, he conveyed his own piloting style, his own interpretation of mech combat and his self-developed arsenal of techniques. A high degree of bias was inevitable. There was no standard approach to mech piloting. Different schools of thought all advocated different philosophies and outlooks on how to pilot a mech, and individual mech pilots all developed their own interpretations from the lessons they learned. Vase wasn't able to judge whether Lainey had been affected by these personal interpretations and to what extent she leaned towards Imon's style of fighting. It's fine as long as it doesn't happen too often. Indoctrination was inevitable. Every mech cadet received their learning from a given source. This source was inevitably biased one way or another. Even without the experiment, Lainey and the other young Larkinson cadets would have been subject to the opinions, interpretations and other forms of subjective knowledge from their mech instructors. From what Vase picked up from one of the reports he read, the Larkinson Mech Academy was already split up in different factions divided by their origin state. Each group of mech instructors wanted to push a different set of mech doctrines and piloting styles. For example, the former Brighters showed a preference for asymmetrical warfare. They disliked straightforward clashes and preferred to fight more conservatively if they didn't enjoy a solid advantage. The former citizens of the Sentinel Kingdom adopted a more aggressive approach. Their long history of fighting against Nixian pirates called for a more proactive and aggressive approach. The Sentinel instructors disliked delays and showed a high preference for taking the initiative and abiding by the principles of momentum-based warfare. Which approach was right? Which approach was wrong? The mech pilot community couldn't come to a consensus. Everyone had already picked their favorite horse and couldn't be persuaded to change their minds. Vase knew that it wasn't good for the Larkinson Mech Academy to remain split and divided in its teaching direction. It's not my problem. He shook his head. He eagerly left this headache to Principal Ronzel Larkinson. One way or another, the mech instructors had to come together and figure out a specific teaching direction that fit the Larkinson clan best. Vase turned his thoughts back on his experiment. If Lainey gets contaminated by anyone, then it's not bad to get contaminated by Imon. One of the reasons why he picked Imon Ingvar out of all of the alternatives was because he was the best and most solid option. Even though Imon possessed a brash personality, his piloting foundation was extremely solid. These were distinct traits of his that were both recognizable. Since Laney was not a reckless mech cadet by nature, Vase would easily be able to spot whether his test subject underwent an extensive personality change. For now, the results were too early to tell. Laney's first day back in the academy didn't reveal too much when it came to her personality. She was too confused about her changes to feel confident and good about herself. That might change in the following week, but Vase had a feeling that the contamination wasn't too severe. Laney would have acted more proactively in her classes if that was the case. This was a good sign, though Vase wondered whether he'd be able to control the degree of contamination. The strength of the source and the mental resilience of the recipient probably affects this as well, but I should be able to raise or lower it by changing some settings. Usually, Vase was adverse to mental contamination because it posed a threat to him or the people he cared about. Yet he could think of several scenarios where he might actually wish to make use of contamination. He grinned. For example, if I quickly need to set up a uniform group of mech pilots in order to establish a new battle network or something, I can make use of contamination to get everyone on the same page. So far, Vase only created battle networks for his Sword Maidens, Penitent Sisters, Battle Criers and Ilvanans. There weren't any further subgroups within his Larkinson clan who were uniform and cohesive enough to qualify for a battle network. The Flagrant Vandals came close, but they had never been too keen on making every mech pilot identical from each other. They prized individuality to a high degree. This allowed them to develop many interesting personalities such as Venerable Rosa Orphan. As for his other mech forces such as the Avatars of Myth, their identity wasn't distinct enough yet. Just like the Bright Warrior IB design, they needed to move away from their vanilla starting point and develop some unique flavors. Subjecting the Avatar mech pilots to some contamination with the help of his Bright Warrior mechs might be an effective way to empower Commander Melkor's troops. Vase furrowed his brows. It sounds crazy, though. This solution is too drastic. The side effects and unintended consequences will likely be severe. He would never adopt this radical solution unless he was pushed into a corner. If he had conducted this experiment before the Battle of Reckoning, then he probably would have applied to his avatars so that his clan would be able to deploy an additional battle formation. For now, there was no need to take this dangerous shortcut when the proper route was safer. He was willing to let the avatars develop their identity in an organic fashion. Once Vase wrapped up all of his notes and conclusions, he decided to finalize the Bright Warrior IB. The mech could keep its ancestral possession ability now that Vase had found a way to make it work. It didn't matter whether the ability was still in a crude and rudimentary state. Since the Bright Warrior was exclusive to the Larkinson clan, he didn't need to pay any attention to customer expectations. He could change or tweak the spiritual configuration of his new Bright Warrior model without needing to account to an authority figure. I'm the ultimate authority when it comes to mechs in the Larkinson clan. I can rubber stamp all of my own decisions. When Vase eventually returned to the design lab, he worked with Gloriana and Juliet to put the finishing touches on the mech model. This mech represents the future of the Larkinson clan. Vase proudly spoke as he formally ended work on the project. While the role of the Bright Warrior Mark I version B is not as flashy as that of the version C at the time of its introduction, it is still an indispensable mech model for our clan. Every new Larkinson mech pilot will likely spend their initial years in our mech forces by piloting this mech. Some may move on while others will stick to their Bright Warriors on a permanent basis. Whatever the case, our troops will make good use of our latest work. The Bright Warrior may not be as unique as the Valkyrie Redeemer or the Transcendent Punisher, but it was definitely the mech with the highest degree of compatibility. Just like Goldie and the clan itself, the mech was designed to unify different mech pilots who came from different backgrounds. Gloriana dramatically released a breath. Finally, I'm done with your pet project. I can finally get back to working on the Cherub, Blinding Mech and Devious designs. Even though she contributed a lot to the final phases of the Bright Warrior project, she did not hide her lack of passion. As far as she was concerned, Vase had hijacked her time. The defense of the new Bright Warrior is not comparable to the older one, but it's considerably faster and more agile. Juliet noted, highlighting her own contribution to the finished design. It fights best in space, but it can still perform well in the air. The only snag is that its locomotion systems are still below average even if you detach the flight system. This was one of the downsides of both the old and new Bright Warriors. They were designed with flight systems in mind, so the mech wasn't optimized for walking on land. It would make for a less than average landbound mech if forced to fight under such conditions, but this was an acceptable trade-off as far as Vase was concerned. In any case, the Larkinson clan was first and foremost a spaceborne clan, so it was essential to flesh out a mech roster that excelled in space combat. As for landbound combat, Vase figured he might design some flightless mechs when he was done with all of the mechs on his waiting list. Vase proceeded to transfer the design schematics and all of the relevant documentation to the production department of the Spirit of Bentime. While the production halls had been preoccupied with fabricating replacement parts and replacement mechs, he quickly wanted them to switch over to producing as many Bright Warrior IBs as possible. It's not enough, though. He frowned. With 20 production halls, Vase estimated it would take at least a year to produce the thousands of Bright Warrior IBs needed to meet the needs of all of his mech forces. Even if every production line was able to produce a Bright Warrior IB in 2 days, that meant it would take at least 3 months to churn out 1,000 units. Could the Larkinson clan afford to wait that long? Absolutely not. Therefore, aside from employing the production capacity of his other ships, Vase already planned to rent some additional production facilities at his upcoming destination. He had already issued instructions in advance. While it was not easy to reserve so much production capacity as a foreigner, money was able to solve many problems. Besides, we also have a local guide. He still needed to earn drive Federico Navarro's approval, but it wasn't a big issue to request his help in brokering a deal with the local mech industry. The expeditionary fleet had been badly savaged, so the Golden Skull Alliance urgently needed to rebuild its forces. As Vase fleshed out his plans for the duration of his stay in the Life Research Association, Kedis requested to enter his office. "What's up, Kedis?" Vase looked up from his terminal. The younger mech designer put up a serious expression. "I'd like to make a request on behalf of myself and the Sword Maidens. It's a rather big one, but I think it's necessary for us to do this. Please don't refuse." Vase frowned. What was this about? Tell me, what do you want? We'd like to separate from the main fleet in order to visit the Heavensward Association for a time. We intend to go on an exchange. Once we gain what we need, we'll return, but only if we are successful. If we fail, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get back. This sounded serious. Chapter 2716. Great Omendery Festival. Vase never expected that just as the expeditionary fleet arrived at its first resting point, the Sword Maidens already wanted to leave. He immediately grew worried. Splitting up his clan was the last thing he wanted to see. What if the Sword Maidens encountered trouble? It was impossible for the main fleet to come to the aid of his protege and the women he appreciated the most. With at least hundreds of light years separating him from the former pirates, he wouldn't be able to do anything but fret in his seat if they fell into some sort of ambush. Kedis already anticipated what Vase was worried about. "It's fine, Vase." She stepped closer to his desk and smiled in reassurance. "Venerable Dice and Commander Sendra have already spoken to Colonel Pendulum's staff. The Infinity Guard still have some squadrons at their disposal that can be assigned to escort us for the duration of our trip. The travel time between the Life Research Association and the Heavensward Association isn't too long as we use the established trade routes. It's not a dangerous journey." He knew that, but that didn't ease his worries. "Let's take a step back and start from the beginning. Why do you want to separate from the main fleet and visit a different state?" His former student transmitted a virtual brochure to him. Vase quickly manipulated his comm in order to project what he received. "Welcome to the Greater Omendery Festival, the most exuberant celebration in the Heavensward Association. You Sword Maidens want to go through all of this trouble just to join a party?" Kedis impatiently shook her head. "The Great Omendery Festival is more than just a party. We're not heading out here just to go on a holiday and have fun. We have greater goals in mind. As long as our trip succeeds, we'll be revived." That was an ambitious claim. Vase couldn't help but grow skeptical. How? By taking part in the open competitions that are held as part of the Great Omendery Festival. The Heavensward Association holds many competitions, but none are as large as this one while at the same time allowing entry to foreigners. The timing is just right for us. As long as we depart next week, we'll make it in time to take part in the preliminaries. There are a lot of people arriving from all across Majestic Teal, so the competition organizers have to cut down a lot of participants before the main event begins. "I see. So it's that kind of contest." Vase murmured. He understood Kedis and her fellow sisters better now. He himself initially shot to prominence when he participated in the Limar Open competition back when he was just a novice who looked up to the Friday Coalition as a blessed land. That was a long time ago. Vase briefly indulged in his memories. He remembered the kindness shown by Master Carmen Olsen and also appreciated the time he spent with Oleg Vorn. It was too bad that greater events forced them to become enemies. Vase still respected Master Olsen, but that did not stop him from wanting to tear down her state. His life-changing experience with the Limar Open competition allowed him to understand the context of the Great Omandari Festival a little better. Perhaps other participants merely wanted to join the fun, but the Sword Maidens were never the vain type. If they wanted to join a public spectacle, then they likely had greater considerations in mind. She quickly confirmed his suspicions. A core attraction of the festival is the contests it holds. In truth, it holds dozens of different contests, each of them challenging the participants in different ways. For now, we've decided to apply to 4 different contests. There is the Duelist Swordsmanship Competition, the Group Swordsmanship Competition, the Duelist Swordsman Mech Competition and the Group Swordsman Mech Competition. They were basically contests that pitted individuals or small groups in either personal combat or mech combat. Vase grew a bit worried. How dangerous are these contests? If their format entails using real swords and real mechs, then accidents can easily occur. It's true that the competition mandates the use of real equipment rather than practice tools, but it's not as dangerous as you think. A true swordsman or swordswoman won't acknowledge any contest that is held with using fake weapons. That said, the contests are primarily meant to showcase skill, so good equipment alone won't be able to carry anyone to victory. She briefly explained the individual formats of the aforementioned competitions. For the personal combat contests, participants were allowed to use their own swords as long as they were pure. They couldn't incorporate any active tech that allowed them to heat up, transform or perform other weird tricks. The organizers were more than willing to provide standard-issue swords if necessary, though it was better to commission one of the many swordsmiths in the Heavensward Association for a custom piece. So you and your fellow sword maidens are allowed to use your own great swords. Vase eyed the weapon floating behind her back. A while ago, Vase issued Briar alloy great swords to every sword maiden. While it wasn't the best second-class material to forge swords from, they were leagues better than anything that Vase had access to at the time. Of course, Kedis received something better. She already possessed a sophisticated CFA greatsword. Vase had modified it for her multiple times in order to obfuscate its origin and strengthen some of its attributes. Most notably, Vase incorporated a portion of unending alloy to her personal weapon so that it became even more potent. We can indeed employ our own swords. Kedis happily smiled. Still, we shouldn't underestimate the weapons that other participants can bring. The seated participants who come from Heavensward all have heirlooms or custom-forged masterpieces. I see. If the personal combat contests all mandate the use of real swords, how will you be able to stave off death and injury? A true warrior should never quake from the threat of death. We sword maidens have conquered our fears. She stated seriously before lightening up a bit. Don't worry, though, the festival is supposed to be a pleasant occasion, so not a lot of blood will be spilled. There are multiple special shield generators active in every arena and venue. With the help of special protective suits that are highly resistant to cuts, these shield generators are constantly on the lookout for any threatening incidents. As soon as a blade begins to cut any suit, the shield generators will erect a protective energy barrier around the victim in question to stop any wounds from going further. I see. Nothing bad will happen as long as the relevant systems are working properly. Have there been any accidents in the history of these competitions? There have been a couple of nasty accidents in the early history of the festival, but the Heavenswarders learned from them and increased the number of redundancies. The personal combat contests are perfectly safe these days. The reputation of the Heavensward Association was at stake, so he didn't doubt her assertion. Who will participate in these single and group contests? Everyone sword maiden who can pick up a weapon. She grinned. Aside from Venerable Dice, Commander Sendra and the other veteran sword maidens will all take part as individuals or in groups. We'll even be bringing our trainees. They probably won't get past the preliminaries, but this is a great learning experience for them. I think Sendra will score the highest. Are expert pilots allowed to take part? Of course not. Both expert candidates and expert pilots are on a whole other level. There are too many problems related to their participation, so they are just left out entirely. There were both practical and philosophical reasons to leave high-ranking mech pilots out of the equation. As humans who attained a higher life phase, they became comprehensively stronger through mysterious transformations. This was not something that involved pure skill anymore. Vase asked a few more questions about the personal combat competitions. He learned that the quality of swords actually mattered quite a lot. A stronger and sharper sword could cut through or overpower a weaker and more fragile blade. If this was the case, then Vase didn't possess full confidence in the weapons of the Sword Maidens. Aside from Kedis, the rest would be wielding weapons that could still be chipped or cracked during each serious bout against a seated contestant. This is part of combat as well. She shrugged. There are many ways to prevent your blade from getting damaged. You just have to work harder than those who wield better weapons. Vase wasn't sure why the contest organizers simply restricted the format so that every participant could only make use of standardized swords. It seemed that the competitions didn't revolve around pure skill after all. The native participants probably enjoyed a greater advantage in this aspect. Let's move on to the mech competitions. Will you be utilizing your own mechs as well? No, the female mech designer replied. The variety and capabilities of mechs diverge so much from each other that it's too chaotic to let them all in. The single and group mech combat competitions will all mandate the use of a single landbound swordsman mech model. Let me show you so you can see for yourself. She projected a white-coated machine that looked a bit boring in his eyes. While it possessed a good range of motion and decent mechanical strength, the model was bland and neutral in other aspects. The good part about this was that the overall design was very stable. It offered good protection to the mech pilot, both because the cockpit was well protected and because the mech did not possess the strength to pierce through the frontal armor and sink in deep with a sudden blow. Of course, it was an entirely different matter if one of the mechs jumped in the air and drove the tip of its sword down the chest of another mech that had been toppled onto its back. There were plenty of ways that a duel could end in tragedy. How will the mech pilots escape death or injury? There are stronger safety precautions in place. She told him. Not only are there stronger shield generators in place, the cockpit ejection system is extremely fast. It only takes a tenth of the time for the cockpit to launch from the rear compared to other ejection systems. That's not a guarantee for safety. She looked a bit downcast. You're not wrong. Mechs are big, dangerous and incredibly powerful in the right circumstances. While the safety precautions work well enough in one-on-one duels, they sometimes have trouble with coping with situations that can arise from the 5-on-5 group matches. That's where most of the accidents take place these days. Despite acknowledging these risks, Kedis left no doubt in her tone that the Sword Maiden mech pilots would not miss out on this risky event. What are your goals for all of this? Vase probed. I can understand it if you feel the need to test or prove your martial prowess, but this sounds like it's about more. Are you hoping to win the contests? Not particularly. We'll be doing our best, but the competition is too good. We just need to put up a good showing in order to help us achieve our real aim. We want to attract a lot of recruits. You can recruit qualified personnel while remaining in the main fleet. There are plenty of people to pick up at our next destination. Port systems are never short of job seekers looking to join a good crew. It's not the same, Vase. The kind of women we need for our Sword Maidens are very rare in civilized space. While we are in the process of raising a batch of trainees, it takes far too long for them to mature. We don't want our combat strength to be limited to a single mech company. We'll only become less relevant as the other mech forces expand their mech piloting ranks by the thousands in the coming years. I would never neglect the Sword Maidens. Kedis lowered her head. I know Vase, but not everyone shares your high regard for us. If we want to hold our own in the clan, we need to raise our strength in the most direct way possible. We need to acquire strong swordman mech specialists whose fighting styles and outlooks are compatible with ours. In our opinion, there should be plenty of them among the Heavenswarders and sword enthusiasts flocking to the Great Omendery Festival. This is our only chance to revitalize the Sword Maidens. Vase faced a difficult choice. He had a lot of misgivings about this trip, yet as his eyes fell on his student's nervous and downcast expression, he didn't have the heart to reject her proposal. She was looking forward to this trip so much that it would crush her and her fellow Sword Maidens if he played spoilsport. Very well, he reluctantly decided. The Sword Maidens can go if they want. Yes, thank you, Vase. Chapter 2717. Plain Mech. The Great Omendery Festival indeed sounded like a great opportunity to the Sword Maidens. Back when they were known as Lydia's Sword Maidens, they used to number hundreds of mech pilots. They had grown into a formidable outfit in their own right in the Ferris Star region. Sadly, Numerous battles caused their ranks of active mech pilots to dwindle to a single mech company. The catastrophe that took place on Eon Corona 7 was the most devastating moment in their history. They should have laid low for a few years in order to restore their lost strength. Yet what happened to them afterwards only led to further losses. Their lack of external recruitment made it so that they had never been able to gain enough time to replenish their ranks before they were thrown into yet another dangerous battle. Ever since they joined the Larkinson clan, Vase treated them with care. He never wished to throw them against his enemies head-on, because frontal clashes always led to a lot of attrition. Instead, he had gotten used to keeping the Sword Maidens in reserve. This not only preserved the lives of their mech pilots, but also allowed him to employ their strength in the most favorable circumstances during a battle. While this still allowed the Sword Maidens to prove their worth in battle, he was not blind to the fact that they thought this was less than ideal. Sword Maidens love to get in the fray. They should be fighting in the front alongside the Avatars and other elite mech forces. Instead, Ves's unwillingness to lose any of the elite veterans that had survived every disaster their group caused them to feel as if they were being coddled. Their pride and honor did not allow them to accept their new circumstances. Our blades will dull from lack of use. We need to contribute more comprehensively in battle to keep our edge. Kedis emphatically stated. The Sword Maidens truly saw a lot of hope in a possible trip to the Heavensward Association. However, Vase wasn't really sure it would work out the way they expected. How difficult will it be for you to pick up the recruits you want? Your requirements are rather strict and the people who meet them will likely be considering better opportunities. His student didn't show any concern. It's not going to be a problem. We are strong and proven warriors and we have the records to back it up. The recent battles we've fought are excellent showcases of what prospective members will become a part of as long as they join our ranks. Besides, the fact that we have an expert pilot who is willing to provide tutoring in both swordsmanship and mech piloting is already an irresistible draw to many swordswomen. That was true. Expert pilots were mythical and distant figures to many mech pilots. Who wouldn't want to come under the tutelage of one of these superhuman heroes? Just a half hour's worth of tutoring was enough for any mech pilot to become clear on what they needed to do to improve. The Sword Maidens hadn't chosen to take part in the Great Omendery Festival on an impulse. They planned ahead and accounted for many variables. Despite their gruff exteriors, not every Sword Maiden was a muscled brute. Their leaders were shrewd and thoughtful enough to approach this opportunity with a solid game plan. Are you really not aiming for the top? Vase asked again. I didn't take you Sword Maidens for settling with less than the best. We know our limits. Kedis crossed her arms and sighed. If we took part a decade later, then it would probably be a different story, but we are still in a moment of weakness. We really can't compare to the champions prepared and nurtured by the various groups of the Heavensward Association and elsewhere. They have been preparing to win the various competitions for many years. While Kedis sounded rather accepting of these facts, Vase was still sensitive enough to sense an undercurrent of dissatisfaction in her mind. Just because she acknowledged the current reality didn't mean she was willing to embrace it. If the circumstances enabled it, she truly wanted her and her Sword Maidens to reach the finals. Vase hesitated for a time. A lot of consideration swept through his mind. He recalled his debt of gratitude for everything the Sword Maidens had done to help him out. They didn't owe him their service, but they fought and died for him anyway. While they didn't fight solely for him, it was undeniable that there would have been a lot more Sword Maidens alive today if they didn't commit to the Larkinson clan. He valued their unflinching loyalty. While it was not the kind of dedication that was engraved in their very bones like the battle criers, that only made their deeds more praiseworthy. While he had already accommodated them plenty of times, it didn't hurt to prepare more favors for them. He could think of several ways to increase their chances to perform well in the Grand Omendery Festival. When will you leave? It will take some time to complete our preparations. She answered. Not only do we need to wait for the Star Striders to prepare a separate escort, we also have to purchase a lot of training equipment and supplies for our next step. We'll probably be ready to depart in a week. Vase thoughtfully nodded. I can help you in various ways. We can work together to improve the gear of your Sword Maidens. I can also help you in another way that you're already familiar with. While I can't make you all as strong as I wish, I can still give some of you a powerful physical boost. Are you talking about implants and genetic modification? They can definitely help, but I've already spoken to Dr. Rania about this. It takes months to complete all of the steps necessary for us to augment our physical capabilities. It's too late to begin now. I'm aware of that, but I have more ways to augment your bodies. Vase smiled coyly at her. Did you remember the time when I fed you a bunch of candy that caused you to improve by leaps and bounds? She adopted a strange expression. I do. Back then, I was awfully confused, but now that I think about it, you did something to me, right? Those candies are a lot more valuable than any augment I'm familiar with. Do you have more? I do. Not as much as you think, but I still have plenty to transform your strength and the strength of many of your fellow sword maidens. I'll need to make some preparations beforehand. Your strongest group of sword maidens must come to my workshop in person once we emerge out of FTL travel. We can work on some other preparations in the meantime, such as, what if we can prepare unending alloy great swords for all of your sword maiden mech pilots? You won't have to worry about your blades succumbing to any enemy weapon. I thought you had already used up all of the unending alloy at your disposal. Kedis said, where would we get the materials? Vase shrugged. We'll just take it from one of our existing mechs. I'm sure the Shield of Samar won't mind if we slim it down a little bit. We don't even need to shave too much material from her shield and frame. The difference in scale means that fashioning 40 extra human-sized greatswords will only lose a trivial amount of mass. Perhaps Venerable Janzi wouldn't like it, but what could she do? Her mech was still under his control. His offers came as a pleasant surprise to Kedis. As they discussed various other ways he could help the sword maidens out, she became a lot more hopeful about the success of this trip. Naturally, there were concerns as well. While Kedis did not reject the offer to supply unending alloy swords to her fellow sword maidens, she was afraid it might attract the greed of others. Vase frowned as well. How safe is the competition? It's very safe. The Heavensward Association takes the festival and the contest seriously. If incidents of foul play took place, then the contest would be a lot less attractive to foreigners. That would seriously affect the universal appeal of the event, which is detrimental to the state. That didn't mean that everything was fine and dandy. Kedis didn't have enough information to know for sure. Your sword maidens should keep their briar alloy swords just in case. Vase advised. In the meantime, I'll be making some inquiries myself. Thank you. You don't need to thank me. This is what you all deserve. Even though he had many design obligations, Vase decided to spare some time to help the sword maidens prepare. Still, in order to supply more attribute candies, Vase urgently needed to acquire more design points. After he splurged most of his savings on the Odinai, he only had around 50,000 DP left. This was not enough. At most, he'd be able to boost every sword maiden mech pilot with only a single candy. This was a very inefficient way to improve their chances of winning. Vase already decided it was better to limit the candies to just 5 individuals. This was enough to augment their best performing duelists while at the same time transform the combat strength of an entire group. In fact, aside from augmenting 5 strong sword maiden mech pilots, he also wanted to boost Kedis and Venerable Dice while he was at it. Even though it would dilute the amount of candies reserved for the champion team, it would prevent the 2 most influential sword maidens from feeling left out. Vase became quite busy now that he took on this added responsibility. Not only did he assist Kedis with the preparations of her trip, he also had to fabricate the first production copy of the Bright Warrior IB straight away. When Gloriana entered his workshop with Click C, she looked rather irked. I would rather spend our time on completing our remaining 5 mech design projects before we do this. She began. Why are you so impatient? He couldn't tell her that he needed to fabricate a Bright Warrior IB in order to satisfy the system's requirements for evaluating his design and awarding him with a lot of DP. The spirit of Bentime will soon begin to mass-produce our new Bright Warriors. You don't want the first copy to be a rough first attempt that was made by a team of ordinary mech technicians, do you? Our design deserves better. Let's do our best and provide our new mech model with a good start. Though she didn't entirely agree with him, she didn't object any further. She partially agreed with his sentiment. The issue was that their mindsets weren't optimal for this task. When the pair began to fabricate the first new Bright Warrior that wasn't a prototype, neither of them entered into any special state of mind. They just approached their work as a necessary chore. While this did not detract too much from the quality of their work, their relatively lack of passion and commitment in their work prevented them from achieving exceptional results. After 3.5 days of careful and meticulous work, they completed the Bright Warrior IB without any fanfare. The couple looked at the first production copy with evident disappointment in their faces. It's nowhere near the quint. Gloriana flatly said, The first complete Bright Warrior IB complete with the components of all 4 of its configurations paled in comparison to one of their great successes. That's true, but the relation between the Quint and the Bright Warrior product line means we can finally upgrade our older masterwork to a proper second-class mech. That was something to consider for later, as the Quint had morphed into a substantially different mech. As for the newest mech that they had made by hand, neither of the two were in the mood to bestow a unique name to it. Its quality and workmanship simply hadn't reached the level where it deserved such treatment. The mech was too plain, just like the design it was based upon. Vase wasn't too upset by this failure. He would have 5 more chances to make another masterwork mech very soon. At least he should be getting his DP. Chapter 2718. Prosperous Hill System. Shortly after Vase and Gloriana created a rather disappointing first production copy of the Bright Warrior Mark I version B, the expeditionary fleet finally reached its first true stop. Hundreds of combat carriers, support ships and capital ships emerged out of FTL in rapid succession. Their appearance alone represented a considerable show of force. Even if the overall condition of the fleet was far beyond its peak, the Golden Skull Alliance was still one of the strongest fleets to visit this major port system. If that wasn't enough, then the emergence of the Infinity Guard fleet a short distance away only furthered the forceful impression. The vast majority of visitors and local powers couldn't fight against their combined might. While their obvious strength ensured that no one in the star system would pick a fight with them anytime soon, they also attracted immediate attention from the authorities. Welcome to the Prosperous Hill System. Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken introduced to Vase. This is the second largest port system of the Life Research Association. The Lifers don't take kindly to letting any threatening fleet approach their settlements or space stations. We'll have to wait until traffic control assigns a track to us. They'll want to park us in an empty grid in the outer system to minimize our threat. I don't blame the authorities for being so careful. The destructive potential we possess can easily wipe out a city if we go rogue. The Prosperous Hill System boasted 4 highly developed planets and several settled moons. The former boasted populations numbering in the billions. While that didn't make the planets too crowded, it was far too easy for a ship in orbit to drop something that could easily wipe out an entire city district. Naturally, it wasn't that easy to perform a terrorist attack of this nature. Second-rate states possessed plenty of tech that could defend against incidental attacks from above. It was best not to test them, though. The best way to prevent incidents was to deny any ship from entering the inner system in the first place. Of course, that left the expeditionary fleet and every other visitor with the question of how they would be able to bring themselves and their goods inside. Authorities in charge of Prosperous Hill had to establish an expansive transit and transportation network in the star system. Every single starship, transport and shuttle was under their complete control. Only vetted lifers who came from Prosperous Hill were allowed to design, produce, maintain and crew these vessels. Prosperous Hill wasn't the only commerce-oriented star system that adopted such a strict traffic policy. In fact, regimes like these would become a very common sight as Vase continued his travels. Perhaps looser governments might allow visitors to approach their settled planets with a small number of vessels, but it was out of the question to allow an entire fleet approach for no reason. Though Vase detested the lack of control, it was useless to lodge a protest. This was a common standard throughout the galaxy. Those who intended to pay a visit to any of the settled planets had to abide by the rules set by the local authorities. If they did anything wrong, there was no escape. The local government monopolized every possible transportation channel in the inner system. Soon enough, traffic control formally contacted the Allied fleet. The Golden Skull Alliance easily navigated the intricacies of negotiating with traffic control by relying on the assistance of the Infinity Guards. This wasn't the first time the 14th Fleet visited Prosperous Hill. They actually visited regularly enough for their ships to be a known entity to the local authorities. With the help of the mercenaries, the Golden Skull Alliance managed to gain a favorable parking spot that was right at the edge of what the locals defined as the border to the inner system. Not only that, but the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers received priority access to local transportation. This and various other conveniences would make their stay much more pleasant in this highly populated port system. There's never enough inter-system transit to go around. Captain Vraken told Vase once the brief negotiations concluded. The hegemony's busiest port systems are a lot slower, but that is because we don't get too many foreign visitors in the first place. Most foreign traffic consists of trade vessels and trade convoys looking to get a good bargain from our local economy. Vase twitched a smile. I can't imagine why foreigners are so eager to shun your welcoming star systems. You don't need to joke around. We don't exactly present a good impression to outsiders. The Komodo star sector is also very out of the way compared to Majestic Teal. The regional economy is more developed, so a port system such as Prosperous Hill naturally attracts greater traffic. It also helps that the lifers have developed a lot of good export products. Vase noted, their famed biotech industries allow them to maintain a strong competitive advantage in this aspect throughout Majestic Teal and the rest of the star cluster. The great emphasis on biotechnology may have turned the Life Research Association into an attractive business destination, but it also made the lifers weird. Vase had no doubt that he would be encountering that in person in the coming months. The captain mentioned another disadvantage. There is another downside to visiting Prosperous Hill. Unless you are a prominent citizen or organization of the LRA, you are not allowed to bring even a single mech to the inner system. You're only allowed to bring guards on foot. Vase frowned even deeper. This was a severe limitation. Any mech would easily be able to squash him if its mech pilot decided to do so. Vase would have scant few means to prevent any hostile mech from taking his life with the power it had at its disposal. At least Lucky is small enough to be disarming. He muttered under his breath. Perhaps it was a bit ridiculous to be afraid of rogue attackers in a highly regulated port system with a good record of safety, but Vase could not rule out the potential risks. The ambush he recently lived through had taught him how foolish it was to let his guard down. The older woman reassured him. It's not that bad. While we aren't allowed to bring our own mechs, the same is not the case for the Infinity Guards. They have told us that they possess a quota of 2 mechs. While their mechs aren't allowed to enter into many zones on the surface of the settled planets, they still pose enough of a threat to deter most potential threats. If some Fredaemon lurking in this star system ever wants to take your life, they probably won't succeed because they can't overcome the power of mechs. That was only true if the threat came from the Friday Coalition. Unlike the Hexers, the Fredaemon were avid traders. Many of them took on careers that brought them to other star sectors in order to foster better relationships, negotiate new trade deals and find other ways to benefit their state. Since Majestic Teal was close to Komodo, there were bound to be Fredaemon trading and diplomatic delegations in Prosperous Hill, so the threat that Captain Vraken considered was very real. Yet Vase didn't think the local Fredaemon would be able to do anything. They had to abide by the same restrictions as other visitors, so the total amount of firepower they could bring to bear against him was ultimately limited. What he truly worried about was the threat he might face from locals. Vase had already been betrayed by governments before. Still, that didn't stop him from wanting to visit one of the settled planets in person. As the clan patriarch, he needed to represent the Larkinsons in various official meetings. If he didn't show up and handle these high-level meetings in person, his clan would encounter a lot of restrictions that would make it hard for it to rebuild its forces. For example, renting a couple of mech production facilities to produce his Bright Warrior IBs was not something that any random stranger could accomplish. Not only did Vase have to meet with various bureaucrats, he also had to accept Drive Frederico Navarro's challenge. As long as Vase was able to win over an established journeyman mech designer from LRA, his clan would be able to gain access to a lot more channels and services. Locals faced much fewer restrictions than foreigners. Prosperous Hill may be known as a relatively friendly trade destination, but it was not a free market. As Vase learned more about the local circumstances, he became even more determined to lay low. He absolutely couldn't afford to stir any trouble with any powerful lifers. He and his clan should strictly act like any other trading partner and no more. Maybe I should cut short my planned sightseeing tour on Prosperous Hill V. He muttered. The star system featured 5 highly developed planets in total. Prosperous Hill I hosted most of the local heavy industry. This was also the planet where a lot of classical mechs were being produced. Foreigners were not allowed to visit Prosperous I by default. They had to gain a measure of trust or familiarity from the local authorities first. If the Larkinson clan wanted to rent enough production capacity to produce Bright Warrior IB and other crucial LMC mechs, then Vase had to convince someone powerful enough in the local power structure. Prosperous Hill 3 was the administrative center of the star system. It also hosted a lot of locals who mostly kept to themselves. Foreigners were not allowed to step onto the planet at all. Only a handful of exceptions occurred in the past couple of centuries. Prosperous Hill IV was one of the more exotic destinations of the local star system. It was the regional capital of biotechnology in the surrounding star systems. The planet was a font of green as wildernesses blended together with highly unusual biological cities where humans lived alongside lots of biotech applications. Entry to this star system was open to foreigners as the locals there didn't feel threatened at all. Lifers reigned supreme in this weird and exciting place. Vase eagerly wanted to visit it if only to experience the local biomech industry firsthand. Finally, there was Prosperous Hill V. It was the typical tourist trap and trading planet and the favored destination of many foreigners. The planet was famed for offering a lot of shops, where many LRA specialties could be bought as long as the purchaser owned the right permissions. This was also a destination where the Larkinson clan would be hanging around a lot. This was the best place to recruit talented personnel to replenish and expand its ranks. He even considered hiring another batch of assistant mech designers on this planet. In addition, now that the expeditionary fleet arrived in the LRA, the small group of surviving Zona stalkers were also eager to contact their families again. Vase wasn't sure how well that would go. The Zona stalkers had originally been exiled from this state. The only reason why they were allowed to go in again was because they were registered as Larkinsons now, thereby causing them to shed all of their prior ties to the LRA, both good and bad. When he contacted Captain Raina Ember, the highest-ranking member of the surviving Zona stalkers did not look optimistic. "We've tried to contact all of our families and invited them over to Prosperous Hill V in order to reunite with us. Many of them have declined." "That certainly didn't sound good. What will you do?" "What else? We'll meet with the family who hasn't forgotten us and see from there." She replied, "We've been out of touch with the LRA for too long, so it will be good to catch up. Once we are up to date on the local circumstances that aren't known to the public, we can help you navigate the local environment." Vase nodded in satisfaction. "That sounds good. Take your time and make the most out of your time with the family that cares about you and your fellow survivors." Chapter 2719. Trade and Commerce. Every new major star system offered a wealth of options to visitors like Vase. While he felt irked by the sheer amount of house rules set by the local authorities, the Prosperous Hill system was nonetheless a paradise to anyone looking to purchase a lot of goods and services. While the expeditional fleet slowly settled into its assigned parking grid in the outer system, the crews of every starship became busy. The vessels had to be cleaned up and checked for anything that the authorities might take fault with. Radioactive materials, explosive payloads, unstable power reactors and any other risky element had to be properly secured and stowed away. The ship's manifests had to be in order. The new arrivals also had to submit a summary of the goods and services they expected to buy or sell. All in all, traffic control and many other official institutions demanded a lot of paperwork in order to make sure that every visitor had honest intentions in mind. "Some of the information we've submitted are shrouded in uncertainty," Vase skeptically remarked to Gavin during a status report. "For example, there is no guarantee that we'll actually be able to recruit at least 5,000 mech pilots and 50 apprentice mech designers in Prosperous Hill. The authorities won't quibble over that, boss. What they truly care about is our intentions. As long as we go through the motions by setting up a recruitment center and interview a lot of applicants, the Planetary Guard won't look nervously at us. If we don't do what we've stated and instead decide to visit some of the cedar places of Prosperous Hill V, then their inspectors will soon knock on our doors." "I see. Is it hard to maintain order in this star system?" His assistant shook his head. "It's not that bad according to our sources. The potential for problems is always great when a star system becomes host to millions of visitors who come from all kinds of places. Many of them are average people, but there are also those who are used to making their own rules rather than obeying them. Local security has to show a forceful stance in order to curb any excess behavior. It was not easy to maintain law and order in such an open star system. The rulers of Prosperous Hill wanted to attract a lot of trade and commerce, but did not want the living environment to sink to a low point. They had to balance the demands of both locals and visitors in order to maintain an acceptable equilibrium. All I'm hearing is a lot of nuance." Vase frowned. "That makes it difficult for me to determine the actual circumstances. Just give me a verdict. Is this place safer than Bentheim in its prime?" "I would say it is safer," Gavin reluctantly answered. "Don't take my word for it though, boss. My information is based on secondary and tertiary sources. If you want to know the real score, you need to ask someone who is rooted in this star system. Still, the amount of incidents that have actually taken place is low unless you venture off the beaten path. Trouble is bad for business and Prosperous Hill doesn't have a history of open gang warfare like what Bentheimers took for granted. Yet there are still gangs in Prosperous Hill V, right? He had seen too much of the galaxy. There were always groups of malcontents in every large concentration of humans. There are, but they're not as crude or ugly as those who can be found in third-rate states. What do you mean by that, Benny? Well, they're smarter. They don't style themselves as gangs, and even their lowest-ranking members don't dress up like literal street thugs. They wear discreet suits or uniforms, and they act as if they are part of a gentleman's club or an employee union or something. They mostly earn their living from honest business with a bit of gray market activities on the side. There is always a veneer of legality to these disguised gangs, but deep down they aren't above pulling off bombings or assassinations to expand their turf. That sounded just like his former as far as Vase was concerned. What about the black market? That is more complicated. Gavin looked doubtful. There is very scant word about the shadier side of business in this star system. All I can tell you is that it definitely exists, but it is kept well under wraps. That's unusual considering the sheer amount of control and surveillance that takes place. While the black market organizations may just be that good, I think there's another explanation at hand. The official institutions are colluding with the black market organizations. Vase guessed. That's my guess as well, though I won't go as far to say that the highest officials are in on it. You have to know that the greater the control, the greater the need for release. As long as a small group of key officials are swayed, an entire portion of the security structure becomes compromised. That was true. When it came to these kinds of structures, a chain was only as strong as its weakest link. No matter how much a security structure tried to control everything, the people in charge of specific responsibilities could easily tamper with important system. Well, this has nothing to do with us. Vase frowned. I don't even know why we're delving into this matter. There is absolutely no need for us to engage with the murkier side of Prosperous Hill. We only have honest business in mind. You're correct, boss, but you shouldn't dismiss the black market so easily. While I don't have any indicators that describe the local situation, from what I have learned, busy port systems like these actually offer a lot of exclusive goods. It's just that the buyers and sellers of these goods have to be competent enough to seek out contacts, forge connections, gain approval, and conduct business while remaining completely innocent on the surface. Those who get caught don't deserve to enter a black market in the first place. So it's that kind of arrangement. This reminded Vase of something. He pulled back one of the drawers of his office desk and pulled out a secure comm that he normally didn't use. He activated it and navigated its file structure until he projected the item he sought. A virtual bronze member card spun into view. The prominent logo of a white wing adorned its front. What is that, boss? Gavin curiously asked. This is an invitation card that I've received a long time ago. Vase smiled. I have a feeling that Prosperous Hill is exactly the kind of place where a huge black market organization that spans the entire galactic may be present. Does the card convey any directions or coordinates where you can find one of their branches? Vase looked closely at the virtual card. I'm not sure. I think I need to activate it or something. I haven't really explored it before. We'll have to be careful on how we utilize it lest we attract the wrong kind of attention. Earlier, you said you just wanted to conduct honest business. Have you changed your mind all of a sudden? It's not what you think. I'm merely keeping my options open. Vase quickly defended himself. After all, what was a resource for if it wasn't being used? He hated letting potentially valuable assets go to waste. Of course, that didn't mean he would just head to the nearest branch of the Angel's Wing Foundation straight away. The providence and background of the member card was highly problematic. He recalled that a cultist awarded him with the virtual card after doing his best in some kind of contest back in the frontier. The Church of Hatumic turned out to be a lot more dangerous than he thought. The crazed cultists were not only affiliated with the Five Scrolls Compact, but also tried to ambush the Flagrant Sword Maidens. It stood to reason that the Angel's Wing Foundation was also suspect. Vase guessed with great confidence that this black market organization was also operated by the Five Scrolls Compact in secret. Yet the more dangerous it sounded, the more Vase felt intrigued by the products it offered. The organization was famed for selling rare and prohibited biological goods, illegal bioimplants, experimental gene mod templates, loyalty organs, and many other items that he couldn't even begin to imagine were on sale. Since these goods had to be worthwhile enough for customers to go through all of the trouble to buy, they had to be extremely interesting to people like Vase. It was too bad that it was far too irresponsible for Vase to visit any location connected to the Foundation in person. He shut down the comm and put it back into his drawer. He intended to explore this option later. He may decide to pass it on to the Black Cats and let them visit the Foundation as his surrogate. That was the most prudent course of action. Let's talk about something else. Vase changed the topic. Has there been any progress with regards to exchanging our Orlis for another capital ship? Gavin brightened up. Interest in the Orlis is higher than expected. Oh, others want to get their hands on our golden prize that bad? Yes, while it may seem normal to us, not everyone has access to ships built according to military standards. The Hexers treated you quite well when they filled up the Spirit of Bentime with military-grade systems and components. Not every power player is as chummy with the government of a powerful second-rate state like you. While anyone who obtains the Orlis must doubtlessly invest a lot of time and money in removing as many hidden dangers as possible, this is still a worthwhile trade-off considering they can get powerful features that can't be bought on the open market. His personal assistant's meaning was very clear. The Orlis was a very scarce commodity that was normally in the hands of military organizations. Now that one of them suddenly became available to purchase, dozens of interested buyers had already approached the Larkinson clan with an offer. Vase smirked. He enjoyed this situation. As long as he managed the bidding process well, he could milk a lot of benefits out of this exchange. Are there any concerns or issues? Gavin nodded. There's one important matter that needs your input. You need to tell our engineers whether they should leave the most valuable systems in place or if we should rip them out and take them for ourselves. Wouldn't that diminish the Orlis's value? You're right, it will. Still, our engineers are already drooling over the long-range FTL drives in the AI core of the Fredaman capital ship. If you are confident that we'll be able to strip them down, inspect all of the parts, and assemble them back together, it may be worthwhile to use them ourselves. Vase could already imagine expanding the FTL range of the Spirit of Bentime. It would become a lot more difficult to catch up to her with upgraded drives. Yet, could he really trust Fredaman hardware? No matter how thoroughly the engineers combed over every single part, there was no guarantee that they would be able to catch every single anomaly. Vase could think of at least 100 subtle ways to sabotage the operation of any machine without leaving any obvious traces behind. He became plagued with doubt. Without enough confidence, he would never dare to implement the valuable long-range FTL drives in any of his capital ships. Let's keep this question open for now. He eventually decided. Try and find out how much the bidders are willing to pay for an Orlis with or without her powerful FTL drives. Will do, sir, but the total valuation of our prize will drop by at least a third, I think. That sounded harsh but fair. A deep strike fleet carrier couldn't really be called that way anymore without the drives that enabled her distinct role. Chapter 2720. Superwomen. When Vase entered the workshop of his flagship, he met a collection of sword maidens. The women all flourished their new great swords with relish. While the mass, balance and design of their weapon had changed, they actually took to them better than their older briar alloy blades. How are you enjoying your new gifts? Commander Sendra grinned as she repeatedly chopped the air with her recently made weapon. It's great. Ever since the Battle of Reckoning, I always dreamt of wielding the same type of blade as the Bright Sword Prime. Now, my wish has come true. Look at how easily it tears into the deck. Wait, stop, don't damage the ship. The enthusiastic sword maidens couldn't be stopped. Vase already noted to his distress that the ecstatic warriors had already left more than 100 different holes and cut marks into the deck of his workshop. While this damage was rather light and could be fixed by bots with ease, Vase didn't want the women to trash his personal workspace any further. Please, sheathe your blades. You can play around with them when you've returned to your own ship. Fortunately, the sword maidens respected him enough to obey these instructions. They dampened their eagerness and calmly sheathed them in scabbards specially prepared to contain the deathly weapons. Vase turned to Kedis, who looked proud of her work. He left the actual job of fabricating the unending alloy great swords to her. She not only knew more about swords than him, but also knew every recipient in person. Instead of fabricating 40 copies of the exact same blade, she listened to the demands of the recipients and made various measurements. She then used her own design skills to tweak the standard greatsword design in order to come up with individualized variants that fit the hands of their new owners a lot better than the alternative. Some swords were a little longer. Some of them were shorter. Others were thicker while a handful were slightly curved. Venerable Dice received a grander-looking weapon than the rest. Even though she was no longer the commander of the Sword Maidens, she was still their greatest hero and authority figure. As an expert pilot with several major victories under her belt, She deserved to wield a sword that matched her glory and prestige. The grip and guard looked more elegant in the way it entwined silvery metal with dark unending alloy. The pommel had been machined to look like the head of Keelangso back when she was alive. The eyes of these decorative elements were embedded with lustrous jewels that reflected incoming light. What's the name of this weapon? Vase gestured towards the greatsword that Venerable Dice just sheathed in an engraved metal sheath. The sheath was another work of art from Kedis. Its two broad surfaces depicted some of the most tragic and heroic moments of the history of the Sword Maidens. The final scene where the bright sword Prime stabbed through the chest of the Jeanne d'Arc looked especially prominent. I call it the Maiden Protector. Kedis answered with a tired voice. I put in all my effort and accumulated knowledge to design and make this sword. It's the best sword that I have made so far. While I made it for Venerable Dice, I hope my work will continue to compel its future wielders to protect the Sword Maidens to come. Vase indulgently smiled. I hope so as well. He was very glad with her approach to her work. It seemed he passed on his preferences to create legacy products and works that lasted. While there was no guarantee that they would be able to gain access to better materials and techniques in the future, Vase believed that the Maiden Protector would not be worse off in comparison. Not only was it made out of unending alloy, which was by far the most powerful and potent material that Vase had ever gotten his hands on, it also had the potential to become alive. As Vase inspected the weapon from a spiritual perspective, he noted that it was not a living totem like the other products he made by hand. This was natural as Vase didn't involve himself in this job aside from setting Kedis up. He briefly instructed Kedis how to use the relevant machines of the ELKINE production line and supplied her with the necessary materials that he secretly lifted from the frame of the Shield of Samar. Yet what Vase found interesting was that Kedis added her own touch to the weapon. He could somehow sense that its blade had been imbued with an element of sharpness that shouldn't normally be present. In fact, all of the swords she made bore the same traits, but to a lesser degree. She invested significantly more in the Maiden Protector to make sure it was by far the most potent weapon out of the entire batch. Whether the swords had the potential to grow into totems or transform into something else, Vase didn't know. What he did know was that the spiritual properties of unending alloy would undoubtedly make a huge difference over time. Now that I've finished making all of the weapons, what's next, Vase? Can we finally receive our candy? The other Sword Maidens looked confused at Kedis. Why did she sound so eager to receive candy of all things? Was this a euphemism of a secret drug of sorts? Vase looked amused. You'll get your candy, and so will some of your sisters. Kedis, please bring Venerable Dice and the 5 strongest Sword Maidens that will comprise your best team in the group personal combat contests to my secure compartment over there. Okay. It turned out that the main combat team included Kedis, Commander Sendra as well as 3 other notable sisters. Vase wasn't entirely sure about this arrangement. Both Kedis and Commander Sendra played key roles in their mech force. If any accident befell either of them, the Sword Maidens would definitely become disarrayed. It didn't seem like the Sword Maidens were hesitant about their selection. They always thought that their leaders should be fighting women who could overpower any other sister. They were much like vicious mountaineers in that regard. Not even Kedis could be persuaded to reconsider. Since that was the case, he better make them as strong as possible. He guided them all into a secure chamber that was meant to perform covert experiments and briefly studied the 6 women with his system vision. It turned out that their physical attributes were already high. This relieved him a bit, but it still meant he would have to spend big in order to upgrade all of their attributes to a high level. Vase briefly debated to himself whether it was worth it to invest this much DP into so little people. If he acquired a lot of attribute candies, that meant it would take even longer for him to redeem other offerings from the system. Eventually, he felt like going through with his plan. It might not make logical sense, but his feelings steered him towards bestowing this favor to the Sword Maidens. Making them stronger than ever before might even pay off in the long run. Not only would he receive their gratitude, he also acquired a strong team of champions who could fight in many possible challenges on his behalf. Wait in this testing chamber while some of my scanning equipment quickly inspects your physical conditions. We need to make sure that each of you are healthy enough to undergo your upcoming treatment. Vase stood in an observation room and indeed activated some scanners that inspected their bodies. He wasn't interested in the data that the scanning equipment spat out. He just used it as a smokescreen for his actual measures. Dice strength, 1.4 dexterity, 1.2 endurance, 1.5 inches. That's pretty good if she's a third-rater. It fell a bit short of second raters who dedicated themselves to physical combat, though. Vase had researched some of the top competitors that took part in the contests held during the Greater Omandry Festival and was very impressed by their strength and vigor. While a stronger physique was not a guarantee for victory, it helped a lot. Together with great skill, the Sword Maidens had the potential to defeat a large succession of opponents, thereby improving their attractiveness to the recruits they sought. Helping the Sword Maidens ultimately benefited him as well, so Vase no longer quibbled with the cost of boosting these attributes. Let's see how many DP I can spend. He summoned his system comm and activated it. Just as he expected, he first gained an infusion of DP on account of finishing one of his works. Design evaluation. Bright Warrior Mark 1 version BBWA01B model name. Bright Warrior Mark 1 version BBWA01B original manufacturer. Vase Larkinson, Gloriana Woden weight classification. Medium recommended role. Modular mech platform armor. C+ carrying capacity, C+ aesthetics, B+ endurance, C energy efficiency, B flexibility, C firepower, C+ integrity, B mobility, C spotting, C X factor, A cost efficiency, D project involvement, 58% original component composition, 24% overall evaluation. The Bright Warrior Mark 1 version B is a second-class conversion of the first version of the Bright Warrior design. The design has been re-envisioned to perform a more fundamental role as a starter modular mech platform to the Larkinson clan. Despite its new role, the mech's base performance is considerable in relation to mechs designed with similar purposes in mind. The Bright Warrior Mark 1 version B also contains remarkable properties that can change the lives of its mech pilots under the right circumstances. The growth potential of this mech is significantly greater. You have received 50,000 design points for completing an adequate original design that has no other equivalent. You have received 50,000 design points for designing a mech with a high presence of X factor. The system's evaluation matched his expectations, even though he still wasn't sure about its standards. It disappointed him a bit that none of the criteria attained an A grade except for the usual X factor. It matched his own impression of the Bright Warrior IB as a balanced but plain design. He didn't waste much time in going over the implications of his scores. Instead, he went into the store and browsed the interface until he reached the section where he was able to purchase candy for other people. This was actually one of the most potent and useful features the system bestowed upon him. He long wondered why it sold its candies at relatively low prices. Now he understood that it wasn't undercharging its products at all. While it was relatively affordable for him to boost the attributes of a single person, it was a different story when he wanted to augment an entire group of people. Spending my DP on 6 people will already make me broke. He made some quick calculations as he noted down their physical scores. Fully raising Venerable Dice's strength, dexterity and endurance to 2.0 would cost Vase a whopping 30,800 DP. And this was just a single person. Since the other Sword Maidens in the chamber were somewhat comparable to Dice when it came to their physiques, that meant that Vase would have to spend a total of 180,000 DP to raise their physical attributes to the limit that they could bear. They might as well be superwomen at that stage. It was unfortunate that he didn't have the points to support this spending. Also, it might not be necessary to boost them all the way to 2.0. He briefly considered his strategy and decided to skimp a bit on dexterity. While he could guess that it might be useful in combat, the Sword Maiden fighting style largely revolved around power rather than finesse. Improving their fine control would not benefit them too much. Only Kedis might find it handy whenever she needed to do some precision work. Well, I'll do the best I can. Attribute candies became more expensive the higher the score, so Vase could save a significant amount of DP if he skipped dexterity to a degree. With his latest gains, he currently possessed 157,342. Properly speaking, he should keep it all in reserve, but he didn't worry about spending it all because his other mech design projects were close to completion. Therefore, he felt free to spend as much as it took to turn the strongest Sword Maidens into even scarier killing machines. Chapter 2721. Desirable partner. It took around 134,000 DP to purchase the attribute candies he needed to elevate the physical attributes of 6 Sword Maidens to the level he wanted. His DP reserves dwindled at an alarming rate as Vase kept purchasing attribute candy after attribute candy from the system's store. He stopped when he only had less than 25,000 DP left, but only for a moment. After a bit of thought, Vase decided to be a little more daring and shower some extra attention to Venerable Dice and Kedis. He wanted to give them the option of boosting their dexterity to 2.0. Dice is an expert pilot, so her combat acumen is by far the best. She can develop a wealth of new techniques that make the most out of her abnormally dexterous body. As for Kedis, she'll become a lot more precise whenever she needs to make something delicate. In the end, he was only left with a measly sum of 1142 design points after he redeemed a bunch of dexterity candies. As Vase gazed at the large collection of candies lying haphazardly on the surface of the control console, he became a little dazed. Have I gone crazy? Objectively speaking, he thought it was incredibly foolish to squander more than 150,000 DP just so that he could turn 6 sword maidens into extremely powerful fighters. Physical strength didn't matter when it came to mech combat. While a fit and healthy body definitely improved a mech pilot's performance when interfacing a mech, the relationship wasn't strong. It was quite doable for people with average constitutions to compete against the mech pilots. The only benefits these candies provided was boosting the personal strengths of Venerable Dice, Kedis, Commander Dice and 3 other sisters. The immediate and obvious benefits were distressingly few as far as Vase could tell. Sure, there may be times where having a lot of strength by his side may help, but that was what infantry weapons and combat armor was for. High-tech weapons and armor could kill any augmented superhuman with ease. Despite his logic telling him what a dumb decision he made, Vase didn't feel any regret for his impulsive choice. I can earn DP easily enough as long as I design more mechs. He consoled himself. Besides, it will be interesting to see the effects of boosting their attributes to such a large extent. Justifying it as an experiment eased his mental burden a bit, though it wasn't strictly necessary. It was enough to consider this extravagance to be a reward to Kedis and the Sword Maidens. He carefully marked the candies and put them into containers that he had already prepared in advance. He picked them all up and entered the testing chamber which had just completed the physical scans. Here you go, he simply said and gave each Sword Maiden present a small box that held the candies. What is this? Commander Sendra questioned as she looked at the odd candies stored inside. We don't have a habit of eating candy. That's for children. Kedis quickly raced to stop the commander from randomly ingesting one of the candies. Stop, it's not that kind of candy. Be careful with that, it's much more powerful than you think. All of the Sword Maidens turned to their resident mech designer for an explanation. I think it might be best for you to try one of them out, but only in the order that Vase has specific. She said. Vase nodded. Start with the candies marked with strength. They all rummaged through their candy containers until they picked up the strength candy that corresponded to their current strength score. While the women were rather suspicious about what they held, they weren't overly suspicious towards Vase. Besides, Kedis already vouched for them, so they should probably be safe for consumption. Once they popped them into their mouths, the women immediately felt the effects. Their bodies shook as they felt a myriad of changes taking place inside their bodies. Initially, they became alarmed. What? Some of them even reached for their new unending alloy great swords as if that would ward off the threat. Fortunately, the candies worked quickly and efficiently. It only took a few more seconds for their body fluctuations to subside. What happened? Venerable Dice frowned. She had become a lot more agitated due to the changes to her body and that of her other sisters. Her protective instincts had become riled up. Even if she was willing to take Vase and Kedis at their word, she still felt that there was something fishy about this situation. Vase could already feel Venerable Dice's force of will turning against him to an extent. He innocently raised his hands. Nothing bad has happened. In fact, you should all feel better than before. Why not step outside this chamber and swing your new weapons a few times? They did as he suggested. They all stepped out into the workshop and spaced themselves apart so that no one would be slicing anyone by accident. Since their bodies felt weird, none of them started going wild straight away. They performed standard practice routines that they had already performed an uncountable amount of times. The women immediately noticed the difference. A Sword Maiden champion called Yelena gasped as she swung her weapon with greater ease. My sword had become lighter. Our swords are exactly the same as before. Venerable Dice corrected. Our bodies have changed. We can exert more power than before. Now that she pointed this out, the other Sword Maidens eagerly tested their new changes. They were amazed. Even though their strength only increased by 0.1 according to the scale used by the system, this actually represented a major leap. Each and every Sword Maidens immediately embraced their changes, especially when it became clear that it didn't seem to come with any negative side effects that they could tell. Wait, if this is the power of just one of those candies, what about the rest? The Sword Maidens eyed their candy containers with a lot more hunger than before. Vase had the illusion that they were just moments away from stuffing their mouths with a dozen candies. Fortunately, Venerable Dice kept a sober mind. Control yourselves. Drastic physical changes should never be taken lightly. Vase nodded in agreement. She's right, I've enjoyed some of these candies myself, and I can tell you that the load on your body becomes increasingly greater if you ingest more candy at once. I highly suggest you space them out. Just eat 1 or 2 of the candies a day at most. That way, your physical changes won't warp your bodies to the point you feel like strangers in your own body. I can tell you from personal experience that it will take weeks or months to fully adapt to your changes. This was not a severe consequence, but one that nonetheless held a lot of implications to the Sword Maidens. Strength without control was never good. Their training constantly emphasized the need to master and control their strength. Exerting strength blindly would just endanger their fellow sisters and leave them open to counterattacks. Vase engaged in a brief discussion with the Sword Maidens. Together, they decided that the Sword Maidens should just ingest 1 candy a day at most. In the meantime, they would undergo intense physical training in order to allow them to adjust to their changed parameters as best as possible. We need to space out the improvement over time in order to retain full control over our own bodies when we are able to participate in the competitions. Commander Sendra decided, it's not as fast as everyone wants, but I think this is the best course of action. Kedis didn't agree. Why not swallow multiple of them in the same day? Sure, the adjustment period is harsher, but the sooner we finish off the candies, the more time we can spend on learning what we are capable of at our maximum strength. Venerable Dice crossed her arms. Both of you make some valid points, but I'm inclined to favor Sendra's theory. We are already trained and seasoned warriors. We know what we are capable of when we are weak, so we will definitely not be starting off from scratch when we have augmented yourselves to the fullest. It is much more important to maintain peak control than to try to achieve a greater height in battle effectiveness. Since the expert pilot had spoken, every other Sword Maiden instantly agreed. Even Kedis dropped her theory. Vase left them to attend these matters for themselves. He already did his job when he handed over all of the candies. Before he left, Kedis and the other Sword Maidens bowed to him in utter sincerity. Thank you for giving us all this candy. His student spoke. I don't know where you got it from, but it must have cost a lot for you to obtain them. I've never heard of anything that could transform our bodies to this extent without requiring complicated surgery or expensive implants. With these, we'll definitely perform well during the upcoming competitions. Venerable Dice did not hide her appreciation either. You're a true friend to us, Vase. We shall be your sword for however long you need us. Wield us at any enemy you need to kill. Vase modestly smiled. You don't need to thank me so much. We're friends. As long as we stay true to each other, we will always be able to rely on each other. Inwardly, he still cried about the 150,000 DP he gave away, but it was worth it as the Sword Maidens were one of the few people he viewed as completely loyal. Sure, they were rough, uncivilized and uncouth. Yet that was why he liked them more. They were so honest and direct about everything that Vase had nothing to fear from their schemes. If they supported him, they did so openly without any hidden agendas. If they did have other intentions in mind, they would tell him honestly. Their frontier ways also made them prone to putting their full trust in the few people and groups they considered to be their true friends. Before the Sword Maidens left, Kedis inquired about another important matter. Vase, you told us that you would arrange a backer for us who would take care of us while we're in the Heavensward Association. Have you managed to do that, or do you need more time? I've already made a deal with someone. Here's her contact information. Vase activated his normal comm and swiped the relevant data to her own comm. Who? Is Angelique Harcourt? Someone I met by chance on the galactic net. Vase casually replied. While I don't actually know her that well, she's a talented journeyman mech designer who specializes in designing a specific kind of mech. Since she is rooted in the mech industry of the Heavensward Association, she possesses enough influence and contacts to address any impropriety that might take place. Though Kedis felt dubious about this, the Sword Maidens truly needed the backing. As foreigners, they had no other protection should the authorities or powerful local factions ever wanted to find fault with them. This became even more important now that their expectations in the contests had risen. We'll contact her and see how we'll be able to get along. I hope she's receptive to us. I don't want us to fall out. Don't worry, Keddies. Both of you are obsessed with swords, so I have no doubt you'll be able to get along swimmingly. Besides, if Angelique Harcourt wanted Vase to uphold his end of the bargain, she better abide by her promises. He still couldn't believe how easy it was for him to convince the woman he met only once in a virtual setting to accept his deal. He only offered to contribute to one of her fencer mech designs, but she already jumped on it as if she was a ravished dog. It's just a contribution, not a full-on collaboration. He didn't want to invest too much time in this distraction, so he only offered to make a pass on one of her designs, but that was already enough to gain her agreement. It appeared that his desirability as a collaboration partner had already shot up on account of his fame and all of the accomplishments he made. Chapter 2722 Repressed Urges. I'm bored. A certain figure slumped on a sturdy, specialized hover chair. The man rubbed his rough stubble as his chair spun around in a circle. He looked frustratingly at his quarters, wishing he could stand up and sit on his couch or lie on his bed without requiring the aid of the bots integrated in his unwieldy chair. Nyo. Minxie jumped on the tray that was placed above the lap and began to settle on it like it was her personal perch. Her fluffy white tail swished back and forth as the chair stopped spinning. This was what Vincent's life amounted to these days. I'm supposed to be a heroic expert candidate, he lamented. Why am I being treated this way? I should be going on parades and earn the appreciation and worship of my friends. I shouldn't be confined to my chair and be unable to do anything that requires me to stand. I'm not even allowed to pilot a mech. Nyo. The cat completely disregarded his feelings and dozed off. While the feline thought it was strange that one of the humans who took care of her was stuck in a chair all the time, she still got her usual scratches, so everything was fine as far as she was concerned. If you want your new legs to be attached to your body without complications, you better do as the doctors say. A female voice warned. Rayla Larkinson entered their quarters with a stern face. Even though she was facing an expert candidate who confronted the trust head-on, there was no awe to be found in her expression. She wore a formal business uniform that made her look professional and formal. Despite the sudden drop of mech pilots in the clan, interest in the Larkinson mech games circuit only increased. The Battle of Reckoning served as a giant wake-up call to all of the complacent clansmen. They learned that as long as they adopted the Larkinson name, their fates became bound to the fortunes of the clan. An enemy that targeted the clan also threatened the lives of every individual member. Even though it sounded obvious, during the Nixian Gap campaign most of the non-combatants were never exposed to any danger. This was different. Becoming a part of an expeditionary fleet meant that every Larkinson became exposed to the same threat. If they lived on a planet in a cozy little state, then the loss of the combat forces wouldn't have been able to threaten their lives, at least under normal circumstances. Yet because they lived and worked alongside the same Larkinsons who ventured out for battle, the civilians and support personnel within the clan had nowhere to run in the event their soldiers lost. Though certain people such as Rayla thought that this kind of thinking was silly, she was glad that her fellow clansmen became less naive. Her days would only get busier in the upcoming months when the Larkinson clan was slated to undergo another rapid expansion. That meant she had less time to spend with Vincent, not that she minded that. Ever since her boyfriend lost his legs, he had become a lot more tedious to be around with. They were no longer able to do many activities together because his disability got in the way. Vincent looked at his lower body in distress for the umpteenth time. The stumps of his legs were mercifully hidden from his sight, but there were moments in his day where he couldn't avoid looking at it. Just a glimpse was enough for him to recall the moment his mech crumpled inwards when it collided straight into an expert mech. According to the mech technicians that inspected his ruined mech after the battle, he had come very close to losing another leg. If the force of the collision was just a tiny bit stronger, if the front of his cockpit pressed against his body just a centimeter or two deeper, then he didn't even know whether he wanted to continue living. Have you asked the big man whether he can do anything about the Adonis Colossus? His girlfriend directed a stony glare at him. Hell number. Why would I do that? Our patriarch doesn't need to waste his time on fixing up your stupid old mech. I did approach Keddies, though. Even though she seems to be preparing to go on a trip, she did me a favor and approached a number of her colleagues. And Rayla shook her head. No one has any time to fix up your mech. The assistant mech designers are all being worked to the bone in the design department. Their design projects are way behind schedule and Gloriana is practically hounding them to complete their work. Even after they are done with their current projects, there will be new ones that will occupy their time as well. What they do over there is much more exciting than trying to reconstruct the Adonis Colossus. In other words, the only people who were skilled and knowledgeable enough to restore his personal mech to a working condition didn't want to work on his mech. They all looked down on his manly mech. Damn, if I had legs, they wouldn't have dismissed me out of hand. I'm no good now that I can't stand anymore. Don't be such a whiner, Vincent. Your legs will come in due time. It will only take a couple more weeks to finish their growth and make sure they fit your body well enough. The doctors can't rush this process any further. Vincent scowled. These docs are too incompetent. I heard that the organ doctors based in Prosperous Hill IV can grow out an entire limb within an hour and attach it to a body in the very same day. That's because the lifers excel in this aspect. The very best specialists in this area are at the forefront of their research fields. Do you think these highly regarded researchers can be approached so easily? Ha, they're superstars in their own circle. Just like how Vase can't be bothered with trivial matters, you can forget about catching their attention with your boring little request. Just sit in your chair honestly and wait for your new limbs to be ready. Even though Vincent had already spent weeks after he was discharged from the medical bay in this condition, he didn't know whether he could go on for another day in this condition. Due to safety concerns, he wasn't allowed to pilot a mech or enter a simulator pod either. The doctors mentioned a bunch of theories about how his brain structure would get confused about having legs when his actual pair was gone and how that might screw up his body coordination after he finally gained his new limbs. It was all confusing to him, but the only answer he remembered was that he wasn't allowed to do anything related to mechs. This was incredibly frustrating. I can't even do anything over here, he whined. I'm an expert candidate. There's an itch inside me that urges me to pilot a mech all the time. I have so many new ideas, but I can't do anything but play them out in my mind. Oh, you poor baby. Rayla approached and kissed him on the cheek before petting him on his head. His dirty blonde hair became messed up due to her menstruation. Would you like me to spoon feed you while you are at it? You're such a brave and heroic expert candidate. Neo Tilda, Minxie purred as she dove her head in a bowl laid out on the table. I need a new mech like the Adonis Colossus, Vincent said as he took a bite out of his juicy steak. Fortunately, his body condition didn't prevent him from eating food like normal people. Rayla looked up from her own meal. You'd be facing the same problem as before. There is a huge list of priorities over at the design department. There's no way that any of their mech designers have any time to address your needs. I'm not trying to get them to work on my mech straight away. I just want to experience what I had with the Adonis Colossus once again in a modern second-class mech. It doesn't have to be a full custom piece like before. I just want Vase to make a manly mech that makes me feel powerful again. I can pull some strings to allow you to purchase any mech for sale in Prosperous Hill V. It's not the same. I can barely tolerate piloting other mechs. Not even the new Bright Warrior version B. That's a great mech in its own right, but it's not masculine, you get what I'm saying. Just look at its waist. There's no bulge to be found in that area. Is that how you judge mechs these days? You don't care about their cost, performance or mech type. Your eyes just lower straight to their crotch, is that right? Don't misunderstand me, babe. I pay attention to all of that stuff as well. It's just that even if everything falls in line with my needs, if the mech is not to my taste, I won't be able to get my groove on. Almost every mech is designed in a way that shows no regard to the matter I care about the most. Vase was the only mech designer who understood me as a man. The Adonis Colossus is such a masterpiece to me that I really can't imagine going back to piloting a normal mech. You sound like you're addicted. Vincent thumped his chest with his palm. Maybe I am. So what? I became an expert candidate with the help of the Adonis Colossus. That mech just sung to me when I was fighting against the Trost back then. When I went through apotheosis or whatever it's called, me and the Adonis became one during that critical moment. Do you know what I was thinking about when I melded my heart and soul with my living mech? You needed a bigger codpiece. We both wanted to become heroes. The injured expert candidate claimed. We both wanted to save the day, attract everyone's admiration and enjoy life at its greatest by betting the loves of our lives. Rayla rolled her eyes until she suddenly frowned. What do you mean with that last bit? Vincent paused and lowered his head. It's so sad, don't you think? The Adonis Colossus died a virgin. In its short time of existence, it never really got to enjoy the touch of a female mech. Every time I piloted it, my mech would always become more excited whenever a Valkyrie Redeemer flew close. There's just something about the contours of that Hexer mech that caused my Adonis to heat up a bit, both literally and figuratively. It's too bad it will never have the chance to experience life at its most splendid moment. I think you need to see a therapist. I'm not crazy, I know what I'm talking about. Our mechs are alive, aren't they? You recently piloted one of the prototypes, so you should know that this is true. Well, let me tell you that they have the same wants and needs as any human. They take after us in a way. What's sad is that unlike us humans, they can't seduce each other on their own accord. They need the cooperation of their mech pilots to relieve their urges. We should do something about it. Don't you think that's a great idea? Hell no. Chapter 2723 Memorable, so you're truly leaving? I am. Though Kedis was still busy trying to organize everything the Sword Maidens needed for their upcoming visit to the Heavensward Association, she still made time to meet with Joshua. I wish I could come with you. Anything can happen over there and I'm not sure whether you'll be doing okay by yourselves. There's no need for you to fret, Joshua. We'll be accompanied by a sizable escort of Infinity Guards. We are also being cared for by a local mech designer who can help us keep out of trouble. She tried to reassure him as she was inspecting, cleaning and polishing the parts of her combat armor. The Unending Dragon Mark I was largely made out of the same wonder material that comprised the weapons of the Sword Maidens. Before the Battle of Reckoning, she wasn't really sure why Vase was so crazy about unending alloy. Sure, the material was as hard as first-class armor, but it was way too unattainable through normal means. It wasn't until the battle when Kedis understood the true value of unending alloy. When she witnessed Venerable Dice and her fellow Sword Maidens in action, she became captivated by their most glorious moments. She repeatedly rewinded the footage where the Bright Sword Prime and the other swordsman mechs managed to slice the limbs off the Jeanne d'Arc in an instant. She never thought that non-expert mechs were capable of unleashing such a powerful cutting energy attack. She held her upgraded CFA greatsword many times. With the help of Sharpie, she eventually learned that her living sword was able to pass something to the blade. Ever since then, she tried to use the methods that Vase had taught her and what she figured out on her own to metaphysically hone her weapon. In fact, she didn't just limit her attempts to her sword. She picked up one of her gauntlets and concentrated on the fingertips. She felt Sharpie responding to the sharpness that had been imbued in these parts. While it was only a minute for now, Kedis had a feeling that it could tear through solid metal if she kept honing over a longer period of time. The same might also hold true for the rest of her unending dragon if she diligently kept up her efforts. Unfortunately, Kedis didn't think she'd be able to see the fruits of her efforts. Sharpie was too big and her resilient combat armor was too big and massive. Maybe she'd be able to accelerate her efforts once she became a journeyman, but that would take some time to accomplish. Isn't this visit merely about recruiting a bunch of new mech pilots who are suitable to become a part of the Sword Maidens? Joshua questioned as he watched her take care of her equipment. I don't think your fellow sisters need a mech designer considering that the contests are all held using mechs supplied by the organizers. You don't get it. This trip is important to me. No offense to Vase, but he's not that enthusiastic about swords and swordsman mechs. He can't teach anything about swords to me because I know much more than him in this specific area. The Heavensward Association is known as the paradise for swordsman mechs, so I'll be able to learn a lot more about my chosen specialty over there. In fact, a part of me wants to stay there and never return. Will you? No. Kedis shook her head. As much I'd like to indulge myself by spending my life with like-minded sword enthusiasts, that's not where the future of the Sword Maidens lie. We want to go out of our corner of the galaxy. We want to see the cosmos and use our power for something more than trying to fight for ourselves. While our grand expedition is filled with peril, there is a sense of purpose that we have long been lacking. It's so nice to be able to step outside of the box we are confined in. It feels as if we have finally managed to jump out of our cages that kept us boxed in place. I can understand the feeling. I feel the same way. If not for the opportunities provided by Vase, I'd still be languishing in the Komodo Star sector. In fact, without his virtual mechs, I would have never been able to progress all the way to expert pilot. Both of them were grateful to Vase. Their lives had already changed beyond their wildest dreams and this was just the start. When Kedis completed her inspection, she reassembled her undying dragon and packed it up so that she could stow it with the rest of her luggage. Do you think you'll be able to achieve good results over there? Joshua curiously asked. Oh, I think the Heavenswarders will be awfully surprised when my sisters and I enter the arena. Kedis grinned. We've gained some awesome gifts from Vase that should help us reach the later stages of the contests. I can't say anything further than that. Some of the seeded contestants are truly ridiculous. I don't think I'll be able to defeat any of them in the one-on-one personal combat competition. What about the group competition? We sword maidens excel at fighting alongside each other. What we lack in sophistication, we make up with trust and familiarity with each other. In the coming months, we'll be drilling with each other very frequently in order to make sure we know what everyone else is capable of. That will help us cover each other's backs when we finally compete. She was truly hopeful about her odds. The candies she and her fellow sword maidens already ingested had boosted their strength and combat prowess at a much faster pace than she imagined. Since she received more candies than everyone else, she might actually become the strongest member of their main combat team. She grew a little disappointed when she thought about how she would have to stand by the sides when the swordsman mech competitions took place. It's too bad I'm not a mech pilot. I truly want to exchange blows with other swordsman mech pilots. Joshua moved close and embraced her strong and athletic body. You are already a great mech designer. There's no need for you to feel envious. Enabling your sisters to fight better is also satisfying, right? She tried to smile back. I guess so. There are plenty of swordsman mech designers over there who I can exchange with. That will definitely broaden my horizons. I don't think I'll be able to approach any journeyman, though. I'm still an apprentice. I haven't designed any mechs that sold for millions like Vase. You're his student, though. Kedis shook her head. That doesn't mean much in the mech industry. Mech designers can teach many students, but that doesn't mean that those people will become as great as their instructors. We still have to carve out our own place in the community. She normally didn't care about her own reputation or accomplishments. She just wanted to become better so that she could design the best swordsman mechs for her sisters. Yet now that she was about to head off to a state that could teach her a lot about her interests, she suddenly realized that she was not in a position to take maximum advantage of the opportunities. While the sword maidens could still leech off the rising reputation of the Larkinson clan to an extent, this did not apply to her. She could hardly take any credit for the stellar accomplishments of the Larkinson clan. If she wanted to gain something from her fellow peers, she needed to find a way to stand out from the crowd, just like Vase. He would probably choose to present a fantastic swordsman mech design and dazzle the crowd. Yet that was not in the cards for Kedis. She still didn't feel she was ready to design her monster slayer yet. Even if she started right now, she'd never be able to complete it by the time the Greater Omendery Festival had ended. She turned around and grabbed her greatsword. The only way she could attract the attention of her peers in the mech industry was to fight her way to the top in one of the competitions. As long as she made it near the end, she would be able to attract a lot of attention solely due to the fact that she was a mech designer by profession. There had never been a mech designer who reached the later stages in the personal combat competitions in the history of the Greater Omendery Festival. As long as she broke this record, she believed she could definitely break into the local circle of swordsman mech designers. I would really like to see you fight in person. Joshua sighed as he embraced Kedis from the side. I'd also be there if any accident takes place. I know you can hold your own in the arena, but you never know what might happen when the blades start swinging. Kedis grinned and leaned her head over to plant a kiss on his cheek. You're so cute, Joshua, but you should be worrying about my opponents. The strength I've employed in my spars against you is nothing compared to when I'll go serious. They were anything but a typical couple. Even though Joshua was an expert pilot, he felt rather inadequate whenever Kedis kicked his butt during their practice bouts. Even though his swordsmanship was improving by leaps and bounds, pure skill was only a part of the equation. Kedis still had him beat when it came to physical conditioning and intuition. Even if Joshua caught up in those aspects, he would never be able to equal her when it came to comprehending the essence of swords. I'll miss you, Kedis, he said. Who will I practice against now that I've lost my favorite sparring partner? Why not ask the other expert pilots? They're no fun. Tusa is busy with his own thing while Janzi is way too serious. Orphan is too old. Dice is going with you. As for the expert candidates, they're not suitable for various reasons. The only one who is somewhat worthwhile to be around is Imon Ingvar, but he stopped being difficult for me to beat since I've started to learn from your lessons. Being an expert pilot was not all that pleasant sometimes. Joshua could feel how his status affected other people's attitude towards him. They began to think he was truly a superhuman or even a demigod. While he had definitely changed in many aspects, he still yearned to be treated as a regular clansman. Sadly, that would never happen, as his sheer presence was able to overpower other people and cause them to feel an irresistible sense of awe towards him. Only a handful of people were truly able to treat him like normal. Kedis happened to be one of them. The adoration she showed towards him was much more personal. As he looked into her eyes, they seemingly shared the same thought. They both leaned in and shared a deep kiss with each other. "Let's forget about our coming separation for a moment," she whispered. "Before we go, let's make a memory that we will never forget. Does that sound okay with you, Venerable Joshua?" Of course. The two pressed their bodies against each other and felt each other's body warmth. Their passion became inflamed as they kissed each other over and over again. Kutiz's growing strength was put to the test for the rest of the evening. Chapter 2724 Foreign Celebrity. After local inspectors spent days going over every ship of the expeditionary fleet, the Golden Skull Alliance finally received permission to engage in their planned activities. Finally, incoming cargo vessels operating under the purview of the local government already flew in to facilitate the first trades. The cargo vessels brought raw materials to feed the production halls of the Spirit of Bentime and lots of supplies to replenish the fuel, ammunition, energy cells and other goods consumed over the course of the Battle of Reckoning. In turn, the cargo holds of the expeditionary vessels also emptied a little as they transferred some of their valuable salvage. More deals were being made with each hour that passed. The Larkinson clan, the Glory Seekers and the Cross clan all made their separate arrangements, though they occasionally banded together in order to leverage their combined bargaining power to receive more discounts for their bulk purchases. Even though Vase spent most of his time in the design lab, he made sure to remain apprised of the logistics. "The PHTS hasn't allocated nearly enough transport capacity to us," Gavin complained during a meeting. "Even with the added quota the Infinity Guards have delivered to us, we still need several weeks to offload our salvage and receive our ordered goods at this rate. If we could just get our fleet in orbit of Prosperous Hill V, then we could have everything done in a week." Pretty much every visitor in this star system loathed the Prosperous Hill Transportation Services. It was a nationalized consortium of intra-system transport and transit companies that all operated in unison. Since everyone relied on the PHTS to get anything done, the people and managers working for this company were not as efficient, to put it lightly. As long as they bring the goods we need while taking away the junk we are trying to get rid of, there's little point in complaining. Our fleet is just too big. It's a huge challenge to any transportation network to take care of the needs of a fleet that approaches that of an entire mech division. Instead of wasting his time on useless complaints, he preferred to go over more interesting topics. "Has there been any progress in searching for a good deal for the Orlis?" The results are as you expected. Our buyers are much less enthusiastic about acquiring the capital ship once we aired the possibility of keeping her long-range FTL drives for ourselves. If we sell the ship as a whole, we can probably gain one really good capital ship as well as a bunch of extras, or we could choose to obtain two cheaper but serviceable capital ships. If we keep the FTL drive for ourselves, we can probably get a decent capital ship, but don't expect too many bells and whistles. That sounds within my expectations. These options aren't as exciting as I hoped for. Maybe we should just put up with the potential risks and find a way to incorporate the Orlis into our fleet. Gavin grew concerned. Everyone in the clan I've spoken to about this matter isn't confident we'll be able to make the Orlis safe. There are even some who believe the vessel is haunted due to how many people died at once. Vase paused. Do people really believe in that superstition? You can't blame them, boss. It's really creepy if you think about it. Even I wouldn't even want to step aboard the ship. We all feel it's better to get rid of her and start with a more neutral vessel. That sounds really stupid, do you know that? Gavin simply shrugged. Tell me about the ships that we can acquire instead. Are there any fleet carriers or other interesting vessels in the mix? Oh, there are numerous second-hand fleet carriers as well as a larger assortment of non-combat vessels available for selection. We can even acquire some of them with cash if you think we can handle the financial burden. They're all cleaned up and prepared for sale as best as possible. They've even been certified as safe for use by purchasers, so we shouldn't worry too much about hidden dangers. If anything goes wrong, we have the possibility to ask for compensation from the sellers. That was actually a clever market development. The demand for starships was huge, but just like Vase, not everyone looked forward to acquiring a second-hand vessel that was still rife with traps set by their original owners. In order to reassure potential buyers that their ships wouldn't suck out all of the air in their quarters while they were asleep or increase the gravity on the bridge by 50 times all of a sudden, the sellers had to make their products more attractive. The way to do this was to hire a lot of specialists or contract the services of companies that excelled in these jobs. Certifying institutions made sure that these companies remained honest and that they were competent enough to know what they were doing. Of course, whether this entire industry could be trusted at all was another question, but it was still reassuring to know that it existed. Keep gathering more offers and fill me in whenever there is a ship that sounds useful to our expeditionary fleet. Also keep on the lookout for any good bargains that we can acquire for cash. Will do. In fact, our resident shipwright is already looking into the dossiers of various capital ships. Vase began to ask about other issues. How is the recruiting landscape? Is there any great demand to join the Larkinson clan? Well, at the very least, our clan is attractive enough to spark the interests of some second-raters. The issue is that we aren't getting the kind of people we are truly eyeing. That's to be expected. Vase sighed. For all our recent claims to fame, we are still upstarts as far as most people are concerned. Second-class job seekers were far more critical than their third-class counterparts. It was actually pretty easy to find any ordinary workers in any highly populated star system like Prosperous Hill. Yet there were lots of companies as well who were on the lookout to hire talented and highly competent personnel. These talents were much more scarce because the people that tended to have promise enjoyed superior conditions. For example, their parents invested in an expensive cranial implant. They received quality genetic treatments that just happened to react extremely well to their DNA. They attended an elite institution that exposed them to excellent teachers who were skilled in maximizing the potential of their students. Whatever the case, these harsh conditions meant that the pool of talented manpower was quite limited even in a state comprising trillions of citizens. In places like Prosperous Hill, most talents already had their next gigs lined up for them before they even visited the galactic net. Yet the reality was much less encouraging than he thought. Why haven't we generated enough interest among high-valued personnel? There's several reasons for that. First, we're not lifers, so we don't hold much attraction to the locals who comprise the vast majority of the job seekers in this star system. Their mech pilots are unaccustomed to piloting classical mechs, so they don't want to do anything with us. Their other personnel can find more attractive opportunities at domestic companies. What about the foreigners? A highly trafficked port system like this should be home to plenty of foreign-born workers. That's true, boss, but we're actually not that famous around these parts. Majestic Teal hardly pays attention to anything that goes on in Komodo, so all of the feats we have accomplished have barely rippled in this star sector. Another factor that diminishes our importance is that we aren't the most prominent, famed or eye-catching organization around these parts. There are lots of other organizations that are much more renowned and prestigious among the locals. Vase frowned. Is that true? This was very different from their home star sector. Influencing the course of the Komodo War, defeating a pirate warship and designing numerous mechs that changed how outfits fought each other all caused him to become known to almost every citizen, whether they were third-raters or second-raters. Yet all of that merely amounted to a stone thrown in a lake. The lives of Majestic Tealers aren't as impacted by our work. Gavin pointed out the key reason. The Komodo War doesn't directly intrude in their lives. You're not from this star sector, so no one here has any reason to cheer for you. Most importantly, our increasingly more popular LMC mechs are all third-class models that are too weak to be fielded in the Life Research Association. As a result, our influence in Prosperous Hill is practically negligible. As for the average citizens who comprise the vast majority of people, they simply went about with their own day while treating any news relating to him as celebrity gossip. Gavin noted his disappointment. There is an easy way to fix this problem, you know. What do you suggest, Benny? Change your mind about the Ferocious Piranha version B, his assistant daringly proposed. I can guarantee you that as long as you release this model into the mech market, every second-rate state in this star sector and the surrounding star sectors will blow up. They will all want to purchase as many Ferocious Piranhas as possible because this mech is really a cancer against any weak-willed mech pilot. It's not just the weak-willed ones that are vulnerable to the Ferocious Piranha. Vase mildly corrected him. While I think you are correct, I'm afraid our clan will blow up as long as we release this model to the public. It's too effective, especially against melee mechs. A lot of vested interests will have a very good reason to follow in the Friday Coalition's footsteps as long as we introduce a mech that threatens their core business. We'll have supporters as well. Think about all of the loyal customers we'll be able to gain. Based on the performance of the Piranha Prime and the prototype Ferocious Piranhas, I can already tell you that every single light mech pilot will instantly get sold by this mech. In fact, a lot of other mech pilots who are accustomed to piloting medium mechs will probably want to pilot this ravenous beast regardless of their specialization. Vase knew that Gavin was right because a lot of mech pilots in the clan were already clamoring to get a piece of the Ferocious Piranha as well. The allure for this explosive new light mech that could turn many nearby mech pilots into paralyzed idiots was just too great. In comparison, the Bright Warrior version B that was just starting to roll out of the production lines of the Spirit of Bentime hardly attracted any enthusiasm at all. While it was still a good performer by most standards, its lack of powerful glow and distinctive strengths made it hard for mech pilots to get hyped. Chapter 2725 Prosperous Hill V. Prosperous Hill V was a bustling planet. It not only featured varied industrial sectors, but also funneled in trade goods produced from the other planets in the inner system or transported over from other star systems in the region. In turn, Prosperous Hill V also shipped a lot of goods outwards. The PHTS constantly worked their cargo ships and transports to the bone due to the sheer amount of goods they had to cart back and forth. In fact, some trading companies didn't even bother to go through this whole song and dance. A huge amount of aging and dubiously space-worthy cargo haulers floated permanently in the outer system. They acted as private warehouses that offered convenient storage space and transfer of goods to any trade vessels that happened to be in the vicinity. It was much cheaper and faster to hand over or receive goods this way, but only if the vessels in question arrived from the right star system. If not for the fact that the local rulers disapproved of anyone constructing permanent bases and space stations in the outer system, there would have been a lot more commerce in the outskirts. As it was, the strict rules forced everyone interested in doing business to converge to Prosperous Hill V, where the authorities meticulously kept an eye on every transaction. A fast courier vessel silently cut through space. The luxurious Corvette bore the colors and markings of the Prosperous Hill Transportation Service, as she should. Otherwise, the vigilant-looking biomechs patrolling all of the established routes to and from the inner system would have swooped in to stop the unauthorized intrusion. Except for vessels belonging to powerful or high-ranking LRA officials, no other ship was allowed to enter the sphere that denoted the inner system. This frustrated every smuggler, terrorist or malcontent that wished to do something that the authorities wouldn't take kindly of. The fact that hardly any news appeared that spoke of trouble arising from external causes was a good sign that this policy was doing its job. Even if it was possible to circumvent these harsh conditions, the gains weren't worth the costs. Perhaps someone attempted to operate a stealth vessel as a means to smuggle goods in or out, but it only had to get caught once before a very expensive asset had to be written off. That did not necessarily mean that shady business never took place in Prosperous Hill. There were plenty of locals competing against each other, and foreigners still needed a central space to conduct face-to-face meetings. Vase wasn't thinking about that at the moment. He and Gloriana, along with a small group of other clan officials, were enjoying the comforts of their current transit vessel. Due to the favorable grid position of the expeditionary fleet, Prosperous Hill V was actually fairly close, so it wouldn't take too much time to reach the planet. While Vase was garbed in his formal patriarch uniform in order to denote that he was on official business, he did not intend to spend all of his time in meetings. Every highly populated planet offered numerous venues for sightseeing, relaxation, learning and inspiration. Vase was particularly keen on the latter. Every novelty he encountered provided him with different ideas that could cause him to develop an entirely new mech design concept. The more divergent the locale, the greater the possibility of coming up with a radical new idea. In that regard, Vase was slightly regretful his first visit did not bring him to Prosperous Hill IV. The fourth planet from the local star was hailed as the true center of biotechnology and biomechs. He definitely intended to drop by there in the time his fleet was laid over in this star system. "What are you thinking about?" a female voice asked. "I'm just thinking it was a shame that we didn't get accosted by local patrols," he murmured as he looked at the large projection showing random views of scenic spots in the star system. "I would have been able to look at a biomech up close. I've never gotten close to any of these odd machines." She smiled and patted her dainty hand over his own. "Be patient, we'll be getting close to them soon enough." Even if Prosperous Hill V is not the focal point of biotech in this star system, it still features plenty of applications. Practically every settlement in the LRA incorporated at least some form of biotechnology in place of regular technology. This could be as simple as organic air filtration devices to ultra-thin biomechanical suits that the lifers wore in place of conventional vac suits. Even though a normal vac suit already performed well in protecting their wearers against vacuum and moderate radiation exposure, lifers took an obsessive pride in replacing mechanical products with organic alternatives. There was a certain rationality about it. Even if these organic alternatives couldn't beat the performance or cost efficiency of the products that the rest of the galaxy considered standard, then their continued use would lower the cost of production while also spurring further development. The advocates of ubiquitous biotechnology all thought that humanity would be better off if they made use of organic alternatives. Vase thought it was better that these advocates remained a fringe group. Just because he was curious about biomechs and such didn't mean he was ready to embrace them wholesale. He just wanted to take a look, that was all. Hopefully he would get to see plenty of biomechs up close. "Would you ever accept biomechs in the Larkinson clan?" he asked. She crinkled her nose. "You already know what I think about them. Not a single biomech is completely consistent with each other. Small variables during their growth can considerably affect their performance and other parameters. I can't stand the sight. Besides, no one in the clan knows what to do with them. We can't produce or service them. We need to bring in a whole crew of lifers in order to establish a basic infrastructure that is capable of handling biomechs." "You're right, it's unnecessary for us to make use of two different and incompatible mech systems at once." A part of him still felt it was a shame, though. He would have loved to obtain a handful of biomechs if only for him to admire and play around with. Perhaps the recruiters might be able to sign on a sufficient number of lifer mech technicians to devote a single combat carrier into a specialty biomech vessel. As Vase and Gloriana chatted, Lucky and Clixie chased each other while threading through the seats and tables. Lucky eventually caught the other cat by jumping on her back and softly biting her neck. Despite possessing teeth that were sharp and powerful enough to chew through unending alloy, Lucky's metallic incisors didn't even pierce Clixie's skin. Meow. Vase had seen this plenty of times, so he wasn't concerned about Lucky drawing blood. He did grow curious about the teeth issue, though. Either Lucky exerted perfect control, which was extremely difficult, or there was something funny about his teeth. One of the theories that Vase formed was that Lucky was able to generate an energy field over his teeth that did the actual cutting. How that worked, he couldn't even begin to guess. He observed Lucky crunching exotics that were as hard as mech armor and still hadn't been able to detect any unusual energy emissions. Soon enough, the Corvette approached the orbit of Prosperous Hill V. One of the perks of traveling on a small transit vessel reserved for VIPs was that her passengers weren't forced to transfer over to a space station. Neither Vase nor anyone else aboard the vessel noticed any fluctuations. The second-class ship was so well dampened against vibrations and other fluctuations that everyone felt as if they were still on solid ground. The transit vessel quickly approached the sprawling city known as Vialine, the capital of Prosperous Hill V. As the ship was on her way to one of the quieter and more exclusive spaceports of the metropolitan area, Vase switched the projected view to a direct angle pointing downwards. "That's a lot of trees," Gloriana immediately noted. "There is far more green in this city than any place I've visited before." Supposedly, not all of them are merely trees. The spaceport that the Corvette finally landed at was a prime example of that. It was a broad and sprawling collection of giant structures that all featured walls that resembled wood. When the miracle couple and their entourage took their first step on Prosperous Hill V, they all couldn't help but gawk at the walls around them. Their resemblance to wood was uncanny, but there was a strange coloration to them that made it clear that they were more than ordinary organic matter. Yet the walls were nothing compared to the roofs. Huge, sprawling branches extended from the top and soared into the sky. The leaves they bore eagerly absorbed the energy radiated by the local star. A small delegation of Infinity Guards met the new arrivals in a hallway up ahead. They consisted of armored guards, but their weapons were safely stowed on their backs. Only a single person was wearing an ordinary uniform. "Welcome to Prosperous Hill V, Patriarch Larkinson, Lady Woden Larkinson. I am Irvine Speffen. I am assigned to be your guide and attendant for the duration of your stay on this lovely planet. Should you ever require additional services from us, feel free to ask. Even if we do not provide the service you seek, we have extensive contacts throughout the local economy." Vase looked curiously at the maroon-haired man. His slightly odd accent stood out from the other Infinity Guards. "Hello, Irvine. Are you a local, perhaps?" "Not quite, but I have lived here long enough to pick up the local customs." "So you're not a part of the main fleet?" "Oh, no, My assignment is purely ground-based. The Star Striders make a habit of establishing branch offices in every port system. That is where we get much of our business from, after all. We are also able to coordinate with your guard duty to make sure that no one runs afoul with local laws and customs. I see. The group ventured forward. They went through the usual checks, though they were brief because everyone had already gone through more extensive checks and verifications when they stepped on board the transit vessel. Soon enough, they were allowed to forward. They entered one of the main halls of the spaceport. How beautiful! Gloriana gasped. The interior decoration made it look as if they had entered a garden, but one that still bore all of the traits of a typical public structure. Plants, trees and flowers adorned the space while various strange organisms meticulously attended to them to make sure they were presented in a good light. There weren't any animals such as birds, mammals or other creatures to complete the scenery. Instead, all they spotted were colorful beetle-like creatures that basically functioned as organic bots. These artificial lifeforms looked rather cute and disarming, though a part of him felt horrified as well. Please don't mind the caretaker beetles. Irvine spoke in a tone that made it clear he said this many times. The beetles are harmless and completely incapable of doing anything outside of their genetic programming. They are used to tend to the organic structures and scenery. Please don't get too close to them. If you accidentally kill or damage them in any way, you'll receive a mark on your record. If you incur too many marks, you'll be requested to leave the planet. Is that necessary? Very much so. The beetles are designed to be incapable of resisting attacks. They are not even allowed to run away in the event of an attack due to safety reasons. You cannot believe how many visitors couldn't resist the urge to kick them in the air when Prosperous Hill V was just starting to grow as a trading destination. Vase smiled wryly. He was just entertaining that urge himself. Chapter 2726 Yelkin Zernzen Irvine Speffen might not be native to Prosperous Hill V, but he certainly possessed the knowledge of one. The man also possessed enough awareness as a foreigner to be aware of what other visitors such as Vase and Gloriana might need or want to know. The group boarded a very unusual vehicle that was supposed to take them to their first destination. Is that a living creature? Gloriana looked quite squeamish at their supposed armored shuttle. Even her husband found the vehicle to be odd. This is a well-functioning shuttle. Irvin smiled politely as he approached the organic vehicle and tapped his fingers against the tough, plate-like surface. While it is technically a living creature, it is more apt to compare it to a biomech. It is a machine that has grown out of organic matter. However, as long as you look past that, its specs and other performance parameters highly resemble its classical counterpart. Vase looked skeptical. I get that, but why keep the head at the front of this vehicle? It doesn't appear to serve an essential purpose and it disrupts the aerodynamics of the shuttle. Ah, that is more of an aesthetic design choice, sir. The overall philosophy of the lifers does not support hiding the organic aspects of the machines and other conveniences they possess. Instead, they want to make the organic nature of their biomechanical products visible and prominent in order to take pride in their area of specialty. While Vase could understand this sentiment, he absolutely couldn't understand why the designers of this shuttle decided to extend the head of a rhino-like exo-beast out of the front. While the beast head was dull and unresponsive, it looked as if it might be able to come to life at any second to roar at other shuttles or take a bite out of nearby people. Vase had a feeling this would hardly be the only unnerving sight he would see during his stay on this planet. Fortunately for his sensibilities, the passengers didn't have to board the organic shuttle by passing through any traditional orifices. A few plates move aside to allow a hatch to swing open. When the shuttle finally took flight, Vase didn't experience any fluctuations that were different from any normal shuttle. A pair of aerial mechs flew alongside the vehicle. Other shuttles bearing security personnel also formed a protective cordon around it. While this level of protection was not capable of resisting a powerful enemy, it was still considered strong by local standards. Due to the nature of the organic shuttle, it didn't offer any windows, but the projections provided Vase a good view of both Violine's scenery and the classical mechs positioned at the flanks. He was slightly disappointed that they weren't biomechs, but it was not a big deal. He would be seeing plenty of biomechs once he reached his destination. Mr. Speffen, yes, Patriarch Larkinson, as you know, we are on our way to one of the facilities owned by Dr. Federico Navarro. What can you tell me about this mech designer? Well, if you have taken a look at his public record, then you should know he is a journeyman mech designer who is based on Prosperous Hill IV. The complex we are heading to is primarily a service center and a warehouse for the mechs produced in the aforementioned planet. Dr. Navarro does brisk business in this star system as he and his mech company has settled into a niche of the biomech market. How prominent is he compared to his peers and competitors? He's not as famed as you in the markets you are participating in. Irvine immediately replied, according to sources, Adaptive Solutions sells tens of thousands of biomechs on an annual basis. That is considered to be a moderate success by the standards of the regional mech market. Vase nodded in agreement. Not everyone was as abnormal as him. If his design philosophy was less flashy, then he would have felt grateful for being able to sell more than 10,000 mechs a year. Any ordinary journeyman would be proud of achieving this level of sales in a second-rate state. Competition was much stiffer here as they had to carve out a place in a market where mechs designed by masters already captured most of the share. Neither Vase nor Gloriana looked down on Dr. Navarro because of the disparity of sales. While it was true that the couple had begun to design second-class mechs, their commercial business was based entirely on third-class mech models, which competed in a much less sophisticated market. Is he a rising star in these parts? Vase probed. This kind of information was hard to obtain from the galactic net. Rather than trying to judge whether the rumors, gossip and biased reporting from various different sources were accurate, he felt it was better to get his answers from someone who didn't have any special relations with this particular biomech designer. It is hard for me to say as I am not a mech insider, but in my view the mech community thinks his growth is stalling. He advanced to journeyman fairly young, but ever since then, his products have only improved incrementally. While his newer mechs definitely perform better than his older products, he hasn't come up with anything new or drastic enough in the last decade. Vase had taken a look at Drive Navarro's mech catalog. While he didn't understand the finer points of biomechs, the specs constantly trended upwards at a satisfactory rate. His mechs are getting better at a steady pace. I don't think he's stagnating. Gloriana voiced. That is true, but the biomech market highly favors change, ma'am. Each succession of a previous mech model must introduce a new eye-catching feature in order to distinguish themselves from the older generation. Customers pay far more attention to these additions than all of the dry numbers on a spec sheet, though they also need to be in order. This sounded familiar to Vase. So the buyers of biomechs highly value gimmicks, is that right? If Dr. Navarro is a savvy entrepreneur, then he should have added something novel to his mech designs no matter if it fits or not. Why hasn't he done that? Irvine looked clueless. I cannot say, sir. It may be that his adaptive mechs cannot randomly incorporate additional elements in their design. This is what Drive Navarro has stated himself. It may also be redundant as the transformation aspect is already the most powerful feature of his mechs. That may be the case. The identity of the mech in question may already make additional features redundant. That was how Vase felt about some of his mechs. His main specialty was already valuable in itself and he did not want to introduce anything that cluttered up a clean design. The shuttle didn't take long to reach its destination. The conversation stopped as the rhino-headed vehicle landed on the grounds of a large service complex. When the passengers moved out, Vase and Gloriana looked up at what appeared to be a massive metallic tree. Whoa, Vase let out. That's the biggest tree I've ever seen. It's not exactly a tree, but it comes close. Gloriana corrected him as she stared up at the magnificent structure as well. Meow. Lucky looked puzzlingly at the thick and smooth walls of the circular tree. The trunk was stupendously thick and broad, but it also reached several hundred meters into the air. The entire ground was shaded in mottled shadow as huge leaves eagerly absorbed the rays shining from above. While the entire complex looked organic, Lucky's nose was attracted by the materials that made up of it. There were plenty of exotics and other metals infused in the massive tree structure. Was it edible to him or not? The gem cat couldn't make up his mind. As they started to approach the tree complex, a distant figure emerged from the middle of the trunk. The tree then did something amazing. A part of its bark morphed into a long branch that slowly extended downwards until it touched the ground at an angle. The figure then proceeded to jump onto the smooth and concave surface and started to slide down along its length at an increasingly rapid pace. Woo! The voice of a younger man hollered as he almost neared the ground. Just before he was about to crash, his body abruptly slowed until he retained just enough forward momentum to push his body to a standing position at the end. Ha ha ha, that never gets old. Now that the young man landed on the ground, the huge tree automatically retracted the long branch it had just grown out of its surface. Both Vase and Gloriana were nonplussed at the odd sight. Oh, forgive my manners. The man wearing the uniform of Adaptive Solutions quickly bowed. You must be Mr. and Mrs. Larkinson. I am Yelkin Zernzin. Dr. Navarro welcomes you to his service complex. He is ready to receive you inside our main building. Okay, please lead the way. The entire group began to follow the young man forward. What position do you hold in Dr. Navarro's organization? I'm his prospective apprentice. Yelkin answered. Before you ask, that means that I am not his disciple, but I will be if my study results are good enough. How old are you? 16. What? Both Vase and Gloriana were rather surprised at that. Usually, mech designers looking to take on disciples never went after people who were so young. They were too young and immature to determine whether they met all of the requirements of a good apprentice. The main exceptions to this rule were whether the young apprentice was either a prodigy or had some kind of family relation. Vase ruled out the former because drive. Navarro wasn't prestigious enough to attract valued talents. Are you related to him by any chance? Yelkin smiled back. Nope. People ask me that all the time, but it's not like that. My teacher thinks that I am compatible with his approach to mech design. I still have to prove myself for many years, though. I have to take a lot of advanced classes in order to get ready to attend the Vieline University of Applied Biotechnology next semester. That's rather fast, Vase remarked. Why the hurry? Studying biomech design is tough. Very tough. We need to study how to design both classical mechs and pass all kinds of biology and biotech-related courses on top of that. After that, we are supposed to learn how to merge that together in order to design and grow our own biomechs. It can easily take a decade to learn all of this knowledge, and that's with the help of a nifty implant, so you can never start too early. That indeed sounded tough. Even Gloriana looked like she would likely struggle through all of the subjects she needed to learn. The considerably higher barrier to entry was one of several reasons why biomechs never fully caught on in human space. Are there many cases like yours in the LRA? Oh, sure, Yelkin nodded. I'm far from the youngest that got picked in advance by a respected biomech designer. There are some cases where our honored seniors and masters keep their eye on 10-year-olds. The earlier they can nurture their potential apprentices, the better. This sounded absurd to Vase. He bet that the only reason why the mech designers did not look at kids younger than 10 was because their genetic aptitude wasn't clear yet. This was practically as young as the mech designers could reasonably go to select their prospective apprentices. Vase still couldn't wrap his mind around this custom. Shouldn't it be very hard to find the right seeds when they are at this age? Yelkin laughed again. Ha, foreigners always say that. To us, it's normal. I don't know why all of you look at older students or starting mech designers for apprentices. It makes little sense to us. Aren't these candidates almost done with their formative growth? It's better to go younger so that you can actually shape the growth trajectory. That's what drive. Navarro has been doing this to me. As long as I meet his expectations, I'll be sure to become an asset to his team. While that sounded logical to Vase, a part of him still felt disturbed for some reason. He didn't quite know why. Chapter 2727 uncovered biomechs. Though Yelkin was young, he was remarkably bright as far as Vase could tell. Even he felt tempted to take the teenager under his wing. In the past, he might have considered someone like Yelkin to be his younger brother of sorts. Vase briefly thought back of his brief interactions with Oleg. It was different now. He had grown older and advanced to journeyman. No matter how young he was when he reached this state, no one ever considered a journeyman to be a youngster anymore. At his age and rank, he was catapulted to the ranks of mid-level mech designers. He had reached the phase in his career where it no longer made sense for him to be buddies with other beginning mech designers and mech design students. Instead, an invisible gulf had formed between him and the aforementioned people. As an older, wiser and vastly more successful mech designer, he had to think about starting to take on his own students. In fact, he already did, though he didn't think he was doing much to guide his current students. Gloriana had already taken on the responsibility of teaching Rennie and Maisie Ann, so Vase only had to make sure that Michael and Xanthar were on the right track. To be honest, Vase hadn't invested too much in the two young men. Part of that was because the original purpose for teaching them had partially become redundant now that Vase had broken off from the Larkinson family. Unlike before, where only a true-blood Larkinson must take over his legacy in the future, there were over 50 other individuals in the design department who had the potential to carry on his mantle. Whether Larkinson blood flowed through their veins or not didn't matter to Vase. Anyone who was a member of the clan and connected to the Larkinson network was trustworthy enough in his eyes. Still, Vase didn't want to leave a job half-finished, so he simply carried on with instructing Michael and Xanthar, if only to gain some valuable teaching experience. One of them might even be successful like Kedis, who was very close to becoming a journeyman herself. Are there any other students studying under Drive, Navarro like you? Gloriana curiously inquired as she held Clixie to her chest. Meow. The feline looked quite curious at the huge tree structure. It was as if she was itching to climb it all the way to the top. I'm the only one so far. The other mech designers working for Adaptive Solutions are just assistants. Yelkin answered. How many assistants are working for his company? Around 100, more or less. They tend to come and go once in a while. Some gain newer and better opportunities, while others are in the need of employment after they graduated with a degree in biomech design. Gloriana sent a sharp glance at Vase. Her message was very clear. If a journeyman mech designer who only sold tens of thousands of mechs a year was able to employ 100 assistants, why shouldn't they be able to do better? Vase minutely shook his head. It wasn't the same. Yelkin's story made it clear that the novices and apprentices who chose to work for Adaptive Solutions hardly developed any loyalty or commitment to their employer. They just wanted to earn their paychecks while gaining some valuable experience and learning resources along the way. Those kinds of mech designers weren't suitable to Vase. They weren't interested in signing on to the Larkinson clan on a permanent basis either. While there was nowhere to go right now for any assistant that quit working in the design department, it was best to hire loyal and obedient assistants right from the start. Vase needed people with the right mindset in order to make sure that the design teams operated smoothly without needing to play nanny. This was definitely going to be at least 5 times as hard if he began to recruit second-class mech designers. Even the most average second-class mech designers were quite full of themselves. Their overall quality was still leagues ahead of any third-class mech designer due to the stricter entry requirements and greater study load. He wasn't even sure if he'd be able to recruit enough assistant mech designers that were willing to play by his rules during his stay in Prosperous Hill. As Vase wondered about his recruitment issues, the group finally passed through a huge entrance. The interior of the tree-like structure looked similar to how it was outside. However, the atmosphere was different, both literally and figuratively. As a facility that was largely devoted to repair, maintain or upgrade the products sold by Adaptive Solutions, it was not set up like a repair facility for classical mechs or machines. He did not encounter a boisterous hall where bots, production equipment and crews of mech technicians handled a lot of metal parts. Instead, he came across strange pools filled with murky liquid. Biomechs with visible battle damage were partially submerged in each pool. Nobody attended to these organic machines. The only humans in the hall were a sparse amount of personnel who wore lab coats and checked the consoles installed next to every pool. Yelkin seemed to know what Vase and the rest were wondering about. He smiled at their puzzlement. It doesn't look exciting, but this is how biomechs are repaired. I thought biomechs are able to regenerate to some extent. Is it necessary to send some of these mechs back? They don't have a scratch on them as far as I know. Any living machine that either incurred heavy damage or lacks the special materials to regenerate their core components need to be sent back to us. Yelkin calmly explained. They also get sent back if they are in need of getting updated to a newer iteration of their design. Vase raised his eyebrow. They actually get upgraded like this? Sure, the mech is already doing most of the work itself. You just need to put the necessary nutrients and energy close enough for them to be able to sustain any regeneration or transformation processes. That's what the pool is for. They are all genetically programmed for this. The supervisors you see are merely there to make sure that no mutations or any other oddities occur. It's easy enough to undo an unintended change when it is just taking place, but it's a lot harder to undo it after the mech has completed its transformation. The soupy pools look like a cross-section of an exobeast's stomach. Vase certainly wouldn't want to swim in it. All of the acids and other dangerous materials mixed into the liquid would probably corrode his body in an instant. Yelkin led the group upwards. Fortunately, they didn't have to take the long way up and ascend via the spiraling surface. They instead entered a large elevator installed near the center of the hollow tree trunk structure. The ride upwards was fast and smooth. Once they reached at least 200 meters upwards, they entered a floor that was no longer occupied with any pools. It was instead set up as an exhibition room where many of Federico Navarro's mech designs were put on display. What impressed both Vase and Gloriana was that the mechs put on display were not projections or simple scale models. Are they? Gloriana asked in a fascinated tone. Yelkin grinned. That's right. These are actual, Physical mechs that are genetically and biomechanically identical to our real products. My teacher has just tweaked their growth settings so that they never grow beyond the scale of a human. There was a greater meaning in the scale that Dr. Navarro chose for his iconic biomechs. Seeing them put on a raised pedestal where the light shone at them in the most flattering way made them look oddly familiar. They look like mutated humans, Gloriana straightforwardly remarked. The biomechs were humanoid in appearance. Each of them looked like people who drive. Navarro had skinned, causing them to look like the victims of a serial killer. If not for the different pigments of their fleshy surface, it would have been far too easy to confuse them for human bodies instead of scaled-down biomechs. I don't see any biomechs with exoskeletons in this display room, Vase commented. My teacher is not a fan of that style. Hard exoskeletons interfere with the transformations that he is known for. While covered biomechs do have their place, drive. Navarro is not in the business of designing them. He is quite content with the flexible mechs he has designed up to this point. Many biomechs were covered by exoskeletons of sorts. Naked flesh alone was far too vulnerable and soft to withstand attacks by themselves. Flesh was seen as the equivalent of internals in classical mechs, so they should be protected from damage as much as possible. Grown exoskeletons neatly addressed this need. However, there was another school of biomech design that favored naked, or fleshy biomechs. Humanity encountered plenty of exo-beasts throughout the galaxy who were able to resist a huge amount of punishment with their muscle density and the toughness of their flesh alone. By extracting this tissue and researching it to the point where they were able to reverse engineer and cultivate the hard muscle mass themselves, they could be grown on an industrial scale for use in mechs and other applications. Vase looked quite impressed at the seemingly skinless biomechs. It was undoubtedly harder to design a good mech without the benefit of a hard exoskeleton. The latter took a lot of cues from classical mech design. Other than the fact that the materials and production methods were different, classical mechs and covered biomechs shared many of the same design principles, thereby making it easy to succeed in designing one that could achieve commercial success. In fact, some biomech designers even eschewed grown armor plates and simply bolted on metal plates instead in order to shorten the growing period. Then there were biomechs that took a more radical turn from conventional mech design. Uncovered biomechs were significantly harder to design. The defensive properties of fleshy mechs were vastly different. While their surface wasn't as damage resistant, much of their muscle mass exhibited a uniform degree of damage resistance. An egg shell was quite hard, but the application of a sufficient amount of force would eventually lead to a breach. Once a hole had formed, the vulnerable internals were highly susceptible to damage. In contrast, a thick block of cheese offered pretty much the same level of resistance whether it was applied to the surface or deeper inside the biomachine. The reality was more complicated than that, but this was a convenient way to understand the resistance profile of a fleshy biomech. As long as the quality of the muscle mass of a biomech was high enough, its damage resistance could easily surpass that of a covered biomech or classical mech. After walking past a dozen interesting uncovered biomechs, Vase asked another question. Is it possible to pilot these mini-mechs? Of course, sir. We don't stick tiny mech pilots in them, but it is easy to insert a small transceiver in place of its usual cockpit. A mech pilot immersed inside a simulator pod can remotely connect to these display pieces and control them in the manner of an actual mech. That sounded interesting, but not entirely practical. While it sounded like a great idea to field infantry-sized mechs, the signal that enabled them to be piloted from a distance could easily be hijacked or scrambled by enemies. An odd idea suddenly entered his mind. The reason why both organic and mechanical mini-mechs were impractical was due to the vulnerability of their control mechanism. The ideal solution was for them to be controlled by a tiny mech pilot, but that was absurd for obvious reasons. Yet what if there was an alternate solution? What if he could stuff a pilot inside these mini-mechs who had no body? For example, Vase managed to harvest the near-complete spirituality of Venerable Foster after the previous battle. What would happen if he tried to integrate it with a human-sized mech? Would he be able to recreate an expert mech on a human scale? Chapter 2728 Unnecessary Alternative. The visit to the Life Research Association already paid off as far as Vase was concerned. He hadn't even met an actual biomech designer yet but already gained a bit of useful inspiration. The idea he had just generated held a lot of promise. In the history of mechs, Vase had never heard of any designer creating a human-sized expert mech. The possibilities were endless. High-ranking expert pilots bent and broke the rules of reality. They were fearsome presences in any open battlefield and could substantially change the course of a battle between thousands of opposing machines. Yet one of the most regretful shortcomings of expert pilots was that they needed a mech of a certain scale in order to exert their power. The resonance abilities they were able to evoke not only required a certain amount of resonance exotics, but also had to channel it in a mech that was large and sturdy enough to bear the stresses of bearing these extra forces. Had people attempted to develop an expert mech-like suit of personal combat armor before? They did, yet the outcomes always led to failure. Vase didn't have access to the confidential research conducted by the big shots such as the MTA and the first-rate superstates, but there were more reasons behind the inability to turn an expert pilot into a devastating infantry soldier. Still, wouldn't it be different if the internals of a miniature mech consisted of actual mech parts rather than the flesh and bone of a human body? The dynamics would be entirely different. The biomechs that Dr. Navarro put on display may look like armored humans, but they were still 100% pure mech despite their diminutive size. Aside from bonding a mini-mech with an incorporeal expert pilot, Vase may also be able to use a spiritual network to enable them to be piloted by remote. Of course, Vase didn't really put much stock in the latter because any signal, even a spiritual one, could be interfered with. It was not that wise for him to rely too much on any network until he gained more confidence in their resilience against inference. "What are you thinking about, Vase?" his wife asked as she walked alongside him. "You're thinking about some crazy but impractical idea again, am I right?" Vase hesitantly laughed. "You know me too well. These miniature mechs are truly fascinating. They hold all of the potential of their real counterparts, but they are scaled down to the size where they can enter structures. Think of the damage they can unleash if they can be piloted in a practical manner. If it was that easy to make mini-mechs workable, then we wouldn't be bothering with all of these human guards." She gestured to all of the guards accompanying them on this trip. Due to the constant threats on their lives, the miracle couple never thought about remaining discreet. Their ostentatious guard force consisted of heavily armed battle criers, glory seekers and infinity guards. Yet infantry was still limited in the power they could exert against threats. They could do precious little against even a single mech. It was not just a difference in scale, but also a difference in utilization of capacity. Vase shook his head. These were very complicated problems and no doubt caused a lot of discussion within the upper echelons of the MTA. A mere journeyman like him was too weak and incapable of affecting this issue. Just the thought of trying to merge the spirit of an expert pilot like Venerable Foster to one of these miniature biomechs sounded crazy and reckless to the extreme. The thought of inadvertently reviving Venerable Foster in an artificially cultivated super body only for her to go out of control and go on a rampage sounded like a more complicated way to drop a stone on his foot. Didn't he stumble upon a story like that once? Whatever the case, he might as well shoot his head with the Amastandira. At least then he wouldn't have to go through so many steps to ruin his life. After passing through the long exhibition hall, they finally emerged on a large and expansive balcony. It was situated close to the top of the massive tree complex, so it provided an impressive and expansive view of the outskirts of Vialine. Vase spotted more tree-like structures and organic vehicles in the distance. The view of prosperous Hill V was truly something else. The integration of biotechnology in human society presented a much more profound shift in how a society functioned. What he had just glimpsed on this first day was only the tip of the iceberg. Now, he was about to meet one of the proponents of this alternate human society. "Ah, Mr. Larkinson, thank you for accepting my invitation." A mature mech designer wearing a colorful green and yellow robe stood up from his chair and approached with a smile. "I have heard that you have encountered quite some difficulties during your journey. I deeply regret the hardships that you and your fellow dependents have endured." Vase brushed aside the issue. "It's fine. We are not afraid of suffering hardships. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger." Dr. Federico Navarro exuded a mature demeanor. He was already a journeyman for some time and possessed the confidence of one who was assured in his station of life. When Vase cautiously probed the biomech designer with his spiritual senses, he encountered a mind that was solid and stable. This suggested that while Navarro hadn't made any radical breakthroughs recently, but he still improved at a satisfactory pace. Vase and the host shook hands. Neither bothered with pointless power games such as trying to overpower the hand of the other. They were mech designers. They let their skills and mech designs do the talking. It was no coincidence that Yelkin inadvertently led the visitors through Navarro's exhibition hall. The wordless tour was meant to impress Vase in a way that projections could never equal. Even though Vase was aware of Dr. Navarro's intention, the tactic still worked. Vase was truly impressed with the mechs that the Lifer was capable of designing. The only snag was that Vase didn't possess a foundation in biotechnology. He was unable to comprehend all of the intricacies and nuances of the products sold by Adaptive Solutions. After they went through the initial greetings, they all sat down. Both Vase and Gloriana sat together while Yelkin personally served tea to the guests. Vase didn't really think it was necessary for the young student to do something like that. It was a pointless gesture and one that did not make much logical sense. It was much more convenient for Dr. Navarro to call in a bot or whatever organic equivalent he possessed. If that was too inconvenient, then Vase could just grab the teapot himself and do the job himself, but that may be an artifact of his lower-class background. He was still unaccustomed to all of the rules that people in his station took for granted. Dr. Navarro's eyes gazed appreciatively at Clixie. That's a lovely Rhubarthan Sentinel cat you have got there. Where did you obtain her, if I may ask? She's a gift from the MTA. Gloriana modestly smiled back. A distinguished mech designer over there appreciated my potential and gifted me with this lovely companion. She's been with me ever since. We love each other so much. Meow Tilda. Clixie luxuriated in her owner's praises. She swished her tail back and forth while arrogantly lifting up her head. I see her intelligence is quite developed as well. The Rhubarthans have quite a knack for engineering pets. I would love nothing more than to take some tissue samples from her exquisite body, but I do not believe that will not result in any meaningful gains. The genetic programming of bioproducts like your cat are encrypted through very sophisticated means. Even if I manage to crack the code, I do not have the necessary resources and lab equipment to replicate a product of her caliber. Dr. Navarro eyed Clixie as hungrily as Vase did whenever he opened one of his souvenir nutrient packs. Naturally, the Rhubarthan Sentinel cat in question was sensitive enough to pick up the biomech designer's intentions. Her tail lowered and her hair slightly raised. Meow, she hissed a warning at the host. Ha ha ha, have no fear, little one. I do not have a habit of touching other people's possessions. Navarro tried to reassure the vigilant pet. Besides, I am very much aware of how lethal you can be. I doubt this day will end well for me if you feel the need to lash out. Meow. Lucky had been wandering about the balcony while ignoring the humans sitting at the table. He patted over when Clixie started hissing. Despite the gem cat's remarkable appearance, drive, Navarro did not even spare a glance at the other pet. Even though Vase was pretty sure that Lucky was at least 100 times more valuable and advanced, the biomech designer held too little appreciation towards any purely mechanical products. After a bit of idle chatting, drive, Navarro finally steered the conversation towards mechs. Mr. Larkinson, as a native of the Komodo Star sector, you must be new to biomechs, am I correct? Vase nodded honestly. I have only read about them in certain textbooks or seen them in virtual form. Before today, I never had the opportunity to gaze at a biomech up close. No one in my past and current circle makes use of biological machines. That is unfortunate to hear. Komodo is directly adjacent to Majestic Teal, yet our Life Research Association has failed to export any of our well-regarded products to one of your two second-rates. The Friday Coalition and the Hexadric Hegemony are both larger than the Life Research Association. Their mech industries and mech markets are several times larger. They are already capable of fulfilling most of their mech-related needs by themselves. Yet you have been able to interest them with your products. The Friday Coalition has already tried to kill you several times while the Hexadric Hegemony enthusiastically embraces your product despite being the opposite of a female Hexer mech designer. How do you do it, Mr. Larkinson? Vase offered his host a modest smile. It's quite simple, really. While I am not well versed with the variety of features that biomechs can offer, so far I have not encountered any advantages that classical mechs are unable to replicate. Biomechs may be built in a vastly different manner, but why should customers bother with them if they do not offer anything different? My own products are different. Even if the quality of our mech designers fall short of those designed by distinguished masters, none of them are able to offer anything comparable to my glows. Not only is my specialty unique, it also conveys immediate and obvious advantages to my customers and clients. It was hard to argue against this logic. Dr. Navarro bent his head. The biomech community is very cognizant of this reality. Even though we do our best to pretend we are ignorant, it is indeed true that our biomechs are not yet capable of offering selling points that truly makes them more desirable than classical mechs. This honest assessment was a very shameful admission. Both Vase and Gloriana looked a little astonished. They thought that someone like Dr. Navarro would mindlessly defend the superiority of biomechs no matter what evidence to the contrary he heard. Vase couldn't help but alter his perception of Dr. Navarro. A mech designer who was self-aware was much more worthy of his attention than someone who was too self-absorbed in his own assumptions. He had a suspicion that this invitation was not that simple. Chapter 2729 Lazy or efficient. It was a lovely day out in Vialine. Millions of locals and foreigners went about their day in the lively capital city of the bustling commerce-oriented planet. Organic shuttles and transports regularly ascended into space or descended from orbit. The spaceports saw constant traffic, but no matter how many people or goods were being moved, no congestion took place. Every vehicle and vessel that traveled under the banner of the PHTS followed a single unified schedule that made sure that there was never too much or too little traffic in any place. This was quite beautiful to behold even though the view at Drive Navarro's service center was a bit too far away. Through the various policies enacted and enforced by the local authorities, prosperous Hillview remained bustling without exhibiting any hint of disorder. On the surface, Vialine was a city that traders would love to visit again. The restrictive rules and regulations didn't sound as bad anymore if they produced an orderly city like this. Even Vase felt it might be great if he and his clan settled down on this prosperous planet. Sadly, a life of peace and quiet was not in the cards for him. His ambition reached higher and he urgently needed to grow stronger to get ahead of latent dangers. Vase didn't imagine he'd be able to progress as quickly as he wanted if he shackled himself to a single state. No matter what novelties the Life Research Association offered, eventually Vase would not be able to gain any valuable insights and inspiration from the local biotech industries. He was determined that constantly moving was the right way to go. There were countless states and regions in the cosmos that were dozens of times more interesting and unusual than the LRA. It would be rather pathetic of him to end his grand expedition just when he had stepped outside of his native star sector. This was hardly an endeavor worth celebrating. As Vase continued to admire the calming view, he went back to considering the issue that Dr. Navarro had introduced. One of the fundamental reasons why biomechs were unable to threaten the dominance of classical mechs was because they did not provide any substantial advantages. Sure, they did offer plenty of unique features, but that only made biomechs centigrades at best. There was no specific property of biomechs that stood head and shoulders above any feature that normal mechs were able to offer. The only consolation to biomech enthusiasts like Dr. Navarro was that biomechs were still competitive enough to hold their own in the brutal mech market. If biomechs became the established standard in human space, then the infrastructure that is ubiquitous in our state would have been more common throughout the galaxy. The host calmly spoke, breaking the momentary silence. Vase followed up on that observation. If that happened, then the infrastructure for classical mechs wouldn't be as vast and common. The direct consequence is that it becomes more expensive and troublesome to produce, sell, field, maintain, repair and dispose of purely mechanical mechs. On the flip side, biomechs are cheaper and easier to work with. No matter if you are a designer, producer or user, if the entire galactic community is set up to make the most out of biomechs, then hardly anyone would want to make their lives more difficult by choosing the less popular alternative. That is indeed what many of us in the LRA think. Human civilization progressed and ascended to the stars by leveraging their growing mastery of the mechanical. This is a trend that has continued for many millennia. It is too hard for contrarians such as us to convince the rest of our fellow humans that biotechnological alternatives have their uses as well. Dr. Navarro sighed after he took a sip of his tea. His drink did not cool at all due to the organic warming mechanism embedded in the cup. It kept the tea at exactly the temperature that he enjoyed the most. It is exactly because mainstream humanity has depended upon and enjoyed so much success with their mechanical inventions that they are committed to classical mechs. Vase stated, "If it ain't broke, don't fix it." While this expression sounds crude, it reflects the reality that continuing in our current direction is the path of least resistance. It presents the least difficulties while yielding the most results. Dr. Navarro adopted a contemptuous expression. How lazy. Humanity is too short-sighted. Too many people are incapable of looking beyond their noses. If they actually bothered to do so, they would know that the future of tech requires the cooperation of both organic and mechanical technology. Vase blinked. That is a bold statement, Doctor. I doubt many people outside the LRA agrees with that notion. That is because they are leaving themselves out of the equation. The bearded man grinned and tapped his chest. We humans are organic in nature, are we not? While it is true that classical mechs such as your own products are made of metal, composites and other inorganic components, they always feature a conspicuous cavity in their chest. Do we fill this gap with another machine? No, we always put living, organic humans in this space. Mechs are specifically designed to be useless unless we provide at least one organic element to them. In fact, many other mechanical creations are the same. That is mostly a function of our need to control the machines that govern our lives. Gloriana couldn't help but respond. We never want to be at the mercy of ice and automated machinery, so we create products that are always kept in check by a human element. If we drop this precaution, any determined enemy can collapse our whole society in an instant by hacking or subverting our automated conveniences. Vase supported this sentiment as well. I fully agree with my wife. Dr. Navarro, the point that you have raised is not a problem that is exclusive to mechanical machines. It applies to every powerful device, no matter if they are made of metal or organic tissue. Both kinds of creations are at risk of going out of control. Vase thought that Dr. Navarro was just spouting philosophical nonsense. Putting a living being inside a mech did not make it partially organic. It just meant that it was controlled directly by a human, as it should be. This had little to do with the competition between classical technology and biotechnology. The biomech designer did not make a convincing case for his cause. While he was cognizant of the reasons why biotechnology was not able to supplant conventional technology outside of its established niche, he did not present any compelling reasons why the rest of the galaxy was wrong. Whether they were talking about biomechs or broad applications of biotechnology in general, both of them were unattractive to most people. Biomechs were freaky, unnerving, incomprehensive, expensive and difficult to work with. Why bother with them when an ordinary mech already accomplished the job? Even Vase held the same view. Forgive me for being blunt, but opposing the mainstream just because you are a contrarian is not enough. You need to provide substantive reasons to make others acknowledge biomechs and biotechnology to a greater degree. Your failure to do so here is a naked reflection of the fact that you are unable to explain why. Your viewpoint benefits humanity as a whole. While humans are irrational to a degree, they still have enough common sense to avoid any solutions that just give them more trouble. Call them lazy if you want, but they are just being efficient in my eyes. Dr. Navarro was taken aback at the firm tone that Vase adopted. He felt a bit offended for a moment, but a mech designer of his caliber knew that venting his heating emotions would not advance his viewpoint in the slightest. Instead, he decided to take a long sip of his tea. I see now why you are called the devil tongue. You do not mince words. Vase nonchalantly shrugged. I only do so when my patience is being tested. I did not want to give you this harsh dose of reality, but you continued to press me with your flawed arguments. If you wanted to avoid my reaction, then you should have done a better job with conveying your point. It's too difficult to do so. If I was discussing this matter with another biomech designer, we would have been speaking the same language. There would have been no debate about the utility and usefulness of biomechs and biotechnology. Let me ask you a question, Doctor. Have you ever ventured outside of the Life Research Association in your life? I did, he replied. I briefly traveled to the MTA's sector headquarters in Majestic Teal when I became a journeyman. The star system where their headquarters is based is beyond amazing. It is unfortunate that I did not feel comfortable to be around so much mechanical technology. I returned quickly after I was done with my pilgrimage. That's your problem. You returned home way too quickly. As a journeyman, how can you not know the importance of traveling around? When I ended my visit to the sector headquarters in my home star sector, I took the opportunity to travel for an additional year before I returned home. I learned so much during my experiences. I broadened my sights and became more aware of how other mech designers approached their work. Dr. Navarro started to look indignant. I have not isolated myself, Mr. Larkinson. I have ventured several times throughout my career. It is just that the mech community outside of the LRA has little to offer for biomech designers such as myself. I have visited and interacted with over 100 peers from my state. The lessons I've learned and the inspiration I've gained has propelled my work for decades. Vase refrained from shaking his head. He really couldn't believe what he heard. Has not a single biomech designer bothered to venture outside this state? There is little point. Outside of business reasons, there is no benefit to exploring the mech industries of other states. Biomechs and classical mechs have too little in common. If we spend the same amount of time on visiting other biomech designers, we can gain much more tangible results. Have you ever thought that you'd only be learning what every other biomech designer is able to learn? There are only so many insights that a single mech industry can provide. The host fell silent for a time. Maybe you are onto something, but there are too many hindrances. The fact that we do not share the same infrastructure, the same design principles and even the same base of knowledge means that classical mech designers such as you do not welcome us. In fact, most ordinary mech designers who decide to visit our kind mostly do it out of curiosity. They never gain anything substantial out of exchanges. We are too different. Vase crossed his arms. I can see how that can happen. I'm different. How so, Mr. Larkinson? I'm not looking to gain anything too specific. I just keep an open mind and take whatever I can get. I'm already satisfied with what I've gained so far. Even if my new insights do not affect my subsequent work, I am still enriched with what I've learned. Dr. Navarro smiled. I am glad to hear that. Our state has seen worse mech designers. While this is certainly an interesting discussion, my schedule is rather tight. Vase coughed. I'd like to address the main purpose of my visit here today. Why do you wish to challenge me to a design duel? He received a mild smile in return. Dr. Navarro did not appear all that upset despite failing to convince Vase with his rhetoric. Let's say that I am curious about your design philosophy. You claim to design living mechs. Yet how can a mech be alive when it is solely made out of cold hard metal? If you have taken at least a cursory look at the biomechs that are being serviced downstairs, then you should know that they are organic creations. They nearly have all of the elements that meet the definition of life. Let me return the favor and ask you this question. Are biomechs not more alive than your so-called living mechs? Chapter 2730 Definition of Life. I think we are adopting different definitions of life. Vase began. The question posed by Federico Navarro was a profound one that could not be answered with a single sentence. Fortunately, Vase had already received advance warning that Dr. Navarro wanted to challenge him on this point. As a mech designer whose domain was half dedicated to an aspect of life, how could he be caught flat-footed by a mere philosophical challenge? He openly claimed to design and sell living mechs. He did not consider any of it to be a lie. Even if other people did not agree with his assertion, it didn't matter too much to him. They would learn in time that his products possessed advantages that fit within the boundaries of life. His design philosophy never lied. If it was based around life, then Vase should be absolutely correct when he said that his mechs were all alive. The only issue was that he did not live in an absolute reality where a single truth was taken as objectively right. Different people clutched onto different truths due to their different perspectives. The issue became even more muddled when human ego and emotions entered the equation. Even Vase was not immune to this effect. If anyone actively challenged his living mechs, he always felt compelled to defend his stance even when he was confronted with overwhelming evidence that countered his views. This was what made exchanges between mech designers rather tricky. The purpose of an exchange was to generate useful insights to both sides without shattering the foundation of their specialty. Of course, that was only one way to look at exchanges. More aggressive mech designers enjoyed challenging their peers and rivals by engaging in philosophical debates. Their goal was not to enrich their own views, but to tear down the views of others. Vase didn't mind doing so to a mech designer who disrespected him, but Drive. Navarro had not reached this threshold. Throughout the entire meeting, the biomech designer still acted as a decent host. The points he made and the views he expressed completely conformed to his background as an adept of biotechnology. Dr. Navarro was still earnest. It would be excessive for Vase to tackle this question in an aggressive manner. Who is the strongest star designer? Who is the strongest god pilot? Are ships stronger than mechs? All of these questions and more produce endless debates. Vase slowly continued. I have found that the main reason why two sides can never come to a consensus is because they apply different criteria as a result of using ambiguous definitions. For example, consider the first question. How do you actually measure the strength of a star designer? The power of their mech designs. That's not a good approach, as some mechs can easily counter other specific mechs. This was an extremely heated debate on the galactic net because every star designer had their own armada of diehard fans. Billions of mech designers and mech enthusiasts would literally fight and die for their idol in order to defend the viewpoint that their chosen star designer was the strongest. Even Drive. Navarro looked unwilling to wade in this swamp. You are avoiding my point. While I understand the message that you are trying to convey, not every question should remain unanswered. Stating that we may hold different definitions of life is valid, but this is not a sufficient answer. It seemed that Dr. Navarro was not afraid of encountering a little friction. That's fair. Vase minutely nodded to the older journeyman. It's just that it is much more difficult to convey my argument if we are divided in meaning. Life means something different to me than other people. I'm sure that you also feel that your idea of life is distinct from other people. This is why I feel reluctant to proceed with espousing my views. Even if I elaborate my philosophy, most of it will just sink into an ocean when it reaches your ears. Exchanges can be like that. You don't need to be pedantic towards me. I have been through my fair share of debates. No matter how useless it seems, it is best to start with voicing out your views. We cannot go any further without knowing our differences. Very well. Vase took a deep breath. In my opinion, what makes mechs alive is whether they are able to think and feel for themselves. That is the basic definition that I have always based my work from. It's not visible, but all of the mechs that I have designed are alive because they each have traits that fit this definition. And these traits are, Vase raised a finger. First, my mechs are responsive to their mech pilots in a way that is not related to the programming or physical configuration of the mech. What I mean by that is as mech pilots interface with my mechs, they become exposed to a living personality. Two personalities, actually. The most obvious ones are the sources of my glows, while the less obvious ones are the lives that represent the mechs themselves. The biomech designer quickly began to frown. He was already starting to have trouble following Ves's argument. So your mech actually holds two lives instead of one. How does that even work? It's complicated. Glows are a more advanced application of my design philosophy. My earliest mech designs did not possess any glows, but I still consider them to be alive to an extent. Feedback from mech pilots have already made it clear that they truly feel their mechs care for them as long as they care for their machines in turn. Is this true? Navarro skeptically asked. I can transfer some of those reports to you, though whether you trust them is another matter. Regardless, you just need to go on the galactic net or ask any mech pilot that has used my products to know that my statement is true. As mech designers, we exist to serve mech pilots. Their opinions hold great weight. In fact, I would argue their views supersede ours. Even if they are not versed in the finer points of science and engineering, if they believe a mech is bad, no amount of brilliant engineering can make the machine good. That is a refreshing view to hear. It is a humbling one as well. Vase had actually hidden a deeper meaning behind that response. Dr. Navarro was clever enough to pick this up and offer his response. Before I go on, let me ask you a question in return. According to the feedback your mech company receives from its customers, have any mech pilots felt their mechs were alive in a way that I have described? The other mech designer firmly shook his head. What you consider to be a positive aspect is a negative aspect to other mech designers. If a mech pilot feels that his biomech is able to think and feel for itself, then something must have gone horribly wrong. Biomechs and other mechs for that matter aren't supposed to be autonomous. While our products have developed neurological organs that function similar to brains, they are adamantly not designed to form a distinct consciousness. Even if a biomech designer has been careless enough to do so, the method of production rules out the possibility. Biomechs were grown out of seeds, eggs, nuclei or whatever else the designer called the starting point of their products. When one of these biomech seeds were dropped in so-called feeder pools, they automatically followed their genetic programming and absorbed a steady amount of nutrients in order to reach their end state. Yet how did these biomech seeds emerge in the first place? Cloning was the answer. The only way to produce biomech seeds was to clone them from another biomech seed. The first biomech seed was a meticulously cultivated product that the biomech designer carefully formed by utilizing advanced lab equipment. Of course, whether a biomech seed was cultivated from scratch or cloned from an existing example, their means of reproduction left no opportunity for them to gain any sentience. There had been a couple of incidents in the early days of the age of mechs that taught every mech designer that making biomechs sentient was an incredibly awful idea. The rules that prohibited everyone from developing new species that were smart and powerful enough to challenge humanity's dominance in the galaxy also applied to biomechs. This meant that any mech designer who was stupid enough to make a biomech that was able to do everything a human was capable of would get into a lot of trouble. This was relatively easy to ensure when it came to classical mechs. Almost every aspect of their physical design was clear, transparent and controlled. It was a lot more difficult to make sure that biomechs were also under control. Their ability to grow and mutate also made them prone to developing in a direction that was not desirable. This could be very dangerous in certain circumstances. This was why sentience was a much greater taboo among biomech designers. They constantly had to fight against the stereotype of a mad scientist who wanted to create giant living biomechs who were prone to going out of control and turning against their own makers. Vase turned his attention back to the discussion at hand. My views on life are centered around sentience. Vase plainly spoke. A mech made of flesh and bone is not alive in my eyes. It's just a large and powerful clone. A classical mech developed by another mech designer is exactly the same. The materials and physical makeup may be different, but from a mental perspective, the lack of independent thought and feeling means that they are only alive, in the sense that bacteria are alive. Those words had a profound impact on Dr. Navarro. Even Yelkin, who had been standing quietly at the side, began to shake at the controversial view that Vase just voiced. Dr. Navarro's smile became strained. You will not make yourself popular among my kind if you share your opinion on this matter. I think we can both agree that making mechs autonomous and independent is not an outcome that we wish to see. That said, if your design philosophy makes it possible to allow biomechs to develop a sentient mind, then I am afraid that you will instantly incur the ire of practically our entire biomech industry. I'm aware of that. I never proposed to apply my own design philosophy to an actual biomech. I merely think that when it comes to life, a biomech will never be alive unless this happens. This is my belief, and I am pretty convinced by it. A biomech that does not have the qualities of my existing products is as lifeless as a slab of meat. It just has the appearance of life, not its essence. His host never dropped his frown. Dr. Navarro felt that the views espoused by Vase were much more difficult to address than he thought. While he was not persuaded by how Vase chose to frame the issue, he struggled to formulate his response. In a way, Vase was right. Biomechs were mentally crippled to make sure they didn't act out by themselves. This was an approach that pretty much every biomech designer applied to their work. Dr. Navarro had never questioned himself whether this was a desired approach. Were biomechs truly better if they were unthinking and unfeeling? Chapter 2731. A different judge. Classical mechs and biomechs may share the same purpose, but their circumstances were different. Normal mech designers did not have to study complicated biological subjects, let alone figure out how to combine that with principles of mech design. Normal mech designers almost never worried about their mechs coming to life and going out of control. Normal mech designers rarely bothered with the issue of trying to gain acceptance for their products from the greater mech market. During his discussion with the bearded biomech designer, Vase gained a lot of sympathy towards the position of hardworking people like him. Because biomechs went against the dominant trend of human technological development, they had to work several times harder just to keep their heads above the water. That said, Vase was still an adherent of mechs made out of metal, composites, exotics and other inorganic materials. In his opinion, it was not desirable to overcomplicate mechs. The forceful insertion of biotechnology resulted in a higher barrier of entry, harsher requirements to progress, a smaller mech industry and a greater distance between mech designers and their customers. There were many downsides to adopting biomechs. This wouldn't be so bad if Dr. Navarro was able to enunciate a compelling advantage, but so far Vase hadn't heard anything convincing enough. The various points that biomechs were traditionally known for, such as their self-regeneration capabilities and lack of maintenance requirements, were useful, but did not really stand out either. Ordinary outfits were able to service and repair their damaged mechs just fine by hiring an adequate crew of mech technicians. Sure, it may be annoying to hire so many people, but mech technicians were some of the cheapest people to employ. Then there was the issue of life. Our different backgrounds and life experiences caused us to develop diverging thoughts about life. Vase calmly explained as he sat next to the table overlooking Violine. I have never seriously played with all of this biotechnology stuff, so I have never really thought about biomechs when I formed my principles of life. My design philosophy doesn't really care about the form of the mech at all. Whether it is a classical mech, a biomech or a mech made out of energy or other substance, they are all conceptually the same machine that each share the same purpose. The only distinction that I make to consider whether they are alive is whether they have the mental qualities of life. Vase was quite happy to have entered into this debate. Being confronted by a colleague who adhered to a different perspective of life generated a sharp and obvious contrast to his own. It was through these direct collisions that he became more cognizant of his special qualities. His design philosophy centered around life as it manifested in a spiritual sense. Biotechnology had nothing to do with it, so Vase did not need to mess with any flesh and blood mech in order to realize his design. Philosophy. Dr. Navarro looked more troubled as the debate went on, but he was not someone who lacked a spine. As a journeyman, he possessed an unwavering degree of confidence in his own design philosophy. I can accept your proposition that we are separated by our different views of what constitutes life, but I do not ascribe to your ranking. The older journeyman retorted, a biomech may carry some inherent variations, but they are all under control. A mech that changes and mutates out of its own will is not desirable. Neither the MTA nor the public wishes to see mechs that they constantly need to be on guard against. If your living mechs are truly alive in a mental sense, then they should be capable of forming their own opinions on their users and owners. It may be nice if the mechs are content with their situations, but what if they aren't? What if your mechs turn against your customers? Can you handle the consequences of such a devastating event? That was a good counterattack, but Vase was ready for it. He had already thought about it a long time ago. My mechs are explicitly designed to be part of a greater system. A mech is merely a single piece of the puzzle. The mech pilot is the other crucial piece. Only when they are merged together will they be able to perform greater than the sum of their parts. That is what my work is really all about. The MTA officially recognizes my design philosophy as metaphysical man-machine symbiosis, which means that my mechs are specifically designed to rule out the possibility of going out of control. That was not necessarily true, but Vase didn't need to point that out. As far as his public works were concerned, they were all incapable of acting independently or able to inflict real harm on their mech pilots. Navarro responded with a sharp question. The possibility still exists, right? Vase smiled back in response. I could say the same for your works, otherwise you biomech designers wouldn't implement so many precautions. After exchanging a few more minor points, the debate slowly drew to an end. They both held their final statements where they reiterated their true thoughts. Dr. Navarro took a deep breath as he gazed up at the top of his giant tree complex. Your views on life are truly compelling, but they are incompatible with the biomech industry. He spoke. The mechs that you design are a latent threat to the mech market in my opinion. You may think that your self-thinking and self-feeling machines will serve humanity as you intended to, but the leeway that you have given to them will ultimately come to bite you back. The more mechs you produce, the greater the odds that a catastrophic development might occur where a mech may turn into a man-hating monster. This risk does not exist in biomechs because none of them ever allow for the possibility of developing independent thought. Only the mech pilot is required to provide this aspect. Nothing else. The living mechs in the doctor's views were biological products that were just as dull as ordinary mechs. Dr. Navarro sounded as if this was good instead of bad. The biomech industry's taboo on sentient or uncontrolled war machines was so strong that he could not bring himself to accept the views of his guests. The consequences were too undesirable. While Vase was aware of this restriction, it did not change his own views in the slightest. He long divested his approach to mechs from the taboos espoused by the MTA. He only paid attention to the stances of the reigning authorities when the chances of getting caught were too great. Of course, Vase didn't consider himself to be an extremist in the mech industry. His mech designs mostly fit in the boundaries that the MTA considered safe. His goal wasn't to tear down the existing mech paradigms. Instead, he wanted to supplement them so that the mechs in the galaxy became even better once they gained the qualifications to be treated as partners rather than tools. He sighed. I don't think you are all wrong or misguided. Not really. Vase said his own piece. I just think it is rather boastful to claim that you are the true designers of living mechs when your products are simply unthinking machines in another form. The way I see it, your biomechs only possess one aspect of life, but it isn't one I value. My mechs, despite being made of metal and other processed materials, each possess their own thoughts and emotions. I'm not the only one who prefers mechs that are alive in this fashion. I have tens of millions of satisfied customers throughout the star CL. U.S.ter who swear by my products due to the benefits that my unique design philosophy can bring. Are you able to do the same? Biomechs failed to achieve acceptance in the mainstream mech markets. While there were certain regions such as the Life Research Association where the local conditions allowed them to become dominant, that was the exception rather than the rule. Even if the great advantages of classical mechs were taken into account, it was undeniable that the LMC continued to expand its business operations at an explosive rate. Vase was considerably younger than Federico Navarro, but the living Mech Corporation was already 100 times greater than Adaptive Solutions. Perhaps the export volume of the LRA's entire biomech industry is greater than the sales volume of my own mechs, but I am only a single mech designer. Vase added, on an individual basis, I seriously doubt that any of you except for your masters are able to equal me in this regard. Even if I am wrong, the comparison is unfair to begin with. I am just a journeyman whose design philosophy hasn't reached its full potential, yet a rapidly growing group of customers swear by my products. The market has spoken, Navarro. My vision of living mechs has the potential to become the new standard, while your version of living mechs simply doesn't bring enough value. Dr. Navarro looked as if Vase had punched him in the face. This was a brutal argument, and one that was grounded in reality. Biomechs already existed for centuries, but they hardly made any progress in breaking through the mainstream mech market. In contrast, LMC mechs only existed for a decade or so and only truly became more ubiquitous in the last couple of years. Yet the meteoric growth in sales and popularity far exceeded that of any single biomech designer from the LRAs such as Dr. Navarro and other journeymen of his generation. This was a naked crush. Vase ultimately gained the upper hand of this debate not by proving that his definition of life was superior, but by appointing the mech market as the ultimate decider. As mech designers, people like Vase and Dr. Navarro was taught to serve their customers. No matter what bright ideas they had, if the market didn't accept them, then they held little practical value. This was something that was very hard to argue against. The mech market is flawed. Dr. Navarro retorted, though his spine had grown a lot slacker. Laymen don't understand the technical aspects of our mech designs. Biomechs are much more brilliant than they can ever understand. Trying to translate the different benefits of biomechs to the public has always been one of our shortcomings. I've also mentioned earlier that it doesn't help that the dominant infrastructure is not set up to facilitate the use of biomechs. These factors result in significantly lower sales in areas outside of our home market. I believe that if we truly compete fairly against each other, our biomechs will gain greater appreciation from our target audience. Vase smirked. Are you willing to put that to the test? The other journeyman frowned. What do you propose? In the end, talk is talk. If we truly want to prove who is right, we should proceed with a design duel. I just think we should adopt a different format in order to see whether your claim that your biomechs will earn more appreciation than my LMC mechs. Dr. Navarro looked uncomfortable with where this was going. He had lost the initiative despite being the host of this meeting. That was a serious failure on his part. Vase did not allow the other mech designer to block his suggestion. Let's do it like this. Instead of holding a traditional design duel, we should adapt our existing works. My design department is already in the final stages of completing some mech designs. Let's agree to convene in a month and pit our mechs against each other. What is the point of this, Mr. Larkinson? The tally of wins or losses aren't important. What we should look at instead is the opinions of the mech pilots selected to use our products in the dueling arena. We'll give them the opportunity to pilot both our products. After they are done with their duels, we should ask them which one they prefer the most. Does this sound fair to you, Doctor? Vase grinned wider. I'll even give you a handicap. As long as you can ensure that the mech pilots chosen to take part in this design duel will give their honest opinions, they can be lifers. These are your fellow citizens. They hold no bias against biomechs. In fact, it's probably the opposite. Therefore, there is no way you can argue that you are suffering from an unfair advantage in this mech duel. Are you still hesitant to accept my challenge? Though Dr. Navarro looked quite upset at being railroaded into this lopsided design duel, his pride and confidence in his own philosophy did not allow him to refuse. I accept, though I wish to make some suggestions of my own. I do not wish to take undue advantage of the situation. Chapter 2732 challenged. An hour later, Vase and his group exited the giant tree complex. They walked back to their shuttle parked in the periphery of the service center grounds. Meow, meow. Both Lucky and Clixie enjoyed the opportunity to stretch their limbs again. The time they spent on the balcony near the top of the artificial tree was too boring for the energetic cats. Their owners were amused by the antics of their pets. While their pets had plenty of space aboard the Spirit of Bentime, they were much more comfortable with frolicking on open soil. It turned out that Vase was still unaccustomed to living in space. Even though he made a decision in his mind that making his fleet his new home was for the best, he couldn't get rid of his yearning for endless lands, open skies and natural light shining down on his head. Despite the high population density of Violine, the lack of pollution and extensive organic air filtration solutions meant that the air was completely fresh and natural. It smelled completely unlike the filtered air that passed through the ventilation system of the Spirit of Bentime. There was always a sense of falseness in the air that the Larkinsons aboard the various vessels of the fleet breathed in every day. Only those who were born and raised in ships like these would take the unnatural smell for granted. Why did you propose to alter the mech duel? Gloriana broke the silence. He already sensed her puzzlement. He smiled at her and gestured his head at the shuttle. She understood what he tried to convey and kept her curiosity in check. It only took a few more minutes before they arrived at their armored shuttle. Its strange rhino bust looked as odd and out of place as ever. Now that he understood the perspective of biotechnology, adherence a bit more, he knew that the head was purely decorative in function. The rhino-like head did not possess any functioning brain structure, so the shuttle wasn't truly alive like his mechs. It was only after they stepped into their vehicle that Vase explained his actions. To be honest, I'm eager to finish our remaining mech design projects. I know you feel the same way. Gloriana nodded as she sat down next to him and leaned against his arm. A normal design duel doesn't take much time to resolve, but it is still a distraction considering our busy schedule. I really don't want to spend too much time on this planet when our 5 remaining projects are way behind schedule. The good news was that they didn't require much time to get their projects across the finish line. They just needed to spend a few more days to put the finishing touches on the remaining mech designs before they were fit for use. The Hex army had waited too long to receive the next batch of Hexer mechs designed by the Miracle couple. Vase wasn't sure whether the 3 designs that they were about to hand over would succeed in reversing the losing trend. The Friday Coalition's mech militaries had already regained all of their former territories. It was the Hexadric hegemony's turn to take a beating this time. The Hexer border systems were already in the process of resisting the Fredaman counterattacks. Though they held for now, the momentum was still in the favor of the enemy due to the increasingly more impactful difference the foreign expert pilots made. The Fredaman may have failed to win the Battle of Reckoning, but that was due to other reasons. The superiority in number of expert mechs had taken a huge toll on the forces of the Golden Skull Alliance. Most battles at this stage of the Komodo War did not result in an upset. The sides were too even in many aspects. This made the difference in the quantity of expert pilots a lot more influential. It only took a single push to tip the balance. Both Vase and Gloriana were aware of the overall score, so they were both quite eager to provide relief. There was a bit of a problem, though. Many of the second-class mechs we've designed so far are either exclusive to the Larkinson clan or the Hexer people. Gloriana pointed out, your refusal to design a second-class mech for the commercial mech market means we don't have many options to impress the group of impartial mech pilots in a month. Vase was still at ease. He patted Gloriana's hand in reassurance. The rules of the design duel don't prohibit customization and alteration of our existing designs. In fact, it is expected of us to do so in order to present our work at its best in the coming show. While some of our mechs such as the Transcendent Punisher, the Bright Warrior Mark II and our nearly completed Giant Killer are solely designed to work with Larkinsons, I can still modify them so that they become more inclusive. Their glows and foundations aren't fixed. Are you sure? Previously, you treated them as something sacred. You always refrain from changing the divine aspects of your mechs. That's because our products should remain constant to our customers and users. Altering how they work will only result in disruptions and make our lives a lot more complicated. This is not the case this time. I already know for sure that Dr. Navarro will be taking his best mechs and modify them so that they become even better. We should do the same. Are you sure you can win? Gloriana asked another question. This was not a straightforward matter. You can never be sure about duels. Vase carefully stated, the fact that my mechs are very good at winning over mech pilots is an obvious point in my favor. Dr. Navarro knows that, so he wouldn't have accepted my proposal if I left it at that. I had to win him over by allowing our mechs to be utilized by domestic mech pilots. That's a considerable handicap, Vase. The Lifer mech pilots have all been trained to pilot biomechs. Their national pride also compels them to favor biological machines over classical machines. You can't expect fairness from them. Even if they have some experience with piloting inorganic mechs, they will likely feel out of place. Vase shrugged. That is a valid concern, but drive. Navarro is a decent fellow. He represents the LRA's biomech industry in this design duel. Since the entire spectacle will be broadcasted to the public, the duel has to appear fair to the both of us. If one side holds a considerable advance, then the validity of the outcome will always be in doubt. This was why he didn't fear the consequences of his proposal at all. Even though Vase and Dr. Navarro still agreed to make use of local mech pilots, they would both make sure the individuals in question issued their judgment on an impartial basis. The design duel eventually boiled down to a set of challenges. Would Vase, the foreigner who exclusively designed classical mechs, be able to win over the local mech pilots with his unique interpretation of life? Dr. Navarro had to overcome his own challenge. Would his biomechs be able to retain the allegiance of lifer mech pilots when they had a taste of mechs that were rapidly trending in popularity? Both of them had to overcome different problems, but that made the duel even more interesting. Vase felt very competitive at the moment. He wondered if he would truly be able to open up the LRA's mech market if he managed to win this design duel. At least Vase was supposed to gain greater access to goods and services in the LRA if he won this duel. That was his primary motivation to participate in this spectacle. What particularly attracted him was the right to approach and hire excellent biotech experts. These highly prized surgeons, doctors, exobiologists, geneticists and so on studied at the foremost learning institutions of the LRA. Their knowledge and foundation were qualitatively superior to any other biotech expert in the star CL.U.S.ter. These people were one of the LRA's most attractive expert products. While the LRA educated in excess of biotech researchers, the state still had to impose restrictions in order to avoid a brain drain. Only a select number of people and organizations were allowed to recruit these prized personnel. What is your strategy, Vase? The duel consists of 10 matches where each mech pilot is able to experience both of our products. Who wins or loses is not a determining factor. What truly matters is that the mech pilot enjoys my products more. I need to do my best to win over at least 6 out of 10 mech pilots. In order to avoid dragging on the design duel, every mech pilot only had a single opportunity to pilot a biomech and another opportunity to pilot an LMC mech. This was far from enough to conduct a valid academic study on which products the local mech pilots preferred more, but that was not necessary. For example, the mechs that were dueling each other had to be within the same price category. They also had to be standard mechs, which meant that Vase wouldn't be able to employ any of his prime mechs or expert mechs if he had any. The mechs did not have to be identical to their existing models, but they had to be recognizable enough to represent the work of their designers. An additional rule was that mechs designed in collaboration with others were also allowed. In fact, this rule was necessary because pretty much all of his recent mech were designed in partnership with Gloriana and lately Juliet as well. Dr. Navarro designed a fair share of mechs with other colleagues, so he wasn't unduly disadvantaged by this additional rule. I'm thinking about adapting a Transcendent Punisher, a Bright Warrior Mark I version B, a Ferocious Piranha Mark I version B, a Valkyrie Redeemer and a Giant Killer. Gloriana frowned. All of them barring the Ferocious Piranha are exclusive mechs. It feels wrong to open them up to outsiders. The Valkyrie Redeemer is especially problematic. We can't allow a public version of this mech to fall into the hands of others. If the Friday Coalition is able to field a variant of the Valkyrie Redeemer that doesn't explicitly reject them, then we'll be in big trouble. You don't need to be worried about that. Vase chuckled. I will employ plenty of precautions to make sure that the mechs that I will modify will not break the exclusivity of the designs in question. The glows of all of my mechs come from their respective design spirits. I can ask these spirits to make the mechs friendlier, which means I can also ask them to do the opposite. He did not worry about this issue at all. He instead concerned himself on how to make the piloting experience as pleasant as possible when his mechs were piloted by people outside of his initial target audience. Non-Larkinsons were never meant to pilot his clan-exclusive mechs such as the Bright Warrior. The Transcendent Punisher was even trickier as Ilvain was quite a picky design spirit. For all of his tolerance, Ilvain had always tried to push away mech pilots who did not respect the tenets of his faith. Not only that, he also had to modify the spiritual foundations of the exclusive mechs so that they did not instinctively reject outsiders either. This was going to take a lot of spiritual engineering to pull off successfully. I have a lot of work in store, he muttered. Chapter 2733 Quinlist Vase and Gloriana traveled to a large base situated in another area at the edge of Violine proper. Just like back in the Sanok system, the Larkinsons decided to rent a large base on the surface of prosperous Hill V in order to facilitate their operations in the star system. From recruitment to procuring supplies, a lot of work had to be done over the next couple of months in order to get the grand expedition back on track. Not only that, but the base also provided ample opportunities for Larkinsons to go on leave. Hardly any clansmen wanted to remain stuck on their ships that were parked in some dark quadrant in the outer system when there was a very pleasant planet next door. The only difference from last time was that the Larkinson clan's allies also decided to join the party. For security and other reasons, the members of the alliance each agreed to share a single base. Naturally, they did not mix everything together, but divided it up into 3 different sections. Fortunately, the V-Line area offered a lot of land and real estate for rent. The Golden Skull Alliance was hardly the only organization in the star system that sought to establish a short-term presence on the surface of the trading planet. The local rulers even established several districts that were specifically set up to accommodate these needs. The Gentle Lotus base was one of 20 different lots in one of those districts. It happened to be the largest plot of land that was available for rent at the moment. At least half of the other lots in the district were already rented by various other foreign fleets and organizations. No locals lived in this area, so if the foreigners ever came to blows, no one native to the planet was liable to get hurt. As the armored shuttle and its escorts approached Gentle Lotus, Vase took a glance at the progress of the buildup. Gentle Lotus only featured a single pre-built base structure at the start. This structure may have been sufficient to meet the needs of a modest trade fleet, but it was incapable of hosting tens of thousands of people. For this reason, the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers immediately shipped a bunch of prefab modular structure components and began to piece the giant building blocks together. It didn't matter if the structures looked rather basic. They only had to last a short amount of time before the expeditionary fleet was ready to depart. As Vase and the rest emerged out of their shuttle again, they all beheld the state of the construction effort. Gloriana frowned. "It's taking longer than I thought to set up the prefab buildings. You can't blame our people. Both our personnel and our assets are at the mercy of the PHTS. Nothing gets down on the surface without securing passage on a PHTS ship. The demand for in-system transit is consistently high, so we aren't able to hog as much transportation capacity as we wish. Everything related to intersystem transport constantly had to go through a very narrow pipeline. This caused considerable delays for everything." Though Vase felt just as irked as Gloriana about the situation, it wasn't as if he was able to do anything about it. The damn lifers never bothered to scale up their transportation fleet as trade and commerce activity kept rising in Prosperous Hill. They entered one of the prefab structures that the Larkinsons assembled first. The bare metal walls and floors didn't even feature any markings or decorations. The bots that were supposed to beautify the interior had yet to be shipped to the surface. The pair separated at this moment. Gloriana proceeded to the section that had been set up as a temporary design lab. Juliet and the assistant mech designers had already reached the surface as well. While it made little difference to work on the projects on land, it saved Vase and Gloriana the trouble of needing to travel back and forth. Performing their work on land also made it more convenient to test the final prototypes under atmospheric conditions. Since at least some of the Hexer mech designs were purely landbound designs, Vase and Gloriana had no choice but to outsource the prototype testing to a specialized testing company based in the hegemony. Establishing this relationship made it convenient to test the design department's non-Hexer mech prototypes with the testing company as well. Yet no matter how much data the Hexers produced, it was all secondhand. They didn't know LMC mechs as well as the Larkinsons, and there were certain aspects that were very troublesome to verify in practice due to incompatible glows. In short, Vase and Gloriana believed it was better to perform the final round of prototype testing themselves. Their extensive knowledge and familiarity in their own work allowed them to conduct much more pertinent tests. While Gloriana went off to check on the preparations for the upcoming tests, Vase moved up a couple of floors until he reached the room that would become his office for the foreseeable future. Lucky and Click-C had already snuck out in order to explore the surrounding grounds. Both of them wanted to make the most out of their time outside a confining ship. As Vase settled on his foldable office chair, he decided to call in Major Verl. The senior mech officer was right next door. It took less than a minute for the former Vandal officer to enter the office. "You called?" "I did. Please take a seat." Once the older man made himself comfortable, Vase began to ask a few routine questions. How many mech pilots do you plan to recruit? That is still under debate. Verl replied, ideally, we'd like to recruit 10,000 second-class mech pilots, but that is more of an aspiration than a goal. We are also aiming to pick up at least 40,000 support personnel. Do keep in mind that we expect a portion of these recruits to bring their families along, so our numbers will balloon significantly to more than 50,000 people in the most optimistic scenario. That would more than double the membership roster of the clan. This was a massive expansion that would surely strain the cohesion of the clan. Even if the Larkinson network helped with binding the new recruits closer to the clan, considerable changes were inevitable. Vase perceived a potential issue. There will be a considerable division between our new and existing clansmen. Most of the recruitable personnel in this star system either consists of lifers or citizens of other states in Majestic Teal. What is worse is that they are all second-raters. They enjoy an inherently superior upbringing. Their professional qualifications are also leagues better than that of the Larkinsons. I bet the more competent second-raters also enjoy at least a basic suite of second-class augments, which means that they are doubtlessly better at their jobs than the old-timers. Major Verl grew grim. He was already aware of the implications. This means the old guard are at risk of getting supplanted by the newcomers. So far, our clan is principally organized as a meritocracy. One of our principles is that the most qualified personnel deserves to occupy the most senior positions. Back when we solely hired third-raters, this has never been a problem because everyone started from the same point. This was different. Vase and the rest of the clan faced a very difficult choice. Should they adhere to their current policies or should they change tack and insist on protecting the old guard by emphasizing seniority? I think that it is very premature to promote an excess of second-raters to senior positions. Qualifications are important, but they are not the only factors that determine whether people are suitable to take on greater responsibilities. Instead, I think they should be humbled by placing them on the lower rungs of the ladder. This not only protects the positions of those who have worked hard to grow our clan to this point, but also allows the passage of time to smooth out the differences between the newcomers and the established clansmen. Second-rater had an awful tendency to look down on third-raters. If too many of them were placed above third-raters, then this behavior would only grow worse. This was not what Vase wanted to see. By reversing this situation, Verl believed that it would do a lot of good in narrowing the differences between the two groups. If the older and more established Larkinsons were allowed to boss around the supposedly superior lifers and former citizens of other powerful states, then they wouldn't suffer from an inferiority complex. Though all of these assumptions and predictions sounded logical, Vase wasn't sure whether Major Verl was right. I'm not entirely confident that the differences between the two groups will melt, but I do agree with the sentiment that our older clansmen should be rewarded for their service. Aside from merit, loyalty and dedication are also important to our clan. Our surviving mech pilots especially earned a lot of contributions. They should never be slighted. Major Verl nodded in agreement. He had a vested interest in this issue. After all, he was replaceable as well. By the way, Verl, I think that the rank of Major is no longer apt for your current position. Your actual role and responsibilities are much greater. I don't think I've heard of any Major who commanded over enough mech pilots to form an entire mech division. That's true, sir. The only reason why I haven't brought up this proposal myself is because it is not proper for me to raise this issue. We're not a rigid military organization, there is a lot of flexibility. Our mech pilots will listen to me even if my official rank is just a lieutenant. Be that as it may, we can't keep you at your current rank. Our clansmen might know better, but foreigners who understand nothing about our internal situation will just think we are fools for letting a mere major command an entire mech division. Though Major Verl exhibited an impeccable amount of control over his body, Vase could clearly sense the man's excitement. No one disliked obtaining a higher rank. Vase chuckled in amusement. Since you don't want to appear too partial by determining your own promotion, I guess I'll be making this decision myself. In light of your merits, your competence, the high regard of our other commanders and your current responsibilities, I'd say you should definitely be promoted to a mech colonel. This was the most suitable rank for Verl. According to the military rank system of the Mech Corps, it represented a double promotion as Vase decided to skip the rank of lieutenant colonel. Yet Vase wasn't finished. I'm not stopping at colonel. If everything goes right, our mech forces will exceed 10,000 mech pilots sooner or later. Rather than revisit this conversation in a couple of months, I think it's better to settle the issue in advance. Congratulations, Quinlist. You're a general, though only on an interim basis for now. Once the Larkinson Assembly approves my proposal, you'll become a general for real. He didn't think the Larkinson Assembly would vote down the proposal to promote Verl to this rank. While it was true that the Larkinson clan suffered a lot of casualties when he was in charge, the losses weren't his fault. He had done his best to manage all of the Mech forces and coordinate them in battle. There was no one else in the clan who was more qualified to lead the military wing of the Larkinson clan than Verl. Thank you, Vase. Though if I may make a request, please don't call me by my first name. Whatever you say, Quinlist. Chapter 2734. Lacking identity. Promoting Verl to the rank of general was a big jump. Was he qualified to hold such a senior rank? That was debatable. He never commanded a force at this level. Due to his heavy workload, he never had the time to shore up his inadequate theoretical foundation either, so he was not a genius in command. What he did have was everyone's trust. He showed enough competence so far to earn the appreciation of both Trueblood Larkinsons and every other soldier in the clan. He excelled at shaping morale and he inspired confidence in his own leadership. Everyone recognized his authority, though not everyone agreed with his policies. That was enough as far as Vase was concerned. While he could have shopped around for some retired colonels or generals in Majestic Teal, the truly good ones were never easily for hire. Vase would be forced to pick between one of several desperate or faulty candidates who might make a mess out of the military wing of the Larkinson clan. Rather than gamble on the unknown and potentially ruin the most essential guarantee of safety for Vase, he would rather settle with the familiar and continue to rely on Quinlist Verl. Vase had to admit that his familiarity and personal relationship played a decisive factor in this consideration. He felt rather dirty about it because he knew that Verl might not be up to the task. Of course, that might change over time. There were plenty of learning sources available to the hastily promoted general. Verl had access to an expansive budget, so he shouldn't be shy in taking some of that money in order to invest in himself. The military bureau that Verl was in charge of largely played a background role for now. It merely fiddled with unifying logistics and establishing a common set of rules and regulations. And so on. While these activities were important, the military of the Larkinson clan was still decentralized. The Mech commanders had the real say in how their forces were supposed to run. While Verl had the authority to impose his own decisions, in practice he almost never did so. Every Mech commander was already doing a fine job in managing their troops, so there was no reason for Verl to spoil his relationships with the influential leaders. Even so, Vase didn't want his Mech forces to grow too far apart. By letting them stay in their own silos, their trust and cooperation with the other Mech forces would never be optimal. This was quite a delicate issue as Vase didn't want to go too far in the other way either. If the military bureau dictated more rules, the differences between the avatars, sentinels, vandals and so on might blur. Each of them would start to lose their distinct strengths and specialties. Vase liked it if his soldiers possessed a lot of personality. He didn't want them to be almost identical to each other. While there was strength in uniformity, as proven by the Hex army, there was strength in diversity as well. In truth, he was too used to the model employed by the Bright Republic and the Friday Coalition. By allowing different Mech regiments to develop their own martial traditions, the identities of the Mech pilots and other servicemen became more internally cohesive. This was incredibly important to him as his glows and his battle networks were able to generate unique advantages when they took advantage of these conditions. Major Verl is already aware of all of these nuances. He will make sure to steer our Mech forces in the right direction. The entire military of the Larkinson clan was about to undergo an explosive expansion. This was a huge endeavor as it was far from simple to acquire 10,000 Mech pilots at once. An expansion of this scale also demanded the acquisition of more ships and mechs, which was very troublesome for various reasons. To be honest, the expeditionary fleet was already sizable. It was not good to tack on hundreds more combat carriers on top of that. Managing so many assets and people would become so burdensome that it could bog down the entire command structure. Vase also had to take the integration of all of those new people into account. It was not acceptable to lump all of the newcomers in a separate ship with hardly any of the old guard around. The Larkinsons needed to immerse them into the culture and customs of the clan in order to minimize any rifts. All of these management aspects already gave Vase a headache. It might be possible that the Larkinson clan might take it slow on expanding its fleet and Mech roster in order to buy more time to indoctrinate the new recruits. It's actually quite common to maintain a modest surplus of Mech pilots. Mech pilots were simultaneously scarce but cheap compared to Mechs. It cost a lot more to acquire a single mech than an accompanying mech pilot. However, in dangerous places such as frontiers, hazardous regions or remote star systems, it was impossible for mech forces to replenish the mech pilots who had lost their lives. At least mechs could be patched up to an extent after they incurred damage. Mech technicians were even capable of bringing wrecks back to working condition. Yet not even the best doctors in the clan could bring a dead person back to life. It would be nice to have some spares around. Vase muttered. If the Golden Skull Alliance had a bunch of free mech pilots at its disposal, then it might not have been necessary to hire a mercenary force as powerful as the 14th Fleet of the Star Striders. While the Infinity Guards provided him with a lot of reassurance, it would have been better if he didn't have to rely on external protection in the first place. This time, we lucked out because we were ambushed in a developed star sector that is neutral towards us. We might not be as lucky next time. The Red Ocean was significantly less developed and there were many zones where hardly any colonies were around. Even if his expeditionary fleet was close to a settlement, it was questionable whether the Larkinsons were allowed to recruit mech pilots and other key personnel. The population of humans in the new frontier is much smaller. Vase reminded himself. I'll have to take that into account and make sure to enter the Red Ocean with as many recruits as possible. It was very difficult to bring a lot of ships, mechs and other assets into the dwarf galaxy. Yet it shouldn't be a problem to bring 1 million people along if he wanted to. A lot of capital ships could temporarily be transformed into passenger vessels that could transport lots of people like cattle. While the journey wouldn't be pleasant, it was worth it if Vase truly wanted to make sure that the Larkinsons wouldn't be suffering any manpower problems when his expedition began in earnest. Vase noted down his thoughts and decided to discuss these critical points in his next meeting with the leaders of the clan. In the next couple of hours, Vase stayed in his office and began to meet with more people. One of the more notable visitors was Commander Melkor. He looked a bit subdued despite the pleasant environment. The Battle of Reckoning had gutted his mech force. While not a lot of support personnel had died, it was a different story when it came to his mech pilots. The Avatars entered the battle with more than 800 mechs. Only a fraction of that was left, and a lot of the fallen mechs failed to protect their precious pilots against the lethal blows of the Fredaman elites. Though Melkor didn't blame Vase for spending too little on the stopgap mechs for his mech forces, it was undeniable that this crucial decision indirectly led to hundreds of unnecessary deaths. The relations between Vase and Melkor became a bit less warm after that. Even now, Melkor maintained an overly stiff posture towards his cousin. "You called, sir. Please take a seat," Vase gruffly said. As he did so, an uncomfortable silence unfolded. It seemed that Melkor wasn't in the mood for any small talk at this time. Vase sighed. "The Avatars must recover. I know. Have you formulated a recruitment strategy?" "We did." Melkor nodded. "We already established a recruitment methodology back when we were based in the Sanok system. We've improved our methods and expanded our infrastructure in order to get ready to recruit second-class mech pilots and other personnel. The people we intend to attract this time are a lot more demanding than the third-raters we've picked up before, so it won't be easy to meet our quota. Do you anticipate any problems with regards to this issue?" The Avatar commander hesitated a bit. He eventually decided to voice one of his concerns. "The last battle pretty much exposed our greatest weakness. Can you guess what I am referring to, sir?" Vase frowned. He didn't like it when other people put him on the spot like that. In the last few months, Vase never really paid attention to the Avatars. Even though it was supposed to be the most premier mech force at his disposal, they were just there. "I think the Avatars lack some good iconic models." Melkor mildly shook his head. "That's certainly a part of the issue, but the problem I'm referring to is more fundamental in nature. It's our identity, sir. Identity. It's too bland. Think about it. We're supposed to be the elites of the Larkinson clan, but that is hardly a unique property in our strange and haphazard mix of mech forces. You have the Sword Maidens who are considered to be the strongest individual mech pilots. You have the Penitent Sisters who are virtually on par with the regulars of the Hex army. Even the flagrant Vandals show signs of overtaking us due to their solid military background." This was all true. Even though Melkor framed the issue in a way that exaggerated the shortcomings of the Avatar, it was undeniable that the other elite mech forces all stood out even more. "What is our purpose, Vase?" Melkor asked in an increasingly heated voice. "Why do we exist? I know how we started out. Back before the Vandals, Sword Maidens and Penitent Sisters came along, we were meant to be your honor guard and your trump card. Yet as our combat forces continued to integrate different forces, we gradually lost the capital to feel proud of ourselves. It doesn't help that you took our expert pilots away. Over the course of our existence, we grew in numbers, but we lost the elements that made us great. We lost our strongest heroes, we lost our forefront status, and we lost our capital to feel proud of ourselves. The gap between us and the living sentinels have narrowed. We might as well disband if this trend continues. Damn. Vase knew that the avatars had fallen in a trough at this point, but Melkor painted a bleak picture of the future of his troops. This was not something that Vase could resolve in an instant. He furrowed his brows while leaning back on his foldable seat. What was the purpose of the avatars? This was a crucial question to Vase and the clan. As Melkor had just pointed out, it was not enough to say that they were the elites. The avatars needed a new purpose. If their current identity was too insufficient, then they just needed to take on a more specific role. While Vase had some thoughts on the matter, he turned his eyes to the man who brought the matter up in the first place. I don't believe you thought about this problem without coming up with a solution or two. Please share your thoughts with me. Since you know your men the best, it's only appropriate to hear you out first. Melkor smiled a little. I was waiting to hear you say that. I do have a vision for my troops. It's something that I've been working on for some time. I think this is the right time to change tack. It will be much harder to swing the direction of my force once our numbers expand by multiple times. Chapter 2735 Redefinition. In the process of explaining his new vision for the avatars, Commander Melkor started with the identities of the other mech forces of the clan. I believe the Penitent Sisters fulfill our original purpose much better than my avatars. He began. It's not your fault. They're just better than us in every measure except friendliness towards the male gender. The Hexers have many shortcomings, but training skilled and disciplined second-class mech pilots is not one of them. Even if some of their doctrines aren't tested in combat, they make up for it in unit cohesion and esprit de corps. The Penitent Sisters are strong, and they know it. Their results in the previous battle is hard proof of that. That's not a fair comparison. Vase shook his head. Due to the importance of our Valkyrie Redeemers in enabling Venerable Joshua to unleash an empowered energy attack, we refrained from deploying the Penitent Sister mechs in the trenches. We had to preserve their numbers as much as possible until they could engage their battle formation. Melkor lowered his head in response. That's exactly how an elite mech force is supposed to be employed. They have to be employed in the right moment and the right time in order to maximize their impact on the battlefield. In contrast, my avatars were lumped in with a bunch of other ordinary forces and were tasked with resisting the powerful Fredaimon mechs in frontal combat. Does this sound right to you, sir? We were short on mechs. We needed your mechs to hold the line. Besides, the Fredaimon employed their elite units as frontline combatants as well. There is no distinction in this regard. That's because the Fredaimon didn't bring any regulars for this mission. The elite mech units we fought against were also shaped to take part in massive battles. They are comfortable with acting as the anvil of a greater unit. My avatars weren't designed for this role. Not initially, at least. Yet during the Battle of Reckoning, you employed us as an anvil when we are much more comfortable with acting as the hammer. We didn't have enough anvils. Melkor took a deep breath. I get that, sir. I don't fault you for putting our avatars in the place where we were most needed. When you are short on anvils, you look for substitutes among the hammers that are not as good or vital in their current purpose. Obviously, my men scored worse in this aspect, so we had to fight like living sentinels. Obviously, Melkor was highly ambivalent about this turn of events. From a logical standpoint, the higher-ups made the most rational decision. It was objectively the best and most optimal choice to make out of the available possibilities. Yet from an emotional standpoint, Melkor resented the circumstances, and so did many other avatars probably. They were always told they were the pride and joy of the Larkinson clan, but when they fought their most serious battle to date, the avatars turned into supporting characters so that other mech forces such as the Penitent Sisters and the Sword Maidens could play the starring roles. The Battle of Reckoning is long over. Vase gently stated. While the circumstances we faced back then are regrettable, in this time of rebuilding we can make it all better. Your avatars will grow bigger, better and stronger, and your men won't be the only ones to do so. Every element of our clan will improve so that we will not be as desperate next time. I'm glad to hear that, sir, but the avatars cannot go on like this. We need to specialize ourselves just like the other mech forces. We need a new and more focused purpose so that we know what we are building towards and can take pride in something that the other mech forces cannot equal. I suppose you've formed an idea. Indeed, I did. Melkor began to grin. As it is right now, the force makeup of our clan already covers a number of roles. Yet none of them are quite as suitable to be employed as heavy cavalry as us. That is not to say that the others are bad at launching assaults, but they are much more suitable to be employed as flankers or commando units. What we can do is to perform the charges that others cannot. We shall be the spear of the Larkinson clan. You mean with Lancer mechs? The Avatar commander nodded. Among other mech types, while it is too monotonous to replace all of our machines with Lancer mechs, I do envision them as one of our defining mech types. I want to see entire formations of Avatar mechs charging forward and breaking open a massive hole in the ranks of our opposition. No matter how stiff the enemy is holding back our might, our avatars must be capable of smashing through every obstacle and disrupting the carefully laid plans of our enemies. We are your best tools when tricks and schemes aren't enough. In other words, Melkor wanted his avatars to become the fist of the Larkinson clan. While it was nice to take out a difficult opponent by circling around and stabbing them in the back, that was not possible all the time, as was the case in the previous battle. Sometimes, an enemy had to be overcome by fighting them on their terms. The avatars wanted to stand out from the other elite mech forces of the Larkinson clan by excelling in creating openings. In this situation, it would be nice to have a solution that could just charge straight through the front. A heavy assault role is quite dangerous. Vase pointed out, no matter how successful you are, as long as the enemy is strong enough to hold back our other mech forces, they are probably capable of exacting a significant toll on your troops. Each frontal assault is fraught with peril. My men can take it. As long as this is our main purpose, we will work hard to meet everyone's expectations. Of course, we also need the right mechs. We won't be able to breach through any enemy formation without mechs that are tough enough to drive a wedge into the enemy ranks. The Avatar commander looked expectantly at Vase. For his part, Vase was quite willing to address this need. The problem was that this wasn't the only priority on his mind. I'll take care of it, though my upcoming design schedule is already packed. Our expert pilots urgently require expert mechs in order to match opposing expert mechs. The Battle of Reckoning would have proceeded a lot more favorably if Venerable Joshua and so on were piloting real expert mechs instead of the knockoffs I developed in haste. Though Commander Melkor had heard this response enough times to get used to it, his patience was wearing thin. I've tolerated your delays over and over again, but real lives are at stake, sir. The longer it takes for you to design quality mech designs, the more we have to wait to reach our full potential. If it takes longer than a year for you to equip us with quality assault mechs, then give me a bag of money so that I can purchase the machines we need from the mech market. Vase leaned forward from his chair. Let's not be hasty, Melkor. Our Bright Warrior version B is just complete. While it isn't a dedicated assault mech, its Lancer mech configuration is still potent. Didn't you tell us that the new Bright Warrior is supposed to be the new starter mech of our clan, sir? I prefer to call it a universal mech. It's a mech that straddles the middle ground in order to maximize its compatibility with different mech pilots. Even though that means that its configurations aren't as colorful as specialized mechs, they are still fit for their respective purposes. Their performance does not fall short to comparable commercial mechs while still possessing all of the traits of living mechs that our mech pilots know and love. Vase called up some projections and explained in clear and simple terms how good the new Bright Warrior performed compared to its closest competitors on the mech market. In truth, the Bright Warrior incorporated a lot of compromises in its design that noticeably diminished its overall performance. The differences were rather minor. It was easy enough for Vase to gloss over them and focus on all of the good points of his latest completed mech design. His sales pitch partially won Melkor over. I guess we can give the Bright Warrior a try, if only for a couple of years. He reluctantly responded, it's not a long-term solution though. While this mech is indeed better than a solution from the market, the defensive properties of this machine are not quite up to my expectation. Its mobility is above average. All of its configurations are a little faster than usual. Miss Juliet Stamaros has done a great job at maximizing the mobility parameters of this design. That was true. A heavy cavalry unit had to possess at least a certain measure of mobility to perform their assaults. The avatars didn't need too much of it though. If all of that speed and agility came at the cost of defense or offense, then the gains weren't worth the losses. Vase and Melkor spent a few minutes envisioning how the new Bright Warrior would be able to facilitate the proposed transition. I do have to admit that most of our mech pilots probably won't be ready to pilot an advanced Lancer mech straight away. Melkor conceded. In that sense, starting off with a less demanding mech like the new Bright Warrior is a good choice. Even if its configurations aren't as powerful as I wish, their skill floors won't be as high either. They make for fine tools to transition into better mechs down the road. What's even better is that unlike the crappy budget mechs we utilized before, this model can actually withstand the rigors of high-intensity combat. The Bright Warrior model potentially possessed other advantages as well, though Vase didn't want to bring them up right now. What the avatars mainly needed was a solid mech to regain their footing and transition to an assault role. It was not a permanent solution, though. In time, the avatars needed a more fitting solution. Once I've addressed the needs of our expert pilots, I'll work on the mechs you need. Vase promised to Melkor. A new Lancer mech is definitely on the cards, and I might design some additional mechs that are suitable for assaults as well. In fact, I can also squeeze in some time to work on your long-awaited custom mech during our stay in this star system. I can adapt a Bright Warrior version B to suit your piloting style just like how I've shaped the Bright Beam Prime to complement Venerable Stark's marksmanship. Contrary to Ves's expectations, Melkor did not show much enthusiasm for this suggestion. I'm quite impressed at the Bright Beam Prime, but I would like to be able to shoot more than 3 times per engagement, sir. I don't want my custom mech to be based around the Bright Warrior either. I'd like to receive a mech that is adapted from a more dedicated rifleman mech. Melkor had waited so long for his custom mech that he might as well wait a little longer. He wanted the wait to be worth it. He knew that Vase was capable of designing much more excellent ranged mechs. That reminds me. Vase suddenly jerked his head. My giant killer design is almost ready. While it's a cannoneer mech that is exclusive to Penitent Sisters, I can modify one so that you don't need to be Hexer to pilot it. Are you open to this offer? Cannoneer mechs were basically slower and more hard-hitting versions of rifleman mechs. While their differences were quite significant, they also shared plenty of similarities. Melkor thought about it for a moment but eventually shook his head. Thank you for the offer, but I think it's best for me to stick with a regular Bright Warrior for now. I need to use the same model that the rest of my men are relying on to be aware of their plight. That's a noble sentiment. I do what I must. Melkor may not be as prominent of a leader as the likes of Commander Casella Ingvar or Commander Cinnabar, but he was dependable in his own way. Vase liked that about him. The avatars were in good hands as far as he was concerned. Chapter 2736 Defective Design. At the end of their private discussion, Vase and Melkor came to a new understanding. The opinions they shared and the decisions they made would profoundly change the Larkinson clan's first elite mech force. Commander Melkor insisted on transforming the avatars of Myth into the spear of the Larkinson clan. In order to facilitate this transformation, he intended to increase the intake of offensive melee mech pilots and reduce the emphasis on ranged specialists. Even though Melkor was a rifleman mech specialist himself, he did not mind the change. There was still a place for ranged mechs in the avatars. They just wouldn't be the main focus anymore in order to make sure that his entire unit excelled in frontal assaults. Melkor loosened up after Vase supported his plans and promised to facilitate the transition. He loosened his shoulders and relaxed his posture. Thank you, Vase, he said in a more personal tone. My men and I truly need these changes. It's been hard on you, Melkor. Responsibility is never an easy burden to bear. It gets even harder when something awful happened under your watch. The various battles the Larkinsons had fought since the founding of the clan repeatedly traumatized the clansmen. While the harsh experiences hardened them into battle-worn soldiers, they also incurred other damage. Commander Melkor was no different. His burden was greater, so he took a greater share of the mental damage than others. It was hard for people who cared about the well-being of their underlings to remain unmoved by the significant number of the deaths that had taken place. Different people coped with the problem in different ways. Some just bore their pain silently. Others turned to alcohol or stimulants. Then there were people like Vase who simply shoved his guilt aside and tried his best to wipe it out from his mind. It was too bad that not everyone was like Vase. Melkor looked like he could use a hug or a pat on the back. You don't need to look so glum, Melkor. Are your avatars complaining about your leadership? No, I've been spared from suffering the same fate as Commander Magdalena, though sometimes I feel I should. She unjustly fell on her sword because that was what was necessary to drag the living sentinels out of their slump. She doesn't deserve this fate and neither do you. External factors are the cause for all of the setbacks we've suffered. You did the best you can to respond to all of the developments that threatened our existence. Many people say that, Melkor grunted. Major Verl often tells me that as well. I still feel that a more seasoned and experienced commander could have kept a few more avatars alive. I often spend hours thinking that I should have pushed through certain decisions that would have lowered our casualties. You're getting lost in what-ifs. That's not a healthy habit to have. Introspection is only useful if it helps you become a better person. Since this is not the case right now, you should stop wallowing in the past and focus on the future instead. Your men still need your leadership. They need an authority figure, not a moper. That spurred Melkor to straighten himself up. No good came from doubting himself to this degree. After straightening Melkor out, Vase bid goodbye to him as he left. I hope you'll succeed in rejuvenating the avatars. Once Vase was done with his meetings, he decided to put down his patriarch hat in order to don his mech designer hat. He exited his temporary office and navigated to the large and mostly empty space that was supposed to be the design lab for the duration of the Larkinson clan's stay in this star system. A lot of mech designers were absent at the moment. The missing design teams weren't slacking off. Rather, they were probably preparing to fabricate and test the prototypes at a nearby testing facility. Vase walked up to Gloriana, who was busy with examining the latest iteration of the devious design. Anything to report? His wife shrugged. Nothing that you don't already know. Well, there is one issue I'd like for you to deal with. The Devious is long overdue a suitable proto-god. While its stealth systems are all functional, they aren't too effective due to the limited design budget of our design. We need to match this capability with a suitable glow in order to make the mech more suitable for stealth operations. Vase rubbed his palm against his face. He'd been postponing this problem for a while. I've been trying to find a good solution, but I haven't found any suitable ingredients. We either have two choices. We can either wait for me to scour through the Prosperous Hill system in the hopes of finding a good ingredient, or I can switch over to my backup plan and center the glow around the Superior Mother alone. You mean her dust phase aspect? Yes, I think it will help with making the Devious more unnoticeable to mech pilots, but I can't guarantee it will be as good as we hope. If I had the right design spirit, then I would feel much more assured that this model will be able to infiltrate Fredaman positions. Gloriana looked troubled. This was a hard choice to make. Time was of the essence as the Hex army urgently needed to obtain some new options to break the current trend of the Komodo War. What do you think we should do? She asked. She did not hesitate to shift responsibility back to him. If he was the one to make the harsh decisions, she wouldn't be burdened by any guilt. She could sleep easy knowing that Vase was to blame for any mistakes. Even though Vase didn't like it, he was already used to bearing responsibility over pivotal decisions that could shape the lives of billions if not trillions of people. There is still time. Vase crossed his arms. I'll be spending a portion of my time on visiting the various locales of Prosperous Hill V and maybe IV. There's bound to be a lot of exo-beasts and genetic products for sale. I'll go look for lifeforms that excel at hiding their presence in the markets I intend to visit over the coming weeks. If any of them are spiritually strong, I'll snap them up no matter the cost. Gloriana looked assured. You do that, then. Just like you, this is the first time I've designed a stealth mech. I don't want it to be average. It has to be special like every other mech we've collaborated on. It's hard to do that on a physical level, so we need to rely on the Superior Mother and whatever proto-god you create. Her words reflected the great constraints placed on the Devious design. It was truly hard to formulate an effective stealth mech with a total design budget of just 200 million hex credits. While that was more than sufficient to design a mech that could fool the senses of most private sector forces, the military of the Friday coalitions utilized better sensors. Military-grade detection systems were tuned to detect even the slightest fluctuations that Hexer stealth technology was prone to make. As long as they worked properly, that meant that the passage of stealth mechs should only generate fluctuations that were below the alarm thresholds of different detection systems. If these thresholds were set too low, then the guards would have to respond to way too many false alarms. Therefore, the detection systems were programmed to watch out for short spikes or longer periods of suspicious patterns. In general, the former only happened if the stealth system malfunctioned or if the mech pilot was too careless. Most stealth mechs got caught due to taking too long to sneak around. The longer they lurked around, the more suspicious readings they threw out. The Devious design did not present any special solutions against this problem. Its fairly basic stealth systems were barely enough to dampen all of its emissions to a satisfactory level. It wasn't capable of performing miracles. The intended glow of this Hexer stealth mech design was designed to solve a different issue. Every stealth mech had to be careful about tripping the suspicion of nearby hostiles. This was a rather confounding problem, as intuition was something that couldn't be quantified. Some people possessed a sharper intuition than others. One person's intuition may be calibrated towards danger while another person's intuition was sensitive towards the weather. Whatever the case, mech pilots generally possessed greater intuition towards possible intrusion than other people. If any mech pilot on duty suspected a possible intrusion, then he might choose to investigate regardless of the sensor readings of his mech. Intuition was strange and involved some of the more esoteric and metaphysical aspects of the human mind. There was no way that ordinary states invented a means to fool people's intuitions. Yet what Vase attempted to accomplish was exactly that. By formulating a glow that was capable of generating a false sense of security, the devious would have a much greater chance of slipping in and out without triggering an alarm. If this actually worked out, Vase wanted to employ the devious for his own purposes. Do you think we can develop a variant of devious that our black cats can make use of? Vase asked. I don't think that's appropriate. It's one thing to allow the penitent sisters to pilot the Valkyrie Redeemer. Their Hexer pedigree is sound. This is different. The more we use the devious, the more its core technologies risk becoming exposed. I think you're exaggerating the problem here. Vase accused. While the risk you describe does exist, I doubt it will work out the way you think. The Hexers will probably use the devious a lot more times than us, thereby exposing more to the Fredaemon than we ever could. I still don't like it. We both designed the devious as a mech for the armed forces and intelligence services of my home state. It feels wrong to twist it so that we can abuse its powers for its own use. Besides, we can do better. The devious is too cheap for the likes of us. If we want to make use of stealth mechs ourselves, we should step up and design one that is at least twice as costly. I agree with you, but we don't necessarily have to go back to the drawing board and design a new mech from scratch. We can save a lot of time and effort by developing a more expensive and effective variant of our devious design. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Vase. We should wait until we have completed this project and witness its effectiveness. We can form subsequent plans once we have solid data on its performance. Gloriana adopted a much more serious demeanor as she looked at the projected design schematics of one of their most ambitious projects. Even though its design budget was just a paltry 145 million hex credits, this mech had the potential of reversing the Hexer malaise if it lived up to its problem. Yet Gloriana did not look upbeat when she considered this design. Our blinding mech is supposed to be our killer weapon against enemy expert mech pilots. That's true. Vase slowly nodded. Then why doesn't it work? His wife abruptly blew up. During several rounds of prototype testing, IT barely did anything except slightly irritating expert pilots. Hey, our blinding mech exhibited significantly greater effectiveness against ordinary mech pilots in those testing sessions. Vase defensively raised his palms. WHO cares about that. You promised this mech would help the hegemony win the Komodo War, but all I see is a defective design that does nothing more than shine an invisible flashlight in someone's eyes. It's useless. I'm working on it, honey. I'll find a way to fix this problem. Chapter 2737 Poor Mech, Patriarch Vase. The observation room of a private testing facility became a lot more boisterous after Vase, Lucky and his usual entourage of guards stepped inside. The members of the design team monitoring the current testing session all looked up from their consoles and stood up to convey their respect. Vase casually waved his hand. Proceed with your work. Don't stop on my account. Who is in charge at the moment? That would be me, sir. Catherine Evanson remained standing. Give me an update on the latest iteration of the blinding mech. How is it performing? He asked as he approached the front of the room. She proceeded to do so. Catherine summoned various projections of graphs and tables filled with data to detail the current performance of the mech design in question. The large transparent windows looked down at an extensive pit where over 50 mechs moved according to a predetermined plan. All of the mechs belonged to the Larkinson clan. An entire mech company's worth of prototypes moved in formation. Each of those late-stage prototypes carried the thick and ungainly form of the blinding mech. Its utilitarian, masculine appearance lacked the elegance of female Hexer mech models. What made the model look even more remarkable was that it did not wield any weapon at all. Neither its arms nor its frame boasted any armaments of any kind. The blinding mech was actually quite capable of wielding weapons in battle, but that was not its primary responsibility. Its performance with either melee weapons or ranged weapons was rather poor due to budget constraints. Auxiliary mechs didn't necessarily need to be armed. Their primary purpose was to support other friendly units in battle. If they were forced to carry the battle, then something must have gone horribly wrong. The materials needed to fabricate the mech consisted of ubiquitous low-grade exotics and ordinary metals. The bulk of the blinding mech was deceptive, as an ordinary knight mech of the Hex army could easily withstand several times more damage. Even the mech pilot was supposed to be disposable. Vase already received word that the Hexadric hegemony were in the process of conscripting hapless male potentates whose genetic aptitudes were too low to qualify for regular military service. It would have been great if the Hexers were on the winning side, but since the opposite was the case, the state could no longer afford to squander its resources. Boys had to be put to work no matter the cost. Being aware of this reality hadn't made it easy for Vase to design this mech. Yet it was the only way he could think of to counter the unfair advantage the Friday Coalition held. As the Battle of Reckoning had brutally emphasized, it was incredibly costly to resist an opponent who brought additional expert mechs. Vase did not wish to see the Hexadric hegemony collapse. The state was the superior mother's greatest backer at the moment. Gloriana would also become hysterical if the Hexer people became homeless all of a sudden. He also did not wish to let the Friday Coalition enjoy the satisfaction of winning an existential war. The Fredaman targeted him several times, and a lot of good clansmen had died due to their aggression. The bad blood between him and the Coalition ran very deep. There was no way Vase was going to allow something as inconsequential as his conscience get in the way of his revenge. In order to fulfill this greater goal, Vase simply shut out his complaints and diligently designed the blinding mech without adding any additional frills, which was exactly what the Hex army sought. The blinding mech was not like the Blessed Squire. While the latter was also a male Hexer mech, its design was a lot more noble and benign towards its mech pilot. The blinding mech could only put up a shield and pray that an armed Hexer mech came to the rescue. The Blessed Squire was able to tank quite a decent amount of damage, which was pretty different from the good boy that it was originally meant to supplant. The blinding mech was a fake defensive mech. It possessed the bulk but not the defensive capabilities to withstand aggression from hostile military-grade mechs. The Blessed Squire was designed to be deployed as an individual mech supporting a larger unit of mechs. In turn, the other mechs would automatically do their best to coddle and protect the supportive knight mech so that its valuable glow would be preserved. The blinding mech was supposed to be deployed in mass formations numbering hundreds of identical copies or more. This was all necessary because a single mech was not enough to achieve the desirable effect. This last point was the most disturbing aspect about this mech design. No good would come from grouping so many flimsy, slow and pathetically armed mechs together. If even a single Fredaman mech company entered their midst, then a massacre would quickly ensue. Vase could only hope that the Hexer military commanders weren't heartless enough to deploy so many blinding mechs without providing adequate protection to them. With a production cost of 145 million Hex credits a copy, it still cost billions of valuable Hex credits if entire squads got trashed at once. While Vase looked down at the blinding mech exposing the luminaire crystals embedded on the surface of their uncovered tower shields, Catherine finally concluded her report. As it stands, a mech company of blinding mechs has only proven to be marginally effective at debilitating ordinary mech pilots but has not been able to hinder any expert pilot. I do have to mention that these are only preliminary results that are subject to several caveats and limitations. Vase glanced at the former Sentinel noble. Tell me about the caveats. As you can see right now, we have only been able to fabricate 40 copies of the current iteration of the blinding mech. While we have never fabricated so many prototypes of any single mech design before, this is still a sparse amount when you consider how it is meant to be fielded. That's true. How long will it take for additional blinding mechs to be shipped to this testing facility? I'm afraid it will take at least 3 more days, sir. Due to confidentiality requirements, it is irresponsible to outsource the production of the prototypes to any mech company in the Prosperous Hill system. It is prudent to produce the needed mechs from the spirit of Bentheim herself, but... Vase grimaced. The spirit of Bentheim's main priority is to mass produce as many bright warrior IBs as possible. Her production halls have recently been configured to optimize the fabrication of the new standard mech of the clan as much as possible. Temporarily switching over to fabricate 100 blinding mech prototypes won't go smoothly. Correct, sir. It doesn't help that we have to ship raw materials and finished mechs back and forth from the outer system to Prosperous Hill V by relying on a single transportation service. The PHTS has proven to be a severe bottleneck that imposes considerable delays. There wasn't much they could do about this problem, so Vase mentally shrugged and accepted that it would take time for more blinding mechs to arrive. Still, even if the testing facility became host to over 3 mech companies of blinding mechs, he doubted whether the results would become any different. This was why he dropped by the testing facility. Only Vase was able to troubleshoot the mech design when its spiritual aspects failed to deliver on their promises. "Miss Evanson, I'd like to witness some of the basic tests in person," Vase commanded as he got down to business. "Please suspend the current testing program and deploy the test mechs according to my direct instructions. It will only take another hour to complete the schedule." "Don't bother. We've already collected enough data on the blinding mech's physical performance characteristics. Even if a few parameters differ from the previous iteration, no one cares about a few percentage points worth of deviations. The blinding mech revolved completely around its ability to repel enemy expert pilots. Everything else was secondary." Vase saw no point in fiddling with its physical configuration at this late stage. It took a few minutes for the test mechs to suspend the current test and reset them so that they were ready to act according to instruction. "Which group of mech pilots are helping us with the prototypes?" Vase suddenly asked. "Commander Ingvar dispatched some of her living Sentinels mech pilots to us. We originally approached the Penitent Sisters, but they do not have any males among their mech pilot roster. It wasn't a big deal in this case. The blinding mech's design spirit was the U.S. Trius 1. Vase refrained from adding the superior mother to the mix because she wouldn't be able to contribute to the performance of the mech in any meaningful way. In fact, Vase was afraid that her strong presence might interfere with the U.S. Trius 1's role. Let's start with pitting a single blinding mech against a single regular mech. Once the upper layer shifted out of the way, the shield exposed an entire grid of flat luminaire crystals. There were even more luminaire crystals hidden inside the frame of the blinding mech. They didn't really serve any obvious purpose as far as other mech designers were concerned, but Vase thought differently. Luminaire crystals interacted with the U.S. Trius 1 in interesting ways, so there was nothing wrong with adding more to a mech. Begin with blinding the opposing mech. The blinding mech in question activated its main function. The blinding attack was actually a combined attack. As Vase switched to his spiritual vision, he could see that the mech pilot mentally activated the blinding mech's triggered ability. The design spirit became stimulated, causing it to interact with the luminaire crystals embedded in the shield in a mysterious fashion. Whatever the U.S. Trius 1 did somehow caused the luminaire crystals to become charged with a minute amount of spiritual energy. At the same time the design spirit made its move, the circuitry and other components of the shield began to channel electrical energy into the same crystals. This caused the front surface of the tower shield to dazzle all of a sudden. If any human stood in front of the blinding mech while it engaged its blinding pulse ability, that person would probably be blinded from all of the flashes. In fact, the intensity of the flashes was deliberately controlled to avoid inflicting permanent retinal damage. It would have been too easy for the blinding mech to harm lots of civilians if this precaution wasn't in place. There was no way that a few bright flashes of light was capable of overloading the sensors of any modern machine. The bright light flashes were only there to complement the spiritual flashes channeled by the same luminaire crystals. Yet as an ordinary commercial mech standing opposite to the blinding mech got exposed, it remained absolutely stable. The telemetry from the mech pilot on the receiving end of the blinding pulse only jumped a bit before going right back to normal. While this was just a single attempt, the lack of any meaningful result did not bode well for the blinding mech. Yet the mech did not do anything. Vase clearly observed the prototype channeling some sort of spiritual emission towards the target. The problem was that it was too weak. Chapter 2738 Insufficient input. The first attempt yielded a disappointing result, but Vase already anticipated this outcome. It was too much to ask for a single copy of the blinding mech to debilitate another mech pilot. Theoretically, it made little sense. The U.S. Trius 1 was not as powerful as the superior mother, and the blinding mech wasn't capable of channeling a lot of spiritual energy. The blinding mech was not a prime mech. It did not carry an entire reserve of spiritual energy transferred from the U.S. Trius 1 in advance. Even if it did, it wouldn't be of any use as only expert pilots were capable of utilizing such mechs. There was no way the Hex army had enough expert pilots to spare on the blinding mechs. Even if it did, the Hexers would never put these precious individuals in cannon fodder mechs. Each aspect of the blinding mech was either cheap or disposable. At its lowest level, the model was merely a vehicle to channel one of the Trius One's unique spiritual characteristics. On paper, this meant that it didn't matter whether the mech was cheap or expensive in construction. Its spiritual characteristics wouldn't be any less potent if Vase designed it as a third-class mech instead. While Vase wasn't wrong in thinking so, he was hoping a stronger effect than a negligible fluctuation. Ready 9 more blinding mechs. Once a squad of blinding mechs exposed the luminaire crystals embedded into their shields, their mech pilots simultaneously triggered the same ability. This time, the effect on the target mech pilot was a bit more noticeable. While the ordinary mech did not experience anything except for moderate visual flashes, the pilot actually blinked his eyes for a moment. Yet that was all. While the distance between the observation room and the testing ground was a bit far, Vase could still see that the overlapping blinding pulses hardly resulted in a stronger impact. Prepare all 40 blinding mechs. It was only when an entire mech company worth of blinding mechs activated their blinding pulse abilities at once that the target mech pilot experienced actual differences. The mech pilot blinked several times while trying to nurse his head through his helmet. His discomfort was evident as the telemetry transmitted by his mech showed some concerning fluctuations. The effect was moderate enough to affect the mech pilot's performance in battle, but not enough to knock him out of action entirely. Okay, let's put an expert pilot in front of the blinding mechs. Who is on duty this time? Catherine Evanson. Let me call up Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. He is on standby right now with his prime mech. The Piranha Prime walked out of a mech hangar with slow, light steps. The mech stepped in front of the formation of blinding mechs and simply stood in place. Vase shifted his gaze to the camera feed of the cockpit. Tusa looked incredibly bored. He didn't want to waste his time on serving as a practice target for an experimental new mech. The only reason why he showed up with his prime mech at all was because someone had to do the job and he happened to get the short end of the stick. Let's get this over with, please. Venerable Tusa flatly said. Though his attitude could use some adjustment, Vase didn't care too much about what the expert pilot thought. The blinding mechs had an expert pilot to try their abilities out and that was enough. Commence the test. The luminaire crystal-encrusted shields flashed yet again. Different energy waves washed over the low-intensity resonance shield Piranha Prime. Nothing else happened. The reason for the former was because he confirmed something that was very helpful to the effectiveness of the blinding mech. Though the sensors hadn't been able to detect any spiritual interactions, Vase clearly perceived that the combined spiritual emissions from the blinding mechs succeeded in passing through the Piranha Prime's resonance shield. For some unfathomable reason, the resonance shield failed to designate the spiritual emissions as an attack. The barrier let the spiritual flashes pass through as if they were just harmless rays of light. This was a pretty confounding interaction. Vase couldn't help but rub his smooth-shaven chin as he tried to figure out how resonance shields worked. Who or what determined the defensive parameters of a resonance shield? Were all of them the same, or did they only block attacks the expert pilot deemed harmful? For now, it seemed that the latter was true. Vase never programmed anything related to resonance shields when he developed his prime mechs. They only emerged when expert pilots interfaced with his primer mechs. This indirectly suggested that a lot of spiritual manifestations were rooted in the mech pilot rather than the mech. The former had to be strong, but the latter didn't necessarily have to be the best. This was an interesting little insight, but not one that changed the overall outcome of this test. Catherine issued a single request over a private command channel. Venerable Tusa, please describe your experiences during the brief event. I dunno really. I feel like someone flashes me in the eyes, but my mech automatically filtered out the excess luminosity captured by its optical sensors. I still felt a bit strange though. Maybe some of the sensors got damaged during the Battle of Reckoning. Please tell someone to inspect my prime mech after this is over. Ahem. Catherine slightly coughed. Did you experience any discomfort or debilitating effects at all during the brief interval when the blinding mechs were flashing their shields? No, Tusa replied in an impatient tone. I felt a little weird, but not enough to affect me in any way. It takes way more than a strange twinkle to distract me from my goal. After asking a few more questions which yielded several more disappointing answers, Catherine eventually turned to her superior. As you can see, sir, a full mech company of blinding mechs failed to debilitate Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson in any way. Have you performed this test on any other expert pilot? We did, she nodded. Venerable Joshua exhibited an even milder reaction towards the blinding mechs. All in all, Vase figured the fundamental problem behind the lack of effectiveness. The triggered ability was just too weak. In its current state, the blinding mech would never be able to disturb any expert pilot no matter how many of them were deployed at once. Vase didn't think the addition of a couple of hundred blinding mechs would change the fundamental result. As he had just observed, the intensity of the blinding pulse did not scale linearly when multiple of them were stacked together. Instead, just like glows, the combined effect was only mildly stronger than just a single spiritual emission. The only major advantage was that it became a lot harder to disrupt all of them, which was only useful if the damned ability did anything in the first place. You can resume the regular schedule. Vase sighed and turned away from the observation window. I have seen enough for now. I'll be down at the hangar bay to take a look at the prototypes up close. Half an hour later, the blinding mechs all moved to their assigned places in the hangar bay and powered down. The living Sentinel mech pilots all exited the cockpits and moved to a debriefing room in order to document their individual experiences. Vase approached a random prototype and looked up at the tall and heavy machine. Its thick frame and hefty shield exuded a subtle atmosphere that was completely different from that of his other Hexer mechs. The Il-U-S Trius 1 possessed a very understated glow despite the light shows he frequently generated. Vase didn't even pretend how this worked. He just wanted to focus on the blinding mech's spiritual foundation and spiritual construct he shaped to enable its primary purpose. Blinding an expert pilot is harder than I thought, he muttered. Meow. Lucky echoed as he floated around. The blinding mech in question. According to his nose, the blinding mech was the equivalent of a nutrient pack. Other than filling up his stomach, the mech possessed no other value. Vase sneered at his pet. I remember a time where you wouldn't hesitate to eat junk exotics that are primarily used to make third-class mechs. Even if the blinding mech is a budget model, it's still a second-class machine. Meow. Lucky arrogantly huffed while distancing himself from what he considered to be a disgusting meal. Not even a gem cat valued the blinding mech. Vase was quite depressed by all of the bad news surrounding this project. The mech design was an ambitious experiment, but right now Vase didn't see any way of getting it to work. As Vase experienced many times throughout his mech design career, the simplest problems were also the hardest ones to solve. There's a lack of power. It was impossible to effect change without supplying energy. If there wasn't energy to fuel a reaction, then the effect would always disappoint no matter what it was supposed to achieve. It was like pitting his unending regalia suit against a mech. Even though his combat armor largely consisted of near-indestructible unending alloy that was worth as much as entire starships, any ordinary mech could easily defeat it by stepping onto the suit. In this example, the difference in scale resulted in a massive difference in power that simply couldn't be surmounted by the weaker side. The blinding mech was not as small as a personal suit, but from a spiritual perspective it might as well be. It was just an ordinary mech paired with an ordinary mech pilot. This combination didn't even come close enough to matching the spiritual strength of an expert pilot. We might need 1,000 blinding mechs to achieve an effective result against a single expert pilot, and only against a weaker one. This was too unreasonable. While the blinding mech was designed to be deployed en masse, it took too much resources, manpower and transportation capacity to put the model to use in this case. When he traveled down to this testing facility, he thought the problem was more technical. Yet when he examined the spiritual construct and the Il-U-S Trius 1's interaction with it in detail, he concluded that it was working exactly as intended. The spiritual parts were all doing what they were supposed to do. The input was just too feeble to achieve a strong enough output. This isn't the first time I'm dealing with a lack of energy. Vase grumbled. Right now, he didn't see any way for him to supply the blinding mech with additional spiritual energy. The mech was already straining to draw as much as it could accomplish from the Il-U-S Trius 1. It wasn't enough. At least my prime mechs have another source of energy. Those were different circumstances. What Vase needed to do was to achieve a comparable result but without the benefit of prime materials, manual preparations and expert pilots. This is impossible. Free energy did not just show up out of nowhere. Even the Il-U-S Trius 1 had to divert the harvest he received from the modestly growing number of mech pilots of the recently released Crystal Lord Mark II. While the third-class rifleman mech model had achieved a decent degree of popularity, it was more of a hidden gem at the moment. The original ferocious piranha sales hadn't abated yet, so it was still attracting the most attention out of all of the LMC's mech catalog. For these reasons and more, the Il-U-S Trius 1 could only do so much. Even if he was as strong as the superior mother, he wouldn't be able to sustain the effective functioning of the blinding mech for long. I need another source of energy, Vase concluded, yet where could he possibly obtain one? Due to all of the aforementioned limitations, he did not possess anything that could address this vital need. Wait a minute, he suddenly paused. At least one of my battle prizes may be capable of generating energy. His thoughts went back on one of his most significant harvests from the battle against the Abyss. For all this time, he barely paid any attention to it because he was immersed in his immediate priorities. It wasn't until now that he possessed an actual need for it. For the first time in months, Vase finally thought about the namesake of Unending Alloy. Chapter 2739 Unending Ambition. Vase harvested several spiritual remains from powerful entities over the past year. He not only obtained the essence of ancient existences referred to as the Dark Gods, he also expanded his collection with the spiritual remains of a couple of expert pilots and journeyman mech designer. The bounty he possessed was enough to make any spiritual engineer happy, not that Vase knew of any. Still, he felt a lot less poor now that he accumulated some spiritual resources again. With the loss of Nixie, the high-grade life-prolonging serum and the Grand Dynamo, Vase couldn't squander his spiritual energy as much as before. This was part of the reason why he hadn't touched the spiritual fragment of the Unending One and other spiritual treasures. He didn't dare to do anything with them without a solid plan in mind. The value of the spiritual fragment of the Unending One was inestimate to him. Not only did it possess a huge amount of potential, there was only one of its kind in existence. Vase very much doubted that he'd be able to encounter another eons-old spiritual entity with a powerful devouring attribute over the course of his travels. Though he felt tempted to use the spiritual fragment of the Unending One as an ingredient in several different experimental products, he didn't want to risk the chance of ruining the result. This time might be different. Vase possessed a real need for an energy source to solve a pressing need. The blinding mech was like a bot without an energy cell. Only after stuffing a compatible energy source inside would it be able to work as advertised. Yet this wasn't the only possible application of the Unending One. I have needs as well. He long held ambitions to develop a homegrown version of the Grand Dynamo that once supplied him with an abundance of spiritual energy. While he had no hopes of replicating the sheer amount of useful functions of the original spiritual energy generator, he theorized that he might be able to leverage the Unending One's intrinsic properties to achieve a similar result, if at a much lesser degree of effectiveness. In fact, he had so many other possible uses of the spiritual fragment of the Unending One that he simply couldn't choose. The need for energy was universal. No one said no to extra energy. Vase believed he would come up with even more energy-hungry applications that required him to supply an additional energy source. This was why he developed a plan to farm the fragment of the Unending One. Even though his mother killed the Dark God, he knew that spiritual existences had an annoying tendency to restore elements of their old selves if they were fed with lots of energy. Prophet Ilvain was a very good example of that. Vase never went through with his plan for this reason. If he wanted to grow the spiritual fragment of Unending One like a fruit tree and continually harvest additional fragments from it, then he had to make it stronger. It's too dangerous. Dark gods used to be incredibly dangerous due to multiple reasons. Not only did they possess an abundant amount of spiritual energy when they were alive, they also possessed a wealth of knowledge and experience in manipulating it all. They were so much better than him in manipulating spiritual energy that he only had to make a single mistake for them to make a comeback. The safest way to process them is to remove the possibility of letting them grow back to their old selves. Vase concluded. That was what he effectively did with the spiritual fragment of the so-called Blinding One. By forcefully merging it with one of his oldest design spirits, it effectively turned into a giant upgrade potion to the Crystal Leader. The change was so profound that he turned into a much greater design spirit. This was why he called him the Il-U-S Trius One these days. Should I do something similar with the Unending One? Vase asked himself. He wasn't sure whether something like that could even work. The Unending One was far more dangerous than his other spiritual fragments. The closest comparable entity to the Unending One was his own mother. When Vase happened to have harvested a tiny spiritual remnant from Cynthia, he ignorantly used it as an ingredient to create the superior mother. This was all the opening it needed. To his alarm, the creation process completely went off the rails as his mother's tiny spiritual fragment swallowed every other spiritual element around it and grew to enormous proportions. While the results eventually worked out for Vase, that was only because the source of the hijacking incident was friendly towards him. The superior mother turned out to be an even greater boon than he ever thought possible after it fused with Cynthia. I can't expect a friendly reception if I try to do the same with the unending one. It might be possible to avoid this outcome if he sterilized the fragment of the unending one of all of its weird and hostile influences. Yet Vase knew very well that his method of filtering and cutting out undesirable spiritual attributes was very crude. If Vase missed just a tiny portion of the original unending one, the former dark god would definitely find a way to come back from the dead. Ah, this is too frustrating. Meow. Lucky on the other hand looked puzzled at what Vase was doing now. What was the big deal? You don't understand, buddy. The mech designer looked helplessly at the blinding one. If he attempted to insert any element of the unending one in it, then there was a possible chance that it might mutate into an unholy clone of the most powerful dark god that Vase had ever fought against. Should he just shelve this plan and find another solution? No, I can't keep avoiding this issue. The fragment of the unending one was an incredibly valuable resource, but it did not help him at all when it was just lying around in his vault. There were many other potential benefits of harnessing the power of the unending one. In the short term, he might be able to power up his prime mechs even further. Even if he didn't foresee any possibility of them needing to go into action, it was still nice to have that reassurance in the back of his mind. While not all of his mechs depended heavily on their spiritual properties, it never hurt to supply them with more spiritual energy. I also have a personal interest in harnessing the unending one. He concentrated his mind and began to inspect his own mind. His spirituality had steadily grown, and that showed in subtle ways. His design seed became a little more intense and the quantity of loose spiritual energy floating in his mind had increased. There was little to complain about the natural growth of his spirituality. He had the feeling he was growing just as fast if not faster than any other journeyman in his position. In fact, Gloriana also grew at a similar pace, but Vase had a feeling that was due to all of the progress she made whenever they succeeded in making another masterwork mech. Juliet's spirituality grew at a significantly slower pace. She was probably a more representative example of how quickly journeymen progressed. Yet, what if Vase had a way of growing faster? He wasn't just thinking about adding another spiritual dynamo in his mind. In fact, he found it rather boring. Other than supplying him with an excess of loose spiritual energy, an isolated energy generator didn't really do anything to facilitate his personal growth. The other issue is that spiritual dynamos and spiritual energy generators are external objects. He muttered. This was why he developed an ambitious plan. In the darkest depths of his mind, he cooked up an incredibly bold and crazy-sounding premise. What if I absorb the fragment of the unending one? This was not a trivial suggestion. Even the tiniest purified fragment of the unending one was still dangerous. Yet if Vase had a way of mitigating or neutralizing the risks, he might be able to internalize the powers of the tentacled whale for himself. He just needed to look at the U.S. Trius 1 to see an example of a successful absorption. Even though the massively strengthened design spirit exhibited an increasing amount of powers of the blinding one, the U.S. Trius 1 was nothing like the dark god in terms of personality. If Vase was able to pull off the same merger, wouldn't he be able to become a much more potent mech designer and spiritual engineer? Still, there was one major consequence that immediately caused him to stop in his tracks. Assuming he was able to control all of the potential ways the merger process could go wrong, absorbing the unending one would definitely alter his mix of spiritual attributes. To put it in a more simpler way, his domain would change into something else. Right now, his primary spiritual attributes were equally divided between mechs and life. He considered this the best balance to progress his current design philosophy. What if it changed? What if he inserted a third spiritual attribute that didn't originally belong? Vase could think of two possible outcomes. The less desirable one was that he formed a mismatch between his attributes and his design philosophy. Vase was afraid that he might sabotage his promising mech design career due to his greed. Yet, there is also another possibility. The second outcome was that his domain and design philosophy somehow found a way to integrate the new variable. Wouldn't it be great if my spiritual creations could grow by eating or absorbing other sources of energy? This would definitely supercharge all of his products. As long as he was able to control the side effects, Vase foresaw endless benefits if he succeeded in integrating a portion of the unending one in his own spirit. He just couldn't bring himself to pull the trigger. The chance of catastrophic failure was too great. His inability to control every variable or predict every possible procedure meant that this amounted to a high-risk gamble where his very life would be at stake. Maybe I should take a step back. Maybe I should test it out on another mech designer first. Vase groaned. He just recalled he killed a perfectly functional journeyman mech designer not too long ago. Even though he did it to satisfy his revenge and earn brownie points with Gloriana, it didn't change the fact that he threw away a valuable test subject. He would just have to find a way to get his hands on another journeyman. I'll probably get one sooner or later. He crossed his arms. I make so many enemies these days that it's a statistical certainty that I'll piss off a journeyman. For now, there was no reason to rush this ambitious plan. He needed to get back to solving his more immediate problem with supplying the blinding mech with an energy source. Countless questions flooded his mind. How should he make use of the fragment of the unending one? How should he integrate the prepared energy source to the spiritual foundation of the blinding one? How would he be able to prevent the blinding mechs from absorbing energy from its own mech pilot? All of these issues required an extensive amount of thought and consideration. He might also have to perform a few risky experiments in order to verify his new ideas. Luckily, I'm in a star system that is a regional center for biotech research. He grinned. I might be able to obtain something that can help me realize my plans. Chapter 2740 Human Detection Systems. It took some time for Vase to regain his composure. Although there was no harm in dreaming big, every ambition introduced a lot of risks. The greater the ambition, the greater the potential setbacks. Normally, Vase would shove his ambitious ideas to the back of his mind because he was already preoccupied with other priorities. He was reluctant to do so this time. I already have the spiritual fragment of the unending one for months and it's just collecting dust in my vault. When will I ever get to do something with this prize? It's too valuable to keep it in storage. He also had a bunch of other spoils of war that he needed to make use of somehow. Most notably, it would be very helpful for him to study the remains of the Charlemagne, the Jeanne d'Arc and the Scarra for his upcoming expert mech design projects. He decided to think about it over the next few days and try and see if he could spare some time on experimenting with the powers of the unending one. Vase currently had to juggle between several major priorities. He had to prepare for his upcoming design duel, complete his 5 remaining mech design projects, stay informed about the attempt to exchange the Aurelus for another capital ship and supervise the mass recruitment effort of his clan. He actually had a lot of other concerns and duties, but he couldn't possibly address them all. He needed to find a way to delegate these matters to people he trusted. He was already doing that, but there were some issues that he was too concerned about to leave in the hands of others. They're generally split in 2 different categories: mech design related and clan governance related. The former could be solved by appointing a good enough mech designer to solve the mostly technical problems he regularly had to deal with. His concern was that none of his assistants were good enough. Even if they were, without his kind of specialty, they were helpless in the face of spiritual-related issues. I see now why masters are fond of raising direct disciples. They're the best form of assistance that you can get. Vase muttered. Right now, none of the mech designers who answered to him were heirs to his design philosophy. He guided and instructed the likes of Kedis and Michael in a way that allowed them to find their own way in mech design. While that made him feel good, he was not doing himself any favors. It's not yet time to pass on the essentials of my design philosophy, he whispered to himself. This solution had to be set aside for later. Crazy ideas like mine, for example. Vase joked. Meow. Lucky nodded his head in agreement. You naughty cat. Vase leaned forward and grabbed Lucky from his desk. Meow. Don't think I haven't forgotten about your lack of production. You've been spending a lot of time on the Aurelus with Calabast, haven't you? Did she feed you with the abundant amount of material reserves and scrap when you were working over there? How come you haven't produced a single gem? Miuo. Vase was losing patience with Lucky. What was the point of having a gem cat if no gems showed up? The little bugger was getting lazy. You know, I think I have a sliver of bee stone in my pockets. I prepared it just for you. Let me retrieve it so that I can, meow. Vase suddenly paused. What, are you sure? Meow meow meow. Lucky urgently yelled as his tail whipped about in excitement. You better not be lying to me, buddy. Meow. After a bit of hesitation, Vase decided to give his pet the benefit of the doubt. He let go and allowed Lucky to fly a few meters away. "I'll give you another month. You're lucky that I'm too preoccupied with other priorities to bother about your lack of production. You better give me something good after I'm done with my mech duel and my remaining projects. I don't think there will be any further distractions preventing me from meddling with your digestion system." Meow meow. While he was running low on usable gems, Vase did not mind waiting for another month if Lucky lived up to his promises. One good gem was worth 10 middling gems in his opinion. Overall, the longer it took, the stronger the output. Of course, whether those gems were actually useful did not entirely depend on strength. In some cases, Lucky produced some gems with very weird effects. It was a struggle for Vase to find a good use for them when they didn't do anything straightforward such as increasing the defense of a mech. At least he no longer underestimated these useless gems as much. For a long time, he disregarded the Whipping Boy gem, only to find it was shockingly effective in battle when paired with a mech that already had a suppressive effect such as the Valkyrie Prime. He prepared to formulate a suitable glow for the Devious in case he wasn't able to obtain a compatible design spirit from the local environment. It was easy enough to implement a glow that was based on the superior mother's dust phase of existence. The Devious had already been designed to embody the dust phase of existence since the mech had been conceived. The effect of this glow was rather effective in lowering people's guards. During the initial tests, Devious mechs in stealth snuck around a testing ground that was modeled after a typical base and managed to evade the suspicion of the mock guards by 15%. This was quite a drastic jump. Gloriana became a bit more mollified when she witnessed the disposable Hexer stealth mech in action with its new glow. Our mech design's performance is truly better. Its success rate against the circumstances the prototypes are facing make it seem as if the Devious is a stealth mech that is twice as expensive. Vase shook his head as he studied the data. "I think you should be careful about drawing any conclusions from these initial results. Just like how the Friday Coalition adapted to the introduction of the Blessed Squire and the Valkyrie Redeemer, the state will definitely find a number of ways to hinder the Devious from raiding their rear positions. LMC mechs in the Komodo War were way too high profile these days. Ordinary new Hexer mech models did not catch much attention because their impact on the war was rather modest. The Fredamen were justified to direct so much attention on the products of the miracle couple. The glows of the two aforementioned mechs radically changed the dynamics of the battlefield. Even if the mechs themselves weren't too strong or noteworthy, their spiritual traits were simply too impactful. The annoying part about all of this was that Vase didn't think the glows of his subsequent 3 Hexer mech designs were all that revolutionary. Sure, the Devious might gain a glow that lowered the vigilance of people around it, but so what? The root of any stealth mech was its stealth systems, and if those weren't all that good, the automated sensor systems would definitely ring an alarm regardless of what kind of fancy glow was active. Therefore, the application of the Devious would always be limited. The Hexers fielded much better stealth mechs that could infiltrate much more tightly guarded places. Still, even a cheap stealth mech had its place. The Devious was not that complicated to pilot, so any average mech pilot could employ it to perform risky battlefield infiltration. If the Hexers were willing to deploy a large number of stealth mechs, they could easily frustrate the Fredamen supply lines, thereby slowing their forward progress. As the Devious began to perform repeat infiltration against the same group of helpers, the latter became a lot more vigilant. Now that they became aware of the effects of the stealth mech, the clansmen assigned to play the role of base guards did not lose their vigilance as easily. Still, even if they knew that the Devious was definitely attempting to sneak up to them at some point, they still lost their alertness when the stealth mech came close enough. It's too difficult to remain alert when the glow doesn't announce itself. Vase noted the key issue. The Devious is too good at lowering vigilance without giving itself away. The Devious finally began to show its faults when an expert candidate and an expert pilot started to play the role as guards. During one testing session, Vase directed his eyes to the cockpit feed of one of the guard mechs. From what Vase had experienced, light mech specialists generally came in 2 varieties. The most dominant group consisted of flighty and impatient individuals such as Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson. They loved to pilot fast mechs because they could reach their destinations faster and outpace everyone else. While their combat instincts were exceptionally sharp in order to allow them to pull off their risky attack runs, their inability to stay calm meant they made for poor guards. Someone like Trinity Larkinson belonged to another group of light mech specialists. While she was almost just as capable of dancing on the edge of the knife with a light mech as other battle enthusiasts, she was much more capable of sitting still in order to observe her surroundings. Over there, her mech abruptly raised its rifle and fired a harmless laser at the corner of a structure that was about 200 meters away. The laser seemingly passed through empty air and struck another distant structure, but the observers of the test knew better. The Devious that had just turned around the corner disengaged its active stealth. Trinity had managed to catch the mech barely a second after it slowly rounded the corner. Why did it get found out so fast? Gloriana frowned. Expert candidates possess greater intuition than ordinary mech pilots. Vase explained. I think they may be sharp enough to notice that an external influence is attempting to alter their perception. The results were even worse when the Devious attempted to sneak past an expert pilot. Even a rather sloppy individual like Venerable Rosa Orphan succeeded in detecting the presence of an invisible stealth mech a kilometer away. This is ridiculous. Expert pilots were very sharp individuals, and not just due to their intuition alone. Their elevated mental capacities allowed them to merge with their mechs to a much greater extent. They became much more attuned with the senses of their machines. They were also capable of leveraging a greater proportion of a mech's computing power to process much more data. All of this meant that expert pilots were much more capable of picking up and analyzing suspicious patterns in sensor data than regular mech pilots. Expert pilots made for excellent base guards. This setback substantially reduced the utility of the Devious model. The Fredaman coalition fielded a lot of expert pilots. Even if they were off duty at a base somewhere, their sharp intuition might cause them to detect something amiss even if they were enjoying a meal in a mess hall. The glow of the mech might do more harm than good in this case. While ordinary mech pilots weren't able to detect the shifts of their own minds, expert pilots were much more aware of their changes. They were definitely capable of sensing an external influence acting on their minds. Well, that's why this model is cheap. Gloriana eventually shrugged. If an expert pilot happens to catch it, then the hegemony can afford the loss. Vase wasn't happy with this outcome. He believed he could do better. While the Superior Mother was a capable all-rounder, in the end she was not the best choice to augment a stealth mech. If he wanted to achieve a better result, he just had to find a suitable ingredient to form a design spirit that excelled at hiding presences. Chapter 2741 Heavy Firepower. Not every mech design project was as convoluted and difficult as the Devious design. The other two Hexer mech designs yielded much more straightforward results during the tests. For example, the new communications mech codenamed Cherub completely matched the expectations of its designers. It was just a simple unarmed auxiliary light mech that didn't carry much except for a decent set of sensor, communication and ECM systems. They weren't very good, honestly. There was only so much quality that Vase could afford for a mech with a design budget of 55 million Hex credits. If this was all, the Hex army would never adopt the Cherub. Affordable or not, its performance parameters were too poor to counteract all of the difficulties on the battlefield. The inability to transmit signals under heavy jamming was an outright failure for a communications mech designed for the battlefield. Yet neither Vase nor Gloriana showed any dissatisfaction with this simplistic mech design. They watched on as the Cherub succeeded in transmitting complete data packages over various distances under extremely heavy interference. In order to simulate the toughest possible environment the Cherub model might encounter, Vase rented some special signal interference devices the size of shuttles. When multiple of them activated all at once, the entire testing area became filled with an abundance of disruptive energy waves that visibly discomfited any human inside. However, whether it was short-range communications or long-range communications, different Cherub mechs always succeeded in exchanging messages back and forth. The mech was even capable of transmitting messages even when there was a source of spiritual instability nearby. Glows and force of wills hardly affected the integrity of the signals being transmitted. This was because the communication signals largely passed through a sub-network of the Superior Mother. The exact mechanics behind this phenomenon was actually a bit more complicated than it sounded. Vase had to put careful thought in how he designed the sub-network and how to keep the Cherubs connected even in the face of several circumstances. He even made sure to encrypt the transmissions so that a spiritually sensitive entity wouldn't be able to decipher any intercepted messages in a short amount of time. The only shortcoming that disappointed Vase was the relatively low bandwidth of the communication network. The limited bandwidth that our Cherubs have access to will largely confine the transmissions to highly compressed footage or data logs. Any information was better than no information at all. Even a few pages worth of material was enough to increase the response times of crucial reinforcements or provide more warning time to units that were about to be attacked. Vase looked satisfied at the results. The Cherub is not a flashy mech, but one that can serve a very useful purpose. That's the case with most auxiliary mechs, Gloriana affirmed. She was quite happy with the results as well, even though she didn't feel challenged enough when she worked on this project. If the Hex army isn't able to counter enemy expert mechs directly, then we can at least provide it with a better means of staying in touch with different units. Better communications will lead to better and more timely commands. Hopefully, that will prevent some needless casualties and deliver some much-needed victories. While the Cherubs could definitely change the course of a lot of battles, there was only so much influence an auxiliary mech could exert. In massive conflicts like the Komodo War, clever stratagems and brilliant plans could only do so much to affect the overall trend. Most large-scale clashes turned into grueling battles of attrition where the side with the tougher mechs, biggest guns and more skilled mech pilots gained the upper hand. As auxiliary mechs, the blinding mech, Cherub and Devious weren't capable of achieving an instant, substantial impact. There was one mech that might be different, though. When Vase and Gloriana moved to a different part of the testing facility, they witnessed a handful of thick and sturdy ranged mechs lining up while bringing their massive cannons to bear. As a cannoneer mech, the giant killer had to be able to carry larger caliber weapons that introduced a lot of heft. It took a lot of strength for the cannoneer mechs to carry their massive Samheim Gauss cannons on land. The few times it attempted to engage its flight system and lift up in the air, the results weren't pretty. The giant killer flew so slowly and ungainly that any decent ranged or aerial mech was capable of defeating it with ease. Gloriana looked disgusted. This mech is awful in the air. I think it is best to remove the flight system or limit its flight capabilities for repositioning purposes only. Vase concluded. It was too easy to take down the giant killers when these sluggish mechs attempted to fight in the air. They flew like flying pigs. Even if their elevation granted them a favorable angle against their targets, it simply wasn't worth it to expose them in such an easy fashion. At least on land the cannoneer mechs could take cover and hide its presence behind natural or artificial terrain features. Still, the fact that the mech was designed to accommodate multiple environments meant that it didn't really perform that well on land either. As the giant killer prototypes showed what they were capable of in the testing grounds, Vase felt they were merely serviceable. While they didn't perform too badly on land, there were better alternatives on the markets. True landbound cannoneer mechs are faster, more energy efficient and possess a higher damage capacity. Gloriana pointed out, maybe we shouldn't have bothered to make it land capable to begin with. If we need heavy artillery, the Transcendent Punisher is actually a superior option in most aspects. It has 6 legs which actually affords a lot of stability and decent locomotion to this heavy mech. The giant killer is still lighter in absolute terms. That makes it marginally more useful in terrain which imposes limits on how much mass it can bear. There's also another advantage to the giant killer. Its codename isn't called like this for nothing. While the giant killer only possesses a single primary armament as opposed to the 4 big guns on the Transcendent Punisher, the cannoneer mech excelled at punching through tough targets. The firing tests were Ves's favorite moments. Each time a giant killer aimed its formidable and expensive cannon at a target, his anticipation steadily increased. Boom! The immense Gauss cannon discharged. A fat projectile at a speed that was enough to ignite a huge swath of air wherever it passed. It was as if the giant killer unleashed a huge ray of fire instead of a solid round. The specialized Saroon round that cost more than other kinds of Gauss rounds almost instantly reached the other end of the firing range where a prototype Bright Warrior version B had been parked. The force of the collision was so great that the Bright Warrior tipped over. Even though the mech could have remained upright if a mech pilot was there to help the machine maintain its balance, it was still incredible that a cannoneer mech was able to lay a single opposing mech flat. Incredible. Gloriana sighed. She wasn't very enthusiastic about this project at first, but now that she saw how much damage the giant killer could inflict with a single attack, she quickly changed her tune. The Transcendent Punisher isn't capable of penetrating through so much armor with a single salvo. If we had this mech back during the Battle of Reckoning, we would have been able to wear down the enemy expert mechs faster. This mech was exactly what the Larkinson clan needed to face the threats of the future. While its massive cannon was overkill against ordinary rabble, Vase was never worried about fighting space scum in the first place. His true opponents were states like the Friday Coalition and other powers who were capable of fielding expert mechs. Yet what made the giant killers truly special was not a big gun. The Samheims were indeed formidable, but that was to be expected for a mech that cost 800 million hex credits to build. While this was way more expensive than any Cannoneer mech sold in the mech market, it was not that special once its considerable cost was taken into account. What really caused the mech to stand out was that it was completely tailored to the Penitent Sisters. Vase actually didn't dare to test the strongest and most potent function of the giant killer. He was afraid that the results might leak out and expose a new trump card that he did not want his enemies to find out. Why aren't you proceeding, Vase? I'm afraid of tearing a hole through the terrain. Even though this site is highly confidential, some moves simply can't be kept under wraps. He was willing to wait until they resumed their grand expedition and reached a quiet stars system to witness the giant killers at their peak. As long as the giant killers and their mech pilots connected to the Superior Mother's battle network, they would be capable of unleashing an augmented physical attack that could potentially punch through any armor. Perhaps not even unending armor would be able to remain unscathed if it was on the receiving end of this potent battle formation. When Gloriana recalled how the Valkyrie Redeemers wiped out the entire crew of the Aurelus, she tried to imagine how much more damage the giant killers could do. Unlike the Marauder mechs, the Cannoneer mechs were dedicated ranged mechs to begin with. Their ability to project damage at range was much greater. Vase, yes, honey, why? Why don't we repurpose the giant killer for the Hex army as well? It's a Hexer mech design, right? While we are at it, can't we enable the Hexers from my home state to engage in battle formations? You already did so with the Glory Seekers, so I don't see any reason why you can't extend that to the rest of the Hex army. Absolutely not. Vase put his foot down. I already explained to you why that's unacceptable. Battle networks only have a limited capacity due to their greater focus. They should primarily be reserved for our own use. They are also incredibly energy intensive. The Superior Mother would never be able to maintain a frequent rate of activation. While he didn't want the hegemony to lose the war, he was still unwilling to share his best products and innovations to others. Battle formations were still rough and immature in his opinion. It was very irresponsible to share them to the Hexers. If they were being used too often, his enemies would quickly be able to figure out their strengths and weaknesses, thereby making it much harder to wipe them out in the future. At least now there was a lot of mystique surrounding the capabilities of the Larkinson clan. Any enemy had to think twice about attacking the Larkinsons due to their inability to figure out how to protect their own ships from getting cleared of all life in a single blow. After Gloriana failed to persuade Vase to share his battle networks, she reluctantly took a step back and made a more modest request. What if we just hand over the giant killer design by itself? I'm sure you can tweak it so that it's compatible with all Hexers instead of just the Penitent Sisters. You'll be able to fulfill an extra quota in advance while the Hex army obtains another mech that may possibly be able to synergize well with the blinding mech. Vase hesitated when he thought about her proposal. Doesn't sound too bad, but it's not a good idea. The giant killer is designed for short, intensive engagements. The Komodo War features too many drawn-out battles where endurance and efficiency are much more important. Besides, without battle formations, the giant killer probably performs worse than comparable ranged mechs fielded by the Hex army. There is no other reason for the Hex army to field the giant killer other than to obtain another mech that can project a glow. It's better than nothing, though. I think we should really consider this option. We should at least show some details to the Hex army so that their leaders can decide whether they need our work. Chapter 2742 Vase The principled me chapter designer Vase generally disliked repurposing his work. The giant killer was originally designed to serve as the exclusive ranged mech of the Penitent Sisters. When Vase poured months' worth of work into the design, he never thought about sharing it to other Hexer groups. Neither the Hex army nor the Glory Seekers were meant to harness this new model. Did he think about it? Yes. Why shouldn't he? The Penitent Sisters may have joined the Larkinson clan, but they still clung to enough Hexer traditions to remind everyone of their origins. Theoretically, it was doable for Vase to develop a variant that possessed a character that was more compatible with normal Hexers. Was Vase willing to do it? Not necessarily. Aside from all of the other reasons he mentioned, he also had an additional objection. I think it is rather disrespectful to discuss such a profound change without listening to the input of Juliet Stamaros. Gloriana scowled. We don't need to ask for her opinion. While I admit that she has worked hard on this mech design, it belongs to the Larkinson clan, not the Penitent Sisters alone. We possess every right to decide whether to limit its use to our clansmen or any others we may wish to share our work with. In my eyes, the giant killer can serve as a fine hexer mech with a couple of adjustments. Her disrespect towards Juliet caused Vase to feel a bit disappointed. He thought that months of quiet cooperation had increased her regard towards the third journeyman working for the design department, but it appeared he was too optimistic. I'm not arguing with you any further. He spoke with a tone of finality. Your arguments aren't enough to convince me that it is in our best interests to make the giant killer more widely available. We already have a bunch of other hexer mechs to provide glows to the hex army. The giant killer doesn't bring anything else that is unique to the table. In fact, it probably performs worse in various aspects. Its weapon system is not a proprietary hexer design. We licensed it. There are also a bunch of other compatibility issues that prevent the giant killer from fitting into the command and control systems of the hex army. The giant killer did not follow the hex army's rules when it came to mech designs. It employed different standards, was not compatible with standard spare parts, and employed a unique type of ammunition that had to be licensed separately and was not meant for military use. In other words, the giant killer was comparable to a commercial mech design. While it was a very expensive and powerful design, it was nonetheless meant to function outside of the Larkinson clan. Gloriana still couldn't understand why Vase rejected her perfectly reasonable suggestion. Didn't you want to complete the quota of 8 mech designs as fast as possible? I do, but I don't want to do a sloppy job. The giant killer won't work out as well as our other hexer mechs, Gloriana. It will fall flat if it isn't paired with an accompanying battle network. I don't want our reputation to be besmirched because we delivered a product that doesn't fit the circumstances. It's also a matter of principle. Principle? She looked confused. That's not something I hear from you every day. Well, I have them, he insisted. As a service provider, it is unethical to fulfill a job by hastily repurposing an existing work to fit the minimum requirements. We promise to design hexer mechs that fully conform to the needs and circumstances of the hexer state. I'm not going to break my professional rules over a mech design that won't be able to make a difference anyway. I can't believe you, Vase. You're overestimating the impact the giant killer will have on the hex army. Just forget about it. If you want to design a dedicated ranged mech for your former state, then we'll tackle this another time. The two split up on bad terms. Gloriana couldn't handle his rejection. She didn't seem to listen to his arguments or did not take them seriously. Vase wasn't too worried about her. They had arguments like this multiple times since they got together. Vase eventually learned that his logic would eventually drill through her thick skull. Without any valid counter-arguments, she would definitely come around to his line of thinking. He supervised the remaining tests of the giant killer prototypes alone. The penitent sisters all reacted with enthusiasm with their exclusive mechs. It's not a rifleman mech, but it can hit harder than any other mech in the fleet. Our ranged mech specialists can finally stop feeling jealous of the sisters who get to pilot the Valkyrie Redeemer. It is a pity that we cannot call on the Superior Mother's blessing. Overall, the giant killer significantly boosted the appreciation the penitent sisters held towards Vase and the clan. Allowing them to own the mech made them feel special and assured them that they would play a key role in the armed forces of the Larkinson clan for the times to come. The addition of the giant killer to their mech roster was a strong indicator that Vase did not harbor any thoughts of disbanding them and forcing their members to join the other mech forces. After making sure that the giant killer design was working as intended, Vase attended a final testing session. The light skirmishers zipping around in the air while using their glows to terrorize the poor targets made for an inspiring sight. The ferocious Piranha Mark I version B model had already proven its chops during the Battle of Reckoning. While the early prototypes back then performed quite rough, continued refinement addressed much of the faults and inefficiencies that Gloriana previously noticed. Different from the giant killer, the new ferocious Piranha retained most of its combat effectiveness in the air. Its low mass and high thrust power allowed the light skirmisher to resist the pull of gravity with much less effort. If the giant killer was a rock, then the ferocious Piranha was the equivalent of a leaf. It was much easier for the latter to keep itself aloft. It's a bit bad on land, though. This was to be expected. The ferocious Piranha IB may be a second-class mech, but it still did not offer a lot of capacity to accommodate everything on his wish list. Early on in the design project, Vase and Juliet agreed to focus primarily on its flight capabilities. It simply wasn't worth it to invest too much in its locomotion on land. The legs and mech engine of the ferocious Piranha were comparatively weak. They were strong enough to allow the ferocious piranha to maintain a modest jog, but that was mostly to facilitate movement on starships and bases. It was too dangerous to allow mechs to fly in confined spaces. This meant that while it was possible for the mech to fight on land, it was not recommended to do so. It ran slower than dedicated landbound light skirmishers and was comparatively weaker in other aspects as well, since it wasted a lot of capacity on its flight system. If the mech can't fly, it's not in its element. Vase concluded, if he wanted to field a better light skirmisher, then he should design a dedicated landbound mech like the Crystal Lord line. He could also invest some time in developing a variant of the ferocious Piranha IB that removed its flight option. Under these circumstances, it was no problem for the ferocious Piranha to keep itself aloft for a decent amount of time. However, it would have a serious problem in trying to do the same on a heavy gravity planet. The ferocious Piranha wouldn't even be able to lift off if the force pulling it downwards was well over 5 grams. Vase snorted, the performance of my light skirmishers is the least of my problems if I'm on a heavy gravity planet. Every other mech fielded by his clan would get into serious trouble as well. As Vase had already observed most of what the ferocious Piranha was capable of during the Battle of Reckoning, the test results held no suspense. The only new information he gained was specifically related to the light mech's performance in aerial situations. He did not need to pay any more visits to the testing facility. After personally witnessing the performance of all 5 nearly complete models, he did not spot anything egregious enough for him to go back to the drawing board. The only problems that remain is solving the problems related to the blinding mech and the devious. Both Hexer mech designs performed below expectations due to their inadequate spiritual configurations. Vase couldn't solve their problems by utilizing his existing spiritual resources or techniques. He had to act more proactively and create new spiritual products that could meet a need that he hadn't addressed before. After spending some time in the markets of Vialine, the Sword Maidens purchased all of the goods and supplies they thought they would need for their upcoming trip to the Heavensward Association. Mayoo. Oh, Lucky, I'll miss you too, cutie. Kedis giggled as she picked up the cat and snuggled against him for a moment. Vase felt rather worried about letting her go off on her own, but he tried his best to suppress the urge to stop their departure. There were too many reasons why they should attend the Greater Omandari Festival. He did not want to deprive these tragic women of their opportunity to rise up after a long period of rapid decline. Besides, the Sword Maidens used to be pirates. They could take care of themselves, mercenary escort or not. Majestic Teal was not comparable to the Frontier or the Nixian Gap either. As long as the Sword Maidens stuck to the main trading routes, they shouldn't encounter any trouble. Once Kedis finished kissing Lucky's head, she tossed him over her head. Meow. Both Vase and Kedis ignored Lucky's complaint. I'll miss you, Vase said in a softer voice. Me too. I think it's for the best, though. I need to get out of your shadow in order to fully find my own way. I hope you'll be able to return as a journeyman. You never know, Vase. She shrugged. While I'm eager to catch up to you, I've learned that it doesn't help if I'm anxious. I'll just go forward and see where that takes me. If I am meant to break through while I am out, then I'll be happy for that. If I return while I am still an apprentice, then I'll just continue to grind until I succeed. That's a good mindset to take, but don't forget about your ambitions. You need to have enough drive in order to push yourself past your limits. Becoming a journeyman is the true start of any mech designer. You must completely dedicate yourself to this profession if you want to start designing real mechs. Kedis took in his words for a moment and nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Vase briefly talked to Commander Sendra and Venerable Dice before waving all of the Sword Maidens goodbye. They all boarded their shuttles and flew back to orbit. There, they boarded another transit vessel that took them back to their combat carriers. After settling into the vessels which had already been loaded with mechs and supplies, the Sword Maidens detached from the main fleet and began their first solo adventure. Chapter 2743. New State Colonel Ariadne Woden did not think much of her assignment at first. As a proud branch member of the Woden dynasty, she dedicated her life to serve in the armed forces of the hegemony. There was a time when she was a young and brash mech officer. She eagerly piloted mechs and enjoyed taking charge of other women. Those days were behind her. While she sharpened herself in battle, the Hex army remained stubbornly in place. While she took part in plenty of practice sessions and interdivisional war games, the falseness of it all grated on her. The hundreds of thousands of mechs she blew up consisted of virtual bits. The opponents she fought against were other Hexers. This was not what she wanted out of her mech piloting career. She yearned to take the fight against the coalition, smash its glorious mech armies and drive the hegemony's stake right through its heart. Yet too much time passed without anything taking place. The hegemony was still in its centuries-long process of building up its troops, material reserves and infrastructure. The matriarchs in charge of these top-level decisions lived for centuries, and they possessed at least that much patience. While there was no doubt that the matriarchs wanted to satisfy their grudge against the Fredaimon once and for all, the time was not yet right, apparently. So it came to be that Ariadne Woden accumulated more training without gaining too much actual experience. It frustrated her. It frustrated her fellow Hexer soldiers. They served diligently and obeyed the commands they were given, yet that didn't result in anything. As decades of continued service went by, her rank steadily rose higher, but the acuity of her body and mind was starting to fade. She spent her prime years as a mech pilot wasting away her golden years. Even with an early application of life-prolonging treatment, the deterioration of her reflexes and her mental evolution meant she was unable to compete with younger, faster and more vigorous mech pilots. To be honest, the difference wasn't too big. With the treatments she enjoyed and the augments she possessed, she could still put up a good fight. Her greater experience and polished skills could even keep up with many of the young stars in the Hex army. It was just that it became harder and harder to do so. She had to rely more and more on her wits in order to compensate for her slowing mental reflexes. This was an unstoppable trend. No matter how much she kept her body in shape, her mind grew more sluggish and complicated with age. A younger mech pilot didn't have to think in order to perform a rapid reaction. Their instincts and lack of greater considerations meant that they fought without any burdens. This was not so for Ariadne. She not only became burdened by a multitude of choices and considerations, she was also responsible for commanding her subordinates, thereby filling up her mind even further with distracting thoughts. At some point, it became clear that she was much more suitable to command troops than piloting a mech in the field. Her rising qualifications in the former eventually got her promoted out of the cockpit. While she could still pilot a mech if she had to, it was a waste of her prodigious command ability if she did so. She knew it, her superiors knew it, putting her behind a desk was the most rational choice to make. Intellectually, she accepted her fate. Emotionally, she resented the fact she missed her opportunity to earn glory in battle. As much as she wished to concentrate on her duties, her regrets and resentments hampered her ability to serve in the Hex army. She eventually decided to take a step back and retire from the military. She chose to return to the scimitar system and take up a senior position in the household troops of her dynasty. At least there she was able to exert greater power. She was just a cog in an immensely huge machine back when she was in the Hex army. Taking over a unit of the Woden warriors granted her much greater leeway in implementing her vision. It was then that the Komodo War broke out. What a great irony! Just years after she retired, the Council of Matriarchs finally lost their patience and decided to strike at their archenemies. The war that decided the future of the Komodo War had broken out. Every Hexer soldier had to answer the call and fight against the evil and immoral Fredaimon. Though Colonel Ariadne inwardly regretted her decision to retire from the Hex army, she quickly consoled herself. The Woden warriors were also strong. While they weren't quite on par with a true Hexer mech unit, they came close enough to put up a good fight against ordinary Fredaimon mech units. Every Woden warrior knew that there was a great possibility that they would be called to the front lines. Yet just as the Woden warriors fully mobilized, Matriarch Shafna Woden handed Colonel Ariadne a different assignment. She was not going to the front lines. She had to pay babysitter to a foreign boy and Constance's spoiled daughter. Suffice to say, she had difficulty accepting such a sudden long-term assignment. While the Glory Seekers sounded like a fine unit, she had no intentions of running away from the Komodo Star sector. She also possessed a demeanor that was less prone to come into conflict against foreigners like Gloriana's husband and the various other misguided boys she might encounter during her travels. Sometimes, being too smart, competent and reasonable was not good. Colonel Ariadne grudgingly accepted her new mission. The Woden dynasty needed her as the head of the Glory Seekers. She was the best choice to ensure the Glory Seekers remained pure Hexer even when they were surrounded by fools who believed in the false notion of gender equality. As she took charge of the Glory Seekers, she did her best to hold on to her professionalism. At the start, she only saw her mission as a necessary task. It wasn't until she started to stay in the company of the Larkinson clan that she realized why the Wodens held it in high regard. The Battle of Reckoning was enough to show her that Vase Larkinson had the potential to revolutionize the way the Hex army fought. She witnessed sights that she never dared to dream about. She glimpsed the amazing potential of LMC mechs and wished that the boy who was responsible for designing them would stay loyal to the Woden dynasty and the Hexadric hegemony. Additionally, the Komodo War wasn't going well for the Hexers these days. While the war was far from over, the possibility that the hegemony might no longer exist became more and more probable. We may be asked to carry the torch of Hexer civilization. She spoke. I hope it doesn't come to that, but we need to be ready for every possibility. Another older Hexer woman said. In a grand stateroom aboard the Indigo Tremor, two high-ranking Hexers sat together. Colonel Ariadne Woden invited Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken to discuss some light and heavy matters. The current topic at hand was definitely a heavy one. No Hexer dared to speak. Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel lightly of the potential outcomes of the Komodo War. I fear what will remain of our people if the Fredamen overrun our territories. Even if many Hexers fled in time, they will become scattered wanderers who will constantly be hounded by the Fredamen and their allies. I share your concerns, Colonel. The Fredamen will never allow us to make a comeback. We won't be able to settle anywhere within the Yena star CL, U.S.Ter. I doubt our defeated people will be able to recover quietly in the neighboring star CL, U.S. Ters as well. Both Hexers grimaced. Their unique and righteous culture was not well received by others. The Hexers might become persecuted by the entire galaxy once they lost the foundation of their strength. This is what our contingency plan is for. Captain Vraken softly sighed. The Red Ocean is large and open enough for your glory seekers to found a new colony if there is any desire to do so. Our people and culture will not die out if you succeed in lighting our torch in the dwarf galaxy. What is the point? I mean no disrespect, but we are too small and inadequate to shoulder the burden of reviving an entire state. Daria Maria grinned. You aren't the only ones to carry on this mission. I have recently been in contact with my superiors in the Vraken matriarchal dynasty. The hegemony is preparing to dispatch more fleets to the Red Ocean. Whether they will be able to make it or not is still a question, but at least some will succeed in getting through. Colonel Ariadne quickly realized the implications. It was one thing to send a few scattered and voluntary expeditions to the Red Ocean. It was another thing for the government to put their full backing in this initiative. Have the matriarchs stopped vacillating? I wouldn't say that, Colonel. They have merely become willing to invest more resources in opening up an escape route for our people. It's just that now we have a greater plan in the works. No matter which fleets eventually make it to the Red Ocean, they cannot be allowed to wander in this dangerous region of space by themselves. They must consolidate in order to concentrate their might and allow their colonies to start off strong and united right from the start. And we are part of this collective endeavor as well. Of course. Captain Vraken nodded. We Hexers have remained united in the Komodo star sector, and we must keep pooling our strength in the Red Ocean. You have read the stories. There are too many dangers there. No colony or pioneer is safe. Shouldn't we spread out then? The dangers may wipe out any Hexer colony fleet, but there will always be backups. No. Daria Maria firmly shook her head. That's not the right approach according to the Council of Matriarchs. Even if a single colony survives and thrives, their low starting base will hamper their growth and limit their development. There are many pioneers who are bigger and more powerful than us in the Red Ocean. Their colonies and prospective states will rise up faster and swallow our development state before any of us have a chance to found our own state. Only by uniting every single Hexer expeditionary fleet will we be able to found a second Hexer state in the new galaxy. There was something about Captain Vraken's explanation that caused Colonel Ariadne to develop some ideas. Her eyes slowly widened. Wait a minute, are you saying? The Grand Captain nodded. It is indeed as you think. If your glory seekers contribute significantly to the establishment of a new Hexer state, your Woden dynasty may be able to become one of its matriarchal dynasties. The old order in the Komodo star sector no longer applies over there. While I'm sure that us Vrakens and other matriarchal dynasties will try and hold on to power, not all of us might be able to get our colony fleets through the Beander Gate. There will definitely be space for upstarts such as the Woden dynasty to get a seat at the new Council of Matriarchs. The only requirement is that you must succeed. Colonel Ariadne Woden was left breathless for a moment. Ambition swelled inside of her as she thought of what she might be able to accomplish on behalf of her dynasty. The Glory Seekers might be able to make history. Chapter 2744 Prescott Museum Vieline was called the City of Trees. While it was not the only city in the LRA to feature massive tree-like structures, it was definitely one of the largest in the region. The combination of growth buildings and organic vehicles gave every visitor the illusion that Vialine was some kind of alien forest. A sparse forest with very huge trees, but a forest nonetheless. The leaves hanging over everyone's heads provided an adequate amount of shade without blocking too much light. Many organic caretakers in the form of beetles, butterflies and other colorful insects tended to the growths. They meticulously followed their bioprogramming by removing litter, inspecting the health of any trunks and branches and perhaps keeping an eye on any humans who wished to perform any mischief. The result was a pleasant, clean environment that completely lacked the artificial atmosphere of conventional cities. As the armored shuttle bearing Vase and Gloriana slowly flew along an air corridor reserved for VIPs, Vase continued to admire the view. "This is a very different place from Bentheim, that's for sure," he muttered. "That's natural," Gloriana responded as she scratched Clixie's ears. "The lifers reject any aesthetics that look cold and artificial. Some are more extreme than others. They even developed organic starships. These bioships were amazing sights. Vase would have loved to see one of these majestic vessels up close, but there weren't many opportunities to do so amidst all of the restrictive rules. No one was allowed to mill around in orbit. Visitors either had to stay in the outer system or make their way to one of the planets. Not that he complained. There were plenty of novelties on the surface Prosperous Hill V that attracted his interest. He would have loved to walk on the streets, but that was irresponsible for someone of his stature. He could only view the streets of Vialine from above where a pair of aerial mechs from the Infinity Guards flanked his shuttle. In fact, they weren't the only ones to travel in this fashion. There were numerous other VIPs moving around the capital city while being escorted by a varying number of mechs. Vase could judge the relative power, importance and origin from studying the mechs on protection duty. The quantity of mechs denoted the relative power and importance of the passengers. The greatest number of mechs he had seen at the same time was when a squad of 12 avian biomechs surrounded a luxury passenger transport from every cardinal direction. "It's probably a prominent local official or business magnate," Gloriana guessed. "Maybe, but those avian biomechs look quite unique. Such an honor guard probably fits a powerful biomech designer." There were many more biomech designers than Drive Navarro in the Prosperous Hill system. Granted, most of them resided on the fourth planet from the sun, but Prosperous Hill V was where most mechs got sold. The reason why Vase and Gloriana decided to go out today was to experience different varieties of biomechs in person. They just arrived at their first destination. Their shuttle along with their escorts landed in a secluded, guarded landing zone. Vase and his group exited their vehicle and floated upwards until they reached a restricted entrance that led into some kind of huge horizontal tree hall. A uniformed attendant scanned their bodies and waved his arms in welcome. "Mr. and Mrs. Larkinson, we have been expecting you. Your tickets are in order. Please enter our great halls and enjoy our historic exhibitions. The Prescott Museum offers its visitors the most interesting and innovative biomechs that the Life Research Association has ever developed. Each of the biomechs on display are representative of fully realized models that have achieved great success in the mech market." Vase tuned out the standard marketing spiel and simply flew forward until he entered the first great hall. As a museum that exhibited a large number of biomechs, its structures were huge. The Prescott Museum tied several interconnected halls that looked like giant tree trunks that had been grown in a horizontal orientation. The interior inside was nice. Smaller trees and other growths brought a breath of fresh air to the visitors. The average folk walked from exhibit to exhibit with their feet. The richer and more well-to-do people flew above everyone's heads. While there were floating benches and other fixtures that allowed the wealthier guests some reprieve, there were no other places that could give flying a place to shut off their anti-grav clothes. He supposed that if anyone ever fell, some kind of safety system in the museum would make sure that no one plunged to their deaths. "Look at this tiger mech. Doesn't it look adorable?" Gloriana tugged Vess's arm and dragged him over to the side. "Meow, meow." Lucky and Clixie were attracted by the exhibit as well. Lucky had no problem with flying by himself, but the Rubarthan Sentinel cat had to be fitted with a customized flight harness in order to keep up with everyone. Fortunately, Clixie was a clever cat. She easily mastered the controls once she spent a few hours getting used to flight. The tiger mech in question looked like an actual tiger, but scaled to the proportion of a bestial mech. The majesty exuded by the organic mech instantly reminded Vase of Zygra back when the crown cat was alive and in his prime. A projection came online that briefly described the mech and provided follow-up choices if the visitors wanted to hear its history or view footage of its most notable moments. Markov Johanna Bioproducts Incorporated Hollow Claw 7333 TNZ, nicknamed Tiger King. Tiger King is a very apt way to call this mech. It turned out this was Markov Johanna's only hollow claw mech that had been given a rich and luxurious tiger hide. The other hollow claws made by this biomech company had to make do to duller gray hides or no hides at all depending on their pricing. Many uncovered mechs looked like skinless organisms because it was cheaper and made it easy to perform assisted repairs. However, an option existed to cover up naked flesh with a hide or skin. While these skins could be fairly tough, their defensive parameters were not very impressive compared with hard bone plating that was customary to covered mechs. The hides weren't needed to protect the flesh against bacteria and other environmental hazards because they were already incomparably resilient against germs. Therefore, causing a mech to grow a hide only added to their cost and maintenance burden while providing a minimal defensive boost. It was only added to custom mechs for special clients. Look, according to this description, this tiger mech can not only rend through mechs with its claws and teeth, but it can also fire lasers from its tail. The Tiger King possessed more goodies. It incorporated biological antigrav systems that enabled it to float in the air. It could release special particles from its maw that weakened the effectiveness of energy weapons. Yet the most noteworthy aspect that allowed it to garner a lot of fame was that it was able to eat and digest parts from other biomechs to a limited degree. What a bold idea! Vase looked impressed. The amount of design work and forethought required to develop and integrate the digestion and upgrade systems is immense. There are many ways this can go wrong. Just like classical mechs, biomechs incorporated lots of strange exotics and other materials. A single biomech did not require so many different varieties of materials. In some cases, adding more was detrimental as the exotics reacted or interfered with each other in dangerous ways. This was how his Devil Tiger was supposed to work. His personal experience in developing his first masterwork mech gave him a greater appreciation of how difficult it must be to design the hollow claw. Unfortunately for the designer of this model, the mechs eventually fell out of favor. While it was very tempting to grow the biomechs through consumption, the digestion capabilities of the hollow claws were woefully inadequate. The stomach of this tiger mech model couldn't process too many materials but demanded lots of energy to sustain its processes. Customers found out that while it was useful to enable a mech to upgrade itself in the field, it was generally cheaper and faster to purchase a better mech or perform a regular assisted upgrade with the help of a biomech designer. The Tiger King happened to be the strongest of the hollow claws. Its owner and pilot stuck to it for over 2 decades. It even went through several rounds of customizations to tailor its performance even further. Why is it stuck in a museum, then? Vase wondered. It says here that the original mech designer has died. Since he was a senior, that meant his design philosophy became unmoored. The fall of a mech designer mostly led to a reduction in effectiveness of any mech that he or she contributed to. The Tiger King could have continued to evolve to greater heights, but without the support of an active design philosophy, it could no longer keep up with comparable mechs on the battlefield. Is this still a functional mech? Vase curiously asked. Gloriana shook her head. No, it's too old for that. The mech was already starting to decline when its owner sold it to the Prescott Museum. It's been treated so that it is permanently in this shape. A shame. This is the closest example of a living mech that I have seen so far. The Tiger King possessed an old and subtle spiritual character. Vase could tell that the mech had gone through a lot over the years it was active. While the life it developed was not comparable to any of his living mechs, Vase still admired it for achieving so much progress without the help of his design philosophy. The bestial proved that living mechs were not exclusive to Vase's products. As long as a mech existed long enough, it had the potential to develop as much life as one of his regular products. Still, it was unlikely for any mech to last so long. The Tiger King could have probably functioned for a couple more decades, but its decline would definitely hasten at that point. Every biomech possessed a finite lifespan. This was something that every biomech contend with. The fact that they could decline and die of old age was one of the biggest reasons why hardly any biomech designer bothered with adding continuous growth functions to their products. Despite their organic forms, biomechs were just as disposable as classical mechs. Once they became obsolete, their owners had no qualms of getting rid of them in order to make room for newer, younger and more effective battle machines. If this mech was still functional, Then I would have tried to see if I could gain it for myself. Huh, why would you ever want this antique? I'm not sure, he shrugged. I just feel like I could do something. The Tiger King still possessed a seed of life. The accumulated history did not go away even when it was transformed into a museum piece. In fact, Vase even felt he could strip this quality from the former mech if he wanted to. He never thought about doing so, though. It would be disrespectful to the mech, its deceased designer and its past owner. I hope there are more interesting exhibits up ahead. Chapter 2745. Avara Tomar, Vase and Gloriana calmly toured the other exhibited mechs in the first hall they entered. They encountered a variety of covered and uncovered mechs. Sometimes, the latter was covered in skin or hide, but there were also several who showed off their supple flesh that was kept slightly moist. The first time he saw these mechs up close, Vase felt as if he was watching a monster from a horror show. Pairing the size of a mech with a purely biological appearance made him feel as if he was standing in front of a vastly superior monster or alien. Such a terrible being only had to make one quick move to lift his body and shove him into its mouth. What are you thinking about, Vase? I just feel like these biomech designers could use some more marketing lessons. What gave them the bright idea to sell mechs that look like grotesque, skinless bodies? No matter whether they were bestial or humanoid, Vase felt a bit squeamish about getting close to any of them with their tightly bonded musculature on display. Sure, bioengineering aspect looked impressive, but most ordinary people would probably become terrified at the monstrous appearances of these fleshy machines. Normal mechs looked much more friendly up close. While they were just as deadly as their organic counterparts, their distinctly mechanical appearance made them look like every other war weapon that human civilization used in the past millennia. Every human was already accustomed to living alongside guns, armor, starships and other dangerous mechanical constructions. That caused most people's reactions towards biomechs to elicit a distinct degree of disgust. Vase wasn't the only one who felt this way. Meow. Lucky couldn't stand the sight, and there were plenty of foreign visitors down on the ground who avoided standing around too long at any of these uncovered biomechs. The only people who were comfortable around uncovered mechs were lifers themselves. They had grown up in a society that celebrated every form of biomech. While a foreigner might think of uncovered biomechs as abominations, a local mainly thought of them as noble creations that should have been more ubiquitous. The covered biomech exhibits are more popular among foreigners. Gloriana pointed out, look at this heavy mech for example. BZE Biotech Avara Tomar Mark III at S0001 3400. Now this was a fierce-looking biomech. The Avara Tomar was a heavy landbound hybrid mech that was stuffed with weapon systems underneath its heavy bone-covered form. The sheer amount of bone plating grown by this mech made it look like a knight mech. What was interesting about this Avara Tomar was that it carried at least 12 different organic weapon systems. Aside from being able to extend claws from his hands, the humanoid biomech was also able to fire biomissiles from its shoulders, laser beams from its chest and arms, some kind of entangling nets from the sides of its torso and bone-like projectiles from its chest. Each of the weapon ports were ordinarily covered by heavy plates, but they could be moved aside at any time. Of course, all of this wasn't enough to earn the Avara Tomar a spot in Prescott Museum. The senior who designed this heavy hybrid biomech implemented it with a so-called war god mode. While it was not possible for the display copy to demonstrate this potent mode in reality, there were plenty of projections that showed how a single Avara Tomar turned around a losing battle. One recording showed an Avara Tomar surrounded by over 20 other biomechs. While the latter were all lighter and cheaper organic machines, the starring mech was still in a very bad position. Its heavy bone armor dented and fractured at an alarming rate as the opposing mechs wanted to take down this formidable hybrid mech as fast as possible. The mech pilot must be feeling a huge amount of stress as he desperately tried to prevent his opponents from penetrating deep into the vulnerable portions of his mech. While the Avara Tomar tried to counterattack as hard as possible, its various armaments only inflicted moderate damage to a couple of mechs. It was not powerful enough to fend off 20 opposing mechs. If I'm going down, I'll make sure to drag you all down as well. At some point, its mech pilot activated the most powerful feature of the Avara Tomar. The mech stopped firing its weapons at the enemy mechs. Instead, it paused and let a couple of attacks hit its deteriorating form. After 3 seconds of preparation, the mech heated up to the point where the surrounding air grew hazy. Kill. The mech suddenly leaned over and began to thunder forward like a gorilla. The Avara Tomar somehow moved 3 times faster as its musculature exerted much more strength than before. An enemy biomech standing directly in its path had attempted to turn around and run away, but the Avara Tomar leapt and soared ahead until its forelimbs directly crunched onto the back of the running machine. When a heavy mech pressed its entire weight onto a medium mech, the latter almost never survived. Your mechs are too thin. This was no different. The 2 mechs crashed onto the ground with a powerful thud. An ugly squelch sounded out as well as the enemy biomech was literally squashed into a bloody mess. Highly enriched blood splattered out of the poor organic machine as its torso was completely ruined by the weight of the burning Avara Tomar. This was just the start. The Avara Tomar raised its chest and began to fire numerous energy beams and flaming projectiles at a number of enemy biomechs. Burn, burn, burn. It got so bad for the enemy mechs that their pilots would rather eject prematurely than risk getting killed by a slaughtering mech. Yet whenever the hard-shelled cockpits launched out the backs of the biomechs, the Avara Tomar responded instantly. Don't think of escaping with your lives intact. Much of the mech's ranged armament still remained functional. It fired overloaded laser beams that rapidly burned and heated up the cockpits until the mech pilots sheltering inside literally got cooked. If any of the cockpits got hit by a flaming projectile, then they always broke open like eggs. The sheer force of the impact was already enough to kill the mech pilots before their bodies fell to the ground. Blood. I need more blood. Once the crazed hybrid mech was done with firing a volley, it galloped forward and caught up to one of the mechs it damaged. The wounded biomech looked exceptionally gruesome as its limbless form. The Avara Tomar finished it off by tearing into its chest before running off to intercept the other enemy mechs. As the massacre continued, the Avara Tomar slowly shed its overheated bone plating. It gradually turned into an uncovered mech but with a substantially weaker structure. While the enemy mechs tried to take advantage of the naked state of the Avara Tomar, the rampaging biomech gained an even greater burst of speed now that it had removed its cumbersome armor. The burning biomech rapidly accumulated more damage, yet it was still functional enough to continue its frantic chase. Its musculate visibly thinned and wilted as the seconds went by, but the power released from these reactions was incredible. By the time the Avara Tomar brutalized its 8th victim by pounding its chest until the mech pilot inside died by getting hit by a flaming fist, the former hybrid mech had lost over half of its body mass. With the decrease in musculature, it became easier for the surviving opponents to cripple the rampaging mech. The legs went away first. Yet even after the Avara Tomar lost its primary means of moving around, it still attempted to close in on another enemy mech by dragging its surviving frame forward with its arms. Those limbs went away next. Now left with just a torso and a head, what remained of the Avara Tomar was no longer able to put up a fight. The enemy mechs kept their distance but held their fire. Rather than smashing the spent biomech apart, they simply watched as the former hybrid mech continued to burn up at an increasingly rapid pace. Soon enough, only bones were left as anything fleshy had expended all of its potential energy in a self-destructive manner. Not even the cockpit made it out intact. Its desperate, unhinged mech pilot had interfaced with the mech all the way, causing him to suffer the same burning sensation that ate up his machine. Vase bent his head in respect for the brave warrior. That was a noble last stand. The mech pilot of the Avara Tomar knew he was a goner, but still tried to contribute as much as possible before he died. Gloriana looked a lot more horrified than him, though she tried her best to put up a brave face. You won't see any classical mechs doing something like that anytime soon. It's nearly impossible to burn your own mech in exchange for greater power. There were ways to overload a mechanical mech, but the power burst was not comparable in might and duration. This kind of implementation could only be done to a biomech, which consisted of organic components that were packed with lots of potential energy throughout its entire frame. Maybe some biomechs do have some unique points that justify their existence. Vase opined. He quickly read the history of this mech design. While the Avara Tomars had proven to be very popular among a modest group of customers, it eventually went into disuse because buyers no longer wanted to obtain this machine. It was substantially more expensive than biomechs without anything like the War God mode. Another reason to avoid the mech was that its mech pilots tended to become too eager to activate this final solution. There were plenty of situations where the Avara Tomars could have escaped a battle intact by stalling their opponents for a few minutes. Instead, as soon as their mech pilots thought they were losing, they impulsively activated the War God mode and traded temporary power for a chance to kill as many enemies as possible. While the War God mode indeed led to a lot of enemy casualties, Once its properties became known, it became a lot more difficult to accomplish anything meaningful. No one dared to fight against an Avara Tomar up close. Instead, opponents kept a healthy distance and tried to grind it down with a multitude of ranged attacks. If the Avara Tomar ever started to heat up, then its enemies would instantly split up and run away from each other. In case this wasn't possible because the enemy mechs had to defend a fixed position, then they would pour as much firepower towards the legs of the mech as possible. Taking out the legs always put an end to the Avara Tomar's killing degree ahead of time. These developments and more all caused the once notorious hybrid mech to fall out of popularity. It was an effective biomech in its heyday, but failed to adapt to the changing environment. Vase discerned a lesson from this story. Survival of the fittest. The Avara Tomar started off strong, but its designer evidently failed to help his work adapt to the countermeasures that its opponents came up with. It seems that biomechs don't inherently possess an advantage in this aspect. He encountered several more display biomechs that provided him with interesting lessons or ideas. While Vase had no intentions of designing anything like the Avara Tomar, learning that it was possible to design such a monster already broadened his perspective of biomechs and mechs in general. The creativity on display in this museum enriched his mind. After seeing some of the best of what the biomech industry had to offer, his perception on biomechs had shifted. A part of him even wanted to try and design one. He had seen many different organic mechs, yet he had never encountered one that was truly alive. Chapter 2746 Novel Recruitment Material. The Larkinson clan hadn't taken long to start up a recruitment hall. They rented an entire tree office building in the center of Vieline and decorated it so that it showed their splendor. A giant logo of the Larkinson clan overlooked the gates leading into the hall. Vase specifically crafted it out of briar alloy and turned it into a totem of the golden cat. He carved the head in the logo in a way that made it look more dignified and a bit less cute in order to generate more awe. That wasn't all. He also inserted a mote of loofah in the giant medallion so that it also caused visitors to feel calmer and more comfortable when they passed through the entrance. No matter what troubles ailed them, it all went away for a moment once they passed through the entrance. While the glow of the ornament quickly faded as the visitors walked deeper, the good impression would still linger. It was a clever bit of manipulation. Even if the visitors were aware of their changing moods, it was not that easy to deny their own emotions. If they didn't possess any hatred towards the Larkinson clan, then this little experience would definitely be able to spark a yearning towards becoming a part of it. No other organization was able to make them feel anything comparable. Inside, every curious entrant became immersed in a different world. The interior had turned metallic. The Larkinsons deliberately covered up the organic interior and tried to replicate the scenery of life aboard their starships, particularly the Spirit of Bentime. It was a completely different experience. Banners, statues and ornaments with golden cat motifs were interspersed throughout the spaces. Projections featuring carefully edited battle footage showed off the might and prosperity of the Larkinson clan in various ways. For example, one projection showed off the Larkinson clan's struggle against the Gravada Narlax. Even though the Larkinsons mainly utilized third-class mechs in the battle against the Abyss, it was still fascinating to fight against a genuine warship. Another projection showed what happened to the Orlis after all life had been wiped out. Even though the projection did not exhibit the energy attack that had swept over the Fredaman mechs and fleet carrier, that only caused the viewers to imagine all sorts of horrors in their mind. The eerie sight of empty compartments and comatose bodies lying uselessly on the decks made a very profound impression to those who underestimated the power of this upstart clan. Of course, the recruiters didn't think that showing off the short but brilliant battle records of the clan was enough to win people over. The strongest advantage of the Larkinson clan had always been its abundant wealth. The recruitment hall already reflected some of that. Not only was it one of the most desirable structures in the heart of Vieline, but the interior also featured numerous displays where people could admire scale models of current and upcoming Larkinson mechs. It would have been better if the Larkinsons were able to exhibit actual copies of the Bright Warrior IB, the Ferocious Piranha IB, the Transcendent Punisher and so on. Sadly, the authorities didn't want anyone to bring down mechs for trivial reasons. The security risks were too great and the clan didn't possess enough influence to request an exemption. In any case, the scale models had all been prepared so that they exuded a weakened version of the glows of the originals. This was despite the fact that their internal structure was completely hollow and devoid of any actual parts. The Larkinsons weren't stupid. Showing off their mainstay mechs to spies and potential enemies was a good way to expose all of the weak points of their mainstay mechs. This was also why there weren't any depictions of prime mechs. Not a single scale model or footage showed any hint of the powerful machines. The Larkinsons were confident they could attract recruits without showing off their trump cards. It didn't matter too much. There were plenty of other attractions that were capable of dazzling the visitors. One of the center halls projected a large depiction of the spirit of Bentheim. The display did a good job of showing off the size and majesty of the cat-headed factory ship. After every visitor passed by these sites, they had to make a choice where to go first. The organizational structure of the Larkinson clan had grown more complex since its humble beginnings. The Living Mech Corporation, the Larkinson Biotech Institute, the Larkinson Mech Games Circuit, the Military Bureau, the Black Cats, the Larkinson Educational Institutions and many more sub-organizations each aimed to hire hundreds if not thousands of talented new recruits. No matter if the visitor was a civilian or a soldier, mech pilot or norm, lifer or non-lifer, there was a place for anyone as long as they possessed useful skills. It was too bad that incoming traffic was rather slow in the initial days. The recruitment hall may have looked dazzling enough to give anyone who stepped inside a good show, but too few people in Vieline bothered to pay a visit. After the recruiters conducted a study, they found out the reason why only a tiny fraction of the job seekers in Vieline visited their recruitment offices. Our reputation is too obscure in this region of space. The name and brand recognition of the Larkinson clan, the LMC and the Miracle Couple may have been massive in the Komodo Star sector, but hardly anyone in Majestic Teal looked up to them. This was especially so in second-class states like the LRA, which never really came into touch with LMC mechs. Not even the advertisements spread by the Larkinsons made any impact on their target audience. There were so many other companies vying for talented recruits that it was too difficult for a clan with no significant reputation in the region to stand out of the crowd. This problem required a different solution. How could the Larkinsons outcompete other rival organizations and capture the attention to the recruits they urgently needed to replenish and expand their ranks? After a number of human resource and marketing executives came together, they soon came up with an unusual but highly promising solution. This instantly ignited a small storm in the local mech community. Mech pilots started to pass through the entrance of the recruitment hall in droves. While a portion of them were freelancers, the majority were already employed. Despite that, they still showed willingness to defect to the Larkinson clan. What was even more astounding was that non-potentates wanted to meet with the expert pilots as well. Many people in the galaxy simply never enjoyed the privilege to see a demigod in the flesh. What is this clan doing? Expert pilots are honorable heroes. Who cares? I'm going no matter the cost. What gives the Larkinsons the right to parade their expert pilots like trophies? It's unseemly. Someone should stop them. They are tarnishing the prestige of these heroic soldiers as we speak. Hey, you're only angry because you're jealous. Your mercenary corps is too average to retain an expert pilot. I bet if you had one, you would be doing the same thing as the Larkinsons. While there were plenty of people on Prosperous Hill V who disapproved of this measure, the Larkinsons paid no mind to them. As far as people like Vase were concerned, there were no rules against using their expert pilots as recruitment material. Just because the military were too prideful to do the same was not a valid excuse. Tens of thousands of people flooded into the recruitment halls each day. Security had to be beefed up and the staff applied harsher criteria to filter out those who were merely sightseeing. In order to avoid testing the patience of the expert pilots, only those who were genuinely interested in applying to join were granted the opportunity to meet one of the heroes. Of course, the expert pilots in question did not enjoy their latest duty. First, they were compelled to take part in some of the testing sessions of the last prototypes. Now, they were expected to meet lots of strangers in the hopes of luring them into the clan. In order to placate them, Vase promised to compensate them for their time. They earned several Larkinson merits each hour they spent on duty. This was quite a generous reward as it could quickly add up to hundreds of merits as long as they continued to show their faces. Larkinson merits reflected their contribution to the clan. Everyone could issue special requests or obtain special goods and privileges with enough merits. No one said no to having too much of it, not even the expert pilots. One of the assumptions that the expert pilots kept in mind was that they might be able to exchange Larkinson merits for a better expert mech. No one wanted their future machines to be weaker than the ones piloted by their fellow peers. This was why even venerable Janzi Larkinson deigned to take on this distasteful duty. Even though she disapproved of this vulgar stunt, she cared for her Shield of Samar. She was cognizant enough to know that her relationship with Vase wasn't the best right now, so she needed Merritt's even more to make sure her needs were still met. Besides, the Larkinson clan truly needed more members. While she felt a bit ambivalent about bringing in more people who might possibly die for someone else's cause, the existing members of the clan were also at risk. Her conflicting feelings resulted in an odd sight. When a batch of mech pilots and other talents were allowed to enter a small auditorium where Venerable Janzi stood in front, the entrance quickly became engulfed by her unsettling force of will. The will manifested by Janzi adopted a guarded posture towards any outsiders. Her bad mood caused her presence to gain a bit of sharpness. Yet despite conditions, plenty of people raced to the front seats. The mech pilots among them were more eager and better able to withstand Janzi's turbulent aura. They eagerly claimed their seats and looked at the young expert pilot with pure admiration. Janzi crossed her arms. "Do you know what you are getting into by coming here? Please instruct us, Venerable Larkinson. I'm warning you, don't join our clan unless you are willing to gamble your lives away. You have at least 50% chance of dying if you fight on our patriarch's behalf. He is an ambitious and greedy leader who doesn't hesitate to spend his soldiers like currency. Even if I do my best to protect you all, the enemies we face are too great. We are already enemies of an entire second-rate state. In the future, we will doubtlessly provoke more terrible foes. If you don't have the courage to fight against a military force without any state to back you up, then stand up and turn away now while it's not too late." No one stood up. Each of them had gone through a lot of trouble to meet an expert pilot. Why would they possibly leave when only a couple of minutes had passed? This unique opportunity was enough for them to brag about this great experience to their buddies for weeks. "Please tell us how you crushed the pirates in the Nixian Gap. Will we be able to pilot fantastic mechs like your Shield of Samar? I heard that you are tutoring mech pilots. Will I be able to learn how to pilot night mechs like you if I become a clan member?" Venerable Janzi grew more and more irritated. The Larkinson clan's manipulation knew no bounds. These star-struck idiots were completely dazzled. Chapter 2747 Richard Arkin. Every expert pilot went on a rotation to the recruitment offices. Their tolerance for entertaining strangers was only so much. It was not a lie to say they did their duty in a begrudging manner. Even Venerable Joshua found the job to be tedious. He would much rather spend his time on training his skills, piloting his Valkyrie Prime, and spend time among his fellow clansmen. However, he also happened to be the most popular and effective recruiting mascot out of the Larkinson mech pilots. His friendly demeanor and approachability quickly cemented him as the most ideal expert pilot to meet. This was why he found himself surrounded by mech pilots and other people. They asked all kinds of serious and not so serious questions. More personnel stepped into place in order to maintain order and prevent Joshua from getting mobbed. Still, the job was rewarding. He met plenty of skilled and talented mech pilots that the Larkinsons would love to have. If he could help win them over, then his clan would gain another elite mech pilot. "You're so charming." A lifer mech pilot sighed. "Would you like to go out on a date?" Joshua did not look amused. "I have a girlfriend, miss. Please do not mistake me as available." The eyes of several female mech pilots lit up as they clung to Joshua's every word. "You're not married, then? Great. We should hang out. I can give you a much greater time than anyone. Hey, I was here first. Get in line, you cow. Peef. I'm prettier than you." Venerable Joshua Larkinson deserves to be with the best. Second-hand goods like you should tumble off. I hear that the Glory Seekers have a boy who is single. Maybe you should look over there. Oh, you did not just say that. Do you dare to repeat your words in the dueling arena? Who says I don't dare? Tell us the time and place so that Venerable Joshua can decide who of us is more deserving of his attention. Venerable Joshua may be an expert pilot, but he looked completely helpless at this moment. What was it with all of these women? Regardless, expert pilots like Joshua definitely had a good effect on the recruitment effort. Thousands of applicants were already being put through the pipeline. Since it appeared that the Larkinsons would have plenty of people to choose from, the recruiting personnel decided to conduct rigorous examinations meant to separate the wheat from the chaff. Just because the applicants were lifers or citizens of other second-rate states didn't mean they were suitable for the Larkinson clan. Some of them possessed problematic beliefs. The antimatter god shall annihilate our reality. Others weren't competent enough. You are making a serious mistake. I only failed to pass my final courses because I wasn't rich enough to afford any intelligence-boosting augments. If you provide me with a decent cranial implant, I will definitely catch up to the likes of your patriarch. I'm a genius. There were also plenty of people who had to be turned away because they were too attached to local powers. I don't see how my previous job as a senior marketing executive of Trifold Life Machines disqualifies me from joining your clan. I spent 50 years running one marketing operation after another. I have helped TLM release over 150 different mech models to the market, many of which have gone on to generate a substantial amount of profit. While it was hard to resist the urge to recruit these talented and experienced professionals, the instructions from Vase were very clear. The recruiters had to be wary about hiring former senior personnel who dedicated a significant portion of their lives to another company or institution. Just like before, the Larkinson clan still maintained its preference for hiring younger and more impressionable talents. They didn't have to be too skilled or competent. As long as they amply exceeded the minimum requirements, the recruiters began to consider other aspects such as personality traits and cultural views. While the Larkinson clan was quite open and accommodating towards different views, there was a limit to everything. What hampered the recruitment effort a bit was that lifers were substantially different from people who lived elsewhere in the galaxy. Their preference for biotechnology made it rather difficult for them to get accustomed to living in an environment that was almost entirely mechanical. Your clan doesn't field a single biomech. Correct. Will that change? I cannot say. Then why are you Larkinsons even bothering to recruit on this planet in the first place? Most lifer mech pilots had to be turned away when they heard that the Larkinson clan had no intentions to field biomechs. Other lifer personnel either left on their own accord or had to be pushed away because the examiners judged that they would not be able to cope with living in an environment devoid of biotech. Only less than 20% were deemed tolerant or open-minded enough to adjust to living on a metal starship. While that was not exactly a high ratio, the huge crowds the expert pilots were pulling in every day meant that the recruiters still needed to do a lot of work. Besides, it wasn't the lifers they were after. It was the foreigners. As an open port system, Prosperous Hill attracted personalities from all over Majestic. Teal, Sorters, Harmons, Fire Worshippers, Telvers and many other foreign-born people heard about the Larkinson clan and visited to see what the fuss was about. Certain divisions in the clan soon developed their own preferences. For example, it was a given that the Sword Maidens eagerly tried to woo citizens of the Heavensward Association. The LMC's design department, which had been tasked with recruiting lots of new assistants, began to pay more attention to the Telvers. One of the Telver hopefuls attracted enough attention to schedule a meeting with Miles Tovar. With Kedis gone with a detachment of elite Sword Maidens, Miles Tovar was the only assistant mech designer left who was senior enough to make decisions on behalf of the design department. Mr. Arkin, is it? Normally, we do not recruit mech designers who used to work for a military organization, but your profile is interesting enough to give you a chance. Richard Arkin held himself with a straight back and a confident demeanor. He looked like a natural fit for the Braves. I dedicated my life to the Telva Association. He replied honestly. I only found out later that the Telva Association did not want me. I was told to leave by no uncertain terms. It would help if you describe the circumstances of your involuntary departure. Let's just say that I got in a disagreement with some rivals within the research institution I was working for. My adversaries had powerful enemies. Rather than taking my views seriously, they decided it was best to push me out so that I wouldn't disrupt the harmony of the research group. I see. This wasn't the first time that Miles Tovar encountered such a case. Majestic Tealers apparently possessed a fondness of exiling and driving away those who stood in their way. While this happened in every star sector, he found it strange that it was at least 5 times more prevalent in this region. The relative lack of wars and open conflict also resulted in different treatment. Without huge conflicts to vent people's grievances towards each other, citizens needed another way to get rid of their rivals and competitors. While outright killing people was too barbaric most of the time, there was no harm in kicking them out of a state. As Richard Arkin elaborated on his story, the other mech designer gained a better sense of what happened to Arkin. As a former member of the Tovar family, Miles was not blind to internal struggles. Good friends might turn into archenemies if they chased after the same promotion opportunities. Even brothers would point their fangs at each other if they had to compete for a single lucrative chance. After Miles discreetly checked the lie detection suite for any irregularities, he became a bit more reassured that Richard was telling the truth. While there were ways to fool lie detection systems, that was not his problem. The Black Cats were more than capable enough to catch any irregularities. New recruits also had to gain the approval of a living mech that embodied the clan such as the Bright Warrior in order to become true Larkinsons. That was the moment where even the most competent spies and saboteurs fell through. After inquiring about Richard's background, Miles moved on to the applicant's skills. We don't see many mech designers like you around here. Your specialization is quite remarkable. Many colleagues would love to be in your place. Thank you, Richard responded. I merely inherited my know-how from my father. It is also how I gained my certificate from the MTA. I have worked hard to build up my theoretical knowledge so that I could participate in the more important military mech design projections of the Telva Association. How much practical design experience do you possess? I have not designed a lot of mech designs by myself. I have mostly worked in a design team after my graduation. I am quite accustomed to designing mechs in a team environment, but I am eager to design my own mechs at some point. Miles nodded in understanding. Many assistants were in the same position. He began to ask the most important question. Have you ever designed your own neural interface? Richard smiled back. I have only designed a few rudimentary neural interfaces for practice, but I have participated in the development of over half a dozen advanced neural interfaces. One of them even includes a custom neural interface that is tailored to an expert pilot. I cannot share any more details with you. Even if they exiled me, I am still bound by confidentiality agreements. We have no interest in stealing the secrets of another state. Miles quickly said, just to be clear, can you explain your design philosophy? Certainly, the applicant replied. Officially, I have formed a Class 8 design philosophy, though I am still in the process of fine-tuning it. I specialize in deep immersion neural interfaces. This is a rather delicate and dangerous research direction as the neural interfaces that I am fond of can inflict substantially more brain damage if anything goes wrong. Why would you specialize in something so dangerous? Because it is the future of high-end mech design. Richard Arkin insisted. While neural interfaces that are limited to shallow immersion are very safe, they don't bind mech pilots to mechs as deeply as they are capable of. Too many mech designers and neural interface specialists are too scared to go deeper and explore the limits of what neural interfaces can do. My insistence on pushing the boundaries was what turned my former colleagues against me. If they weren't so short-sighted and protective of their own cozy positions, they should have embraced my proposals. I see. Miles Tovar could see now why Richard Arkin was driven away from his state. While the design department urgently needed a neural interface specialist, he wasn't quite sure whether the man sitting in front of him was the right choice. Just for curiosity, what is your aim? What goal do you wish to accomplish? I want to accomplish an immersion that is so deep that the borders between man and machine are gone. I want to see a future where mech pilots essentially possess two bodies, their organic one and their mech one. When mech pilots are able to disassociate themselves from their organic bodies and put their all into controlling a mech, then I believe that mechs will become something entirely different. That is quite an ambition. Chapter 2748 Newman. As Vase and his wife continued to tour the Prescott Museum, he received an interesting message. Curious. What is it? Gloriana asked as she stopped and turned around. She let go of Click C, who managed to remain aloft and avoid falling to her death with the help of her anti-grav harness. Meow. I just received a message from Miles Tovar. We finally managed to hook a neural interface specialist. That instantly aroused Gloriana's interest. Really? That's great. Having a mech designer on our staff who has received MTA approval to study and design neural interfaces is a great addition to our design department. That was one of the major specialties that we have always lacked. Now that we have someone like that on board, we have gained one of the requirements to design expert mechs. We can also fine-tune the neural interfaces of our other mechs so that they facilitate better connections. This is perfect. Vase raised his palm. Hold on for a moment. Don't celebrate too quickly. Let me give you the mech designer's record and interview transcript. He transferred over the documents to her comm so that she could skim through them in her mind with the help of her implant. Her smile still held strong. I don't see anything of concern, Vase. Mr. Arkin's record looks clean enough. Even if he is a loyal citizen of the Telva Association, he hates his former employers, so it is unlikely that he will cling onto old loyalties once we bring him to the fold. His MTA certificate is still valid, so he is authorized to develop new neural interface models without requiring any extra permissions. As long as his neural interfaces doesn't result in mass casualties, his services are ours to keep. Vase became a little more strained. Gloriana, don't you see the problem here? Sure, Richard Arkin seems like a bright apprentice who possesses a rare and valuable specialty, but did you hear what Miles had to say about the fellow? Mr. Arkin sounds like an ambitious mech designer. He certainly dreams big. That is a trait that every successful mech designer possesses. I am sure he will make it far in his career. He kind of reminds me of you in that regard, hi. Vase didn't see what was funny about this situation. As far as he was concerned, the comparison to him made Arkin even less desirable in his eyes. As someone who frequently engaged in risky experiments, Vase was more aware of the potential risks and dangers than anyone. While there were plenty of times when he engaged in radical experiments, he always tried to stay away from them unless the situation was too dire. At other times, he tried his best to limit his impulses and adopt a slower approach. He developed plenty of crazy and risky ideas as time passed. That didn't mean he should investigate them all. He was still capable of exercising restraint. At least he thought so. He hadn't killed himself so far, so he must be doing a good job, right? Vase dealt with these kinds of temptations every day. It was frustrating for him to think up a good idea, only to put it in the freezer because he was too incompetent to explore it further. Yet what about others? Would other mech designers like him be able to make the decision to shelve a dangerous idea because the risks were too great? His trust in other people was relatively poor. He may trust himself to hold back from performing a ruinous experiment that was associated with too many risks, but that didn't mean he was willing to give others the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps some might argue that Vase should be more sympathetic towards a like-minded mech designer, but he was the opposite. He became more wary towards those who had the urge to engage in reckless experiments. There are too many warning signs in Mr. Arkin's materials. I don't think it is a good idea to bring such an unstable factor into our design department, he declared. Just as he was about to transmit an instruction to strike the applicant off the list, Gloriana placed her palm on his shoulder. Don't be so quick to throw this opportunity away. Haven't you been looking to recruit a neural interface specialist for at least a year? Now that someone is at your doorstep, why are you thinking of chasing him away? You're missing a golden opportunity here. Gloriana, he's young. Well, young enough. He's still an apprentice. We can mold him, Vase. We can shape his methods and approach like we did to all of our braves and erudites. I'll personally take him under my wing so that I can encourage him to slow down and be more thoughtful about his implementations. Vase sighed and pushed her hand off his shoulder. There is a limit to how much you can indoctrinate a mech designer. Even if Mr. Arkin is an apprentice, it looks like he has already chosen his direction. We should try anyway. We can always reassign him if he turns out to be as you feared. I don't want to take the risk. Then at least, keep him on hold for the rest of the month. Gloriana quickly suggested. We have no idea if another neural interface specialist will apply to join our clan. We should keep our options open just in case Mr. Arkin is the only choice. She made a good point. Even if Vase felt that taking in a personality like Mr. Arkin was troublesome, he did not want to rely on external consultants to solve his neural interface needs. A neural interface designer introduced a lot of new possibilities to Vase. Out of his desire to come away from the Life Research Association with at least one of these specialists in tow, he accepted his wife's advice. He transmitted a brief message back to Miles. The recruiters shouldn't reject Mr. Arkin's application, but they shouldn't be in a hurry to complete the necessary checks and examinations either. Gloriana grinned. You've made the right choice. In order to design a more perfect mech, we need to move away from our dependence on standard MTA-provided neural interface models. Their potential is too limited in order to ensure maximum safety. Technically, that wasn't entirely true, but Vase didn't need to share this little detail. Let's just move on. There are still exhibits that we haven't seen yet. I've been eyeing that human mech over there for a while now. Upon his urging, they floated over to a mech that looked more human than many of the other machines they had viewed. They stopped next to an older dignified-looking man who was also studying the fleshy mech. As they flew closer, Vase began to feel strangely uncomfortable in the presence of the biomech. Devon and Devon Newman Beta version, the so-called Newman, was a humanoid mech that didn't appear to have any obvious weapons or inclinations. The uncovered mech's entire body was tall and lanky. Its thick and resilient flesh was covered by pale human-like skin. In order to prevent giant human mechs like these from looking too obscene, their designers usually left out their genitals and other unnecessary characteristics such as nipples, hair and even facial organs. Not so for this disturbing mech. Its designer seemed to have eschewed the customs of the biomech industry and attempted to translate the human form into the organic machine as accurately as possible. There was a bit of hair on the chest of the biomech, which helped cover up the giant nipples that Vase had no desire to see, even if it was in a male form. What was even most outrageous was that the museum curators equipped the Newman with a codpiece of all editions. It was definitely a later edition. The metal codpiece looked completely at odds with the aesthetics of the rest of the mech. Vase and Gloriana couldn't help but stare at it for a time. Gloriana trailed. Do you think there is something underneath this codpiece? It kind of looks that way, Vase lamely said. The old man floating a small distance away began to chuckle. This mech is definitely equipped with a weapon underneath its belt. Gloriana turned around. How do you know, sir? I knew the designer who concocted the Newman. The older man replied. There is more to this mech than meets the eye. Both Vase and Gloriana noticed that the other person's man was very unusual. Who may you be, sir? Werther Klein. Gloriana suddenly straightened her back. It is an honor to greet you, sir. Vase already knew that Werther Klein was a master mech designer the moment he came close. The older man not only exuded the unique kind of grace and wisdom that was common to old geezers who were over 2 centuries old, but also possessed a mind that was blindingly strong to his spiritual senses. No one else but master mech designers possessed minds and spirits that were at this level. Yet despite the fact that Vase was in the presence of one of the greatest mech designers of the star system, he kept his emotions in check. He had no entanglement with Master Klein. They were just passerbys. Can you tell us why this mech is so human-like? Vase curiously asked as he drew his attention back to the odd monstrosity. That's because it is human. What? It's in the name. Master Klein slowly explained. New man. If you scan the insides of this mech, you will notice that it not only possesses the organs of a typical biomech, it also holds the organs of a true human. The Newman possesses a heart, a pair of lungs, a liver, a pair of kidneys, a stomach and so on. While they are present in a more miniaturized form, the Newman is truly designed to contain the full capabilities of a human. That sounded crazy. Many human organs had no place in biomechs. They merely took up space while bringing almost nothing to the table. Biomech designers developed far more efficient organs that could keep the organic machines running at much greater efficiencies. What is the point of this mech? Vase frowned in doubt. A war machine doesn't need to contain so many redundant organs. That is because the Newman wasn't designed for combat. It was designed to replace the ailing human body of my colleague. What you are looking at is a giant visual replica of one of my best friends when he was in the prime of his life. What? Neither Vase nor Gloriana could remain calm anymore. The Newman's absurd purpose astonished them both. They never thought that a biomech designer was extreme enough to design a new replacement body that also happened to look as if it could wrestle against other mechs. Vase couldn't imagine living a life with a body like this. How would he ever be able to get around indoors? Did the mech designer responsible for developing the Newman succeed in his goal? Absolutely not. Master Klein sternly responded. This mech is an abomination and a severe threat to the continuation of the LRA's biomech industry. Still, before the planetary guard barged into his secret lab in order to stop him from completing his self-developed consciousness transfer procedure, it was too late. He already transferred his mind to the Newman, or at least that was supposed to happen. What exactly occurred? Gloriana asked. The master sighed. We don't know, but the Newman wouldn't be here if it housed the consciousness of an actual human mech designer. After performing an extensive series of examinations, we concluded that the experiment failed. The Newman is still an empty shell. That sounded unfortunate. Even if the experiment violated all kinds of rules, Vase couldn't help but admire the daring behind it all. It took a special kind of courage to take this unprecedented step. If this is a prohibited experiment, why show it off? Shouldn't the Newman be incinerated or something? Vase asked. The old master shook his head. That is a short-sighted decision. The mech designers of today must remember the mistakes of the past. In order to prevent subsequent generations from attempting a similar mistake, we decided to preserve the Newman and let everyone witness the folly of its designer. The Newman was a symbol of a biomech designer's failed ambition. What was its designer trying to accomplish, exactly? Why, longevity of course. Master Klein smiled at them. The two of you are too young for this, but when you approach my age, you become more willing to do anything to live a longer life. My old friend tried to extend his life through unorthodox means. You see, The Newman is immortal. Immortal, how is that possible? Chapter 2749 Monument to Folly. Vase and Gloriana regarded the Newman biomech in a completely different light once they listened to its backstory. Even their two cats had stopped playing around. The Newman was not a mech at all. The as of yet unnamed designer who developed this abomination did not have mech pilots in mind at all. Instead, he willfully ignored the rules of his profession and broke all kinds of taboos in a bid to preserve his life. Vase couldn't imagine what kind of mindset a highly accomplished biomech designer adopted to bring himself to come up with such an extreme plan. Apparently, it wasn't enough to develop a clone. The biomech designer in question wanted to fashion a body that towered over people just like other mechs. Do you think the designer of the Newman is crazy? Master Werther Klein looked straight into the Newman's dull eyes. Do you think that the rest of the biomech industry hasn't thought about transplanting their minds in similar bodies? From the way the master phrased his question, Vase couldn't help but let his imagination go loose. Gloriana also gained some suspicions. Are you hinting that the Newman isn't the first attempt by biomech designers to create new bodies for themselves? It is not that much of a secret in our circle, young miss. You are indeed correct to think that the Newman is hardly the first attempt of such. The only difference here is that its designer is the most accomplished from the Life Research Association. This biomech is more refined and advanced than the rough and rudimentary attempts by others. It had the greatest chance to succeed. How so? What makes the Newman better than the other examples? I've combed over the data and research notes in detail. The old man generously answered. The Newman incorporates many brilliant innovations that should have solved several problems relating to mind and consciousness transfers. Despite its size, its human-like organs are almost identical to his old body. The genetic and physical resemblance of the Newman and the designer's original body is quite high, which should theoretically lower the chance of rejection to an acceptable level. What is even more absurd is that the Newman also attained immortality. How? Gloriana widened her eyes. The master gave her a regretful smile. I cannot go into the details. I can only tell you that the Newman is a unique product that is cultivated from tissue samples harvested from a unique alien organism that is extremely rare. It is a miracle in itself that my old friend succeeded in transforming the alien cells into Newman cells. There are probably only 2 or 3 biomech designers in the LRA that can replicate this feat. There were too many secrets behind the development of the Newman. Master Klein only scratched the surface of what had been done to make the Newman as great as possible. What does immortal mean in this context? Vase asked. Is the Newman impervious to damage? Is it able to regenerate endlessly? This organic body is not so fantastical. Its cells are endlessly replicable, courtesy of their alien origin. As long as they are supplied with energy and matter, the body cells will continue to renew themselves after they start to decay. If this biomech designer was able to create an immortal biomech, why not apply it on a more human-sized level? The older man grew grim. The answer is complicated, but to put it in the simplest possible terms, the human body is too small to contain so much power. Why do we wage war with machines the size of mechs? Why do we not opt to deploy armies of cheaper and less cumbersome infantry? The amount of equipment and firepower that infantry can bring to bear is too limited. Vase supplied the standard answer he learned at school. The ratio of human body to machine is too high. Since the latter is mostly a weakness, that means the overall package is inefficient on a volume basis. The equipment itself is also weaker due to constraints on size and mass. A single mech can easily trample 100 heavily armed infantrymen with ease. Master Klein nodded. That is true. Now extend this concept to our current situation. What do you think about my old friend's attempt to continue his life in a new body? Gloriana's eyes lit up. I see. All of the stories on the galactic net about dying people futilely attempting to live a new life by transferring their mind and consciousness into clones of themselves never mentioned a single success. There's something terribly flawed about this process. If the clone is too weak or limited, then maybe you'll be able to succeed with a larger and more powerful body. There are indeed many biotech researchers who ascribe to this unsupported theory. Biomech designers are highly proficient at developing massive organic machines that are packed with more power than any normal human body can bear. Since humanoid biomechs closely resemble bodies like ours, it is easy to draw the conclusion that such a creation can also serve as a superior replacement body for our race. Nobody has ever proven that this theory has any merit, but when you are desperate, you don't tend to stop at these questions. Vase understood this approach. He adopted it many times when he was also driven to proceed with his reckless experiments. Who cared about scientific rigor when the barbarians were at the gates? I take it that none of these wild experiments have succeeded. That is a given. If it was possible to transfer your consciousness to another medium, whether it is a processor, an identical clone, a biomech or any other physical shell. If it was that easy for individuals to stave off death in this manner, we'd be living in a radically different society. That was true. There would be way more undying bastards around. Accomplished people wouldn't work so hard to make accomplishments, and upwards mobility would become a lot more limited as the existing rulers had no intention of making way for the next generation. For better or worse, human society was made of mortal lives. Every single individual was subject to the cycle of life and death. Vase could not imagine how messed up it would be if lots of people succeeded in attaining immortality. I think I understand now why the Newman is put on display. Vase said after a moment of thought. Biomech designers are both biotech experts and mech designers. One of these professions is already dangerous on its own. Combining the two in a single individual opens up a lot more possibilities, but not all of them are proper to pursue. The master nodded gravely. You cannot imagine how many mech designers lose sight of this truth, Mr. Larkinson. We have great power at our disposal. Our knowledge and expertise affords us the choice to create mechs, but they could also be used to create other terrible creations. While there are rules in place to limit what we can do, these are invisible shackles that can easily be ignored. As long as one of us has no scruples, we can easily develop weapons of mass destruction and other harmful inventions behind everyone's backs. Vase knew this more than everyone else. He once developed a gamma laser rifle. He also modified a doom crawler design so that it was able to accommodate taboo weapons. The latter went on to nuke a lot of cities on a random planet, thereby killing billions of innocent civilians. While Vase never felt he was culpable of these misdeeds, he wished he had been a little more discerning about who he entered business with. He didn't care what others did with his products, but he didn't want to be judged guilty by association by the MTA. If classical mech designers such as the two of you are already capable of developing weapons that can inflict untold devastation to human society, then biomech designers can invent even greater horrors. I am not talking about purely destructive inventions such as viruses that can depopulate entire planets. Then what are you referring to, sir? Gloriana asked. The master looked more weary than ever. The age of conquest has taught us that humanity's worst aspect isn't our savagery. While it is true that there is a beast behind every civilized facade, we have moved beyond living on our instincts. What we should actually be afraid of is our greed. Greed, correct. Greed, desire, yearning, ambition. No matter how you choose to interpret it, greed is a terrible force. While every human must possess a measure of greed in order to propel them forward, greed can easily lead to catastrophe if taken too far. The power-mad admirals of the Age of Conquest let their greed run wild and committed genocide on a galactic scale in order to attain the unattainable. The Age of Conquest is over. Vase remarked. We live in an age of moderation. Mechs are much weaker than warships, so the channels in which we can vent our desires only allow for a limited degree of destruction. Is that what you think, Mr. Larkinson? Well, maybe there are mechs that cross the line. There are, the highly accomplished biomech designer firmly said. They are not what you think, however. Destructive potential is not the only criteria we use to judge dangerous mechs. The Newman over here is actually quite weak against other mechs. While it can wear a suit of armor and wield a handheld weapon, the Newman essentially suffers the same weakness as other infantry. Then, what is the true danger? Temptation. Any invention that can tempt individuals to abandon their support for the current order is a threat to human civilization. Just imagine if my old friend succeeded in transferring his consciousness to the Newman. If it becomes known that an ailing human that approaches his last years is able to gain an unlimited lifespan as a giant humanoid aberration, then what do you think will happen? It only took a second for Vase to plot out the frightening chain reaction. Our society would be upended. A lot of wealthy and powerful people would definitely jump at the chance to live forever, even if they have to leave their humanity behind. Exactly. The human body is weak. Compared to other human races, we are smaller, shorter-lived and possess limited potential. Our only saving grace is our relatively high population growth, but for those with greater greed and ambitions, this is no advantage at all. It is exactly because of our relative weaknesses that our race has succeeded in dominating the galaxy. Vase pointed out, that is a high-minded view. Master Klein responded, In my long years as a biomech designer, I have met many colleagues and other individuals who are incapable of comprehending the bigger picture. They are so consumed by their own ambitions that they never think about the consequences of their own actions. Many people would abandon their humanity and consign others to damnation if they are able to transfer to a more powerful form. This conversation was already way too profound for Vase. We're far from that point, I think. No one has ever succeeded in accomplishing what you've described. Our race still has a lot of breathing room. I disagree, Mr. Larkinson. You cannot imagine the sheer amount of ingenuity that my old friend has put into the Newman. Even I derived some useful methods from studying its design. Yet I would rather not be given this opportunity in the first place. The Newman is a monument of my old friend's folly. I force myself to visit this biomech every month in order to remind myself why limits are there. Just because I can, doesn't mean I should. Mech designers exist to serve mech pilots, nothing more. Despite our industry's attempts to hammer this lesson home, there are still colleagues who have abandoned this principle. What sad people, Vase commented. Chapter 2750. Inhospitable environment. The old master soon had his fill of teaching the younger generation. After taking one last wistful look at the Newman, the esteemed biomech designer flew away with his extensive guard duty in tow. Vase and Gloriana watched the old man depart. According to the Galactic Net, Master Werther Klein is over 3 centuries old. Gloriana broke the silence. Damn, Vase looked impressed. He must have experienced a lot of ups and downs. Anyone who was able to live this long was a legend as far as everyone was concerned. Though Master Klein didn't seem all that impressive due to his restrained demeanor and ordinary garments, the brilliance of his mind and spirit was the real deal. Vase yearned to reach this level of power. When would he be able to pass on profound lessons to ignorant youngsters? Not anytime soon, that was for sure. There was no way for Vase to catch up to the likes of Master Klein within a century. Not unless he resorted to unconventional means that had a very high chance of backfiring on him. He had too little confidence that he'd be able to merge a portion of the Unending One's formidable powers. Perhaps one day, that might change. As long as he kept building up his knowledge, he might one day be able to absorb the power of a dark god and become a greater mech designer in the process. Biomech designers have quite a few skeletons in their closets, it seems. Gloriana remarked as she finally turned away from the Newman. That's the price of knowledge, I guess. Vase replied. The more you learn, the more possibilities you can choose from. It becomes harder and harder to cling to your morals and stay true to your original purpose. Those were steps that Vase would never be able to take. He was not a biomech designer, and it was too late to start when he had already developed his own style and approach towards mech design. He would just become very mediocre at designing biomechs. As Gloriana started to float towards the remaining exhibits, Vase took one last look at the silent and unmoving Newman. When he listened to the story behind this aberrant organic machine, he couldn't help but develop a novel theory about the failure behind the attempted consciousness transfer. What if the mech designer in question hadn't taken his own spirituality into account? What if this essential quality that was essential to sentient life remained behind in the old body, thereby leaving the transfer incomplete? According to his own rudimentary theories on spirituality, this might very well be the case. Did this mean that the experiment could have succeeded if Vase was involved? His body shuddered. He firmly shook his head to throw aside this radical thought. Even if he held the secret behind allowing people to transcend their human existences by transferring to a greater body, there was no way he was crazy enough to pick up where the designer of the Newman left off. He was not a degenerate. Vase eventually caught up to Gloriana and began to view the remaining display models. While the diversity in biomechs opened his eyes to several more possibilities of biomechs, his attention wavered. We're so limited in comparison to these biological architects. Vase sighed. We are only ever able to create machines. Even if I can do a little more, I'm all on my own, while these biomech designers have an entire community of their own. You don't need to feel jealous, Vase. The grass is always greener on the other side. You're fantastic in your own way. The mechs we'll be able to design in the future will blow all of these biomechs out of the water. She wasn't wrong, but Vase still felt he was missing something. He might be able to steer his design philosophy in a much more interesting direction if he started to work with biomechs. Yet even though he didn't care too much about the MTA, he still had to be careful about staying within the confines of the rules. The age of mechs was an era where most of humanity lived under a single order, after all. For better or worse, the MTA and the CFA dictated the rules that all humans must abide by. Those who scorned them did so at their own peril. Vase did not want to end up like the Skull Architect. Even if the wily war criminal managed to change his code and regained a legal identity, Professor Cortez still had to restrain his work so that it did not exhibit any of the distinctive traits of his previous works. That was not the kind of life that Vase wanted to live. He wanted to design his mechs with as little constraints as possible. If that meant playing by the rules of the biggest bullies in the playground, then so be it. He had no greater ambitions that required him to break the rules. He and his wife visited a number of other places that prominently featured biomechs. They visited another exhibition hall which prominently featured current bestsellers in the biomech market. The hall was a great place for the pair to get up to date on the current trends. They also gained a deeper insight on how biomechs performed compared to classical mechs. Biomechs have a distinctive advantage in atmospheric conditions. Vase observed as he looked at a spaceborne biomech. This mech here doesn't look like it belongs in space. Gloriana concurred. There are astral lifeforms that are natively adapted to life in space, but many of them are too big to be adapted to the scale of a mech. That makes it a bit more difficult for biomech designers to derive their spaceborne mechs from existing life. This was a rather interesting phenomenon in the biomech community. A lot of designers preferred to copy successful works of nature rather than come up with a brand new biomech from scratch. Granted, it was a waste of time to start from scratch. Just like how classical mech designers resorted to licensing existing mech components, biomech designers plagiarized the products of evolution in order to obtain a winning formula. While an unending amount of exo-beasts resided on planets throughout the galaxy, the amount of unique lifeforms living in space was substantially less. It was not hard to imagine why. Space was inherently hostile to many forms of life. Humans themselves would quickly suffocate and freeze to death if they entered space without the protection of a suit. Many other alien races were subjected to the same restriction. Yet there were always exceptions. Just like how ancient sea creatures slowly evolved to be able to live on land, a relatively modest amount of alien creatures managed to overcome all the odds and succeeded in adapting to life in space. This was the origin of most but not all astral beasts swarming in the galaxy to this day. Since gravity and other constraints no longer exerted a limit on their size, they tended to balloon in size. They also adapted in other ways that made it difficult to transplant their evolutionary successes to biomechs. All of this meant that it was several times harder to design a spaceborne biomech than a classical one. As for the spaceborne variety, the organic machines could still put up a good fight, but there were considerably less models to choose from. Vase noticed that every spaceborne biomech was designed by either a senior or master. The exhibition hall featured only a single exception. Evidently, the only journeymen who were qualified to design spaceborne biomechs were the direct disciples of masters, who specialized in them to begin with. Gloriana thought this situation was a bit absurd. This is a major weakness of the biomech industry. Are most journeymen truly incapable of designing space-capable biomechs? I don't think the problem is that exaggerated. Vase responded. There should be a shortcut or something that allows lesser biomech designers to design something that can fight in space. It's just that the barrier to entry is so high that their products are not competitive enough to sell in the market. Their inferior products are so bad that they would have to sell them at a price that is below the cost it takes to grow them to maturity. Classical mechs did not face the same constraints. Their bare metal construction performed okay enough in the harsh environment in space as long as they were made of the right materials. While certain exotics and other metals degraded when brought to space, no mech designer was stupid enough to incorporate any of them in their spaceborne mech designs. In fact, these materials were so unpopular that they never showed up in landbound mechs either. There were plenty of times where landbound mechs had to be transported from one star system to another. After taking note of this odd quirk, Vase and Gloriana visited one last location before they were done for the day. Meow, meow. Both Lucky and Clixie clung close to their owners as soon as the group stepped onto a hill that overlooked an enormous field that was situated hundreds of kilometers away from Vialine. Scattered groups of other tourists gawked at the astounding sight before their eyes. Thousands of giant skeletons poked out from what appeared to be a literal sea of bones. While there were plenty of humanoid and bestial bones strewn at random, the caretaking organization of the boneyard fixed the skeletal structure of a large number of former biomechs together. This resulted in an incredible sight. Vase could imagine the contours of many different biomechs by looking at the skeletons that remained of them. The fact that there were thousands of them caused the boneyard to take on a much more macabre atmosphere. Look, Vase, there's a half-rotted biomech lying over there. She was right. Vase spotted what appeared to be a light skirmisher whose flesh was already starting to decay. The organic cells that made up the fleshy parts of the biomech all needed to be fed and taken care of in order to survive. Once they were deprived of these resources, they would go into hibernation. The biomech was still recoverable at that point. Yet if this period of absolute neglect stretched on too long, then the outermost cells would begin to die off in order to transfer energy and nutrients to the core cells. The light skirmisher in question was roughly at this phase. Its core cells that were buried deeper were still relatively healthy, but the exterior looked like a rotted mess. What a sad way for a biomech to die. Vase curled his mouth in disapproval. Why are the locals letting these mechs decay like this? A recycler can extract plenty of usable resources from these corpses. Maybe it's not cost-effective to do so. Their organic makeup doubtlessly make it harder to salvage any usable parts and materials from these machines. Even if it was a bit more troublesome to recycle biomechs, Vase didn't see this boneyard was needed. He bet that all of the bones lying here could be broken down in order to separate usable materials. Yet instead of doing so, the local biomech designers decided it was fun if they dumped their trash in an open landfill. It looked damn impressive, though. Maybe biomechs deserve to be buried in proper graves. Are you kidding? Biomechs are too big. Planets would run out of available space in no time. You'd have to stack the graves. Chapter 2751 Migration Waves. When Vase and his wife returned to Gentle Lotus Base, they ate a simple dinner before splitting up. Gloriana wanted to spend time with the Glory Seekers, which wasn't that unusual. Vase had some free time on his hands. He moved over to the balcony of his temporary office and began to look at the darkening skies. Nighttime was a vastly different experience on Prosperous Hill V. The trees lit up the surrounding spaces in a different manner than ordinary structures. Their leaves glowed in different colors of the rainbow as they illuminated the areas below them. Their luminosities were kept low in order to prevent anyone's biorhythm from thinking it was daytime. From a distance, the forest of glowing leaves looked like an alien landscape. Vase could hardly imagine that he was looking at a distant human city. What a weird place, he muttered. Weird was an understatement. The Newman and the biomech boneyard were so odd that Vase felt as if the locals were aliens instead of humans. Their culture diverged so much from the galactic norm in many areas that he felt as if lifers belonged to a different species. Fortunately, they still possessed enough human traits to remind him that he was dealing with fellow humans. People like Master Klein were very aware of their place in human society. As long as the lifers remained within the boundaries set by the rest of humanity, they did not pose a risk to the current order. Vase wondered what would happen if the Life Research Association became unconstrained. What if the MTA collapsed? What if the LRA moved to a different galaxy or reality where the Big Two no longer held sway? Well, I doubt that biomech designers are the only ones we should be fearing. If the current rules no longer applied, then everyone became unconstrained. Mech designers were able to impart their mechs with city-destroying weapons of mass destruction. Shipwrights were allowed to mount massive weapons on their starships. Vase could easily imagine hundreds more horrifying consequences. He hadn't realized until now how much restraint that humanity showed these days. The Big Two exerted so much deterrence that few had the courage to flout the rules. Maybe it's a good thing the Big Two are hanging above our heads. He never thought he would make this conclusion. As a mech designer, he felt awfully constrained by the MTA's meddling. The association was like an overprotective nanny who treated everyone else as irresponsible children. Yet once he elevated his perspective beyond his case, he started to see the MTA in a better light. By suppressing any excess behavior, the organization that Vase loved to complain about was actually making life harder for anyone with dangerous ideas. I can live with that, I suppose. That didn't mean he became a full-throated cheerleader for the MTA. He merely preferred the status quo over the alternatives. Vase would never be able to do business at his current level if the MTA didn't regulate the mech market. He also wouldn't be able to travel across the galaxy and venture into the Red Ocean without a unifying authority forcing every human state to play nice with each other. As Vase contemplated the benefits of the current order, he received an unannounced visitor. Meow. Lucky perked up as the door slid open. He jumped from the desk and soared in the air before entering Calabast's open arms. He. I missed you too, Lucky. The woman grinned as she embraced the gem cat like a baby. Are you hungry? Here's a snack. Meow meow. Vase turned away from the balcony and frowned. Lucky already had his dinner. You're spoiling him at this point. I doubt a creature as remarkable as Lucky can grow fat. You never know. Calabast sauntered forward and began to lean against the side of his desk. She looked around the office. There was hardly any decor to be found as Vase hadn't bothered to decorate this place. This is hardly an office that befits the patriarch of the Larkinson clan. I don't intend to meet any foreign guests here. In fact, I didn't intend to meet anyone at all. Why the visit, Calabast? Can't I drop by for a simple chat? Vase threw a suspicious glance at the black-clad woman. You never do anything simple. What's this about? Oh, Vase, you're too stiff, you know. Don't you do anything for fun? You should get a hobby. It will do wonders in relieving your stress. I don't have any time for hobbies. Vase crossed his arms. Every second of my life is valuable. What are you doing now, then? If you truly think you need to spend all of your time on a productive activity, then you should be working on a mech design right this moment. You don't understand. Our remaining mech design projects are already close to completion. I have already provided sufficient guidance to 3 of them. As for the other 2, I am still in the process of figuring something out to help them reach their maximum potential. You could have started another design project. That would complicate my schedule and put everything out of order. I prefer to organize my projects by rounds. It's not time yet for me to start the 3rd round. Calabast eventually dropped the topic. She really thought that Vase should engage in something fun instead of spending his free time remaining idle where his mind tended to wander and develop strange ideas. She decided to get serious. You're right, I didn't come to chat. I waited for Gloriana to leave before approaching you. What I am about to impart to you is tangibly related to her, so I think it is best to leave her out of this discussion. What are you talking about? Vase grew suspicious. Is it about the Hexers again? Sadly, you're right, I have picked up indications of a plan hatched by the Council of Matriarchs. Let me tell you what I know. She spent the next 5 minutes explaining the various clues she gathered and what they point towards. I don't believe the Hexer trainers of the Spirit of Bentime will leave once we reach the Red Ocean. Every crew member from Grand Captain Daria Maria Vraken down are highly competent elites in their own professions. Don't you think that's strange? The hegemony is not a charity. The Indigo Tremor is a relatively new fleet carrier that is set up with a colonizing function. Why would the Woden dynasty invest in such an expensive capital ship? Did the Wodens even commission her in the first place? It is highly unlikely that they did considering their current level of power, wealth and influence in the hegemony. Many other Hexer dynasties have started to form their own expeditionary fleets to the Red Ocean. Some of the best and most talented Hexers along with a considerable population of well-behaved families are assigned to leave the Komodo star sector and are being told to prepare to set up a new life in a different galaxy. In isolation, these clues and observations didn't amount to much. Yet when Calabast strung them together into a single narrative, the pattern became very clear. The Hexers are trying to start over. Is that what you are suggesting, Calabast? She nodded as she put Lucky on her lap. My former state is doing exactly what I would do in its place. In the event the hegemony loses the Komodo War, its people must live. The Hexers should have started to send out their expeditionary fleets a long time ago. The fact that they are starting late shows that they have not formed a thorough plan. Nonetheless, the simultaneous movement indicates that there is a greater authority at work. And that matters. If the Hexer fleets are able to attain passage through the Beander Gate, what will they do once they reach the other side? Will they spread out and found their own little kingdoms, or will they seek each other out and converge in order to form a superfleet? A grim face appeared on his face. I see. I suppose the Glory Seekers aren't exempt from this Hexer scheme, right? That is likely. The Glory Seekers aren't a part of our clan, unlike the Penitent Sisters. Their greater loyalty is always towards the Woden dynasty, not our clan. If they ever receive orders from Matriarch Schaffner or Minister Constance, you can bet they will accept their new marching orders. Even if the two sides are separated by hundreds of thousands of light years. The Hexer cause is more important than any of that, Vase. The hegemony may fall, but its people must not die out. Preserving the Hexer culture is more important than any individual goal. I see. Vase knew that the Hexers were quite collectivist as a society. While their individuals may hold personal ambitions, they were always expected to put the interests of the state first. Whether you are willing or not, you are a part of this Hexer contingency plan. Your ties to the Woden dynasty along with the elements of your fleet means that you are inexorably involved in any attempt to found a Hexer state in the Red Ocean. Aren't you exaggerating a bit? I really doubt the Hexers have to rely on someone like me to gain a foothold in the dwarf galaxy. I'm being very serious, Vase. I'm just a mech designer. You're the son of the superior mother. You're the most successful journeyman of our star sector. You have plenty of Hexers in your clan. All of these reasons and more means that you are essentially in their camp. What does this all mean, then? Vase began to feel distressed. I don't want to get involved in all of this Hexer crap. If the hegemony falls, then let the survivors sort out their own mess. I don't want anything to do with founding a state. You don't have to. Now that we are aware of this possible scheme, we can enact some measures that will make it clear that we have no intentions of associating ourselves with a new Hexer colony in the Red Ocean. I doubt your wife will be okay with this, though. Vase snorted. I'll handle her if she becomes a problem. Wife or not, I'm not about to let my clan become a vassal to a Hexer successor state. He and his clansmen already suffered dearly from their association with the current Hexer state. They did not want to be chased by the enemies of a second Hexer state when they roamed the Red Ocean. A different thought came to mind. What about the Fredamen? He asked. Will they be heading into the Red Ocean as well? Of course. They began to organize their evacuation and colonization fleets before the outbreak of the Komodo War. When the Hex army started making significant gains, the Fredamen accelerated their preparations. They have a head start on the Hexers. Great. Vase spoke with very little enthusiasm. It seems we'll be meeting another bunch of old friends over at the other side of the Beander Gate. Calabast suddenly grinned. I have good news for you on that front. Unlike the Hexer dynasties, the coalition partners are all moving separately. I think there is a high chance that their expeditions will all remain split once they reach the Red Ocean. Regardless of whether the Fredamen win or lose the Komodo War, the coalition partners wish to pursue their individual ambitions in the new frontier. That meant that the Friday coalition would not exist in the Red Ocean. This was good news as a scattered coalition would never pool all of its resources to go after the Larkinson clan. Perhaps Vase might even be able to make peace with some of the partners. If not, well, as long as their colonies remain separated, it may be possible to attack them one by one when they were still in their infancy.